Chapter 631, Doomed Departure. Melinda noticed those ships with bad intentions. It was too obvious. Not only was the timing coincidental, but some of the ships were obviously empty. The intention was too obvious. They were heading for the Orient. However, the lady was not worried. She believed in Arthur. And she? Just do what she should do. Edwin, in 1 hour, I want to know Lucius. Details of Eula and Joe. Melinda instructed her driver. Lucius, Eula, and Joe were the 3 people that Arthur had arranged. She certainly would not forget. At the same time, the lady took up her pipe. Phew! The smoke came out gently, and the lady began to write quickly in the smoke. Male, brown linen clothes, dirty face, standing on the side of the dock near Brewer's Company. Female, wearing last year's popular light green leg of mutton sleeve skirt, riding in a 2-person carriage with a man, near 2nd and 21st of the dockside trail. Male. The lady passed on the orders one by one. These people were the ones who had just revealed their ill intentions. Although the identities of these people could not be determined, this did not prevent Melinda from sending people to keep an eye on these guys. And this is what she had to do. Melinda should have already kept an eye on those guys who showed their heads. Right? Arthur leaned his upper body against the chair, and his legs were placed on the table in front of him. A relaxed and contented look. Arthur had expected that the Oriental would be targeted. After all, unlike the quietly established Miss Chio's security company and Mr. 5 Exchange, the Oriental was too open and above board, and it was really well publicized. Others couldn't help but know about it. Naturally, it was targeted by a group of people. These people included enemies, and some with ulterior motives. Even, maybe there will be some conspirators who will target this young, honest, simple and kind medium. So, Arthur's principle is, kill them as soon as they show up. At this time, Arthur will not be merciful even if he is considering his other businesses. People are greedy, and have no bottom line. A temporary concession will only turn sheep into jackals. And when the jackals gather more and more, that's when they will rush in. At that time, don't even think about pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Even a real tiger will be eaten. The saint said, 1 punch is better than 100 punches. He, Arthur, loves to listen to the saint's teachings. What's more, he is fully prepared. Without the intention of getting up, Arthur raised his hand, and a hand of nothingness brought a cup of orange tea. In ocean trade, vitamin supplements are necessary. Although the Orient is only sailing along the coast, it still follows tradition. Prepare this rare drink for ocean trade. Of course, if you don't like it, there are also various fruits for you to choose from. The biggest advantage of coastal sailing is that there is no shortage of supplies. After taking a sip of this sour and sweet drink, Arthur looked at the ships behind him with bad intentions and whispered, "Bad luck on the way. Be careful of the wind and waves." After that, Arthur raised his glass to those ships, as if to wish them good luck. In the captain's room of the Orient, the first mate Albert was staring at the 13 ships behind the Orient with a serious expression. This first mate of the Orient, who was just 30 years old, was sure that these guys had bad intentions. Just look at the draft of the ship, and you can understand everything. Therefore, Albert, who was the first mate of a ship for the first time, gripped the hilt of his sword. The first mate had decided to fight these bastards. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, it is still the same. After all, he worked hard for so many years, and finally became the first mate of a ship. For a person from a civilian family, this is simply impossible. Although Nanlos is free, the invisible rules still exist. For example, for a passenger ship of the level of the Orient, the first mate must be from a middle-class family, and the position of the captain, in the Silver Age, must be a noble. Maybe he was a small, impoverished noble, but his aristocratic status was certain. Even in the pioneer era, when the rules became more relaxed, it was still rare. Therefore, Albert knew very well that if he lost his position as the first mate of the Orient, he would never be the first mate of another ship. Moreover, those jealous guys would definitely spread rumors, saying that it was because of him that the Orient met with an accident. Others will definitely believe it. Rumors are inexplicable. Rather than being in such a mess that he has no place to stay in South Los, the first mate is ready to fight. But the captain, Barry, smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous, Albert. Things haven't come to that point yet. Don't forget, whose ship is this?" As the captain seconded for Melinda, Barry knows something. The captain's face has the dark red color that is unique to ocean-going people. He also has a much stronger body than ordinary people. Even though his beard is white, His palm is still strong. Snap! At this moment, this palm hits Albert's arm. Captain? The first mate was puzzled. He certainly knew that this was the ship of Nanlo's medium. However, even if Nanlo's medium faced those vicious river pirates, what could he do? He couldn't kill all the river pirates. Right? Relax. I am here for a transition period. In 1 or 2 years, I will retire, and by then, the captain position of the Orient will be yours. So you need to understand something. Remember our bosun? The captain reminded his first mate. As an old man who is about to retire, Barry doesn't mind giving Albert a few more pointers. After all, this is the purpose of his appearance in this position. For this, he envied Albert, a commoner, for being favored by the boss and the big boss. He could imagine that as long as Albert did not make any mistakes, he would be able to rise to the top. Therefore, at this time, Barry, who was known as Tightmouth, became Barry, who was known as Big Mouth. Old John? This guy disappeared after the ship sailed. Could he be an accomplice of those pirates? Albert was shocked when he mentioned the bosun, who did not look like a normal sailor. Frowning. Whether it was the 3 big gold teeth, or the other party's casual appearance, the first mate felt that the other party was more like a pirate than a sailor, even though the other party seemed to be doing his duty. But it was precisely because of this abnormality that the first mate became more suspicious. How is it possible? On this ship, anyone could be an accomplice of the pirates, except old John. That guy, what he despises most is the pirates. Captain Barry, who obviously knew more about the inside story, said, while pointing in the direction behind the ship. First mate Albert immediately turned his head to look. Suddenly, the first mate was stunned. This is impossible. Chapter 632 Farewell Ceremony. In the vision of Albert, the first mate of the Orient, whirlpools appeared one after another under the 13 ships following the Orient. The huge suction force dragged the 13 ships directly into the bottom of the inland river. In a breath, the whole ship disappeared, and no one on the ship escaped. This scene shocked Albert's common sense. In the navigation knowledge he had learned, it is impossible for such a vortex to appear. Let us not talk about why the Orient just sailed past without any incident, and the chasing ships were swallowed by the vortex when they sailed in. Just the distinct appearance of the vortex that swallowed those ships is impossible. Moreover, it disappeared after swallowing them. It's as if it was controlled by humans. After coming to this conclusion in his heart, Albert was stunned. At this time, Big Mouth Barry patted Albert's shoulder again. The world is big. Our boss is called Nanlos. The medium, you know? Medium, always associated with some supernatural things. Maybe the god of the inland river is our boss's guest of honor. At this time, he is holding a unique ceremony to send our boss off to sail, Big Mouth Barry said with a smile. First mate Albert subconsciously wanted to say it was impossible, but the words were on the tip of his tongue. Looking at Barry's smiling face, the young first mate felt that it might be true. For a moment, the first mate began to doubt his life. Similarly, the pitiful Lady Yura also doubted her life. When Albert, the first mate of the Orient, shouted this is impossible, the lady also exclaimed in her heart that it was impossible. She watched her accomplices' ships sink one by one, and her heart sank with them. She knew that this mission had completely failed. She had originally intended to rob this recently famous passenger ship and kidnap the passengers to make a fortune. But she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Damn it. What's going on with this weird vortex? Could the inland river god those guys were talking about really exist? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The plan had an unexpected event, which made Yura very angry. She couldn't help but pace around in the cabin. However, as soon as he turned around, Yura saw Joe, who was in a state of depression. After everything that happened on the promenade deck, this self-important Joe fell into despair. His inheritance rights were deprived. He was expelled from the family. He lived on the streets. He starved to death in an unknown alley. Such scenes appeared in Joe's mind one after another. Moreover, they could not be shaken off, because Joe knew very well that these were very likely to become true. His father had more than a dozen sons. He doesn't need one more. In addition, he is not the first heir. No! Even if he is the first heir, after what happened today, he will definitely be handed over by his father to appease the anger of the Nanlos medium. Son? If you don't have one, you can have another one. As long as I'm fine. You can have as many children as you want. But if I'm fine, what's the point of having so many sons? This is his father's famous saying. With such a famous saying, Joe had no chance. At this moment, Joe's heart was filled with fear. But at this moment, a pair of warm hands placed on his shoulders. Subconsciously, Joe turned around and saw Yura. You? No matter what happens, I am willing to face it with you. When Yura said this, Joe felt that he was hit instantly. He felt unprecedented warmth. He seemed to feel love. But I have no money, I have no family support, I just wanted to trick you, want to play with you. Joe, a simple man, said directly at this moment. As soon as he said it, Joe felt a little regretful, but it was too late. The young man waited for the disappointment in Yura's eyes when he looked at him. But no disappointment. There was not a bit of disappointment in Yura's eyes. On the contrary, Yura even held his hand. I know. But I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Yula's eyes were firm, and her expression was 3 times firmer than her words. But in her heart, she sneered, since the big meal is gone, let's have some desserts. Joe's family also has a lot of money, and they can use Joe as a breakthrough. Joe knew nothing about this. She was only moved. Lucius, who had been hiding outside the door, looked even more ferocious at this time. Far above the dock, facing such a scene, there were shouts of River God. It's the god of the inland river. Suddenly, someone in the crowded crowd knelt down and exclaimed. These people were sailors, merchants, coolies, or scholars wearing glasses. But at this moment, they were all the same, kneeling there and shouting loudly, with fanaticism on their faces. Suddenly, the crowd became chaotic. The god of the inland river. Of course, the people of Nanlos had heard of it. According to rumors, during the imperial era, some people worship the inland river god. But rumors are just rumors, and no one has ever seen the inland river god. In fact, there are very few records. There is no description of what the inland river god looks like, only that the inland river god controls the inner bay. In this regard, the Nanlos people in the pioneer era just listened to the story, but the scene before their eyes, but they began to doubt themselves. After all, apart from the gods, is there anyone else who can do such a thing? Nothing happened to the Orient, but those 13 ships just sank by chance? How is this possible? When Melinda, who was already in the carriage, heard such shouts, her brows furrowed. The MS. Long Night keenly discovered that something was wrong. There was something wrong with those shouting. The identities of these people were obviously not in line with the clothes they were wearing. They had not shown any ill will to her before, so she ignored it just now. But now, looking carefully, the fanaticism in their eyes was too familiar. Every shout was like those guys who wanted to dig out her bones and exchange her blood when she was a child. Where did these lunatics come from? The lady guessed in her heart. Then, she immediately blew out a smoke ring and raised her hand to write. Although the lady didn't know where these lunatics came from, but since he appeared in South Los, he must be closely watched. Moreover, this lady is also prepared to mark him. And if necessary, he can be killed. This is 2 points more ruthless than the previous secret arrest. South Los is the base camp of this lady. It is the hard work of this lady. Naturally, this lady does not want any accidents to happen here. Of course, the most important thing is that Melinda knows the destructive power of these lunatics. If you are not careful, maybe the whole of South Los would be destroyed. But just as the lady's palm fell on the smoke, Arthur's voice rang out from Faucon's mouth. Melinda, let your people shout. What just happened is, the god of the river held a unique ceremony to send me off. Chapter 633, Counterattack. Melinda was stunned. The guys who suddenly appeared in front of her and shouted God of the inland river were obviously well prepared. To put it simply, according to the opponent's plan, they should use the 13 ships just now to attack the Orient, or even simply ram the Orient. Then, they would judge the medium of Nanlos as the god of the inland river. Of course, they must be labeled as liars and offended the gods. Melinda knew all too well about the methods of these guys. But unexpectedly, 13 ships were swallowed by the whirlpool that suddenly emerged. This scene obviously exceeded the expectations of those guys. But what exceeded the expectations of those guys even more was the people under their command. No! To be precise, it was the believers. Some believers who were deceived into it because of too many misfortunes, thought they had found spiritual sustenance. And then, their fate became even more miserable. After seeing the miraculous scene just now, she thought it was the manifestation of the inland river god she believed in. The result? Naturally, faith is invincible. She ran out without caring about anything, exposing herself. Almost instantly Melinda figured out the other party's arrangement. After figuring out the arrangement of these guys, Melinda also guessed roughly why Arthur did this. Arthur, this bad guy, is not a good man. He was bullied to the door, so of course he had to retaliate. And what revenge is more appropriate than killing those guys? That is, of course, insult the inland river god created by those guys. Since you want the inland river god to judge the Nanlo psychic medium, then you must be prepared to let the Nanlo psychic medium step on the inland river god to get to the next level, not only insult the other party, but also kill them and destroy their hearts. By the way, lure the snake out of its hole. It is indeed a bad guy. Melinda's blue eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This sentence in her heart, it was more like a compliment. Without any hesitation, Melinda did what Arthur said. Of course, Melinda slightly adjusted her words. The next moment, Melinda's subordinates hiding in the crowd began to shout. The god of the inland river held a farewell ceremony unique to the god of the river to send off his master, Nanlos, the medium, on his voyage. The god of the inland river held a farewell ceremony unique to the god of the river to send off his master, Nanlos, the medium, on his voyage, held a farewell ceremony unique to the river god. 1, 2. One after another. One after another. Compared with those believers of the inland river god, who were obviously unfamiliar with the business, the people under Melinda were professionals. And, while shouting, at the signal of their leader Urs, he looked around, and stared at any guy with an angry look on his face. Then, of course, he took advantage of the chaos to put the sack. As the head hunter selected by Melinda, Urs may have a bit of a straightforward temper, but his eyesight is definitely outstanding. So, when he saw Wiggins's younger brother, a trusted subordinate of the big boss, leading a group of half-grown teenagers through the crowd, he was stunned. Hughes led a group of teenagers through the crowd, but when he passed by a man who was cursing the big boss in a low voice, the boy's eyes began to flash coldly. When he passed by the other party, he raised his arm, and the blade swept across the other party's neck. The other party widened his eyes in astonishment, and subconsciously covered his neck. But before the blood spurted out, a young man rushed over and supported the man. "Father, the doctor told you that you can't be in a crowded place. And you can't get excited. I will take you away now." The words in his mouth dispelled the doubts of the people around him. In particular, someone on the side helped. "Your father fainted because of excitement during the last sword competition. Why didn't you advise him twice more?" The boy, who was obviously a companion, kept yelling, and then blocked more of the view with his body. Urs had seen many murders, but using the blade hidden between the fingers to cut someone's neck was not common. To use that small blade to cut someone's neck, that skill cannot be practiced in 3 or 5 days, and what Urs cared about most was not this killing method, but the cruelty of these boys. And they cooperated perfectly. One person wiped the neck. One person dragged. One person covered. That technique, that speed, it was done in one go. It was obviously not the first time. Especially when Hughes was keenly aware that someone was observing him. He observed without making a sound. After quickly locking onto the target, the indifference and murderous intent in his eyes, even Urs felt a little numb. This guy. Urs was in doubt. And when Hughes found out that it was his own man, he immediately restrained his killing intent. And a smile that only a teenager could show on his face. Innocent. Brilliant. He nodded slightly to Urs. And then he went back into the crowd and disappeared. "Are all the boss's subordinates such monsters?" Urs exclaimed in his heart. Then, he quickly adjusted himself. The boss's subordinates all performed so well. And as the boss's capable subordinate, how could he fall behind? Immediately, the hunter leader selected by Melinda began to lock on the target at a faster speed. The means were slightly more intense than before. Melinda saw it, but Melinda didn't care. Arthur was her close partner. If someone wanted to step on Arthur to get to the top, they had to be prepared to be crushed by her. So, the lady exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, raised her hand and wrote, "Kill." The fact that these believers could appear on the dock was enough to prove their fanaticism. And wanting to interrogate the fanatics? That was a joke. No one can get any information from the fanatics. Unless the gods they believe in come in person. But how is that possible? The gods had gone far away before the Golden Age. So, Melinda boldly adjusted her words. As for whether it would destroy Arthur's plan to lure the snake out of its hole? No. Those believers of the inland river god will jump out even more crazily. Of course, Melinda knew that Arthur's target was definitely not these small shrimps. What Arthur wanted was the person behind the scenes of the Inland River God. And as long as she slaughtered enough Inland River God believers, those guys would definitely reveal their flaws. After all, even if it was consumables, it was not consumed so much. Thinking in her heart, Melinda looked at the crow in front of her. The black crow spoke in human language. Good kill. Melinda raised her lips and picked up her pipe. Smoke then rose up, and the black crow feathers shrouded in the smoke became deeper and deeper, as if they were really like the son of doom in the legend. When the crow cried, it was the time when ominousness and disaster came. The priest Tolan of the Inland River God, who was hiding in the crowd, felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 634 Target. Different. The high priestess plan is not like this. Tolan's body is shaky, looking at the members and believers in the church disappearing one after another, forcing himself not to show any abnormality. Tolan knows very well that, as long as his expression is not right, he will not be able to escape the fate of death. As a believer of the Inland River God, he is not afraid of death. He is only afraid of dying in vain. He must go back and tell the high priest everything that happened here. He didn't know why the 13 carefully arranged boats were swallowed by the river. Nor did he know why the Nalos medium arranged so many people, as if he had predicted the future. However, he knew that the high priest would know. The priest of the god of the Inland River walked towards the food stall on the side calmly. There were small vendors, who took advantage of the bustle to set up stalls to earn extra money. And that was his best cover. Give me a glass of orange juice. From a distance, Tolan shouted to the vendor. Yes, sir. The busy vendor shouted instinctively, you know. Tolan is not the only one who is thirsty. When Tolan came over, a wooden cup was filled with half a cup of orange juice. 200 soda. 100 soda deposit for the cup. The vendor handed over the orange juice while speaking. What? Tolan was stunned. He remembered that the orange juice at the snack stand in the Shire district was only 100 soda. Right. And this deposit? Why is it so much more expensive? Tolan's hesitation immediately made the snack stand owner unhappy. Do you want it? Don't put it down. The snack stand owner shouted. Such shouting naturally attracted the attention of the people around him. When a young man looked over, Tolan threw down 1 and 2 zeros without hesitation and walked aside. Tolan didn't want to cause trouble. However, he still frowned when looking at the half cup of orange juice. When he took a sip, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Because the orange juice was diluted with water. Swindler. Damn you. The profiteer. As the high priest said, Nalos is a city without any bottom line. It is full of treachery and greed. It should be purified. Thinking in his heart, the priest of the god of the Inland River became more determined. When he found that no one was following him, he immediately quickened his pace. In fact, no one really noticed this priest. But just because people didn't notice it, it doesn't mean that the dog didn't notice it. A cream-colored Labrador followed slowly with a lovely smile. On the Inland River, in the independent cabin of the Orient, Arthur looked at the small cabin, where fear, deception, and hatred intertwined, and at the same time watched the bloody battle on the dock. The simultaneous performance of the two made Arthur unable to help but applaud, both for the acting of that oiler, and for the followers of this god of the Inland River. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Especially the latter. Arthur couldn't help but praise it. Even he himself didn't expect that someone would kill him openly in this way. It's just ridiculously stupid. So, it's probably some people who don't understand the situation and want to please the big shots above. Right? There were more than 30 people on the dock just now. Each of them was deeply brainwashed, and this should be only part of it, a part that is easily overlooked. At least the big man will not find out. Only in this way can the big man be surprised when it is completed, and get a bigger reward. There are many big men in Nanjun who can support a sect of this scale. At least every noble family in a big territory can do it easily. In fact, only the financial resources of those nobles can support such a large number of followers. And only the other party's identity and military force can make the subordinates in charge of such a large number of followers still surrender. And they can also use supernatural power to deceive ordinary people and distort their beliefs. Of course, the most important thing is that only people from their own side can develop a sect. Not from their own side? They have long been labeled as remnants of the church and burned to death. In the Silver Age, the nobles never stopped hunting down the remnants of the church. Even in the current pioneer era, any form of sect has no soil for survival in Nanjun unless it was permitted. There are many nobles in the big territories of Nanjun, but there is only one person who has a direct interest relationship with him. In Niwen, Golden Lion family. And the closely related person, there is only one person, the eldest son of the old lion. Grace Hamlet. Cousin, are you so impatient? Then I will inherit the Golden Lion family. Because, a petty and mean guy like you, this is really damaging to the honor of the Golden Lion family. Arthur thought silently in his heart. He was looking forward to the next harvest more and more. That's right. It's harvest. Whether it's Joe, Eula and Lucius in the cabin, or the god of the inland river, Arthur is all for XP. But at this moment, Arthur feels that he can give more. At least it can speed up the slowing XP growth. After all, the title of the owner of those sunken ships and the god of the inland river, but everyone can see that. When you gain a large amount of XP, you can also restore the previous daily increase. As time goes by, the winter festival is truly over, and the novelty of the people of South Los fades. In the past week, Arthur's daily XP increase has quickly dropped to 100 XP. Although 100 XP is not a small amount for Arthur, after experiencing the pleasure of increasing 500, 600 XP every day, this 100 XP obviously cannot satisfy Arthur. Arthur glanced at the current XP. 3,800. Except the original 1,600 points, the remaining 2,200 points are all increased in the past week. And the increase started from 600 points, 500, 400 and so on. Today, it has been 100 points for 2 consecutive days. And it is obvious that, if there is no trouble today, 100 points can no longer be maintained. Fortunately, someone cooperated with Arthur. At this moment, Arthur began to look forward to the newspaper of South Los tomorrow. Of course, Arthur would not let go of the 3 people in the cabin. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. As for what happened on the ship, that was not known to others. As a qualified medium, how could there be no reporters among the first batch of guests arranged by Arthur for the Orient? Of course, the boat tickets must have been drawn by lottery. And they must be legal and compliant. And they can withstand inspection. Now, we are just waiting for Melinda's investigation report. Arthur is not worried about this. Arthur has great confidence in Melinda's ability. In fact, this is true. About an hour later, Melinda handed a pile of documents to Fukin, who was combing his feathers. With Fukin's vision, Arthur clearly scanned the documents. Then, surprise appeared in Arthur's eyes. It turned out to be like this. Chapter 635 Avengers. Under Fukin's vision, Arthur quickly learned about the origins of Joe, Eula, and Lucius. Among them, Joe is the 14th son of the president of the Ripla Joe Chamber of Commerce. He has no hope of inheriting the family business, and has no desire to work hard, so he is a typical playboy. And that Eula's experience is much richer. Eula, who was born in the old city, has 11 names. At first, he relied on seducing others, and some small extortions. As she grew older, she became bolder and bolder, and she began to set her sights on some middle-class people. After 3 successes, Mizura's ambition continued to expand, and she began to cooperate with the Inland River Cult. Or to be more precise, it was called the Inland Waterway Mutual Aid Association at the time. At first, it was just a small organization founded by some civilians, who made a living along the inland river in order to survive better. Organizations like this, there are many in various places, and they are completely unnoticed. Because, this kind of organization is extremely loose, and it can be broken with one blow. As for when it changed from the Inland Waterway Mutual Aid Association to the Inland River God Cult, it is not written in the information. Obviously, it was a secret change. Arthur was a little curious about this. But what made Arthur more curious was Lucius. Lucius was born in a middle-class family. Both his parents were tutors. His father was good at literature. His mother was good at music, and was proficient in the violin. Lucius should have had a bright future. But his father's accident changed everything. As the tutor of the 14th, 5th, and 6th sons of the president of the Ripla Joe Chamber of Commerce, Lucius's father fell into the water, and unfortunately fell into trouble. The sudden change made Lucius' mother unable to accept this fact. She became dazed, and was always in a trance. Keep going to the riverside. Then, became a member of the River God Cult, and dedicated all his house and savings to the River God Cult. Of course, it was still a transaction in name. Then, Lucius' mother also fell into the water and died. In less than half a year, Lucius lost his father, mother and house, and became penniless. He could only rely on his past knowledge to make a living by teaching children to read. However, none of these matters. What matters is that Lucius became Joe's friend. And he also joined the river god cult. Avenger? Arthur thought to himself, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the chair. Tap, tap. In the unique sound of the solid wood handle, Arthur's mouth curled up slightly, raised his hand, and hugged Pendragon beside him, whispering, Pan, don't become an Avenger. Otherwise, you will be used. With these words, Pendragon was thrown onto the promenade deck by the hand of nothingness. Pendragon was confused. Meow meow meow. Lucius was washing his face in the public bathroom. The first-class cabin had a private bathroom. However, it was currently occupied by Joe and Yura. Lucius was quite tactful, and chose to come to the public bathroom. It was also on the first-class cabin floor. However, because of the existence of the private bathroom, there was no one here at all. This also made Lucius slightly relieved. When no one was around, the young man's face showed sadness. Father, mother, the young man whispered softly. Almost instantly, the young man fell into the memories of the past. At that time, every Sunday, his father would take him and his mother to the small theater in the Shire district to watch performances, and then they would have dinner in the restaurant on Westmark Avenue, and in the afternoon, the family of three would go to the library in the Shire district to attend some salons for reading enthusiasts. At that time, the world was colorful. At that time, all he felt was love. But Lucius thought of his father's body being carried back. At that moment, the world became dim. And when his mother's body was also carried back, his whole world was shattered. Standing in front of the sink, the young man looked at himself in the mirror. His face was pale. His eyes were no longer as gentle as before. And his mouth was tightly pursed. How ugly! Lucius thought silently in his heart. At this time. How handsome! Although I have said this more than once. Lucius, do you know? Your appearance at this moment really makes me feel unprecedented trembling. I really want to hold you and sink into the water with you. In a crisp voice, Yura suddenly appeared in the bathroom. Then, she hugged Lucius like this, and greedily sniffed the smell of Lucius. The tobacco leaves were mixed with the unique smell of men after washing. This smell made Yura addicted. Unconsciously, Yura hugged Lucius tightly. Lucius's already tense body became more resistant, his arms exerted force, and his body squatted down to break free from Yura. But it was useless. Without waiting for Lucius to squat completely, Yura held Lucius tightly. His face moved from Lucius's back to the back of Lucius's head. The strength of an adult man was not enough to break free from a seemingly weak woman. Moreover, this man also used some fighting skills. This was incredible to anyone. However, Lucius himself was used to it. However, this did not make Lucius give up struggling. Clang! The heel of Lucius's leather shoes lightly hit the side, and a dagger-sized blade popped out from the tip of Lucius's leather shoes, and then, Lucius tilted his head and kicked back. But this sudden attack still missed. Not only did Yura dodge it easily, but the lady also buried her face deep in the hair on the back of Lucius's head, breathing hard. Compared with the greed before, the excitement in Yura's eyes at this time almost reached the extreme. It was a feeling of hunger. However, the lady was still enduring. The green fruit was not ripe. You must be patient, Yura told himself, while laughing softly. I taught you your fighting skills, and you also learned those little tricks from me. It is impossible to defeat me with these things. However, if you can promise me, I can teach you some special skills. The crisp voice was full of temptation. Lucius's face showed a struggle. He needed strength. Only by gaining strength can he serve his father, mother's revenge. However, the woman behind him made him feel uneasy. There was no substantial evidence. It was just an instinct. The moment the other party appeared, he instinctively felt that the other party was dangerous. Even if the other party brought his father, the truth of his mother's death was the same. Yura admired Lucius's struggle. She felt happy. However, the next moment, the lady frowned slightly. Woke up so soon. Chapter 636 Avengers. Next, Joe woke up a few minutes faster than Yura expected. In response, the lady shrugged. Happy times are always short. I have to deal with our wallet. Or, would you like to have a deeper conversation with me tonight? Eula poked Lucius with his finger. When he saw that Lucius's face was getting uglier, the lady left the public bathroom with a series of chuckles. When he became a human again, Lucius clenched his fist. Then, the Avenger knelt down in front of the wash basin in the bathroom, with his whole body weak. His fist hit the wash basin in front of him hard. The pain came from his palm, and this made him hit harder. The more painful it was, the better it felt. After more than a dozen hits, Lucius's fist had already become a bloody mess, and at the same time, the whole person lay there gasping for breath. He could sense that, the danger of that woman. He could also sense that that woman had other intentions. Of course, he also knew that self-harm was wrong. But the inner torment left him no choice. Because he really wanted to avenge his parents. Maybe, if this happens a few more times, I will have to give in. Right? Lucius thought to himself, got up from the ground and began to wash the wound in the wash basin, then tried his best to tidy up his appearance, and then left the bathroom. The young avenger had already made up a lie that he accidentally fell in the bathroom. Even when he left the bathroom, the young man also spilled a lot of water on the bathroom floor. This was something the young man would never do before. And now, for revenge. The young avenger had already broken through the previous bottom line. Lucius pushed the door open and prepared to return to his cabin. The first-class cabin that Xiao ordered was a suite. In addition to the bedroom, there was a guest room and a corridor. And that was where Lucius could stay. But as soon as he left the cabin, the young avenger saw a glimmer of orange light. Cat! The orange cat of Nanlo's medium. Lucius swore that he would not make a mistake. After all, the orange cat was not only big, but also fat. Looking at the orange cat squatting on the side of the promenade deck in a daze, Lucius instinctively called out, "Be careful. Don't move. I'll come to save you right away." Lucius said this, he began to approach Pendragon carefully, making rustling sounds, and crouching down, to show that he had no ill intentions. Pendragon was still confused at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? I am Pendragon. I am on Arthur's ship. No! I was in Arthur's arms just now. So why am I on the deck? Pendragon, with a confused cat face, squatted there blankly, which made people feel very cute after seeing him. Lucius was no exception. Although this orange cat was big and fat, it was not disgusting at all. On the contrary, the fat Pendragon made people feel silly. Don't be afraid. Mimi! I'm coming! Lucius said, and held Pendragon, who was about 10 centimeters away from the edge of the deck, in his arms. Feeling the heavy touch, Lucius couldn't help but sigh. What a fat cat! Did you get lost after sneaking out of Lord Kratos' room? Come! I'll take you back to your master. Saying this, Lucius carried Pendragon and walked towards the only cabin on the promenade deck. The oak planks painted with clear oil felt very solid even through the soles of boots. And the white railings and handrails made of the same oak provided protection for those who walked up this staircase. Lucius was no exception. The young man who walked up this staircase felt a rare peace of mind. Even, the young man unconsciously slowed down his pace. However, even if he slowed down his pace, the young man eventually reached the highest floor of the Orient in the true sense. A small open space was like a terrace, green plants and flowers were arranged on both sides of the door, and dense vines were hanging from high above, green and white intertwined, making this place more vibrant. On one side of the solid wood door, there is a round cross-lattice window, and a string of wind chimes hangs on the windowsill. From Lucius's perspective, he can see through this window the back of a person flipping through a book in the room. It is the Nanlo's medium. At the moment, he saw Arthur's back. The young avenger's heart suddenly moved. A bold idea rose from the bottom of his heart uncontrollably. Maybe, I am thinking, Pendragon in his arms had already broken free from the restraints of the young avenger, and jumped directly onto the deck, then went in from one side of the door. It was not until this time that the young avenger discovered that there was a special passage for cats on the side of the solid wood door, which was just blocked by green plants. After this discovery, the young avenger became clearer about the bold idea that had just emerged. At the same time, Pan? It was obviously the sound of the cat-only channel opening and closing that caught the attention of the Nanlo's medium. The medium first touched his cat's head. Then, he saw Lucius standing outside the door. Without any hesitation, the Nanlo's medium who loved cats like his own children opened the door directly, and extended a warm invitation to the young avenger. Your name is Lucius, right? Thank you for bringing Pendragon back for me. This guy is going out to sea for the first time, therefore, I was a little excited. I clearly told it, don't run around. Come, please come in. At least have a cup of orange tea, let me show my appreciation. As he said this, Arthur stepped aside and looked behind him. Lucius, who had an idea in his mind, did not refuse. Thank you for your invitation. Then I'll bother you. Saying this, Lucius walked into the cabin. At the first moment, the young Avenger concluded that Arthur was an absolute enjoyer. Not only is the area of the cabin several times larger than that of the first-class cabin, but it is also divided into bedrooms, study rooms, reception rooms, game rooms, wine rooms, cigar rooms, and even, Lucius saw an inward terrace. There is a small theater in the Orient. And here, you don't need to enter the theater. You can watch the drama from a high vantage point, and even take all the guests in. In addition, that's food and drinks. A silver 3-layer pastry stand was filled with egg tarts, biscuits, and puff pastry. And another silver fruit plate was filled with oranges, pears, grapes, apples, and peaches. The ability to put fruits of different seasons together once again showed the extravagance of this medium. Of course, what shocked Lucius the most was a peacock ornament on the bookshelf that was completely carved from pure gold and inlaid with gems. The peacock was made of pure gold, and each tail wing was inlaid with a gem. Not out of place. Just right. A treasure, Lucius commented, and then silently estimated the golden peacock ornament, and immediately took a breath. Just as Lucius was surprised, Arthur exclaimed, "Your hand? It's okay. I was just careless." Lucius said the lie he had prepared long ago. But, the next moment, the young Avenger's words stopped abruptly. Moreover, the young Avenger was not only speechless, but his eyes were wide open. Chapter 637 Test. Under Lucius's gaze, a 20 milliliters test tube appeared out of thin air in the hands of Nanlos's medium, and the blue-green liquid in the test tube glowed with a radiant light. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that as the stopper of the test tube was pulled out, when the liquid was poured onto his injured palm, the scarred palm was directly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a power! Lucius was filled with amazement. This was not the first time that the young Avenger had seen this kind of power. He had seen it once on Ura. In the Inner River God cult, he had also seen it once on the High Priest. And this was the third time. But no matter which time, Lucius felt shocked and eager. Lucius longed for this kind of power. Not only was it powerful, but also because this kind of power could allow him to take revenge. He had been searching for such power before, but except for the two known ones, he had found nothing. But even the two known ones were full of dangers. Ura seemed very willing to teach him, but he instinctively felt the danger. His body even resisted contact with Ura. Moreover, until now, he suspected that Ura's purpose in approaching him was not simple. As for the Inner River cult, he didn't mind learning the power of his enemies to take revenge. But he knew very well that hatred made him unable to face the High Priest. He was worried that he would reveal his flaws. Once the flaws were revealed, he would die. Death was not terrible for Lucius. What was terrible was the lack of revenge. And now, another opportunity appeared in front of him. The young Avenger began to think quickly. Arthur had been silently observing the expression of Lucius in front of him. Seeing the thought flashing in his eyes, the young medium couldn't help but chuckle and said, "It seems that your guide, the teacher, didn't tell you about potions. This is the healing potion of the Talon School, which was given to me by a friend of mine, but it works really well." As he spoke, the young medium motioned Lucius to sit down, and then handed him a cup of orange tea. "Try it, a must-have drink for sailing," Arthur said with a smile. "Thank you." Lucius nodded and thanked him immediately, but his heart was spinning faster. He wanted to learn this power. However, knowledge is expensive. Lucius, whose parents are both tutors, has the deepest feeling about the expensiveness of knowledge, especially after he had been searching in vain, and had never seen this power in his previous 18 years of life. He could understand even more how precious the power he wanted to learn was. He could not afford the tuition. In addition to this, there was another concern in the heart of this young Avenger. That was the owner of the Inland River God, who had just called out on the dock. But the medium of Nanlos in front of him, and the Inland River God is the core of the Inland River God cult. The person in front of him may also be an enemy. This concern caused pain and struggle in the eyes of the young Avenger. The pain is from his own inability. The struggle is thinking about whether to compromise with Eula. In Lucius' eyes, it seems that apart from Eula, he has no choice at all. And Arthur, who is sitting opposite and teasing Pendragon, is completely sure at this moment Lucius in front of him was the rookie among rookies. Although he had some spirituality, he had never been exposed to the mysterious side before. However, What Arthur was concerned about was that when the other party showed pain and struggled, he felt something strange on his body. It was a feeling of increased spirituality. It was very weak. It was very abnormal. But in Arthur's perception, it was extremely clear. And this surprised Arthur. Arthur, who was no longer the rookie in the past, had a more thorough understanding of spirituality. Spirituality, this special talent, only exists in a very small number of people. Moreover, even for people with talent, their spirituality is naturally constant at the beginning. To put it simply, the spirituality of a person with talent is basically constant before undergoing blood awakening, talent awakening, or ritual. Why is it basically constant? Because there is another extremely special situation. That is, when a person with talent encounters a drastic change, life becomes more and more ups and downs, and spirituality will also increase. This situation is extremely rare. Moreover, Arthur did not think that Lucius had just experienced such a drastic change in front of him, and he did not kill his parents. So, some kind of ritual? Arthur guessed in his heart. This made Arthur more and more interested. Arthur has always been in awe of unfamiliar knowledge, and has always been full of curiosity. Eula? It's really unexpected. Before, Arthur suspected that there were errors in the information about Ura. And now? Arthur would not believe a word of it. It was obvious that the Ura in front of him and the Ura investigated were completely two different people. Of course, Marilinda could not be blamed. The fact that such information could be collected in such a short time was enough to show that the Ura in front of him was well prepared, and was just waiting for someone to investigate. Therefore, the information was true. Simply put, there must be a Ura who is exactly like the one in the data. But that is definitely not the Ura in front of us. Malinda's investigation should have triggered the alarm left by this Ura. Right? In that case, then I will make up for it. Thinking in his heart, Arthur's smile became more gentle. He knew too little about this Ura. He needed to understand him in a real sense. Or, Arthur wanted to find out the other party's background. Although up to now, death instinct has not flashed, Arthur still maintained due caution. When a lion fights a rabbit, it will also use all its strength. He remembered this saying from his hometown. After all, he didn't want to capsize in the ditch. So, the next moment, Arthur looked at Lucius with a touch of pity in his eyes, and his voice was even softer. Lucius, are you in trouble? I can sense your confusion at the moment. If you don't mind, I am willing to be your listener. Of course, if it is some trouble, I can also help you solve it, but it will cost you a fee. Facing Arthur's inquiry, Lucius subconsciously prevaricated. Nothing, I just... However, the young Avenger suddenly stopped halfway through his words. Because, the young Avenger suddenly found that the Nanlos medium in front of him seemed to be listening to something. Then, under the gaze of the young Avenger, Arthur frowned slightly, and whispered to himself. It's like this. Chapter 638 Fabrication. Go! Someone. Lucius listened to the scene in front of him, and his muscles tensed instantly, and a narrow-bladed dagger fell directly from his sleeve into his hand. But the next moment, the young Avenger became confused. His eyes and ears did not detect the intruder, but the Nanlos medium in front of him. Wait! Medium? Instantly, Lucius thought of some rumors. Rumors that Nanlos medium can communicate with the dead. At the moment, when he thought of this rumor, Lucius's tense body began to tremble, and the lips of the young Avenger kept trembling. Father! Mother! The young Avenger wanted to shout, but ended up biting his lips tightly. He hoped it was his father, mother. But he was afraid it was his father, mother. What he was more afraid of was that it was not his father, mother. Time passed by minute, and every second was like falling into the abyss for Lucius. About 5 minutes later, Arthur stopped listening and looked at Lucius again. The young Avenger did not ask any more questions, but looked at Arthur nervously. You know, our family has some unique abilities. Although not everyone can awaken. After awakening, they can do things that ordinary people cannot understand. Just like just now. Arthur looked like he was organizing his words. At this time, Lucius finally couldn't help it. My father? My mother? The young Avenger asked directly. Yes. And no. Arthur answered ambiguously. The young Avenger was stunned. Arthur continued. This is a bit complicated to explain. After a normal person dies, the soul will quickly go to the eternal resting place. But some souls will wander in the world because of various obsessions. As time goes by, They will become crazy. They will become ghosts in people's mouths. Some will even become evil spirits. Evil spirits, Arthur explained. These are all common sense on the mysterious side. Which is completely true. Arthur will not make up any lies about these well-known things. An ancient sage once said that if you want a lie to be true, it must be 9 true and 1 false. Arthur deeply agrees with this. Therefore, every time he says something, what others know, it is true. As for what others don't know, it depends on your performance. Just like now. But your parents are a little different. They have become. Arthur hesitated. How have they changed? Lucius stood up directly. For this young Avenger, nothing is more important to him than his parents. They have been affected. In fact, their residual souls have been trying to convey some information to you, but they are affected and cannot do this at all. This time, you entered my room. There were some special arrangements here, which allowed them to temporarily get rid of such influence and communicate with me briefly. However, it was difficult for them to tell me more accurately because they were incomplete. They simply expressed their concern for you and asked you to live a good life. Arthur pondered for a moment and gave such an answer. This was a re-edited statement based entirely on the information Arthur had collected. Of the information collected before, Arthur can confirm only one point. That is, Lucius' parents did not die of natural causes. According to the information collected by Melinda, it should be related to the Ripla Joe Chamber of Commerce and the Inner River God cult. If there is no such slight change in Lucius's spirituality, Arthur would also accept this information. But when this change occurs, it is obvious that it is not just Ura's investigation data that is unreliable. Lucius's words were not credible either. At least, after the scene in the bathroom, Arthur absolutely did not believe that Eula was innocent in the death of Lucius' parents. The feeling of teasing the prey showed that all this was planned by Eula, and Arthur believed it. It was to make Lucius a perfect base material and complete his own ritual. As for why Arthur knew everything that happened in the public bathroom, it was definitely not because he peeped or something. When the Orient was being built, some measures were prepared just in case. Of course, these are not important. Just like there are similar surveillance cameras in every first-class cabin, they are not important. What is important is that Arthur is a little curious about what kind of ceremony Ura is going to perform. Whether this ceremony will be of any extra help to him, or whether the secret arts he possesses will be of any help to him. Also, the level of the ceremony is a regular level ceremony, or is it the initiation ceremony? As for ascending the steps? Impossible. The ladder to ascend is not that simple. And if Ura is the enter, death instinct cannot not flash. Thinking about this in his heart, Arthur looked at Lucius. The young Avenger was just stunned. Influence. Residual soul. These two words kept echoing in the ears of the young Avenger. Although it is impossible to understand exactly what these two words bring to the mysterious side, but just from the literal meaning, it was enough to make the young Avenger burn with anger. Why did he want revenge? It was for his parents. But now, the souls of his parents have become incomplete. Lucius clenched his teeth, and his teeth creaked. A hint of blood appeared in Lucius' eyes. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Kill those bastards! Anger poured out the killing intent. But Lucius did not act impulsively. He thought again of the gap between himself and those people. Suddenly, Lucius felt powerless again. Powerlessness was filled with pain. At this moment, Lucius's spirituality began to grow slightly again. Arthur sensed this, and became more and more curious about Ura's methods. Then, Nanlos, the medium, said directly, "My old friend, the god of the inland river asked me to apologize to you." Huh? Lucius was startled. You don't think that the cult of the inland river god was really founded by my old friend, the god of the inland river? Do you? He didn't even know the existence of the inland river god cult. That guy likes to wander under the water of Sisport when he has nothing to do, and occasionally basks in the sun when no one is around. As for founding a sect, he is not interested at all. Arthur spread his hands. Lucius looked at Arthur, and his intuition told him that the Nanlos medium in front of him was not lying. Then, someone pretended to be a god? Lucius blurted out. There are always some guys who will choose this shortcut, and then it will cause trouble for innocent guys like me. I finally understand the complexity of your eyes. When you looked at me just now, what's going on? Arthur sighed. Then, the young medium thought for a while, and spoke. Chapter 639 Fabrication. Next. Sorry. The spirituality. In you before. made me misunderstand that you already had a teacher or guide. But after your parents told me some things just now, I realized that you just accidentally broke into this world. This not-so-beautiful world. Although my old friend did not make any mistakes, it was in his name after all, so I can give you some compensation, Arthur said, shrugging. Then, Nanlos, the medium, continued. Our family as rituals are part of the Kratos family as heritage, and cannot be taught to you. The Cat Cave heritage I belong to also has contractual restrictions. However, I still have 2 rituals in my hand. One is the meditation method of the Talon School, Tower Oath. The other is the Assassin Bloodshed Secret, Blood Rise. The former is the Oath type among the 3 basic regular rituals, and the latter is the Indulgence type. Among them, Tower Oath is the simplest. You only need to find a tower over 10 meters high, take a secret medicine under the starry sky, and then swear with your real name to keep learning with a humble heart and keep studying for more than 6 hours a day. But if you break the oath, you will face death. It is a real death, and there is no room for turning back. Blood Rise is the most direct, hunting enemies, which will bring you great pleasure. However, the accumulation of such pleasure will make the ritualist obsessed. If it is not controlled, as the obsession intensifies, it will be extremely empty under normal circumstances. As long as you take out 10 kilograms of gold, you can choose any one of them. At this point, Arthur stopped talking and looked at Lucius. The young Avenger was stunned. When he heard about the compensation just now, the young Avenger was extremely excited, especially when he heard the ritual names of Tower Oath and Blood Rise. He was so excited that he almost shouted. Is he finally going to get in touch with that magical power? With such power, he can finally take revenge. But he didn't expect that. It would require 10 kilograms of gold. This abrupt turn of events left the young Avenger stunned. Why? You don't think my compensation is to teach you for free? Arthur stared at Lucius with interest. Lucius shook his head immediately. No, I won't be so naive. Even if he really thought so just now, but the young Avenger would never admit it. He admitted that he was naive just now. After going through so many things, he was still naive enough to think that everything would fall from the sky for free. In response to this, the young Avenger laughed at himself in his heart. But for what Arthur said, he believed it more and more. And this is the effect Arthur wanted. Arthur knew human nature too well. If it's given for free, you will be suspicious. If it's expensive, you will cherish it. Believe me, this knowledge is far more valuable than you think. I only ask you to take gold, which is already compensation. Arthur stood up and poured another cup of orange tea for Lucius. Yeah. Lucius nodded. In his heart, the young Avenger began to calculate seriously. 1 gold coin is 2 grams. 10 kilograms is 10,000 grams. That is 5,000 gold coins. Although he had known before that this kind of power was rare and scarce, the young Avenger was still shocked when he got the price. You know, even when his parents were alive and wealthy, they couldn't afford so much money. In fact, let alone 5,000 gold coins. Their family couldn't even afford 1,000 gold coins. And now? Not to mention, Lucius only had 10 gold notes on him. This is what the young Avenger had carefully saved. I need to think about it, Sir Kratos, the young Avenger said. Of course. I'll be here anytime until the end of this trip. Arthur smiled and sent the young Avenger out the door. At the same time, he watched him walk down the stairs. Until his figure completely disappeared, Arthur returned to the cabin. He first checked every deck that Lucius passed after entering the cabin. Then, the chair the other person had sat on. The teacup he had used. Then, he checked the entire cabin again. And then he curled his lips slightly. The nest was ready. Now, it was time to wait for the fish to come. Lucius was never the focus. The focus has always been on Yura. And Tower Oath, Blood Rise, are a kind of reminder. Yes, it is a reminder. This is not a test. When Arthur mentioned these 2 rituals just now, he was sincere. As long as Lucius really took out 5,000 gold coins, he would really let the other party choose a ritual and teach it to the other party without reservation. Only in this way could he remind Eula, who had been paying attention to Lucius, of Arthur Kratos' erudition and the amazing heritage of the Kratos family. Only in this way would Eula take the bait. Only in this way would Eula learn more secret arts from him through Lucius. Moreover, it was with an equivalent. As for paying, Lucius has no money. Does Yura have money? If Yura really has money, he wouldn't have to be so hypocritical with that Joe. So, Yura will definitely pay for more secret arts. Arthur has also experienced that period of constant pursuit of secret arts. Even, he is still in a similar period now. So, Arthur is very clear about the madness of the mysterious people of that period. For a little knowledge, I wish I could sell my soul. And I don't have to sell my soul? That would be great. Then I would buy whatever I can get. Moreover, given the image he had established before, Arthur believed that the equivalent that Yura took out would not be something that was common on the street. It must be of considerable value. News. As for the props or mystical knowledge? Impossible. No one would sell their props and mystical knowledge. Even if it has reached a certain level, these props and knowledge are no longer useful. But they will still be sold at a very high price. Of course, this is the side that Arthur is most happy to see. There may also be a bad side. At that time, another way will be needed. Arthur silently connected his other trump card in his heart. At the same time, he kept a close eye on Lucius. When Lucius returned from the top cabin and walked on the promenade deck with some trance, he suddenly woke up when he walked to the door of his cabin. The young Avenger adjusted himself quickly. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Yura sitting on the sofa, quietly looking at the door. Although Yura was smiling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes showed a hint of sharpness. Suddenly, the young Avenger's heart trembled, and he secretly said, "Oops." Chapter 640 Peeping. Lucius, as usual, remained silent and sat next to Eula. This was Eula's rule. Whenever she was present, Lucius had to be as close to her as possible. At first, Lucius was very resistant. But for revenge, Lucius had no choice. And now? The resistance is still there. Get used to? Some things are impossible to get used to. A fat man once said, eating shit is something you can get used to. Maybe you can even eat some shrimp and chives. But if you have a prejudice against this person at the beginning, it will be hard to change until you die. Because, when you wear tinted glasses, any action of the other party is malicious. As time goes by, this prejudice will only deepen, rather than become a habit. But Lucius is different. Because Lucius does not have a prejudice against Eula. It is a real precaution. Eula is really malicious. Just like now. Yura turned sideways, supported his left hand under his earlobe, and faced Lucius in a posture that showed his body curves as much as possible. His empty right hand gently slid across Lucius's shoulder. But when it touched Lucius's upper arm, Yura's right hand changed to an extended index finger, and touched Lucius's upper arm little by little. "Dear, can you tell me, what did you do just now?" Yura asked with a smile. "I picked up the cat of the Nanlos medium on the walking deck, after returning the cat to the gentleman. The gentleman invited me to drink 2 cups of orange tea." Lucius told the truth. The young Avenger knew that it would be difficult to hide his lies from Yura beside him. Therefore, the young Avenger skillfully omitted some of them. "Oh, is that so?" Yura asked. And she leaned forward. The lady put her chin on Lucius' shoulder, and gently touched Lucius's right hand around his waist. The left hand began to slide up and down in front of Lucius's chest. Feeling Lucius's tense body, the lady laughed crisply. "Dear, what are you nervous about?" "I'm not nervous, I'm just not used to it." Lucius frowned and replied, "Alas, you're still not used to it. You have to learn to adapt. After all, you smell better and better," the lady said, and suddenly raised her hands, just like that. She strangled Lucius's neck. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke. She was really using force. The hands exerted force little by little. After Lucius's neck was tightened little by little, he began to feel suffocated, his face began to turn red, and then purple. The pain of death began to spread with the body's instinct. Yura felt it carefully. She didn't want to use such means, because it would affect the taste of the fruit. However, the appearance of the Nanlos medium made her wary. She never believed what Lucius said. Lucius was the seed she had carefully selected. She had participated in the entire process of its growth and germination, not to mention the careful cultivation. She knew Lucius too well. Moreover, she had already done something to Lucius. Facing this carefully selected seed, she would not turn a blind eye. Feeling the imminent birth of death, Eula loosened his hands, and then activated the secret technique, and asked softly, "Tell me, what just happened?" "Ahem, I was just on the promenade deck." Lucius fell on the carpet, and coughed while recounting everything that had just happened. Unlike the previous omissions, this time, the young Avenger told Eula everything, in great detail, even, He said that the cup of orange tea was delicious. After saying this, the young Avenger fell completely on the carpet, curling up unconsciously with tears streaming down his face. This unconscious scene attracted Yura's attention. Yura smiled and stepped on the young Avenger's head and rubbed it slowly. Then he put his toes into the young Avenger's mouth, feeling the warmth and Lucius's pain and suffering. Yura's mind began to become agile. The lady connected the information in Lucius' words, and one speculation after another appeared in the lady's heart. Then, the scenes on the dock also appeared. Then, such speculations began to become clearer and clearer, and each clear speculation would change the lady's expression. First, she was surprised. Then she was surprised. Then she was relieved. Then, she was excited. It turned out to be like this. Great. Great. The glory of my Lord will soon spread all over the earth. The lady muttered to herself. Not the mumbling of thinking, but a somewhat confused look. And this look was clearly transmitted to Arthur's vision. Not only are there secret techniques like torture and interrogation, but also secret techniques for replaying the game. Every interrogator would be very envious of such secret techniques. Arthur commented like this, but in his mind, he recalled the change in Yura's expression just now. Of course, Arthur did not have secret techniques like replaying the game, naturally. I can only rely on myself. Fortunately, Arthur is not too stupid. Moreover, everything in front of me is the plan, he said. Surprise, it should be that the god of the inland river is my friend. Surprise, it should be that I am willing to compensate Lucius. Excitement, it should be the my lord mentioned by Yura. Arthur thought in his heart, and couldn't he help squinting his eyes. At this moment, Arthur felt like fishing in the mountain wind. My lord. My lord. Besides the inner river god religion, are there other sects? No. Not only that, but they also sent believers, like Yura, to infiltrate the inner river god religion. If that is the case, the next step, Yura should provoke a dispute between me and the inner river god religion. Arthur speculated from Yura's perspective. Although Arthur didn't know why Yura infiltrated the inner river god religion, but it was definitely not with good intentions. Then thinking of the opportunity to provoke a war between the Nanlos medium and the inland river god cult, the other party must be very happy. After all, the Nanlos medium and the inland river god are friends, and the inland river god cult has always borrowed the name of the inland river god. With such a prerequisite, it is reasonable for the Nanlos medium to take action. Right? Arthur thought in his heart, looking at Eula again, the first-class cabin where Lucius was. At this moment, Yura has completely recovered. Then, the lady began to whisper to Fuyu. She needed to make sure that no one was spying here during the time when she was in a trance. Invisible ripples filled the entire cabin. After not finding any secret technique spying, the lady raised her lips, and then, she walked towards her suitcase. There was something extremely important. Chapter 641 Tentacles. Up. Notes. In the secret compartment of the suitcase, there is a notebook. It records a lot of information that Yura collected in the inner river cult. Originally, this lady wanted to use this information to exchange for more merits. And now, it is for a bigger plan. Taking it back to the church in exchange for merits is a good choice. But if the inner river cult is solved without bloodshed, it will be a real merit. With such merits, I may be blessed by the Lady of Pain. Yura stroked the notebook, and the scene of the battle between the medium of Nanlos and the inner river cult appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but be excited, and kept muttering. Yura was very grateful at this moment. She was grateful for her decision to infiltrate the inner river cult. Although searching for these news, violating the contract, caused her strength to slip from the entry to the ordinary mysterious side person, but at this moment, Eula thought it was worth it. After all, it was just a decline in strength. She used this strength to exchange for her own life. And now, she is about to become a follower of the Lady of Pain. She will start to climb the stairs. Step by step. She will stand below that lady. She will be below the god and above everyone else. Thinking of this, the lady became more and more excited. And even the lady did not realize that. When she was excited, a tiny tentacle stretched out from her ear. It twisted and shook constantly. It was like dancing. The lady didn't notice it. Arthur saw it clearly. Also, almost instantly, Arthur shifted his gaze. Because death intuition was flickering slightly. Not at this moment, but in the short future. Very faint, but enough to alert. And the next moment Arthur shifted his gaze. The tip of the tiny tentacle split into 3 petals, and spit out thin, almost transparent silk. It was like a silkworm spitting out silk. But it grew longer when it encountered wind. In an instant, it formed a net and covered Yura's face. The lady seemed to have discovered nothing, and continued to mutter excitedly. What friend? It's the master. The god of the inland river must be the master of Nanlo's medium. Yes. Yes. That's right. Only in this way can the strangeness of the inland river cult be explained. Without God's blessing, it's a cult. As long as the invading inland river cult is expelled from West Berlin, then the whole of West Berlin will be ours, and the glory of the Lady of Suffering will return to the earth. Ha, it will definitely return to the earth. Ha, it's okay, it's definitely okay. Eula couldn't help laughing. The laughter was a little sharp, it was piercing. And even though the face was wrapped in almost transparent silk, it was still possible to see the distortion. In fact, it became even more distorted because of the entanglement of the silk. The whole process lasted about 30 seconds. The transparent silk threads disappeared in the air. The tiny tentacle also retracted into Yura's ear. Then, Yura suddenly woke up and quickly recovered from the crazy and confused state. The lady was stunned at first. Then she lowered her head and looked at her hands in disbelief. Power. Her power was restored. Not all of it. But now she had at least the power of the major arcana. Having never felt this before, but having seen it more than once in church books, Yura quickly knelt on his knees. Merciful Lady of Suffering, you are the mother of all. You endure suffering for us, and your blessing will be the direction for us to move forward. After praying in a low voice for a while, Eula stood up again. Unlike before, Eula at this time was more radiant and beautiful. Not only did her strength increase, but also because the blessing of the Lady of Suffering gave her absolute confidence. The plan has not started yet, but there is such a blessing. If the plan succeeds, she may be able to ascend to the throne of God with this merit, becoming the suffering servant, the subordinate god of the Lady of Suffering, but it was her lifelong wish. And now the opportunity has finally come. Without hesitation, Yura put the notebook in Lucius's arms. Originally, she wanted to deliberately set up a trap, so that Lucius could accidentally find the notebook. But now? No need. Although the power of the major arcana is not as good as her previous entry power, she has become proficient in using some secret techniques. You are facing Yura, and you have gotten away with it. Although you were beaten, you kept your secret. This is the notebook you found by accident. It contains enough secrets about the inner river god cult. You originally planned to use this secret to exchange for enough power. And now you have no hesitation. You will exchange a complete ritual with the Nanlos medium. However, just in case, you are ready to memorize all the secrets above. Therefore, you did not agree to the Nanlos medium at the first time. Yura helped Lucius to recall. Such memories would naturally make the taste of the fruit worse. But at this time Yura, who had recovered some of his strength, didn't care at all. After all, the necessity of Lucius's existence was to restore her strength. And now with the blessing of the Lady of Suffering, this fruit has become insignificant. Even if the taste is a little worse, Yura doesn't care. At worst, he can just change it. With this thought in mind, the lady became much more ruthless. Lucius, who was already in tears, opened his mouth to scream. But Yura blocked his mouth with his socks. The scream turned into a groan. When the groan stopped, the lady looked at the twitching Lucius with satisfaction. She wiped the stains on Lucius' face with her socks, and then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Everything after that? Naturally, it was left to Lucius. And she had to accompany Joe. The unexpected blessing did not mean that she did not need Joe as property. On the contrary, she needed more. This time it was not just Joe S. She wanted all the assets of the Ripla Joe Chamber of Commerce. She wanted to use this wealth to set up a secret base for the Lady of Suffering. So Joe had to be trained well. The bathroom door closed silently. In the living room, Lucius slowly woke up. Humph! Feeling the pain all over his body. The young Avenger couldn't help but groan. But then he reached inside the vest. When he touched the unique texture, the young Avenger was relieved. Then, without hesitation, the young Avenger began to flip through the pages. He wanted to memorize everything now. At this moment, Arthur's vision turned back again. Chapter 642 Tentacles. Next, Arthur quickly recorded the contents of the notebook as Lucius flipped through it. The river cult has 2 bases in West Berlin. Among them, the most important base is the port of Dortmund. In this most important coastal port city in West Berlin, The members of the river cult have grown from less than 33 years ago to about 300. Among these 300 people, there are a large number of middle-class people. Another one is the tax collector of the port. The person in charge of them is the priest of the inland river god cult, Delpak, a mysterious person who has no blessings, but possesses the secret art of entering the rank. The previous raid on the Lady of Suffering in the port was the work of Delpak. This priest sacrificed 12 loyal believers in exchange for the entry attack, letting the water of the inland river flood the shipyard. The inland river god cult comes from the inner bay. The tavern built by the inner river cult beside the Eitel Lane in West Berlin has developed into a place similar to a secret market. They recruited reliable personnel there. They also let 12 of them form a mercenary group called the River Squad. Before, the massacre in Dora village was done by the inner river cult. The massacre of the village of Aachen was also done by the inner river cult. It is said to be related to the wealthy Burt family in Niwen. The contents of the notes were very complicated, most of which were irrelevant. Fortunately, as Arthur's spirituality increased, his memory became much stronger, so he remembered everything completely after just reading it once with Lucius. And when Lucius read it for the second time, Arthur had already written it down. Then, naturally, he took the contents of the notes he had written down and checked if there were any mistakes. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Arthur stared at Lucius while thinking about what had just happened. The scene of the tentacles coming out of Ura's ears. Even though there was no death intuition reminder at this moment, Arthur's spiritual still informed Arthur of the danger of that thing. In fact, this reminder was not necessary at all. As long as he took a look, Arthur would retreat. Arthur didn't want to become a puppet like Ura. That's right. A puppet. In Arthur's eyes, Eula was completely possessed, and he didn't even know it. The memory was manipulated. Arthur now felt that most of the things Melinda had investigated about Ura before, maybe Ura had experienced them personally. It was only after he came into contact with the tentacle that his memory was changed. Of course, none of this is important. What is important is the ability of the tentacle. It can turn a person from an ordinary mysterious person directly into a major arcana level. This is not something to be underestimated. You know, those praised awakeners, most of them have reached the major arcana level. Even, the life strength of most noble children has reached the major arcana level. How is this done? Can power be infused so easily? Or is power only temporary? Or, is that thread a special material that I don't know about? Arthur paced in the cabin from this corner, and then walked to the opposite corner. After stroking Pendragon, under the puzzled gaze of the kitten, Arthur picked up the orange tea and walked back to another corner of the room. Pacing regularly will make the onlookers feel bored and sleepy. Pacing without any regularity will make the onlookers feel irritated. Undoubtedly, Pendragon is like this. Meow meow meow. Pendragon began to protest. But Arthur ignored him. Not only did he ignore him, but the young medium also showed a smile that frightened the kitten. It was the kind of smile that made a hee-hee sound in his ears when the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Pendragon subconsciously wanted to slip away. However, he was hugged by Arthur. Pan, maybe we have discovered something extraordinary. Arthur communicated with Pendragon through his eyes. Meow? Pendragon looked puzzled, but, as a kitten, he had to admit that the scene just now was indeed very curious to him. If that kind of method of improving strength was given to him, that's it. No. Although improving strength is worth exploring, I am more concerned about the tentacles themselves. Arthur immediately corrected his kitten's wrong view, letting it go deeper into the essence. Meow. Pendragon warned Arthur, telling Arthur the danger. In response, Arthur nodded in agreement. Of course, we can't do it recklessly. That's not the style of the medium. You have to remember, your master, Arthur Kratos, is a young, honest, simple and kind-hearted medium, and is definitely not a robber. Remember, we are always partners of justice. Arthur told Pendragon formally. And Pendragon nodded, not quite understanding. Meow. Then, the kitten subconsciously asked, what should be done? Arthur immediately smiled. Wait. Don't forget, we still have an actor preparing. And him? That is the key, Arthur told Pendragon. And then, he half leaned in the deck chair outside the house, with the kitten in his arms. Feeling the warm sun of early spring, he raised his hand, and a cup of orange tea with sugar appeared in his hand. Pendragon tilted his head, meowed, and a small dried fish floated in front of him from a distance. Arthur didn't mind Pendragon eating snacks on him, but just felt the sea breeze and listened to the sound of the waves. Pan, Life? Is this what it is? Arthur asked. Meow. Penn nodded immediately. This is a shitty life. Swindlers? Damn you. You should all be purified. And Tolan, who was far away in South Los, cursed in his heart, after experiencing the orange juice scam at the snack stand. Tolan was cheated by the owners of the tailor shop, the hat shop, and the cane shop. Fine ready-made clothes are made of the worst fabrics, the best hats. Actually, it was second-hand. The worst was the cane shop. The cane was obviously broken, and then it was repaired, and they dared to sell it at the original price, and even said shamelessly that it had withstood the test of time. Under normal circumstances, only a fool would buy it. And in order to get rid of possible pursuers, he had to buy it. Wearing exquisite ready-made clothes, wearing a good hat, holding a cane that had withstood the test of time. Tolan, who was looking at the house not far away, the only priest of the Inner River God cult in Nanlos, quickly adjusted his breathing and emotions. He finally ran out. Next, he would make the whole of Nanlos feel pain. Especially that blasphemer. Arthur. Kratos. Chapter 643 Provoke. Go! Dong dong. Dong. The rhythmic knocks of Tolan on the door hid the unique code of the Inner River cult. The contact person in the room immediately said, Who? If you are looking for Miss Gwen, please come back in the evening. She needs to work for Mr. Hakes during the day. This is the second code. Ms. Gwen, there is a person, and she is the owner of this house. She is also a conservative and respectable kind woman. She is not only literate, but also knows how to count and can prepare some herbs. She usually serves as Mr. Hakes' family counselor and helps Mr. Hakes' wife manage their 3 children, which is similar to the role of a nanny and a tutor. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with this statement. What really matters is the answer. Okay, I understand that Ms. Gwen needs to work for Mr. Hakes, but I still want to meet you, Tolan replied. The door opened. It was opened by Ms. Gwen's husband, Mr. Gwen, a man who claimed to be a historian, but was actually a spy for the Inner River cult. Hello, Mr. Tolan. Mr. Gwen greeted gently. Mr. Gwen, who was wearing trousers, a shirt, and glasses, had red curly hair, a clean face, but his palms were rough, and there was some ink on his fingertips. This made Tolan feel awkward when shaking hands. He always felt a little dirty, dirtier than his clothes. Before coming here for cleanliness, the priest of the Inner River God could still tolerate it. But after being safe, the priest could no longer tolerate it. Can I borrow the bathroom? Tolan asked impatiently. Of course. Mr. Gwen smiled and nodded, pointing to one side of the room. Tolan rushed in immediately. Mr. Gwen's eyes were once again attracted by a document that had just been translated. Records of the Inner River God. The god has a shape like a snake, very long and thick. The breath of the god is extremely poisonous. The command of the god. What's behind it? Mr. Gwen rubbed his hair in distress. The records of the Inner River God in front of him was purchased from a used bookseller 6 years ago. When he purchased it, the book was incomplete, but the common characters of the early empire on it still attracted him. For this reason, he spent 2 months of his family's living expenses to buy it. Then, he served his wife footbath water for half a year, and then he could translate it peacefully. In fact, the reason why Mr. Gwen joined the Inner River God religion, in addition to supplementing the family income, was because there were more books in the Inner River God religion to help him translate Inner River God records. The following is, the group of snakes obeyed. A steady and convincing voice came from behind. The snakes obey? That's how it is. Is this the missing part? Gwen almost subconsciously, following the voice and muttering to himself. When the words came out, he suddenly reacted. Mr. Gwen, who claimed to be a historian, turned around immediately and looked behind him. A man with an ordinary face, but pale hair, stood there, looking at him with a smile. Who are you? Mr. Gwen asked. Then, he picked up the cane beside the table. He held it tightly in his hand, acting as a long sword, and took a fighting and defensive posture. It was obvious that this historian was not powerless. Hello, Mr. Gwen. I have no ill intentions. I am here to clear up the misunderstanding. Lord Tolan, please put down your musket, Grindelwald said, and looked towards the bathroom. When Gwen asked just now, the sound of washing in the bathroom disappeared. Then, with the help of the dog's vision, Arthur could see clearly that the priest of the Inner River cult, who seemed to have a bit of a mysophobia, was taking out a small copper-colored musket of a special shape. which was only about the size of a palm, and was about to raise the gun. Although the puppet was special, in order to maintain the personality of his vest, Arthur did not want to be shot. So, when he spoke, I gave Kalichi an order. If Tolan fired a gun, he would bite off Tolan's hand. Cruel? No. 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 It was Grindelwald who was cruel. It had nothing to do with him. Arthur Kratos. Looking at Grindelwald standing there smiling at him through the crack in the door. Tolan hesitated. Grindelwald's polite manner and sincere tone gave Tolan the illusion that he would be convinced. In fact, when he saw the man in front of him, Tolan always felt familiar. Was it because of the pale skin? Or because of the pale hair? Or was it the cynicism and rebelliousness in his eyes? Tolan didn't know. However, Tolan gave him considerable trust. Although he didn't put down his gun, the priest of the Inner River God cult still walked out of the bathroom. I'm sorry, I really disturbed you. If it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't have come in without telling you, Grindelwald said sincerely, and bowed slightly. This greatly improved Tolan's favor. Mr. Gwyn on the side looked at Grindelwald curiously. Or rather, Mr. Gwyn, who claimed to be a historian, wanted to ask Grindelwald for more knowledge about the early imperial texts. However, it was obviously not appropriate at the moment. So, Mr. Gwyn gave the conversation to Tolan. Excuse me, who are you? Tolan asked tentatively. I am the son of Doom who was born in secret, the person favored by the god of death, the contemporary Black Cat, the master of the cat school, the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition, the male owner of Caesar Manor, the Winter Prayer, the Winter Guardian, the destroyer of winter monsters, the medium lord Arthur Kratos S. Black Cats. The leader, Grindelwald. Grindelwald introduced himself, even though Toland had raised his gun, but the voice of the leader of the Black Cats still did not tremble at all, after introducing Arthur completely and saying his own name. The leader of the Black Cats stared at Toland with a sharp gaze, and said word by word, "We all fell into someone else's trap." Huh? Toland did not put down the special musket in his hand, and looked back at Grindelwald without hesitation. To put it simply, everything on the dock has nothing to do with my master. Someone is plotting something bad and framing my master. Grindelwald continued. You said it is? Where is the evidence? Torin still held the musket in his hand, but his expression was a little relaxed. Because Torin himself felt strange, everything was planned, but mistakes happened again and again, as if someone had seen through their plan. Grindelwald, who had been paying attention to Torin's expression, smiled and said in a low voice, The Church of Pain. Chapter 644 Provoking. In Painful Church. After hearing this term, Tolan narrowed his eyes, and the doubts in his heart were instantly solved. No wonder those ships encountered such strange things. No wonder our people were found so easily. No wonder those guys were so cruel. It turned out that it was all the work of the Painful Church. They sent out spies. Not only did they destroy the High Priest's plan, but they also wanted to provoke a real war. You know, according to the plan of the High Priest, it was just to hinder the departure of the Orient. But now with the emergence of the Church of Suffering, it has become a fight to the death. Damn it! When I saw that cruel method, I should have thought it was those bastards. Tolan thought to himself. Tolan was too familiar with the secret church in West Berlin that respected the Lady of Suffering as a god. 3 years ago, he also went to West Berlin to preach. However, he encountered the ambush of the Church of Pain within a week. At that time, except for him, all the church members and followers were skinned by the evil church. Until now, he still remembers that bloody scene. And he just happened to go out to buy food and escaped. Moreover, after carefully discovering a stronghold of the Church of Pain, he was promoted to the position of priest by the High Priest. And then? He didn't know what happened next. It was rumored that the High Priest sent out the missionary knights to re-establish the church in the Dorted port in West Berlin. Recalling everything in his mind, Tolan had put down the special musket in his hand, but he still said, Evidence. Tolan hoped that the man named Grindelwald in front of him would produce more evidence. Not only could these evidences exempt him from punishment, but perhaps these evidences could also allow him to go one step further. After all, that was a spy. Of course there is evidence. I also know who the spy who infiltrated your church is. But we can talk about this later. Now we can talk about compensation. Grindelwald said with a smile. Compensation? Tolan was stunned. The priest of the Inner River God was a little unresponsive. And Grindelwald said, as a matter of course, it's compensation. Lord Tolan is not naive. After your church attacked the Orient that Lord Kratos was on, there will be no compensation. Let's just forget about it. Or are you ready to bear the wrath of both Lord Kratos and the Church of Pain? Grindelwald smiled, but there was already a fierceness in his words. Of course not. Please give me a little time. I need to report the current situation to the High Priest. Toland shook his head repeatedly. Then, he walked to the bathroom again. This priest of the Inner River cult had a communication stone on him. Looking at the closed bathroom door, Arthur knew that he had taken the initiative again. When he found out that Yura wanted to provoke a dispute between him and the Inner River God cult, Arthur knew that he could provoke a war between the Inner River God cult and the Church of Pain. As long as he made a little move, the Inner River God cult would not let go of the Church of Pain that had friction with them. In the face of the aggressiveness of the invaders, how could the Church of Pain swallow its anger? The war between the two sides is basically imminent. As long as Toland exaggerates. And Toland will definitely do so. Because Toland does not want to face his own failure. In fact, not only Toland, but no one wants to face their own failure. When facing failure, you will definitely find excuses. Even if you can't find any, you will blame the unfairness of fate. And if they find it, that would be great. They would be sure and certain, and would put the blame on that excuse. Especially for someone like Toland, who already had a grudge against the Church of Suffering, he would definitely not miss this double happiness opportunity. In Yura's notebook, Arthur clearly saw the evaluation of Toland: misophobia, somewhat cautious, but easy to trust others, somewhat talkative after getting familiar with him, mediocre ability, alright faith, you can try to win him over. Grindelwald quietly waited for the known result. Arthur's eyes had returned to the cabin of the Orient. At this time, the captain and the first mate of the Orient appeared outside Arthur's cabin. Sir, do you want the main course of the evening banquet to be roasted beef leg? Stewed deer? Or roasted lamb chops? Or the inland specialty mixed river fish stew? Barry bowed and asked. Try the specialty. Facing this person, who was seconded from Melinda, as an old captain who was about to retire, Arthur showed the corresponding etiquette. And his tone was also very gentle. He often ate beef legs. Lamb chops were venison. On the contrary, he had never tried the inland specialties. As for food, Arthur believed that it should be full of exploratory spirit. No problem. Please leave it to me. There will also be a performance of Winter Monster in the small theater after the dinner to celebrate the first voyage of the Orient. If you are not busy, you can watch it at any time. The Winter Monster is a play based on Arthur. It has been performed in several theaters in the Shire district of South Los. Arthur had heard about it a long time ago. However, what surprised Arthur was that the small theater of the Orient would also perform it. Originally, he was planning to personally signal it. Now it seems that it is not necessary. As for whether it is shameless to do this, as a medium, it is about propaganda. What is a face? Can it be eaten? The first voyage of the Orient and the play of the Winter Monster must have complemented each other. I'm looking forward to it. Arthur once again had a favorable impression of the old captain in front of him. Who doesn't want to have such a considerate subordinate? This is specially prepared by our first mate Albert. Barry kept his mission in mind and immediately pushed his first mate out. Obviously, the young first mate was still a little uncomfortable. Not only was his face red, and he was stuttering. Good afternoon, sir. Arthur looked at Barry with appreciation, and then patted the young first mate's shoulder encouragingly. Work hard, the future is yours. Yes, yes, sir. The young first mate was still stuttering. But it was different from the previous nervousness. This time, he was just excited. Even after walking out of the cabin with Captain Barry, his cheeks were still red. And looking at his first mate's appearance, Captain Barry was smiling. Barry understood his first mate very well. After all, he was the same back then. Albert, I'm not a big mouth, I'm telling you. Outside the cabin, the conversation faded away. Arthur didn't care anymore. Because the person he was waiting for was coming. Chapter 645 Provoke. Next. Half an hour before the dinner of the Orient, Lucius finally found a gap. Joe was going to take Yura to attend the first voyage dinner of the Orient. Even such a big person was lost in the afternoon, and even his future would be gone. But because of the nourishment of love and the support of his lover, Joe actually burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm, not only to start saving himself, and he promised Yura that he would bring happiness to Yura. Lucius felt pity for Joe. He knew Yura's methods. He had seen it with his own eyes. The people who made such a vow to Yura before are now feeding the fish in the sea. And the next one should be Joe. Maybe. It could be him. He, absolutely don't want such an ending. At least, before revenge, no. Thinking of this, the young Avenger touched the notebook in his arms. His steps became faster and faster. Crossing the promenade deck. Climbing the stairs. The top cabin appeared in front of the young Avenger. Without any hesitation, suppressing his excitement, the young Avenger raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong. Knocked once and then stopped. Even if he was anxious, the young Avenger did not show any urgency. Squeak. The cabin door opened. The young Avenger unexpectedly saw Arthur, who was still dressed casually at noon. Sir Kratos, aren't you going to the dinner? The young Avenger asked. That's where Barry and Albert will be. And me? I'm just looking forward to my river fish stew. Arthur replied with a smile. And at the same time, he stepped aside and invited the young Avenger to enter the cabin. The next moment he entered the cabin. The young Avenger couldn't wait to take out the notebook. This is my bargaining chip. It records some secrets of the river god cult. It should allow me to exchange a secret ritual from you. Right? The young Avenger had just finished speaking when he noticed that the medium Nanlos opposite him had a very strange expression. It was a look of surprise, accident, and sigh. What a trick of fate! Arthur sighed. Then, the young medium's eyes shifted from the notebook to Lucius. The young medium sighed and said, If you had given me this note 3 hours ago, not only can I teach you a secret ritual, I can even give you all the materials needed for this secret ritual. But, that was 3 hours ago. Because 3 hours ago, Toland swore allegiance to me. What? This is impossible? How is it possible? The young Avenger stood up from his chair, his eyes widened, and kept exclaiming. As a member of the Inner River cult, even if someone sneaked in with ill intentions, but he also knew who Toland was. He was a priest of the Inner River god religion, and the person in charge of opening up South Los this time. His belief in the Inner River god was unquestionable. He was even more loyal to the high priest of the Inner River god religion. How could such a person betray? Unless the Inner River god came in person. Suddenly, the young Avenger looked at Arthur in disbelief. The young Avenger had already thought of some of the words Arthur had said. You don't think that the Inner River god religion was really founded by my old friend? The Inner River god? He didn't even know the existence of the Inner River god cult. Before, the young Avenger had doubted Arthur's words. But at this time, there was no doubt. Because only this can explain Toland's loyalty. Otherwise, the Inner River god cult has lost so many believers. How could Toland be loyal to the Lord in front of him? It can't be that the Lord in front of him lied to him. Right? Impossible. There is no reason. The young Avenger certainly didn't expect that Arthur was not trying to deceive him, but to deceive Eula behind him. So, Lucius looked bitter at the moment. His revenge plan failed again. Pain. A pain stronger than any before swept through the heart of the young Avenger. The pain of no hope was bearable. But when the flame of hope appeared, the pain of failure again was really unbearable. Eula, who was socializing with Joe in the restaurant, felt that his seed had unexpectedly accelerated its maturity. His face changed slightly. What's wrong, dear? Joe, who was always paying attention to Eula, immediately found something wrong. Dear, maybe I caught a cold in the afternoon. I feel a little uncomfortable now. Eula widened his eyes and said pitifully, Blame me. It's all my fault. Dear, you go and rest first. I'll bring the food back. When Xiao thought of the dream stimulated by the drug, he became embarrassed. He never thought he would be so crazy. But it was really cool. He wanted to do it again. However, there was no chance now. He had to wait until night. Thinking of this, the rich kid immediately became impatient. But then the rich kid thought of his oath to Eula, and immediately suppressed the evil thought. He wanted to save himself, and he wanted to give Eula the life he promised. Thinking of this, Joe's expression became more concerned. I'll go back with you first, the rich kid said. No need. This is our starting point. It's my fault that I can't accompany you. You can't give up this opportunity. Come on. After saying that, Eula walked out with her skirt lifted. She wanted to know what happened, why her seed would sprout so soon. And Xiao looked at Eula's back, and clenched his fists secretly. Eula, I will definitely make you happy. Thinking in his heart, the rich boy picked up the wine glass beside him, and walked towards the few rich people in the scene. He had some ideas to talk to these rich people. In the top cabin, Lucius stood up in despair, and walked straight out. At this moment, Lucius walked to the top deck like a zombie. Looking at the turbulent river at night, The thought of death appeared in the heart of this young avenger. Living is too painful. Maybe death is a relief. Maybe I can see my father and mother after I die. The moment this thought appeared, it began to spread wildly. Then, it was dispelled. In just a moment, the young avenger came back to his senses. Of course, the young avenger did not fully recover. It was only hatred that made the young avenger choose to cheer up. But it was really too painful. The young avenger took a deep breath. Hopefully the pain could be alleviated a little. But it was useless. The pain that filled his heart not only did not weaken, but made his mind a little confused. If this continued, the young avenger would definitely become a madman. But at this time, Arthur spoke up. Wait! Chapter 646 Divination. Part 1. Lucius was disturbed by chaotic thoughts. Even when he heard Arthur's voice, he was slow for a second before turning around. The look he gave Arthur was filled with confusion. Don't forget your things. Arthur pointed to the notebook on the table. From beginning to end, Arthur had never looked through the notebook. Or to be more precise, he had never even touched it. Lucius' face unconsciously revealed a bitter smile. That smile is uglier than crying. The young avenger stood still. I'll give it to you as a gift. After all, it's what I want to exchange with you. Now? A self-mockery appeared on the young avenger's face. Shrugging, the young avenger turned around woodenly. Wait! Arthur spoke again. And this time Arthur didn't wait for the young avenger to turn around. He said directly, I believe in fair trade. Although I know everything in this notebook, it still has its value. So, I will give you another chance to trade. Unlike before, you can not only trade with me on the Orient, but even if I return to South Los, our trade will still be there. The young avenger's eyes began to shine. In other words, has our trade period been extended? He asked tentatively. Of course. Not only has the trade period been extended, and I'm looking forward to you bringing me something that will excite me. Arthur gave Lucius an encouraging smile. When he saw Arthur smile, Lucius instantly thought of Eula. Mysterious Eula. Eula seemed to be shrouded in mist. If he could find out Eula's background, and trade him with Lord Kratos. This idea appeared in the mind of the young avenger uncontrollably, and took root and sprouted at a speed beyond imagination. I won't let you down. I will definitely bring real valuable bargaining chips. With these words, the young avenger left the top cabin. Arthur did not stand up to see him off, but watched him leave. Because he believed that they would meet again soon. After all, in that first-class cabin, Ms. Eula was already waiting there. And she looked a little gnashing her teeth, just now. Lucius wanted to use Eula as a bargaining chip. This kind of betrayal has a very high priority in that kind of secret art. So, did this Lady Eula find out about it first? Arthur guessed in his heart. Then, he picked up the watermelon from the fruit plate beside him slowly. Snap! After cutting a slit with cat claws, the young medium applied a little force, and directly broke the watermelon into two halves. One hand of nothingness handed over a spoon, and the other hand of nothingness held the other half of the watermelon. Arthur took the spoon and scooped out the core of the half of the watermelon in his hand, and put it into his mouth. It was sweet. There was a feeling of grain dancing on the taste buds. This taste was even better than Arthur imagined. Arthur swore that it was definitely not because of eating watermelon and watching the show that the watermelon became delicious. That is, the watermelon is delicious. Lucius did not go to the restaurant of the Orient. He returned to his cabin. He had decided to investigate the young avenger of Ura. He planned to start with the suitcases. He knew that there were secret compartments in the two suitcases. Maybe there was something valuable. However, as soon as he entered the cabin, the young avenger was shocked. There was no light in the cabin. However, with the bright moonlight, Lucius saw Ura sitting on the sofa at a glance. The moonlight shone into the cabin from behind the lady, making the lady's figure lines more clear and graceful. But his face was completely hidden in the darkness, and could not be seen clearly. Lucius' heart tightened. An inexplicable emotion made him step back subconsciously. But after taking a step back, the young avenger was slapped to the ground by Ura. And this time, the lady did not hesitate at all and directly grabbed Lucius' neck. Before, the lady was still distressed about the ripening of the fruit. But now, the lady had already shown no mercy. After all, the appearance of betrayal is no different from the growth of worms in the fruit. It's rotten. No need. In the heart of this lady, she has already thought about how to deal with Lucius. Simple death? No. That's too easy for Lucius. She will tell Lucius the truth first. Then, the main event will come. Joe was very excited just now. She thought Lucius might be able to help Joe relieve his emotions. If she used the secret technique to cover it up, Joe won't find out. And Lucius? He must be awake. She even has to use potions to stimulate Lucius' senses. Then, naturally, cut off Lucius's 5 limbs, and make it into a vessel, so that the other party understands the price of betrayal. Death? In the Church of Pain, death is always merciful. What just happened? Yura asked while thinking. Just now. There was no resistance. Lucius told him everything that had just happened. What? Tolan betrayed the Inner River God cult? Impossible. Unless the Inner River God shows up in person, but... Wait! What the medium said is actually true? There is no doubt that Eula and Lucius thought the same thing. The lady paced around the room. She instinctively didn't believe such words, but the facts were before her. No matter how incredible it is true. But faced with this reality, most people would hesitate and would look for evidence to prove the answer again. However, as a mysterious person, Yura does not need to do this. Yura has a simpler method. The lady knelt on one knee and took out a knife from her boot. The blade of this knife is about the length of an adult's little finger, and the handle can only be held with 2 fingers. The shape is very peculiar, and it is not used to fight against enemies. This is the unique one of the Church of Pain, the dividing knife. Merciful Lady of Suffering, you are the mother of all people. You bear the suffering for us, and your blessing will be the direction for us to move forward. While praying softly, Yura lifted up her clothes and directly stabbed the dividing knife into her lower abdomen. The pain of the blade piercing her body made the lady groan. Then, the lady began to slash the blade to one side with a little force. Suddenly, the pain broke out tenfold. When the pain reached its peak, the lady immediately asked the question in her heart. Does Arthur Kratos know the contents of the notebook? Chapter 647 Divination. Next, if all the mystical people on the East Coast were asked to vote on which secret art they would most desire, it would definitely be any secret art that would make them stronger. But if you asked them to choose which secret art was a must, it would definitely be divination. But everyone who practices and studies divination knows one thing. Life is full of uncertainty, just like you never know what the next chocolate will taste like. And divination gives you a chance to peek a little. Maybe you pick up the box and use the sunlight to see through it. Maybe you tilt the box and look through the gap. But you must not rely on divination. Because, when you use the sunlight, it will hurt your eyes and make you see wrongly. Because, when you look through the gap, you see more than one chocolate. So divination is not 100% correct. And as long as it is not 100% correct, then it can be said to be 100% incorrect. Divination really makes people love and hate it. The Imperial Court mage Chariko sighed like this when he was the witness of the wedding of his friend, the Court Jester Harrington, and the Court Lady Lees. Because, in his divination, his friend Harrington should be single for life like him. But who would have thought that? His friend actually got married, and his marriage was happy, and he had a son the next year. In the 3rd year, she gave birth to a daughter. And in the 4th year, she gave birth to a son. And he really remained single all his life. According to some rumors, after his best friend got married, this Imperial Court mage seemed to be stimulated and began to look for his other half. Then, he was hammered by the Imperial Knight. Then, he was hit with a crucible by witches. Then, he was mocked by the succubi of the warlocks on the West Coast. In short, this Imperial Court mage really remained single all his life. Of course, these are all rumors, and many people think they are false, even if the source of the rumors is the disciple of the court wizard. The same is true for Herc. After all, as everyone knows, Master Herc likes to joke with people. But Yura's divination is different. Yura is confident that her divination can be 100% accurate, because behind her stands the Lady of Suffering. She uses divine divination. Under the stimulation of pain, the lady's spirituality jumped several times, and then quickly calmed down. When Yura woke up completely, she had already got the answer. Arthur really knew the contents of the book. The initial evidence did not stop the lady. She drew out the divination knife, and prepared to start the second divination. Is there anyone with Arthur Kratos around Tolan? This was not the first time for this lady to do divination. She knew very well that the power of divination came from its uniqueness. Simply put, in this divination, no other gods can appear. Once other gods appear, not only will the divination no longer be accurate, but the diviner will also suffer divine punishment. Eula doesn't want to explode, but she wants to know more. So, clever Eula chose a compromise. Since the inland river god may appear, she will completely omit the inland river god and use minor details to reverse the reasoning. Since Toland rebelled, he must have joined Arthur Kratos. At this moment, there must be Arthur Kratos' people around him. It's impossible to let the inland river god receive him personally. Right? That's blasphemy. He will be burned to death. Poof! The divination knife pierced into his lower abdomen again. This time it was more painful than before. Yura knew that this was the backlash of the divination. In a short period of time, if the divination is used continuously, it will not only affect his physical strength, energy will be greatly consumed, and some irreversible damage will be caused. Arcana level 1 time. Major Arcana level 2 times. Entry level 3 times. This is the warning about the number of consecutive divine divinations she recorded in that ancient book. This ancient book has been carefully preserved by her. As for handing it in, she, of course, will hand it in. But definitely not at this time. She will hand it in when she is at a higher level. And that time will definitely not be too far away. This time, she can do it. The obsession in her heart let Eula feel the pain in her body more clearly. Spirituality became boiling again. In a trance, she even heard Grindelwald's voice introducing himself. Confirmed. Confirmed. The river god is really standing behind Arthur Kratos. If that's the case, the previous plan is not complete. A new plan needs to be formulated. Cooperation. Cooperation with Arthur Kratos. Together, we can kill all the guys from the inland river cult in the port of Dordet. At the same time, we can also get a glimpse of the true strength of Arthur Kratos. If possible, we will continue to cooperate and attack the origin of the inland river cult. If not, we will make the other party cannon fodder. We can even annex Nanlos where the other party is. A plan with a very clear purpose appeared in Yura's mind. But immediately, the lady was stunned. Because of the chips. The lady couldn't come up with the corresponding chips. The Nanlos medium believed in fair trade. If he wanted to cooperate with the other party, he would definitely have to come up with some chips. As for empty talk of cooperation, the Nanlos medium would not approve of it. In fact, she couldn't approve of it either. What should I do? Yura's anxiety made the lady pause while bandaging her wound. The opportunity was clearly right in front of her. But she couldn't grasp it because of such trivial matters. It was really uncomfortable and maddening. The lady couldn't help but secretly hate herself for being too arbitrary at that time. In order to successfully infiltrate the inland river cult, she not only used her entry strength as a bargaining chip to violate the contract, but also hid all the props and equipment she had in the Dordet port in West Berlin. Want to take it now? It's impossible. No one can complete this mission. In order to carry out this undercover mission, Eula's original identity had long been dead. And the new identity? Is even cleaner. This destined her to be unknown in the Church of Pain. However, even if she could assign those believers, Eula would not tell those people where she put her equipment and props. As for Joe, that little property, she only likes it. Nanlos' medium has a lover who is rich enough to rival a country. Damn it! Damn it! Are you really going to give up? Anxiously, Eula cursed in a low voice. After Yura cursed a few times, the lady's body suddenly shook, her eyes rolled back, and the tentacle came out of her ear again. And it continued to spit out silk. But it was different from the one that covered Yura's face before. This time, it spit into Yura's hand. Chapter 648 Archistos. Just like before. Soon, Eula woke up from the trance. When the lady saw the ball of silk in her palm clearly, she knelt down again. God's grace. God's grace again. Sure enough, I am destined to be with you. The lady had no doubts. She just thought that she was noticed by the Lady of Suffering. In this regard, the lady was very excited. Being noticed by the Lady of Suffering, what did she say? It means that she will definitely be able to reach the high position she dreams of. Huh? Huh? After taking several deep breaths, Eula emptied the jewelry in a jewelry box and put the holy silk in it. Then, she walked back to Lucius, who was crying. You bumped into Eula who was leaving, and she slapped you. And you got what you wanted smoothly in the empty cabin. You remember that there are 2 secret compartments in the suitcase. One secret compartment is empty. The other secret compartment contains the holy relic of the Church of Pain, the sacred silk. It was not until this time that you confirmed that Yura was a member of the Church of Pain. You were surprised, but also relieved. You finally understood why Yura targeted you in the beginning. Because you are also a member of the Church of Pain. In order to seek revenge, you first joined the Church of Pain, then he sneaked into the Inland River cult again. This time, you got the holy object, and you can exchange it for power from the Nanlos medium. But this holy object is precious. You can fight for more. So, you are going to charge the Inland River cult a part of the interest. You hope to have a deeper cooperation with the Nanlos medium, and you hope that both parties will work together to kill all the members of the Inland River cult in the Dorted port in West Berlin. Yura hypnotized Lucius with his secret technique again. The young Avenger nodded blankly. And this time, Yura took out a handkerchief and wiped Lucius' tears and the slap marks on his face. Made the lady excited. She couldn't wait to see the West Berlin Dorted port engulfed in flames. Those cultists should be reduced to ashes in the flames. However, she knew that she couldn't be anxious. She still needed to be patient. With this patience, Yura left the cabin. About 2 minutes later, Lucius woke up completely. The young Avenger sat up from the sofa. He did not notice anything unusual, nor did he find any clues. He just whispered to himself, "So that's how it is." As he spoke, the young Avenger took out the jewelry box containing the holy silk, and the light in his eyes was filled with hatred again. He knew that with the holy silk, he would definitely get a chance for revenge. "Father, Mother, are you protecting me? You must be. Wait for me, I will contact that Nanlos medium right away." Lucius thought, and stood up. However, the pain on his cheek made the young Avenger choose to go to the bathroom, to simply treat his injury before leaving. At least, he needs a mask. Puff puff puff. Arthur in the top cabin spit all the watermelon seeds in his mouth into the empty plate, prepared to clean up later. The young medium missed Ms. Anna very much at this time. If Ms. Anna was here, he wouldn't have to worry about these things at all. Ms. Anna would clean up quietly. Then, she would also prepare new fruits and snacks for him. But this trip, Ms. Anna was destined not to be brought along. Although Nanlos had many allies, partners and subordinates, number 2, Kirk Street still needed someone to take care of it. Ms. Anna is the best candidate. As for Death Snake Banyan, there is no problem with fighting, but receiving guests is a problem. Although Merlin and Gawain are smart, their status as male servants determines that they are not qualified to play the role of refusing. But Ms. Anna is different. If Ms. Anna refuses, there is a high probability that no guest will object. He threw the watermelon with the rind removed from his hand to another hand of nothingness. Arthur picked up the remaining half of the watermelon. The show is not over yet. And it's still the highlight. Time went forward a little. Tolan took out the communication stone in Mr. Gwyn's bathroom, and began to contact the high priest in the church. Almost instantly, the high priest's deep voice came from the communication stone. "Tolan, how is it?" "Your Excellency the High Priest, we failed. It was the Church of Pain that interfered. They wanted to provoke a war between us and the medium of Nanlos, but after Nanlos's medium keenly discovered this, he announced it to us. At the same time, he also had a list of spies from our Church of Pain." After Tolan gave a general account, he began to describe in detail what happened on the dock at that time. After talking for a full 20 minutes, the priest of the Inland River God cult stopped. "I know. Tolan, it's not your fault. On the contrary, you have brought us new opportunities. Now, I will go and ask His Majesty. Your Majesty will show me the way." After the deep voice finished speaking, the communication stone dimmed. However, Tolan did not dare to leave. He knew very well that when the high priest asked the Lord God for instructions, he would tell him the result. Therefore, Tolan waited patiently. While Tolan was waiting patiently, Akisto Khan came down. As the high priest of the Inland River cult, Akisto did not have any extraordinary talents, although he had mastered some secret techniques, but the Arcana class was his limit. So, Archisto initially wanted to find a remote place, and live as a small lord. It was very smooth at the beginning. Relying on his strength, Archisto swore allegiance to the Golden Lion family, and obtained a small town and 2 villages on the inland edge of the inner bay. Although there was no real manor, Archisto was very satisfied. If there was no manor, it could be built. The most important thing was the land and the noble status. Just when Archisto was about to make a big move in his territory, a big man from the Golden Lion family appeared in front of him, and gave him a secret mission. So, he became the high priest of the Inland River cult. As for refusing, Archisto didn't dare. Although he had land and noble status, there were more than 1 or 2 nobles who disappeared in Nanjun. Not to mention the nobles who died in battles with bandits and robbers. Archisto didn't want to be the next one. Therefore, He worked diligently. The Inner River cult also grew stronger because of this. And the secret news from the Golden Lion family, not long ago, made the high priest very excited. A member of the Golden Lion family, who was wandering outside, and was known as a genius. This was a good thing for the Golden Lion family. But for his boss, it was not. So, he planned to get rid of the other party, to please the boss. But who knew, there would be a mistake. Although he didn't know where he had neglected it, a mistake was a mistake. Arkistos, who knew this well, immediately wiped his sweat, took out the communication stone, contacted the big shot, and said in the most respectful voice, Lord Grace Hamlet. Chapter 649, Grease's New Idea. Grace Hamlet sat in a chair rubbing his brows. This square-faced, thick-browed, big-eyed, strong-nosed, dignified-looking eldest son of the Grand Duke has not been doing well recently. Alves is not dead. The fool who should have been easily dealt with by his men is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he is also involved with Jimmet, Callil Hayes. For Jimmet, who was born in the Novia family, but was engaged to the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, the eldest son of the Grand Duke was quite concerned about this. So he had secretly investigated this Jim more than once. The result was somewhat surprising. Not only was Jim's hidden strength, but also Jim's hidden scheming. Grisa was sure that Jim's engagement with the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin was not only a transaction in itself, but also Jim showed enough sincerity. Otherwise, with the old fox of the Marquis of West Berlin, it was impossible for him to throw out his daughter as a bargaining chip. Even, maybe the old woman of the Novia family was involved in this. To put it simply, besides the foundation of aristocratic marriage, Gimt's engagement this time also involved the advanced investment of the Marquis of West Berlin and the deep cooperation of the Novia family. And all of this was facilitated by Gimt alone. An ambitious and good at disguising guy. At that time, Grisa gave Gimt an evaluation. And now, such a guy saved Alves. Even a fool should know that this guy has other intentions. Therefore, Grisa directly invited Jimmet to his winter banquet before the winter festival. He wanted to clearly inform Jimmet of his position, and then give Jimmet a chance to choose. In the eyes of the eldest son of the Grand Duke, this is quite normal. Even if you are the son of Baron Novia, the heir of the Novia family, and the fiancé of the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, he only needs to crush you openly. Because he is the heir of the Golden Lion family. Because his father is Severus Hamlet, the strongest man in South County. Because this is Niwen. But unexpectedly, that Jimmet rejected his winter feast. Not in person. But the people he sent didn't even see Jimmet. On the day Jimmet arrived in Niwen, he announced that he would be in seclusion in order to deal with the Niwen swordsmanship competition. Also in seclusion was Marquis Inez's nephew, Carol. Grisa knew very well that this arrogant guy was just competing with Jimt. And at the same time, he also wanted to get a good ranking in the Niwen sword competition, and wash away the shame given by the medium. The son of the Grand Duke could understand this. In fact, he was already prepared on how to win over the other party. However, Jim's intelligence forced him to raise the danger level of the other party to a higher level again. Of course, these are nothing. The most important thing is Hayes. When thinking of this nephew of Count Beth, Grisa Hamlet clenched her fists. Unlike Jimmet and Carol, Hayes participated in his winter feast and accepted all his rewards. Women, money is really the more the better. During the 10-day winter festival, Hayes collected about 6,000 gold coins from him and slept with his 17 maids. These maids were carefully trained by the eldest son of the Grand Duke, although their job was to win people over. Spending 17 on one person really made the eldest son of the Grand Duke feel distressed, especially one of the maids named Limo, who made the eldest son of the Grand Duke even more upset. You know, she was the eldest son of the Grand Duke as trump card. What happened? She was kidnapped by Hayes. Just now, when the eldest son of the Grand Duke asked someone to invite Hayes, I just found out that at noon, Hayes spent 6,000 gold coins to rent a small manor for vacation outside the Inner Bay, and then invited 17 maids including Limo to go there for vacation. Damn bastard. It's spring. It's not hot summer. What kind of vacation? The eldest son of the Grand Duke couldn't help but breathe quickly. He always felt that he was being taken advantage of by Hayes. That bastard not only slept with the women he trained, but also slept with them with his money. If that bastard hadn't promised to help him contain Jimt, he would have sent someone to kill him. However, even so, the eldest son of the Grand Duke still felt annoyed. After all, he also had ideas about Limo, Uncle Barrow. I have paid such a high price. Aren't you going to take action? Your son Alvis has also returned safely. What are you still enduring? Aren't you waiting for your chess piece Nanlos medium to arrive in the inner bay? Oh, do you really think that if you pull the former cat faction black onto your chariot, you will have a sure win? How naive. The current cat faction is not the same as before, let alone the so-called cat hole. The cat faction with a broken ladder is worse than a mouse. When he thought of the chess piece pushed out by his uncle, the eldest son of the Grand Duke felt amused. The son of the Grand Duke admitted that he had underestimated Arthur as a chess piece before. After a detailed investigation, the son of the Grand Duke immediately adjusted his strategy. However, the son of the Grand Duke did not think that Arthur would cause him any trouble. But he had to guard against his uncle's activity. Because he had two younger brothers. According to the son of the Grand Duke's speculation, his uncle would not sit and wait for death. The next step must be to contact his two younger brothers. Diudon Hamlet, Pies Hamlet, Pies probably would not pay attention to his uncle. After all, his brother prefers to be close to the common people, likes to stay with the common people, is a naive guy. But Diudon, my dear brother, will you give me a surprise? The eldest son of the Grand Duke raised his lips. He never worried about his uncle and his brother joining forces. In fact, he would like to do so. Because this would disgust his father. As long as his father is disgusted, everything will be easy. But he knows, and his brother knows it too. So, what he has to do now is to make his uncle and his brother connect smoothly. Let me think about it. What to do? The eldest son of the Grand Duke hummed, obviously having an idea. But at this moment, one of the communication stones he carried with him vibrated. This was one of the 3 communication stones he carried with him. Each of them was a force he secretly supported. And this one belonged to Archistos. Lord Grace Hamlet. Archistos' respectful voice made the eldest son of the Grand Duke feel happy. But the next moment, as Archistos, the high priest of the inner river god cult, truthfully described the situation that the members who went to Nanlos were almost annihilated, the eldest son of the Grand Duke almost cursed. You know, inner river god cult is an extremely important part of his arrangement. Now, he had lost some of his men for no apparent reason, and the eldest son of the Grand Duke naturally could not accept it. Asshole. Damn it! Who told you to be so smart? The eldest son of the Grand Duke narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was cold. He had already decided to hang the bastard. However, when Archistos said the black cats came to the door, the eldest son of the Grand Duke had a thought in his mind. He had a new idea. Chapter 650 Gift. Up. The Church of Pain, or the Church of Suffering. This church has always been a thorn in the side of Grace Hamlet. When the eldest son of the Grand Duke thought of his Church of the River, the biggest rival in West Berlin, he was so angry that his teeth itched. If it weren't for the stumbling block of the Church of Pain, the Dorted Port in West Berlin would have been his long ago. There is no need to waste time, and go around to the Edelpath to set up a tavern, create a secret gathering, and then spend a lot of money to build the river squad. Of course, the most important point is that even so, the Inland River Church still does not have an advantage when facing the Pain Church. In addition to the fact that he needs to hide and cannot use his full strength, the Pain Church really has a foundation. Although until now, he has not been able to figure out the details of the Lady of Suffering. But he can be sure of one thing: this Lady of Suffering should have inherited part of the Tower of Mist. And some of its methods are very similar to the forbidden techniques of the Black Robe. In order to deal with the other party, he even had to win over the Dead Poets Society in the name of his father. With his father's tacit consent, he had to do this. At that time, he had invested too much in the Dorted Port in West Berlin. If he lost, he would lose the qualification of the heir of the Golden Lion family. At the same time, he became a laughing stock. So, even though he knew his father would be unhappy, he took the risk. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. With the help of the Dead Poets Society's knowledge of death, he blocked several counterattacks from the Church of Pain and gradually gained a firm foothold. Unfortunately, the Dead Poets Society had too big an appetite. They even dared to ask him for land. Although he had promised before, he did not say the specific time. Is this his fault? No. So, after a short honeymoon period, he now wants to wipe out the Dead Poets Society. So, some missions also habitually use the Dead Poets Society as cannon fodder. But it's all done without leaving any trace. Otherwise, he will also suffer the backlash of the Dead Poets Society. This is what he doesn't want to see, and even more so what he doesn't want to bear. Especially the left leader and the right patriarch in the Dead Poets Society, which makes him very wary. Fortunately, these guys have no roots in the Inner Bay and need to rely on him to survive, which gives him the initiative. Otherwise, even if he has to use all his cards, he will have to destroy the Dead Poets Society. And now, it seems that he can really get rid of them. No, not only can he get rid of the Dead Poets Society, but he can also get rid of the Church of Pain. It's a win-win situation. No, there is also Arthur, a chess piece that he takes a little more seriously. So how can it be just a win-win situation? It should be a win-win situation for all three parties. We only need to let the Black Cats, who have mastered the secrets of the Church of Pain, act as cannon fodder. No, act as vanguards, act as vanguards. His Inland River Church will cooperate deeply with Cat Faction Black to conquer the Pain cult together, and then use Dead Poets Society as the finale. When Cat Faction Black suffers heavy losses in the battle with the Church of Pain because of the hatred between the Dead Poets Society and Arthur, it is reasonable for them to take action. And for the honor of the Golden Lion family, it is reasonable for him to mobilize his father as direct forces to destroy the Dead Poets Society who dared to attack the contestants of the Inner Bay fencing competition. That's great. The eldest son of the Grand Duke cheered in his heart. The depression after being messed up by Hayes disappeared instantly. Now all that is left is expectation and preparation. Yes, preparation. It is not easy to make Cat Faction Black suffer. You must show sincerity. A normal amount of gold coins, secret arts, props, will never impress the Nanlos medium. You must have a huge amount of gold coins, precious secret arts props. But Grisa can't take out a huge amount of gold coins. Although most of the time, Grisa was in charge of the intelligence of Niwen. But the finances were handed over to Yudon. Although he was only responsible for some investigations, the real financial power was still in the hands of his father, especially the affairs of the gold mine. And no one was allowed to interfere. However, Grisa knew that he would never think of taking a penny from his brother. As for the precious secret arts and props, Grisa, he had them. But the eldest son of the Grand Duke was reluctant to give them up. Simply put, the eldest son of the Grand Duke wanted others to help him. But he didn't want to pay anything substantial. Finally, he wanted to rob others. This kind of behavior would make robbers cry and sigh at how noble their own morals were. But as a noble, this behavior was just right. Sitting in the chair, Gracie Hamlet knew what she should take out after just a little thought. With a light tap of her fingers, ripples appeared in the air. At this time, the air was just like a lake water with a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared. The next moment, a scale emerged from the ripples. The scale was black, showing a metallic luster, and it was suspended in the air like an old-fashioned kite shield. Just by looking at this huge scale, everyone could imagine how huge the owner of this scale was, especially Grisa, who had people study this scale more than once. But even the most knowledgeable scholars, no one can explain the origin of this scale, except that it was accidentally excavated from the ruins under the current Kildare Harbor by the Golden Lion family when they were building Kildare Harbor. Nothing else is known. Alchemists and potion masters also failed in their attempts to decompose this scale. They tried to use alchemy and potion science to decompose this scale, but they all failed, because the foundation of alchemy and potion science is spirituality. But anyone who uses spirituality to explore this scale will be affected by it, become bloodthirsty and crazy. Some people who have been in contact with the scale for a long time with spirituality have become like snake people. Holy Snake Shield. From now on, you are the Holy Snake Shield, and you will be a witness to the friendship between the Inner River God cult and the Cat cult. Black. Of course, you are also special. Only when you are chosen by fate, you can shine. Thinking of this, the eldest son of the Grand Duke couldn't help but smile. He seemed to see Arthur couldn't help but touch the scale with his spirituality. And then, he became a snake man with low intelligence, who only knew how to act on instinct. That look must be very funny. At that time, he must set up a salon to show this newly born snake man, and invite his uncle and the people of the Nanlos family to visit. Grisa thought maliciously, while raising his hand to pick up the huge scale. No! It's the sacred snake shield. With a malicious smile, the eldest son of the Grand Duke disappeared directly in the study. Chapter 651 Gift. Exit! When Grisa Hamlet appeared again, he was already beside Archisto. Sir! Archisto, who had been waiting, bowed immediately after seeing the eldest son of the Grand Duke suddenly appear. Archisto was mentally prepared for the visit of this great man. Although Archisto knew that his flattery had hit the horse's hoof, he had worked hard even if he had no credit, not to mention that he had created an opportunity to completely wipe out the Church of Pain. Archisto knew how much this great man hated the Church of Pain. So, Archisto was looking forward to it. Grisa glanced at Archisto, taking in the expression of his subordinate, and felt more and more dissatisfied. For the eldest son of the Grand Duke, making mistakes is not terrible. What is terrible is that he does not admit his mistakes, and still wants to be rewarded. This is absolutely unbearable for him. Of course, this is only for others. To him, he is the son of Severus Hamlet. Of course he has privileges. After sentencing Archistos to death in his heart, and giving the reason of martyrdom, the eldest son of the Grand Duke showed a tolerant smile, and waved his hand. Archisto, you did a good job this time. I promise you that as long as you make meritorious contributions, I will give you a real title. After this incident, you will get what you want. The eldest son of the Grand Duke said so. Suddenly, Archisto was excited. Title? It is not a ticket to enter the aristocracy, knight. It is not the so-called first-life aristocracy, lord. It is a title that can be passed down to future generations, baron. Great. Without any hesitation, Archisto knelt on one knee and said to the eldest son of the Grand Duke in front of him, I am willing to be the sword in your hand, and cut through the thorns for you. I am willing to be the shield in your hand, I will block the sword for you. Archisto said seriously. Fool. And an outdated oath. Fortunately, it is not the Lionheart ceremony. Otherwise, I would have to work harder. The eldest son of the Grand Duke thought to himself. And his face became serious. He stretched out his right hand and patted Archisto's shoulder hard. I look forward to it. After that, the eldest son of the Grand Duke ordered, Tell your subordinate that you have already asked for the will of the god of the inland river. His Majesty is willing to cooperate with Arthur Kratos, provided that they fight against the Pain cult together. For this, we are willing to give him a gift. As he said this, the eldest son of the Grand Duke looked at Archisto. Instantly, Archisto understood the ill intentions of his lord. However, Archisto did not care. It was directed at Cat Pie Black. It was also directed at the Nanlos medium Arthur Kratos. And him? Nothing to do with it. In the bathroom, Tolan wiped the sink, the toilet, and the floor while waiting. It's not that Mr. Gwyneth's bathroom is so dirty, but Tolan thinks that just waiting is too boring, so he has to do something. It's definitely not mysophobia. Just like the outside of this sink, there is actually a hair. No. Absolutely not. How can there be hair on the outside of the sink? The wash basin must be as clean as new. And it must be able to reflect people's shadows. After wiping the wash basin again, looking at the reflective wash basin, and placing the toothbrush heads of the two toothbrushes in the same direction, with the same tilt angle, Tolan nodded with satisfaction. Then, he picked up the communication stone that flashed twice. High Priest. Tolan wiped the toilet with his fingers, confirmed that it was clean, and then sat on it. Speaking with respect, Priest Tolan, I have asked His Majesty for instructions. The Pain cult is unforgivable. Your Majesty is willing to cooperate with the medium of Nanlos to eradicate the Pain cult together, and is willing to use the sacred snake shield as a witness for both parties. As the deep voice in the communication stone came out, ripples appeared in the space in front of Tolan. The next moment, a black kite shield with a metallic luster appeared in front of Tolan. This was not the first time Tolan had seen a miracle. He immediately took the holy snake shield in his hand. Understood. I will discuss with Lord Grindelwald. If there is anything, I will inform you in time. Tolan said respectfully, and his palm had already begun to wipe the holy snake shield. He felt that there was a little dust on it. Also, I don't know if it was the craftsmanship of the shield maker, but he always felt that this holy snake shield was not symmetrical enough. It's a pity that it can't be cut again. With such regret, Tolan walked out of the bathroom. Outside, Grindelwald was talking to Mr. Gwyn about the early history of the Empire. The two chatted very congenially. When Tolan walked out, they happened to talk about the impact of the establishment of the Empire on the Golden Age. The Empire ended the Golden Age, which is really worthy of our gratitude and celebration. Otherwise, dragons or elves would become the masters of this continent. If that were the case, it would be too bad. Mr. Gwyn sighed. In the limited records, neither the dragons nor the elves were very friendly to humans. In fact, Although the Golden Age was a multiracial age, it was not the real Golden Age for humans. On the contrary, most of the humans at that time were slaves. Most of them were not only vassals of other races, but also food. If it weren't for the fire burner who set the golden tree on fire, if the original rules are completely changed, the shackles of mankind are broken. And mankind has its own ladder. Mankind will never be able to change its own destiny. The greatness of His Majesty the fire burner is beyond our description. But if possible, I am willing to charge under His Majesty the fire burner and sacrifice my life for him. Mr. Gwyn stood up excitedly. Then, Mrs. Gwyn slapped him on the back of his head. Wake up! You are a historian. Don't even mention charging on horseback. You will be out of breath if you swing your sword a few more times. Mrs. Gwyn, wearing a cloth skirt, looked at her husband with helplessness on her face. Although she is almost 50 years old, her husband is always like a child at times. But I have my knowledge. I will try my best to contribute everything. If I were born in that era, I would always use my life to help His Majesty the fire burner light the golden tree, break the shackles of humanity. I should be proud of being born as a human being, Mr. Gwyn said, and raised his head. He looked more and more like a child. Mrs. Gwyn shook her head helplessly, and began to bring food from the kitchen. Grandewo looked at Tolan, who came out with the sacred serpent shield. We hope to know more about the Church of Pain, and we hope to form an alliance with Lord Arthur Kratos. And this is our witness. Tolan told Grindelwald in a very skillful language. Then, he handed over the sacred serpent shield. Grindelwald carefully checked the sacred serpent shield, and after confirming that there were no traps, he raised his hand to take the sacred serpent shield. And just when Grindelwald's fingers touched the sacred serpent shield, Arthur, who was using the exquisite human puppet's vision, his heart suddenly thumped. Chapter 652, Holy Objects and Holy Objects. Desire? Extreme desire. It was like a traveler who lost his water source in the desert saw a glass of ice water. Even if he only saw it through the vision of the exquisite human puppet, Arthur couldn't help but start swallowing his saliva. Boom! Boom! Arthur's heart beat more violently. At this moment, every cell in his body began to roar. This scale in front of him is his. He's determined. No one can stop this. Arthur sat up straight, put the snack aside, and played the role of Grindelwald with all his heart. Sacred serpent shield? Please forgive my ignorance. What is the origin of this shield? Grindelwald's face was full of curiosity. Mr. Gwyn beside him was the same. In fact, Mr. Gwyn was even more curious. His research on history allowed him to discover the mysterious side hidden in the dark. But he was not sure about the power of the mysterious side. This gentleman knew something different. There were very few people who could see it with their own eyes. So, this gentleman would not miss any opportunity. Grindelwald, have you heard of the Snake Sect? It is a force with a long history on the West Coast. When it split, some young people brought out the sacred snake shield, which became one of their holy objects. Tolan said according to the introduction of the high priest. Tolan trusted his high priest very much, and naturally would not think that the high priest was bluffing him. Similarly, Archisto also trusted Grisa Hamlet, believing that the eldest son of the Grand Duke would not deceive him. And Grisa was even more clever in choosing a piece of history that was just right. The split of the Snake Sect was not just the one after leaving the West Coast. After leaving the West Coast, it was the first time. After arriving at the East Coast, the Snake Sect split countless times in the days that followed. The fighting spirit of those young people was as strong as their ambition. Now, even the Orthodox Snake Sect heirs cannot clearly say whether they have ever possessed a holy object called the Holy Snake Shield. As for the old Snake Sect on the West Coast, it has long disappeared in history. So, Grisa is not afraid of investigation. And the historical traces on the Holy Snake Shield make the eldest son of the Grand Duke feel free. Even the most superficial, the most unknown scholar, can see that the Holy Snake Shield has existed for more than 1,000 years. This is enough to prove that the Sacred Serpent Shield is the sacred object of the Serpent Sect. In fact, this is also true. What a long history. At least 1,000 years. This trace of time is really shocking. Mr. Gwyn stroked the Sacred Serpent Shield and kept muttering. Grindelwald also nodded, but there was a strange look in his eyes. It does have a long history, but it doesn't seem to have any magical features. The Holy Serpent Shield hides the secret of the entire Serpent Sect. It requires not only special techniques, but also the favor of fate. If it weren't for this, it would never appear in this transaction. Please believe me. Its value is far beyond your imagination. Tolan was like a salesman, demonstrating the value of the Holy Serpent Shield. Even if he didn't know what the Holy Serpent Shield could do, it was the same. Grindelwald pondered. He showed his proper hesitation. Can you tell me what you want? Finally, Grindelwald asked. Of course. We need the list of spies who have infiltrated us. At the same time, we want to work with you and the Lord behind you to clear out the base of those bastards in the port of Dordet. Tolan nodded. The list of spies is no problem. I came here for this purpose. But the rest, please wait. With that, Grindelwald left the room temporarily. With Coolidge as his spy, Arthur naturally knew the content of Tolan's conversation with the High Priest. And this was what he wanted. However, he still had to act. So, Grindelwald raised his right hand, extended his middle finger and index finger, and placed them on his forehead. He looked like he was trying to contact Arthur. About 3 minutes later, Grindelwald returned to the room again. My master is willing to cooperate with the Inner River cult. However, the premise is that we are in charge of the operation. Impossible. This is impossible. Tolan refused immediately. The command of the operation is extremely important. It is not an exaggeration to say that it determines life and death. After all, this is the first time for both parties to cooperate. There is no basis for trust at all. Who can guarantee that each other will not become cannon fodder for the other party? Therefore, the priest of the Inland River God cult refused very straightforwardly. And in the following time, the two sides started to seesaw, and would ask for instructions from the people behind them from time to time. In the end, the two sides cooperated, with Arthur representing the cat faction, Black as the main force. But if there was an order that was obviously not in line with the situation, the Inner River God cult could refuse. Happy cooperation. From dusk to dawn, Tolan couldn't help but feel tired, but his tired face was full of excitement. He, finally, could kill the evil church, and Grindelwald was relieved. Sure enough, I'm not suitable for negotiation, the leader of the Black Cats said, picking up the sacred serpent shield and saying something to Tolan. He did not forget to say goodbye to Gwen and his wife. At the street entrance, a carriage had been waiting there. The driver was Sapir. The carriage was brought by Didion. Good morning, boss. The tall and strong Sapir greeted Grindelwald. Well, go to number 6 White Bird Street, Grindelwald ordered. Okay, you sit tight. Sapir whipped the whip directly, and the carriage started steadily. Number 6 White Bird Street, Melinda's residence. Arthur asked one of his vests to meet this lady, naturally to visit, to inform the specific situation of the dock area yesterday, definitely not to use this lady's secret technique to get a real-time express delivery. At the same time, while taking advantage of breakfast, Lucius slipped into the top cabin again. Good morning, Sir Kratos. Morning, Lucius. Arthur responded to the young Avenger, and motioned him to sit down and have breakfast together. Although on the ship, because of Arthur's identity, this breakfast was much more sumptuous than at 2 Kirk Street. Fried sausages, crock-pot beef, raw toast, mashed potato and egg salad, vegetable king salad, fruit salad, prepared honey dip, milkshake, black pepper dip. There was also the tea that Arthur specifically requested. Orange tea tasted good, but after drinking too much, Arthur always felt that tea was better. Thank you, Lord Kratos. But my heart is burning like fire right now. If you don't give me an accurate answer, I can't swallow it at all. As he said that, the young Avenger took out the holy silk and placed it on the dining table. Then, he pushed it directly in front of Arthur. Arthur did not touch it directly, nor would he use spirituality to test it. The young medium has a better way to confirm whether it is dangerous. For example, dogs. Chapter 653 Touch of my Hajlo. Never put yourself in danger. When Arthur was in high school in his hometown, he understood this truth after being blocked in the toilet for the first time. Similarly, he also understood another truth, a mop covered with shit. Lu Bu is alive. Relying on the unparalleled psychic attack, Arthur fought 4 people alone. At that time, Arthur understood a truth. You don't have to be really powerful, but you must look powerful. So, in order to prevent retaliation, he found a small jar filled with lime and put it in his school bag. Undoubtedly, Arthur was blocked again. Then, he took out the small jar and sprinkled it on the people on the opposite side, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Milk! Help me!" The 4 blinded guys on the opposite side were beaten badly. Then, Arthur cleaned the jar and filled it with milk powder. When he was blocked again, Arthur took out the milk powder and stuffed it into his mouth. While stuffing the stuff, he yelled, "Grandma, give me a hand." Anyway, Arthur still remembers the expressions of the 4 guys on the other side. Their confusion, doubt, and great shock. Especially when Arthur took out the old-fashioned iron scissors from his school bag and rushed towards them. One of them was frightened to death. Anyway, after that, Arthur's life became much better. The leisurely high school life was really wonderful. Then, I failed the college entrance examination. There was nothing I could do, I was too relaxed. In the corner of the last row of the classroom, no one would pay attention to a nervous guy, whether he was reading novels, playing games, or cooking dumplings. Life at that time was really beautiful. Arthur sighed. In order to continue this beauty, Arthur certainly would not let himself face danger. So Keely went up. As a death hound. Keely, who had a symbiosis special effect with Kaliki, acted as this kind of blasting dog. Therefore, the next moment, Lucius saw a husky crawl out from under the dining table. Its wise eyes proved its bloodline. Then, it approached the holy silk and kept sniffing it. "Keely?" Arthur's tone became heavier. "Ah woo!" Keely yelled. And then, he directly picked up the holy silk and ran away. No accidents happened. Very good. Very safe. No problem. Arthur, who came to this conclusion, quickly grabbed Keely's neck. The other hand took out the holy silk from Keely's mouth. "Ah! Woo!" The released Keely jumped on the spot, still yelling. How to say it? It really looks like a husky. Arthur couldn't understand why the death hound would have this problem, but he knew how to calm Keely down. When Arthur picked up the slippers in the cabin, Keely immediately calmed down, and the whole dog even crawled under the bed, looking at Arthur cautiously. Sorry, Keely is not very smart. Arthur put down his slippers and gave Lucius a helpless smile. It seems that all sled dogs are like this. The young Avenger had no doubts. The sled dogs in South County are far less powerful than those in North County. They are not only indispensable assistants for people, but also can complete transportation tasks excellently. Keely under the bed saw Arthur put down his slippers, and the whole dog became very interested in the bed in the cabin. He kept sniffing and licking the bed legs. Then, he started to bite them hard. Seeing this, Arthur sighed. Then he asked Hand of Nothingness to take the slippers and start to teach Keely a lesson. Paw paw paw. The slippers slapped Keely's buttocks again and again. Ah woo woo. Keely was beaten around, but he didn't stop yelling. However, Lucius was no longer paying attention to these. The young Avenger's eyes were completely on Arthur, who was carefully examining the sacred silk. After wiping the saliva off the saint's silk with a napkin, Arthur carefully looked at the words in front of him. Name, Touch of Mahalo, incomplete. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attribute, enhancement. Note, Mahalo and Ilo are twin sisters. They were not known to some people until they merged into Mahalo. During the Empire's Shadow War, they were considered symbols of pain and suffering. In some places, they are considered to be disasters. But this does not conceal their talents as witches. Enhancement. When wrapping an item with the incomplete touch of Mahalo, it will bring eternal enhancement to the item. Note 1. When strengthening, the item must have spirituality. Note 2. The item wrapped with the incomplete touch of Mahalo does not need to be fully wrapped. But if it is fully wrapped, the quality of the item will be higher. Note 3. The incomplete touch of Mahalo cannot upgrade the legendary level item, and the item level cannot exceed the epic level. Note 4. The incomplete touch of Mahalo cannot enhance living things. Good stuff. It's actually a prop for enhancing equipment. Although Arthur had some guesses after witnessing the scene of Yura being enhanced, but when he really got touch of Mahalo, incomplete, still surprised. Even though there is a limit that you can't upgrade legendary level items, and the level of items can't exceed epic level. But for Arthur, it's good enough. He has too many equipments to be strengthened. Starting from ordinary sword weapon Spider Claw, North Wind Song, and ordinary accessories Warning Wind Chime, to special Athos Box, Carmen's Wristband, Carmen's Jump. Then, there are the more special Thunder Seal, all of which are within this enhancement category. Even if it is a one-time protection coin, if it becomes stronger, it is worth Arthur's investment. Just when Arthur was thinking about whether to take a big chance and try whether Thunder Seal can advance to the epic level, suddenly the ring blood of doting conveyed desire to Arthur. No! To be precise, It was the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm in blood of doting. That was conveying desire to Arthur. It was an extreme desire. Arthur could even hear the roar of the blood-sucking ancestor worm in his ears. You know, this is unique. Even when he first got the blood of doting, he kept teasing the blood-sucking ancestor worm with words, but it seemed that because of its incompleteness, the other party basically hummed and stopped. Even when he pretended to be the descendant of blood with the exquisite human puppet, he sucked abnormal blood, the blood-sucking ancestor worm only protested, and then there was no movement. And this time, facing the touch of my Hajlo, incomplete. There was such a reaction, Arthur immediately had a new plan in his heart. However, that was later. And now? Arthur looked at Lucius and smiled kindly. Chapter 654 Twins Coincidence. After seeing Arthur's kind smile, Lucius' hands trembled. Not fear, but excitement. Because the young Avenger knew the meaning of this smile. He was about to complete the deal. The holy silk he took out was recognized by Arthur. However, even if the young Avenger had a guess in his heart, but without Arthur's accurate answer, he still couldn't really confirm it. Therefore, the next moment, the young Avenger opened his mouth to confirm. Can it? Lucius asked with a trembling voice. Of course. Its value is far beyond your imagination. So, for the sake of fairness, in addition to the previously agreed ceremony, you can also trade me some other things, such as some secret arts, Arthur said. Huh? Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. Revenge. Moreover, the Nanlos medium in front of him was really a kind-hearted man, just as the rumor said. Lucius could not understand the rest, but feeling Arthur as fairness, the young Avenger recognized Arthur as kindness from the bottom of his heart. After all, the initiative was in Arthur's hands. Arthur could say whatever he wanted, and he didn't need to tell him the value of the holy silk. And he, even in the face of such a situation, he would still agree. But Arthur did not do so, but told the truth. Phew? Lucius then took a deep breath, stood up, bowed to Arthur and said, "Thank you for your kindness." After that, the young Avenger straightened up, put his right hand on his chest, and performed a knight salute. It seems that only this continuous salute can allow the young Avenger to express his respect. No, I just simply pursue fairness. My creed is fairness. Fair. It's still fair, Arthur said seriously. Lucius could feel Arthur's seriousness. Not only his expression, but Arthur's voice was also raised several notes. But for some reason, Lucius always felt that there were 2 or 3 words missing. It felt a little incoherent. Just when Lucius was thinking about which 2 or 3 words, Arthur had already spoken again. So, Tower Oath and Blood Rise. Which one do you choose? Without any hesitation, the young Avenger gave his answer. Blood Rise. If possible, Lucius would rather choose Tower Oath. Born in a middle-class intellectual family, Lucius has an adaptability to knowledge and learning that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, he will enjoy studying for 6 hours a day because before his father and mother had an accident, Lucius had a lot of learning. Then the idea of becoming a tutor. But now, for revenge, killing is more appropriate. Are you sure? Compared with Tower Oath, Blood Rise has more disadvantages. That kind of mental torture will drive a person crazy, Arthur reminded Lucius. Avengers are all crazy. I am no exception. Before I go crazy, I will kill all my enemies. And after that? It doesn't matter. Lucius' eyes were full of determination. Arthur, who had expected this, did not dissuade him again. He began to tell Lucius all the materials needed for the Blood Rise ritual, the steps of the ritual, and the precautions. After confirming that it was correct twice in a row, Lucius thanked Arthur again. Then, the young Avenger blushed slightly. Compared to your mercy, I know I am a little shameless. But, I really hope you can help me clean up the inland river cult in the port of Dordet in West Berlin. Of course, I and the Church of Pain will also help you. After saying that, the young Avenger did not even dare to look at Arthur. Because, shame. Lucius felt extremely ashamed of his own aggressive behavior. He swore that no matter whether Mr. Kratos agreed or not, he would definitely repay him well. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Arthur heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, I've waited for it. Arthur was just worried that Euler's secret technique would fail under Lucius's shame. If that were the case, Arthur's plan would have to be significantly adjusted. After all, if one of the 2 sides in the battle was missing, it would be really inappropriate. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen. I said, I believe in fairness. And you took out the holy silk as a bargaining chip. Then I should take out the corresponding chips. The blood rise. Ritual is part of it. Helping you to eliminate the inland river cult at the Dorted port in West Berlin is also part of it. But, facing the inland river cult, a battle that affects the entire body, I need to confirm something. How many people are you willing to send out for this operation? The number of people determines the scale of the operation. A few people and dozens of people, or even hundreds of people, are completely different concepts. Lucius naturally understood this. But he could not determine the real number of people. Although according to the current situation, his church would definitely do its best. But that was just his guess. Without an accurate answer, how could he communicate with the excellency in front of him? Immediately, the young Avenger bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Excellency Kratos. It's my negligence. I will contact the church leaders now. I will give you an answer soon. After saying that, the young Avenger quickly left the cabin. And this is what Arthur wants. He needs to make the people behind Lucius stand up. Not just Yura. There are more high-level members of the Church of Pain. Only by dragging these guys into the water, his plan can succeed. Moreover, Arthur needs to confirm his guess. He remembers that the third and fourth daughters of the Marquis of West Berlin are twins. And in the touch of Mihailo, incomplete. Just now, Miha and Ilo are also twin sisters. Is this a coincidence? Arthur doesn't quite believe it. After all, the Church of Pain in West Berlin, if it hadn't been supported by some bigwigs, how could it have grown to its current size? In addition to this speculation, there is also Yura's. Is Yura pushed out? Or, he is really hiding behind? Arthur is also very concerned about this point. If it is the former, he should just focus on the twins in the West Berlin family. But what if it is the latter? Arthur's mouth curled up. One touch of my Hajlo, incomplete. How could it be enough? He wanted to pluck the other person bald. Of course, this was later. Now, Arthur looked at the side of the cabin, where a huge smoke ring appeared, and a slender hand stretched out from the smoke ring and gave him a middle finger. Chapter 655. What was planned? Melinda held the sacred snake shield in one hand, and raised her middle finger with the other hand, walked out of the smoke ring, and walked into the cabin, with her deep blue eyes full of contempt for Arthur. Good morning, Melinda. Want something to eat? Arthur said, and pulled out a chair for Melinda. Of course, he took the sacred snake shield and put it aside. Then, it was a pity that you didn't wear a coat otherwise. I will definitely hang your coat for you. In response, Melinda raised her middle finger to Arthur with her other hand. Do you think it's polite to treat me as a postman? Melinda asked. Although there are no couriers in the world before us, there are still jobs like postmen. Of course, most people can't enjoy it. Even the middle class can hardly afford the cost. Only the truly wealthy and aristocrats have similar capital to support themselves to use this convenient service. Melinda was one of them. In fact, every week, a postman would come to the door, bringing the lady new items from various major cities, including but not limited to Niwan. My feelings for you are always hot. Arthur lowered his head, looking at the pair of blue eyes, with indescribable tenderness. The deep eyes were filled with emotion, making Melinda's body stiff. Then the lady took a pipe, and blew a mouthful of smoke directly on Arthur's face, covering her deep eyes. Watching Arthur rubbing his eyes, that seemed to be stinging from the smoke, the lady put away her pipe again, raised the corners of her mouth, and said like a smiling kitten, Is Grindelwald the leader of your black cats? He is a very good guy, and has an inexplicable attraction to those bad guys. Yeah, he is a good guy. Arthur nodded calmly, as if he was simply evaluating Grindelwald. Melinda was observing Arthur calmly. When she found that Arthur did not show any abnormality because of her behavior, the lady felt a little disappointed. But immediately, the lady picked up a piece of raw toast and began to spread the mashed potato and egg salad on it. After adding milk, the salad wrapped in mashed potatoes and eggs was easily spread on the toast. After wiping the sides of the knife along the toast gently, Melinda tasted the food in an elegant posture. Don't you need honey and milkshake? Arthur picked up the seasoning and gestured. Too sweet. Melinda waved her hand. Life is already too bitter, and sweets can redeem everything. Arthur shrugged and poured the honey and milkshake on the raw toast. No. To be more precise, it was soaked. Looking at the raw toast completely immersed in the two liquids, Melinda always felt a toothache. Be careful of cavities, Melinda reminded. Arthur grinned at Melinda, Showing his white teeth, he tapped the spoon a few times, and with a crisp sound, the young medium began his breakfast. And Melinda, who finished eating first, waited quietly with her pipe in her mouth. After Arthur ate the last piece of fried sausage, the lady spoke. "What's going on? Didn't Grindelwald explain it to you?" Arthur looked puzzled. Of course, Arthur knew that Grindelwald had explained it. After all, Grindelwald was Arthur's guise. Arthur not only used Grindelwald's mouth to explain, but also used Grindelwald's eyes to observe Melinda in another state. Arrogant, cold, and with a strong aura. In short, she looked like someone who didn't want to be approached. Completely different from the one in front of him. Compared to that look, Arthur liked Melinda in front of him more. After all, that look was like a meticulous robot. And the Melinda in front of him? Very interesting. Thinking in his heart, Arthur blinked, cooperating with Melinda's next question. "I've explained, but I want to hear you tell me your real purpose. Or, did you secretly support the Inner River cult?" As she said, Melinda stared at Arthur. Suddenly, Arthur looked helpless. "If I supported it, then what was the meaning of the scene yesterday morning? I killed myself? I don't have any special hobbies." Arthur asked back. "Of course you don't have any special hobbies, but you, every time you want to do something, you always find such a legitimate reason. This time is no exception." Melinda took off her pipe, and a light appeared in her blue eyes, as if she had seen through Arthur's tricks. Suddenly, Arthur became interested. "Tell me." The young medium wanted to hear the lady's opinion. "First, you are diverting the attention of the Inner Bay. You are fishing with your Inner River cult. You want to fish out the guys in the Inner Bay who are not good for you, and let them actively cooperate with the Inner River cult. Then, you can really take the initiative. Second, the development of the Inner River cult in West Berlin is not smooth. Although it occupies some places in the port of Dordt, it is still far behind the local forces. Especially the Church of Pain. There is a huge difference. Even if you built a tavern next to the Eitel Lane in West Berlin and developed a secret market, it would still be the same. You cannot shake the foundation of the Church of Pain in West Berlin. So, you join the game, attracting the people of the Church of Pain, and you are ready to catch them all in one fell swoop. I guess. There are people from the Church of Pain on the Vostok. Right?" As she said this, the lady raised her hand and lit her pipe again. With each breath, the smoke with a faint minty fragrance began to spread. And Arthur? Clap, clap, clap. Without any hesitation, Arthur applauded the lady in front of him. Not only because of the lady's intelligence ability, but also because what the lady said was reasonable, whether it was the first point or the second point. If he really owned the Inner River God cult, he would really do this. Unfortunately, the current Inner River God cult is not his. Melinda tilted her head, looking at Arthur, who was applauding, with doubt in her azure eyes. Guessed wrong? This lady thought she knew Arthur quite well. Arthur's performance was not what she had guessed. If she had guessed right, Arthur would never be so calm. He would definitely talk about something else, or even, maybe he would throw out some heavy news to divert her attention. And the latter is what Melinda wanted. At the same time, the lady did not think that her guess was wrong. It should be omission. Yes, omission. Where did I neglect? What could be omitted? The lady pondered, and thought appeared in her eyes. And looking at the thoughtful Melinda, Arthur almost laughed out loud. He liked this kind of partner who liked to think. In order to make the lady think better, Arthur brought a cup of orange tea with mint leaves. When placing the drink in front of Melinda, Arthur gently asked, "Dordo Port, do you want it?" Immediately Melinda was shocked. She understood. Chapter 656 Happy Cooperation. West Berlin, Dordet Port. Melinda wants it. And not only does she want it, she has taken action before, but all failed. Although the Inland River Church and the Pain Church are incompatible, they are all in private, but in public, they are united against the outside world. Of course, the most important thing is the West Berlin family. The West Berlin Marquis is the one who really made Melinda sink to the sand and fail. When she thought of the unclear deaths of her 16 trusted subordinates, Melinda narrowed her eyes. "Are you sure that old fox can be dragged into the water?" Melinda's question made Arthur laugh. He admired Melinda's quick response. Obviously, Melinda had guessed that the Marquis of West Berlin was behind the Church of Pain, and she could guess that the Marquis would not show up directly. "It's not easy, but it's possible," Arthur said vaguely. Before Lucius had taken action, he had no accurate answer. Melinda had long been accustomed to Arthur's ambiguity. Moreover, at this moment, the lady was more concerned about how much. The lady asked, 20%. Arthur estimated silently. 20% profit. A daughter in exchange for 10% profit is naturally expensive. It must be difficult to get 20% profit. But what if it is about honor? After all, as a reliable father, he would not want people to know that his twin daughters are the masters of a cult. Right? Of course. It is also possible that he is a ruthless father who can kill his twin daughters directly. Although it is rumored that the Marquis of West Berlin loves his 4 daughters very much. But who can know the truth? As a medium, you must be prepared for any eventuality. Therefore, Arthur also prepared another set of arguments. The Marquis of West Berlin was bewitched by the devil. The ancestor of the West Berlin family asked him to exorcise the spirits. This lie is naturally easy to expose. But what if the West Berlin Marquis died? No one would care about the dead. The nobles would covet the territory of West Berlin. Commoners? They don't care about these things. Commoners don't understand right and wrong. As long as the person they killed is higher in status and worth more than them, they will be secretly happy. If some policies to keep the people safe are implemented, then there will be no problem. The only problem is how to kill the Marquis of West Berlin. The rumored nobleman is not easy to mess with. Arthur is not sure. So, he must drag Melinda into the water, and let Melinda face the Marquis directly. He? As a young, honest, simple and kind medium, he will naturally assist from the side. Of course, if he can use Melinda's relationship to drag the Countess into the water, that would be even better. 20% sure? It's a little too little. However, if we can gain a foothold in the port of Dordet, it will be worth it. Hearing Arthur's words, Merida frowned. But then, the lady made a decision. Let's do it. She has seen the ceiling of her industry in South Los. That is, as time goes by, it is destined to reach its limit. Instead of making plans at that time, it is better to take a risk with Arthur now. After all, Arthur is not a guy who will do anything without a purpose. There must be a certain degree of certainty. 20%? It must be much more than this. Thinking of this, Melinda was ready to discuss the future arrangements with Arthur. However, when she looked up, the lady found that Arthur was looking at her with a strange look. It was a look of surprise mixed with disappointment. Suddenly, the lady felt puzzled. What's wrong? The lady asked back. Melinda, although I don't want to say it, but do you always look down on me? If there is only a 20% chance of gaining a foothold in the port of Dordet, I will never do it. I will blow up the entire port of Dordet directly. Then, build a new port, Arthur said seriously. Melinda was stunned. Suddenly, the lady thought of something, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. What are you talking about? Although she had a guess in her heart, the lady still asked. Benefits. I'm talking about 20% of the profit. It is 20% of the revenue of the port of Dordet, Arthur said word by word. His eyes were appreciating Melinda's expression at the moment, especially the disbelief in her deep blue eyes. He thought it was beautiful. So, he definitely didn't do it on purpose just to appreciate Melinda's expression. He, Arthur, just went with the flow. Melinda frowned in the true sense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless you can not only grasp the weakness of the Marquis of West Berlin, then he could confront the Marquis of West Berlin head-on on the battlefield. Wait. Are you going to let me confront the Marquis of West Berlin? Melinda finally reacted. And Arthur certainly couldn't admit it. It's not you who confronts the Marquis of West Berlin, it's the two of us who confront the Marquis of West Berlin to make him afraid to act rashly. Arthur certainly couldn't admit his true thoughts. Too dangerous. It's rumored that the Marquis of West Berlin is a strong man who touches the category of step up. Even, it is possible that it is the climber. If we do this, the risk is too great. Arthur smiled as he looked at the reasons given by Melinda. To sum it up, it is nothing more than adding money. As long as Melinda does not refuse outright, this matter is successful for Arthur. In fact, when she found that Arthur was looking at her with a smile, Melinda could no longer speak. This lady is not a shameless person. After her true intention was discovered, the lady said directly, I want half. 20%. Arthur stopped smiling and his face became serious. Then, he gave more reasons. I spent 2.5 years planning in the early stage. The risks and expenses I took were far beyond your imagination. 20% is the limit I can give. Melinda hesitated slightly. It was not that she did not believe Arthur's words. She had met her in West Berlin, who was in a state of disgrace. Of course, I believe that Arthur must have taken great risks and spent countless efforts and gold to create the current situation. It can't be that he just grasped it casually. Right? Impossible. And the hesitation of this lady is to calculate whether her efforts and rewards are proportional. Finally, 30%. This is my bottom line, said the lady. Arthur did not answer immediately, but frowned, and his fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Knock. Knock. 1, 2. Just when Melinda thought that this cooperation was going to fail, Arthur sighed. Who made you Melinda? After saying that, the young medium stretched out his hand again. Happy cooperation. Chapter 657 Swallowing. Happy cooperation, Melinda said, and shook hands with Arthur. Although she let go immediately, Arthur confirmed that Melinda was really a little desensitized to him. That feeling of muscle tension did not appear, the hair did not stand up, and the stomach did not make any unusual noises. Is this a good thing? Arthur was not sure, because he had not seen the situation where Melinda opened her mouth and vomited on others. Who said that she vomited on Countess Nanlos? Definitely not him. After all, according to his height, if he vomited, it would definitely be on the Earl's head. Poof! Arthur suddenly laughed out loud. Facing Melinda's puzzled look, Arthur waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something. I really couldn't help it, Arthur said, and went to get the orange tea. He had to sort out his emotions. Melinda looked at Arthur suspiciously. This lady always felt that Arthur was thinking about something very rude just now. However, the lady now can't care about so much. She has to go back to prepare. You know, facing the Marquis of West Berlin is not an easy task. Contact me at any time. After saying that, the lady blew out a smoke ring, went directly into it, and disappeared. Arthur finished the orange tea in the cup, and when he confirmed that there was no one around, he looked at the sacred snake shield that made his heart palpitate and his blood boil. Name, Citadel S scale, perfect. Type, other items. Quality, legend. Attribute, swallow. Note, Citadel is proud, having tasted the juice of the golden tree. It has long since changed from an ordinary little snake to an existence that ordinary people cannot imagine. It can overturn the seas and rivers at will. In fact, it does so. In the inland sea, it rampages. Any passing ship will be treated as a toy by it, especially when these toys occasionally offer food called humans to it. It has more fun. As time goes by, Citadel was tired of this meaningless game. It began to sink its body into the inner sea, and placed its head on the Mount Alan, bathing in the sun. The warm sun made it think about a question. It wanted to taste the juice of the golden tree again. It instinctively felt that if it tasted it again, it would definitely undergo a radical change. However, it could not get close to the golden tree at all. So it began to select creatures that could get close to the golden tree. Citadar was not worried about this. It had enough choices. Because, during this period of time, its temple appeared on the shore of the inner sea, it was revered as the god of the inner sea, and countless creatures worshipped it. Then, it selected a food that looked more delicious from among the many creatures, and it sent this food to the golden tree. This food didn't use the knife it gave it to cut the golden tree, but set the golden tree on fire. It was angry. It was fooled by the food. It was terrified. The food suddenly became so powerful that it could pull off its proud scales with just a hand. It ran away. But it will definitely come back. Swallow. Those with special snake blood. Swallow this scale, it will purify the blood to a certain extent, and complete the blood to a certain extent. But ordinary snake blood will not have any effect on this scale. When other creatures touch this scale, they will become bloodthirsty and violent. Note 1. The flames of the fire burner eliminate most of the negative states on this scale. Those who are suitable for taking it do not need to bear the negative state. Note 2. Blood purification and blood completion occur at the same time, and cannot be selected. Note 3. Swallow it in one gulp, the effect will be better. Arthur looked at this scale of Citadel, and was really delighted. Although swift bird swordsmanship repaired his death snake bloodline to a certain extent, it was still far from complete repair. Originally, Arthur was still thinking about how to really speed up the completion of the death snake bloodline. Arthur had no idea about this. Different from other mysterious knowledge, the part about bloodline, they are all the most core secrets of various forces and families. Arthur originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to ask Grandma Susan for advice. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Without any hesitation, Arthur used exorcism holy salt. evil-repelling brick powder, and boundary oil to set up. Then, he instructed the cat, dog, and bird that followed him. Although it is not as important as the ceremony, you three still need to guard it well. Pendragon, meow. Keely, woof. Falcon, ga. All were accurate answers. Falcon flew to the top of the cabin. Keely hid in the shadows. Pendragon sat in front of Arthur. The originally fluffy fur was slightly puffed up at this moment. Thunder was playing in the swirling air. Unlike Keely, Falcon obeyed orders. Pendragon was really worried that Arthur would have an accident. The young psychic smiled immediately and raised his hand to touch the cat's head. Don't worry. It's just a dessert, Arthur said. Took off all his clothes, removed all his accessories, and then his whole body began to swell. Especially his mouth, which was open to the extreme. The city doll scales, which were originally the size of a traditional kite shield and enough to cover half of the body, were easily stuffed into Arthur's mouth. The taste was a bit like jelly. After a little force, it melted. As for the taste, it is very similar to double-skim milk. Arthur smacked his lips, and before he could taste the flavor, he lay down on the deck and fell into a deep sleep. Arthur felt a little groggy. He felt as if he was soaking in warm water. The feeling was so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to fall asleep again. But his instinct told him that he couldn't sleep anymore. If he slept again, he would have to face death. The fear of death, he began to struggle violently. Soon, he touched the hard part. Break through here. Get out. Alive. The instinct of his body made him hit it again and again. Finally, crack. The hard part broke. The light shone in all of a sudden. He struggled to crawl out. The blurred vision made him unable to see where he was, let alone what was around him. He only knew that he was hungry. Without hesitation, he ate all the eggshells and the juice. But he was still hungry, because a strong fragrance had been around him since the beginning. Without hesitation, he crawled straight towards the fragrance. At the same time, one after another of his eyes were cast. Chapter 658. At that moment, the little snake under the tree. When the first sight appeared, Arthur was already on edge. When the second sight appeared, Arthur's blood seemed to freeze. When the third sight appeared, Arthur's soul couldn't help but tremble. And when the fourth sight appeared, Arthur was calm. He is now the snake. He has no idea what happened. He is just hungry. No. It's it. It's hungry. At this moment, the skill bluff flashed at a frequency that exceeded the frequency that the naked eye could see, and it completely lit up, like a lamp, an everlasting lamp. Moreover, at this moment, bluff did not need XP to upgrade, and it started to improve by +1+1+1+1 in the field of vision that only Arthur could see. Bluff LV8, Bluff LV9, Bluff LV10. The skill bluff that had been stagnant for a long time began to improve. With each level up, Arthur behaved more naturally. The fourth sight paused on Arthur for a moment, and then, along with the previous three sights, it looked towards the place covered by the light. Then came the fifth sight, and the sixth sight. The sights coming from him kept increasing. When each sight came from him, it would subconsciously look at Arthur first. But Arthur was too inconspicuous. Or rather, Arthur really looked too much like a snake. Let these beings also think that Arthur is a snake. This perception caused Arthur as bluff to soar. When the 11th sight came, the value that was originally only +1 had already become +99. +99 +99 +99. Layer upon layer. The densely packed values increased crazily. The bluff level, which had been steadily increasing, seemed to be on a rocket at this moment. Bluff LV11. Bluff LV12. Bluff LV99. When the bluff level reached LV99, the experience points that kept appearing in front of him paused immediately. It wasn't that they disappeared, nor did they decrease at all. The value of +99 was still +99. What changed was bluff itself. The value required for upgrading Bluff LV99, 59499/ had completely disappeared, but the value that was increased was still there. However, it seemed that it had reached a limit and Bluff could not continue to improve. Arthur saw all of this clearly. It could also clearly see the tree in the land of light. A huge golden tree. The endless light bloomed from the branches and leaves. It was originally impossible to see these things clearly, but bathed in such light, its body grew rapidly. In just 30 breaths, It grew from the size of a little finger to 10 meters long. The growth of its body made it stronger and hungrier. It accelerated its pace towards the tree. There, it smelled so good. It smelled so good that it didn't need to perform. Arthur instinctively rushed there. And this scene made the 11 eyes look forward to it even more. These eyes focused on Arthur. Bluff. The value increased immediately began a new wave of crazy growth, from plus 99 to plus 999. A tenfold change. When Arthur crawled halfway, the value in Bluff of LV99 had already changed to 14489.055/-. Moreover, this value was still increasing. Arthur's instinct told Arthur, such a value has great benefits. So, it did not lament at all. Instead, under the gaze of those 11 eyes, it moved forward quickly like a beast driven by instinct. And when Arthur crawled to the huge golden tree, the value in LV99 Bluff had reached a terrifying 3002850/-. At the same time, Arthur's snake-like body also reached 100 meters. But even with such a body, under this golden tree, it is inconspicuous. And it cannot even describe the size of this golden tree. Because, when it is here, it raises its head and sees one world after another. One world after another in the leaves. Each leaf is a world. There are 129,600 leaves in total. They are constantly changing. The number does not increase or decrease. Every time a leaf withers and falls, a new leaf will grow. Arthur looked at the fallen leaves, looking at the new life. It stood up and climbed up the tree trunk. It wanted to reach the top of the tree and take a look. However, when this thought came up, Death Intuition issued an unprecedented warning, not only flashing, but also an unprecedented buzzing. In Arthur's vision, he saw 7 heads, 9 arms, and headless humanoids waving flames. The monster with a bird's head and a fish's body rolled up huge waves. The one-eyed and bodiless monster spewed thunder and lightning. The girl under the black veil cried softly. The man holding the golden cup had a proud and disdainful look on his face. The old man with festering wounds kept making loud noises. These 6 people made it turn to ashes in an instant. Even its soul no longer existed. And the one who was hidden in the fog and whose appearance was unknown whispered in a low voice. The one with scarlet as its body roared violently and continuously. The silent one filled with endless power remained silent. The 3-headed, one-armed, one-legged humanoids laughed and laughed. These 4 people imprisoned its soul and made it feel pain. Only the lady with a cloak hiding her snake body gave it a quick death. Horror! Great horror! Once it really climbs to the top of the tree, its Bluff will no longer be able to disguise itself. It will be completely exposed. It changed its original idea. It continued to let its instinct drive it, climbing and searching on this golden tree. Here, there is no concept of time. But its body still grew from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. But even so, it is still so small and not worth mentioning. At the same time, a twilight aura appeared on its body. Arthur could clearly sense that its body had reached its limit. It was not just its physical limit. It seemed that there was also a limit of destiny. Fate restricted it. It crawled slower and slower. When it was completely unable to move, the trunk of the golden tree it was clinging to shook slightly, and a drop of juice oozed out of the bark, wrapping it up. In an instant, it was like being reborn. It instantly broke through fate. It instantly escaped from its fate. At this moment, it was pushed away from its branches by the golden tree. It was like coming from one world to another. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the owners of the 11 sites took action. The owners of the 11 sites did not crush it. Because they were wary of each other, and were on guard against each other. They extracted the juice that had merged into its body. One divided into 11. With their harvest, they left with satisfaction. And it kept falling down. Until it fell into a river. Without any splash. Pain. Unimaginable pain. It felt that its soul was torn apart. It felt death. Or rather, it was already dead. Its body floated along the river, until it was picked up by a hand with a pleasant voice saying, "Poor little snake." It was a very beautiful grandmother. The grandmother had a young face, but the endless sense of age made it call her grandmother. The beautiful grandmother touched its head. It lived. Chapter 659: The Conspiracy of the Past. It survived, but it was still weak. So when faced with the soup handed by the grandmother, it did not resist and drank the whole bowl directly. When it drank half of the second bowl, the beautiful grandmother touched its head and sighed softly. Someone else is following your smell. It looked at the grandmother worriedly. But the grandmother smiled. It's nothing. I was short of some firewood for stewing the soup, and they came just in time. Saying these words, the grandmother raised her hand and put it into the river on the other side of the bridge. When it looked back, the grandmother gently tapped the soup pot. 99 figures of different shapes in the void were sucked under the pot. And immediately the firewood, which was originally a small fire, suddenly caught fire. The soup in the pot also bubbled. The beautiful grandmother sang softly, "There is no grass, no leaves, no flowers, no trees. The other side of the yellow sand is in the forgetful river." As the song lingered suddenly, everything in front of its eyes became blurry. When it came to its senses, it was already here. It had become a gray little snake. It didn't know why it was here. It forgot a lot. It only remembered that beautiful mother-in-law. Then, it was the drop of blood in front of it. It was so hungry. Without any scruples, it licked the drop of blood. Then, it began to sleep, and its body began to grow wildly. It had fine hairs between its scales. After these fluffs condensed into shape, a pair of wings appeared on its body. It had no idea about this at the time. Until it woke up. The soup was still taking effect. The memory of the beautiful mother-in-law in its mind completely disappeared, and was replaced by the golden tree. The most delicious juice in its memory was the juice of the golden tree. It wanted to taste it again. As time passed, its obsession became stronger. The god of the inland sea citadel, going back to the place of birth, it want to taste the wonderful juice again. For this, it is ready to cooperate with the only human who can get close to the golden tree. It will definitely succeed. Everything is destined. It disappeared. I'm back. In the flash of LV-99 bluff, Arthur completely came back to his senses from his role as city doll, and there was still horror in his eyes. And his blood began to heat up. Almost instinctively, Arthur hid his shock. He picked up the orange tea in front of him and drank it calmly. The experience just now seemed like a dream. Even Arthur couldn't tell whether it was true or false. However, LV-99's bluff did exist. Death Snake. The change in blood did exist. Even his intuition told him not to think about those beings. Whether it was the tree or the 11 beings, don't think about them. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble. As for that beautiful mother-in-law, don't even think about it. Otherwise, it won't be trouble. I always feel like I'm involved in some huge conspiracy. Arthur sighed in his heart. It's a conspiracy, not trouble. Arthur is very sure of this. The simplest point is, how did Citadel? No, to be precise, how did the snake egg containing Citadel appear near the golden tree? Natural birth. And then appear? Impossible. Even those exaggerated beings can't get close to the golden tree, let alone the parents of Zididar. Then, there is only one possibility. People. The golden tree refuses any existence to get close. But humans cursed by the golden tree can get close to the golden tree. Who could it be? Arthur thought. But the next moment, the young medium picked up Pendragon. Pan, come! Play a game of flying cat with Daddy. Saying this, the young medium threw Pendragon out. The flying Pendragon cat was confused. The young cat had no idea what was going on. Meow! Meow! Pendragon in the air protested wildly. Arthur laughed heartlessly. Ha ha ha! Is it fun? Let's do it again! Arthur said. The corner of his eye was watching the death instinct. That had stopped flashing. Just now, as he was thinking, the death instinct began to flash wildly. Without any hesitation, Arthur began to use Pendragon as a shield. After all, you can raise a cat for 1,000 days, but you can only use it for a moment. Using your own cat to divert attention is natural, isn't it? And when everything calmed down, Arthur bluffed himself and let himself ignore these memories for the time being. Then he began to look at the words that had been flashing since the beginning. Death Snake. Remnant. Unexpected swallowing. Tracing back to the source of the peak. Let you truly obtain the qualification of the steps to God. The trace of power under the golden tree sap remaining in the scales was completely absorbed by your gift breath of death. It began to purify your blood in a unique way. When this purification is completed, that is when you step onto the steps to God. Death and the snake are entangled in parallel. Death chases the tail of the snake chases the beginning of death. In the repeated cycles, another special promotion appeared. even if the bloodline is still incomplete, but the specialness in your bloodline is enough to make most of the descendants of gods and demons look at you sideways, make those ascenders envious, and make the dark, gloomy, dead things afraid, because they all know that your talent that is not human will eventually complete your bloodline. Effect: 1. Awakening. 2. Hide in the shadow. 3. Snake body. 4. Snake eyes. 5. Snake language. 6. Swallowing rashly. 7. Snake breath. 8. Snake shadow. 9. Authority. Remnant. Awakening. You have awakened a special bloodline. Now you become different. Physique plus 10. 3 plus 2 plus 5. Spirit plus 10. 3 plus 2 plus 5. Hide in the shadow. When you are in the shadow, in the darkness, you will get a stealth plus 7 correction. Snake body. Your body joints, muscles can not only be flexible like snakes, but also allow the whole body to coil like a snake. At the same time, facing swords, muskets, explosions, and flames, the defense level is plus 4. Facing acid, the defense level is plus 5. And facing thunder, the defense level is plus 16. When there is enough food, your body will grow rapidly in a way that breaks the limit, and will be given a physique that matches it. Defense, lifespan, and you can freely control the size of your body, but in winter, you will still instinctively feel drowsy. If you choose to hibernate, your body will grow faster, and if you refuse to hibernate, the growth rate will remain the same. At the same time, food will become an extremely important resource for you. You need more food to promote the purification of your blood. 0/1000. Snake eyes. Look at others with snake eyes. Creatures below the entry level will be instantly shocked. If the opponent is in a panic during the intimidation, they will also fall into hallucinations. Creatures in hallucinations will be dragged into the realm of death. Creatures that were above the entry level need to make a will judgment. But if the will judgment fails, they will also be shocked, panic, hallucinate, and be dragged into the realm of death. Snake language. You can use snake hissing to communicate with snakes. Command ordinary, arcane level snakes. Even entry-level snakes will be intimidated by you, even when you don't communicate with your hiss. Snakes still fear you and want to follow you. Rampant swallowing. You can open your mouth beyond your limit, and you can swallow anything smaller than your mouth. Moreover, you can ignore the entry-level toxins, sourness, dark energy, etc. contained in the food you swallow. Even stones can be digested and absorbed by your stomach and turned into the purest nutrients to nourish your body. Snake breath. The gas you exhale can turn into an entry-level poisonous miasma at any time. Your saliva will corrode the earth. When you want, you can turn Nalos into a poisonous swamp with one hibernation. When you don't want to, you are a normal person, and you can kiss your beloved girl at any time. Snake shadow. The resonance of the breath of death and blood completely changes your shadow. It can turn into 77 snake shadows, silently attack the person you want to attack in your field of vision. When the attacked person dies, it will turn into the purest death air and be brought back. Authority. Remnant. Different from the snake wings ignited by swordsmanship, Citadel possesses the authority of the god of the inner sea. Even if it is incomplete, you can still control water in a small area. When you stand on the inner sea, you can control water in a large area. Note 1. The physical and spiritual aspects brought by awakening are absolutely safe. As you eat more food, hibernate, and grow slowly. Note 2. When hiding, running fast will not affect the hiding level. And when the light shines, and the body is completely exposed, there will also be a +2 stealth correction level. Note 3. The snake body can reach 7 meters at this stage. The current normal lifespan is 666 years. When maintaining the normal state, the defense level is naturally +2. When you release your own restrictions, when it reaches 7 meters, the natural defense level is +6. The defense level against thunder is +33. At the same time, in order to complete the purification of blood, you need more gold, mysterious side props, doom. Items as food. Note 4. Each one defense level is about the explosion level of a single high explosive grenade. Note 5. When you complete a deep sleep, it can effectively reduce the drowsy state. Note 6. The initial attack level of each snake shadow is equivalent to the power of a bullet fired by a heavy musket. The snake shadow can turn, and can also track the target. Every time the snake shadow completes an attack, if it absorbs enough death air, it can continue to attack and increase its own attack level, up to the power of a 12-pound small Emperor cannon, and it will consume death air. When the death air is insufficient, you need to return to your shadow to replenish the death breath, but the next time you attack, you will still attack with the power of a heavy musket firing a projectile. At the same time, after completing an effective attack, you can stop attacking and bring back the death breath for you. When all the snake shadows attack, your shadow will fade, but it will not disappear. Note 7. The rituals cat S orange and orange, under the harmony of your talent, will not conflict with your bloodline. Instead, they complement each other. Note 8. Small range is within a radius of 200 meters. The power of controlling water cannot exceed the entry level. The power of large range water control is a radius of 1,500 meters. The current power is the third level of the ascending level. Crack. Crack. Even for Arthur now, facing physical strength. Spirituality. +5. It is terrifying. Arthur's body grew uncontrollably, and he grew more than 1 meter in height. Then, under the control of Snake Body, Arthur returned to his original height. And this is just the beginning. The next moment, before Arthur could feel more changes in his body, more words began to appear. Chapter 660 Chain Reaction. Following the bloodline snake of death is Swift Bird Swordsmanship. Swift Bird Swordsmanship breaks through the limit. Swift Bird Swordsmanship LV5 LV6. Swift Bird Swordsmanship LV6. Swordsmanship was originally based on imitation. The ancestor of the nobles of Nanjun had seen the divine bird called Swift Bird during the imperial era. He was shocked when he saw the swift bird flying freely in the shadows. After exclaiming in amazement, he began to imitate the movements of the swift bird and created the prototype of this swordsmanship. As time goes by, this sword art is constantly being improved, but it is also constantly being questioned. No one questions its help to the bloodline, but everyone questions the swift bird it originally depicted. No one recognizes the existence of this divine bird, except you. With your diligence and hard work, you have brought it to a very high level, and your bloodline has made it begin to exert its unique effect. You know what skills you have mastered, and after swallowing the scales of Zididar, you finally got a glimpse of its true appearance. Effects: 1. Extreme Speed. 2. Quick Attack. 3. Full Blood. 4. Bird Snake Sword Intention. Extreme Speed. When you use the Swift Bird Sword, your sword speed will be +6 on top of your physique. Quick Attack. When you use the Swift Bird Sword, the speed of the next sword will be +2.5, can be stacked 3 times in a row. Full Blood. The power contained in your blood is being slowly stimulated, they will gradually become pure. This will be a long process. But you who have pursued the truth of swordsmanship will speed up this process. However, during this period, your appetite will increase greatly, and your sleep quality will be enviable. The trace of golden tree sap remaining on the scales of the Zididar that have been integrated into your body will make the effect of blood-filled even better, and the purification speed of your blood will be faster. But at the same time, your appetite will be greater, and you will also need to maintain a corresponding amount of sleep. Under the effect of full blood, you can use ordinary food to improve your blood at an extremely slow speed. Bird and Snake Sword Intention. Swift Bird Sword Intention makes you faster. Dark Snake Sword Intention makes your attack unpredictable. When you use the Sword Intention, a corresponding reference automatically appears behind you and brings a +1 pressure level. When you use the 2 sword intentions at the same time, your physical strength will be greatly consumed, but you can get a +3 pressure level. It brings a faster and more bizarre attack method. At the same time, you also have a trace of divine power. When facing the spiritual manifestation of other entrants, you can use this trace of divine power to crush them. But every time you call it, this trace of divine power consumes a lot of physical strength and makes your spirit tired. You need a longer time to recover, 1 time/week. Physical strength, spiritual +3.0, 0.3x5 plus LV6 plus 1.5. Note, you have reached the limit of this skill. Once again, Swift Bird Swordsmanship. The limit. But as before, Arthur ignored it. He knew that Swift Bird Swordsmanship had not yet reached its limit. The current limit was just his limit. As his strength increased, his limit was also increasing. Just like the most fundamental physique and spirituality. After Swift Bird Swordsmanship, LV6 increased Arthur's physique by 1.5. Arthur's physique had reached an astonishing 22.2. Spirituality is 19.1. Even without any comparison, Arthur feels that he is on the road to numerical weirdness, and there is no turning back. In response to this, Arthur said, "It can be stronger. After all, according to the inference of high-level scrolls such as Touch of Death, physique 10 should be a watershed, and 18 should be a big watershed. Combined with the mysterious books read daily, 10 points of physique is the entry level. As for the 18th point, It is ascending the stairs. Of course, there may be some minor differences, but it is roughly the same. And above the ascending stairs? Arthur cannot speculate for the time being, although he can reach the level of ascending stairs under certain conditions. That is the effect of the secret technique brought by the bloodline. Not physique. Spirituality. However, with a physique of 22.2 and a spirituality of 19.1, Arthur can rightfully say that Arthur, I am gifted. And I am a genius in swordsmanship. Arthur looked at the swift bird swordsmanship's extreme speed and quick strike, and subconsciously picked up the knife on the table and stabbed forward. After a shadow flashed by, the sound of breaking through the air was heard. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the hairs on Pendragon's back stood up directly, and his steps trembled. Arthur looked at his cat's timid appearance, and couldn't help shaking his index finger. Then, he stabbed continuously. Each stab was faster than the last. Each stab was more ruthless than the last. At the beginning, there was an afterimage. By the third stab, Arthur's arm was completely hidden in the afterimage. The knife seemed to have turned into a meteor, flashing with a cold light. Meow! Pendragon made a sharp cry. The whole kitten flew to the top of the cabin, and subconsciously touched his neck. In the previous stab, Arthur would not aim at his own kitten, although they had joked around in the past. Arthur couldn't handle this, which was obviously beyond the level of a joke. However, Pendragon looked at that, and felt that his neck had been pierced. It was really scary. Meow meow meow, Pendragon protested. However, Arthur ignored him. At this moment, Arthur looked at the knife in his hand, and unconsciously thought of the grandmother's treatment of it. At that moment, life and death changed. Then, it unconsciously thought of the grandmother's breath filled with traces of time. That moment seemed to last forever. And all of this was silently infecting Arthur. He wanted to integrate this into his swordsmanship. But soon, Arthur chose to give up. Because the golden tree unconsciously emerged in its mind, when that sense of destiny appeared in his heart. Death intuition flashed again. Snap! Arthur slapped his forehead. With a crisp sound, the young medium put down the table knife that had been deformed by the quick sword just now. He jumped up from the chair and hugged Pendragon. Pan, do you want to swim? Arthur asked, and raised his hand. Hand of nothingness. Flew over with his underwear. Just now, in order to be promoted and replenish his bloodline. Arthur took off all his clothes. Now, he is covered with his underwear. Meow meow meow, Pendragon protested. This time, the protest was effective. It was not that Arthur was soft-hearted, but that the oiler he was paying attention to had once again made a move. Oiler once again asked Lucius to tell the truth. The lady listened to it in detail. Then, she nodded. The lady agreed with Arthur's statement. And then, she took out the communication stone, ready to contact the senior leaders of the Church of Pain. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 661 Subtle Changes. On the inland river, the Orient was moving slowly. In the restaurant, the waiters were moving in an orderly manner. The greasy plates and the remaining food were replaced, and some meals specially ordered by the guests were brought back. For those guests who did not come to the restaurant for dinner, the waiters would bring the food to them personally. Of course, only the first-class suites had such service. Eula, Lucius, Joe is in the first-class suite. 2 waiters in white shirts and vests carried food trays, and followed the butler in a black tuxedo and a red bow tie, standing in front of the suite. Dong, dong, dong. The butler of the suite knocked on the door gently, and said in a soft and respectful voice, Mr. Joe, according to your order, 3 standard meals. Also, 2 servings of the sand drink you specially ordered. Sandset drink is a drink mixed with alcohol, with a lot of fresh lemon and honey as the base, and then with large square ice cubes that can fit into the cup as the auxiliary. 2 ice cubes, about 30 milliliters of liquor is poured in from a high place, and after the fresh lemon juice and honey cover the first ice cube, start stirring with a spoon, let the ice cube dilute the ice water, dilute the liquor, until it is flush with the mouth of the cup. The taste is okay, but it takes a lot of effort. Ordinary taverns don't mix drinks at all. And in places where they do mix drinks, they are all expensive. After all, this kind of drink is said to be a bartender can only mix 1 cup a day. If he makes more than that, the bartender will die. Therefore, Saint Star drink is also called Death of Bartender. However, it is the favorite of the rich and nobles. Because it makes them stand out. Especially on the Orient, it will show their extraordinariness. Because you have to pay extra. Joe, who had some gains last night, excitedly told Yura about the uniqueness of this drink before breakfast. Unfortunately, Yura left because he felt uncomfortable. Without Yura, Joe naturally returned to the room with regret. He originally planned to let Yura feel the unusual attention. Or, he hoped to share this happiness with Yura. After yesterday, his attitude towards Yura had already changed. However, Yura remained unchanged. The lady still used her little tricks to make Joe happy in the bathroom. Similarly, slightly torturing and interrogating Lucius also made the lady happy. Originally, the lady could have asked in a more direct way, but she still kept trampling on Lucius with her feet. The pleasure that rose from the bottom of her heart made the corners of the lady's mouth curl up, and a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes, even when she was about to report to the high priest. This excitement did not dissipate. Not only physically, but more spiritually. She knew that she had made a great contribution. She had a promising future. The expectation for the future emerged in her heart, making the lady tremble. And then, her eyes rolled back. Not the eyeballs rolled upwards, but the eyeballs twisted, carrying nerves and blood vessels. The tiny tentacle once again drilled out of the lady's ear. Just like a maggot, it kept twisting its body. With this twisting, Eula's eyes came out of their sockets, just like a spring that was pressed and suddenly released. With a bang, the two eyeballs popped out. Then, the two eyeballs lit up. Almost at the same time, the voices came from the two eyeballs. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Both were women's voices. The former was slightly hoarse, and the latter was extremely crisp. Two voices exchanged, but neither side noticed the other. All they heard was the sound of change, which was emitted by the tentacle through Yura's vocal cords. Blessed Yura has grasped his fate. Cooperate with Arthur Kratos. Expel the river cult. The voice, that could not be distinguished between male and female, informed the two. Then, more ambiguous sounds were emitted by Yura's vocal cords. Every syllable that appeared excited a hoarse and crisp voice. Thank you for your gift. Your Majesty. You are so kind. Your Majesty. The two voices appeared again, but this time, the tentacles did not control Yura to answer, but took the initiative to cut off this connection. Yura's two eyeballs returned to their eye sockets, and the tentacles also drilled back into Yura's ear holes. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The soft and unhurried knock on the door woke Yura up. The lady had no idea what had happened before. In the lady's memory, she was about to report the current situation. And then, there was a knock on the door. With a smile on her face, Yura opened the door. The morning sun outside the door suddenly shone in, and the pure wooden furniture immediately became full of vitality, making people feel comfortable from the inside out, especially the chandelier and the arrangement of the mirror, which made this sense of vitality fill the whole room. These are some of Arthur's small arrangements. Compared with simply piling up gold and silver, the young medium knows better how to make the room look high-end while being extremely cost-effective. Good morning, ma'am. The sweet manager bowed slightly and asked two waiters to bring the food in. At this time, Lucius had also been thrown into the bathroom. There was only a smiling Eula in the cabin. Thank you for your service. The Eula lady took out a $1 bill and two $50 bills from Joe's wallet. They were handed to the room steward and two restaurant waiters respectively. At dinner last night, many guests in the restaurant did the same thing. Then, Joe came back and talked about some etiquette on the Orient. Tipping is one of them. Yura didn't really understand the meaning, but the lady chose to follow the local customs. Arthur silently praised this. How to make people efficient. Give money. As long as the money is enough, everything will become efficient and well organized. Arthur knew about this, but as a medium who just barely made ends meet, he naturally couldn't afford to pay more employees. So, Arthur passed it on to the guests on the Orient. These already wealthy guests would naturally not be stingy with this little tip. As for who gave it first, Arthur said he didn't know. He was just a young, honest, simple and kind medium. How could he know so many twists and turns? It must be Melinda's arrangement. His lover, soulmate, loves to do such trivial things. And his focus was on the scene just now. When the tentacle appeared, his death intuition did not flash again. And just one day, no, to be precise, a few hours ago, facing the tentacle, he was in danger of death. It is obvious that the improvement of blood and swordsmanship has given him the power to protect himself. And this made Arthur frown. He found a clue. Chapter 662 18 Contracts. Before this bloodline, and the swordsmanship was improved. Arthur, who possessed the mark of thunder, in a sense, could also face the climbers. Moreover, with the characteristics of the mark of thunder, as long as it was not an instant kill, Arthur could run away even if he could not defeat it. However, the flash of the death intuition told Arthur that death still existed. In other words, when facing the tentacle, Arthur would probably be killed instantly. Therefore, Arthur, who was already cautious, became even more cautious. He was cautious even when he was monitoring. But this time was different. At the moment when the change occurred, Arthur's death intuition did not flicker. Not only death intuition, but also spirituality. You know, when death intuition flickered before, Arthur's spirituality was almost boiling, making him feel uncomfortable. But this time, spirituality was as calm as usual. This gave Arthur some confidence. He tried to continue paying attention. From the corner of his eyes to direct gaze, there was nothing unusual. This made Arthur subconsciously check the blood and swordsmanship that had just been improved. Arthur's eyes checked back and forth between the blood and swordsmanship markings. Finally, the young medium's eyes were fixed on this sentence. You still have a trace of divine power. When facing the spiritual manifestation of other entrants, you can crush them with this bit of divine power. Looking at this sentence, Arthur thought of not the scene where he crushed other entrants, but before, he was crushed by the tentacles in a similar way. Obviously, this bit of divine power is the key. This guy, are these two guys the same as Citadel? Arthur subconsciously thought of Citadel, who was revered as the god of the inland sea. Miha, Ilo? Shadow War. Which? Arthur looked at touch of Miha Ilo, incomplete, and his mind was spinning rapidly. Arthur was very curious about the Shadow War, and naturally tried to collect relevant information. However, during the Holy Empire period, the Church ordered the burning of books from the Empire period, which directly made the relevant records incomplete. Even if there were any, they were incomplete. Of course, there must be complete records within the Church. After all, in the early days of the Holy Empire, there was the so-called 100 Years' War. And in the works of some mysterious people, the 100 Years' War is called the continuation of the Shadow War, even though there is still no record. But it is precisely because of this that some people are more certain. Arthur also has similar doubts. But Arthur will not speculate. Psychics also need sufficient evidence. However, as a medium, Arthur knows how to seize the opportunity. Just like now. Even if his bloodline is still marked as incomplete, his swordsmanship has once again reached its limit. But what does it matter? He is now qualified to face the tentacles. This is enough. You know, the enemy is strong and I am weak. Even if we pull and pull repeatedly, and keep taking advantage of the situation, what we get is still limited. Even the so-called victory can only be called self-consolation. But the enemy is weak, and I am strong. No! It is not necessary to have a weak enemy, and I am strong. As long as both sides are evenly matched, Arthur will be able to take all the opponent's underwear. Marquis of West Berlin, the third woman, the fourth woman. Arthur was thinking about the target person in his heart, perfecting his plan. As for the tentacle, Arthur took out touch of my Hajlo, incomplete, and put it in his right hand. Then, he took out blood of drowning, and put it in his left hand. Then, Arthur brought his hands closer, without really touching. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm in drowning blood began to become eager, just like a wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days, facing a meat bone approaching, wagging its tail non-stop, and whimpering again and again. Arthur carefully sensed this change, and let his hands continue to move closer. But just when the edges of his palms were about to touch, Arthur separated his hands again. Suddenly, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm became anxious, as if its tail, which should have been wagging, did not move. The whimpering in its mouth turned into a low whimper, and even showed its fangs. Then it barked like a crazy dog. Arthur laughed at this. He laughed happily. He loved walking the dog the most. In the following time, Arthur kept repeating the previous actions. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm in the blood of doting became more and more crazy. Even, there were bursts of roars in Arthur's ears. However, Arthur was indifferent, and continued to play the dog-walking game. A wild dog is always a wild dog. If you want to use it better, it must become a domestic dog. As for whether it will succeed, Arthur is not worried. Wolves can become dogs under the egg yolk pie. Why can't the blood-sucking ancestor worm? If it can't, It means that your egg yolk pie is not tempting enough. And Arthur believes that touch of mahalo, incomplete. For the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm, it is tempting enough. Otherwise, the other party would not have actively exposed himself. After obtaining blood of drowning, Arthur had a brief exchange with this incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm. Arthur firmly believed in his first instinct, just as he firmly believed that what he had felt was the most real. Therefore, Arthur did not mind borrowing the power of blood of drowning. But he would never let down his guard. Even at this moment, Arthur was wondering if the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor was about to collapse. And just then, he saw touch of mahalo, incomplete, and chose to actively expose himself. Obviously, if that was the case, the other party was going all out. And Arthur admired this courage. Out of appreciation, Arthur didn't mind giving the other party a chance. After dozens of attempts, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor roared. Enough. Arthur understood this roar. Arthur smiled immediately. Without any hesitation, Arthur began to draft 17 contracts. Starting from the name of the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor, the service method, the lifestyle, loyalty and betrayal, etc., it covered all aspects that Arthur could think of. It seemed that he was a little worried that it was not safe enough. Arthur took out the 18th contract. It was clearly written on it. If you need to supplement, you can supplement at any time. Everything is based on the will of Arthur Kratos. Are these 18 contracts? This is simply the 18 levels of hell. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm did not know the concept of the 18 levels of hell, but in the perception of Arthur's smile, it made it feel that it was stepping into the abyss. But the abyss has what it needs. If it wants to survive, it must go there. How to choose between life and death? The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm did not hesitate at all. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm, which was almost left with only instinct, quickly signed its name with a little remaining spirituality. Abel. Chapter 663 Contract. A contract again. Abel, Abel. Arthur kept repeating this name in his heart. This name had never appeared in any of the mysterious books he had read. But Arthur was not disappointed. On the contrary, Arthur felt happy. Because this meant that he was about to come into contact with more unknown history, rumors, and knowledge. And it was extremely precious. You know, with the Emer Manor and the ruins under the beach. And the collection of books belonging to the crazy alchemist Geppetto. Arthur's understanding of the history and rumors of the mysterious side has reached a level far beyond that of ordinary mysterious people. What Arthur has not heard of must be extremely secret. In the mysterious side, secrets often represent preciousness. Thinking in his heart, Arthur used the power of the contract to call the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm. Abel, tell me your origins. Abel. Arthur responded to Arthur with a confused mood. Sensing this confusion, Arthur's mouth curled up. With 18 contracts as a prelude, this confusion is naturally real. Not a disguise or deception. But the contract cannot be violated. But there are loopholes. Just like Arthur and Abel signed a contract, Abel could completely seal his memory at the moment before signing the contract, and then slowly make a comeback. Or, before signing this contract, use another contract as insurance. For example, when the strength reaches the entry level, the sealed memory will be automatically restored. The corresponding props will be lost, and the ability will be used to offset the backlash of the contract. Even, taking this as an example, some contracts will be expanded to offset the contract signed with Arthur. Arthur is not afraid of this. He will not be afraid. After all, he still has the 18th contract as a supplement. This 18th contract is for dealing with this situation. He, Arthur Kratos, is not a bad person. How could he enslave a bug for no reason? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He, Arthur Kratos, is cautious and curious. Caution is innate. And it is also forced by the world he lives in. Curiosity. To be precise, it is expectation. Arthur is looking forward to it. If Abel also thought that he would do this, what kind of props and abilities would be used to offset his 18th contract? Energy conservation, not just on the scientific side. On the mystical side, it's the same. So, now, add 3 contracts. The first one, if Abel takes the initiative to seal his memory, after awakening his memory, Abel will repay me 10 times for everything he got from me. The second one, if Abel feels resentful because of this, the repayment multiple will be multiplied by 10. The third one, if Abel hates me because of this, the repayment multiple will be multiplied by 10 again. Arthur signed a contract with Abel again. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor was very dissatisfied with this, and roared continuously, but it was useless. Not only was Touch of Mahalo incomplete, its life, but also because of the supplement of the previous 18 contracts, it was powerless to resist. After these 3 contracts were signed, Arthur smiled. You see, our bond is so strong. Now there are 21 contracts, so let us call it 21. How reasonable. Just and fair this is. Arthur sighed in his heart, and placed Touch of Mahalo incomplete on Blood of Doting. Almost instantly, the simple ring changed. A touch of bloody red colored the entire ring. Bloody red? It shone like jade. Then, ripples spread, and a bug with conspicuous spots on its green back crawled out. The bug itself was very small, but when only the head was left, it was even smaller. But even if only the head was left, it still had a circle of spikes like a fairy mountain. Corn? Arthur was startled. When Arthur was a child, he was pricked by a pine, which hurt a lot. The memory is still fresh. Abel, who was crawling out, paused, although there were no specific words. This pause was better than 1,000 words. And just a moment later, the brewing emotions could not be suppressed and erupted, surging like a wave. You beep? Beep? You beep? Arthur shrugged his shoulders at this. Just scold him. He won't lose a piece of meat. Just keep an account. I will get it back with interest. With only one head left, Abel climbed up Touch of Mahalo incomplete, and swallowed it bit by bit, just like chewing leaves. Arthur curled his lips beside him. Have you ever eaten noodles? Slurp. You slurp. With a contract, Arthur did not hide his thoughts. Of course, the incomplete Abel could sense these things. But what could Abel do? The contract was in Arthur's hand. It was just a broken bug. It could not resist. It was impossible to suck noodles. It was not that it did not want to, but its current body structure was unrealistic. Whose bug had only one head left, and could still suck noodles? I am not a rice bug. The speed of chewing was not fast. It took 10 minutes. This piece of Touch of Mahalo incomplete was eaten completely, and the incomplete Abel grew a little bit. Roughly the proportion was from having a head to having an extra neck. And Blood of Doting changed accordingly. Not only did it have a light red amber texture on the surface, but more importantly, its attributes: name, Blood of Doting. Type, ring. Quality, above heroes. Attributes, 1, Son of Blood. 2, Contract. Requirement, Arthur Kratos S. Note, the ring forged by the Marquis and his wife for their son, but the hidden Abel inside makes you understand that the Blood Marquis's hunting of the engaged family members was not as simple as the rumor said. This was definitely not a washing away of shame, but had a deeper purpose. Now you cannot know what happened for the time being, but the broken body of Abel has been repaired a little bit. Son of Blood, when you wear this ring, you will consume the blood in your body every moment to feed the broken blood-sucking ancestor worm, and it will give you back the power, making you like the Entry Blood clan with the purest blood. Not only can you turn into mist, bats, borrow the power of frost, ignore gravity, and walk on vertical walls, you can also control bats to become your eyes, and on moonlit nights, the ability will be enhanced. When the moon is full, this enhancement can reach the extreme. The wearer will have the physique of the entry level, and can also use his own blood to create a semi-finished blood bride, and complete blood slaves. Blood fighters. Blood warriors. Contract. The existence of 21 articles makes Abel obey you, and be your loyal servant. Note 1. The blood bride still needs to be strictly cultivated in order to be controlled at the critical step. But the blood slaves, blood fighters, and blood warriors will only need the blood of the wearer. At the same time, because the incomplete Abel begins to complete, the blood required begins to decrease significantly. Note 2. The controlled blood bride is extremely unstable. When the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor is affected, it will self-destruct. Note 3. The blood slaves, blood fighters, and bloody warriors you created can choose 13 of them to become your next generation of blood relatives. And you have 0/13 at this time. Note 4. The incomplete Abel is suppressed by the contract, and without your permission, it cannot suck blood. Note 5. When the wearer dies, the incomplete Abel will devour the wearer's corpse. And when you die, the incomplete Abel will self-destruct together. Not bad. Arthur looked at the new attributes of drowning blood. I immediately thought of my own alias Blood Descendant. Originally, because the enemies I encountered were getting stronger and stronger, Blood Descendant became powerless, and gradually retreated to the background. But after this time, Blood Descendant can continue to be active. And the first thing is to announce his return. Chapter 664 Stage. A formal return naturally requires a formal stage. And this time, Arthur doesn't need to build it himself. The young medium looked at the first-class cabin. At this moment, Yura had already sent away the suite's butler and the restaurant's waiter. Faced with a sumptuous breakfast, the lady did not enjoy it, but walked towards the suitcase where she stored the communication stone again. She wanted to complete what she had not completed before. Just when Yura's finger just touched the communication stone lit up in advance. Eula. A calm and slightly hoarse female voice sounded. Without any hesitation, Eula knelt on one knee. High Priest. Eula knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Although he was blessed, Eula still knew what he should do when facing the person closest to the Lady of Pain. Even if he had other ideas in his heart, it was the same. Or rather, it was because of this idea that she will be more respectful. She needs to set an example. However, the High Priest of the Church of Suffering was accustomed to Yura's respect and said to himself, "You have done well. It is your honor that His Majesty has blessed you. Similarly, the Church will give you a new position. We need a new Priest of Suffering." After hearing these words, Yura bowed his head again, and his voice sounded extremely excited. "Thank you for your gift. Your Majesty. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best." As she spoke, Yura had already choked up. However, from Arthur's perspective, he could see the disdain and ridicule in the lady's eyes, especially the sneer when the corners of the lady's mouth curled up, which Arthur saw. Immediately, the young medium touched his chin. He suddenly felt that his plan had become a little easier. He was too familiar with the tentacle, or the nesting doll plus trade-off method played by Mihal or Iroh, to the point where it was almost instinctive. After all, in the original world, he had worked in a similar industry part-time. Of course, at that time, he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to make more money and retire early. Who could have thought that he would end up in such an exaggerated situation? Therefore, at this time, although Arthur was delighted, he was still cautious. Some mosses, once, are enough. In the first-class cabin, the conversation continued. Contact the medium, and tell him that the real high-ranking officials of the church will discuss with him tonight. The high priest said, "Yes, sir. I will take the initiative to communicate with the other party, and preliminarily confirm. That's enough. You just need to inform the other party. The rest of the things, I will arrange it." Eula's words were interrupted. The high priest's words were extremely impolite, and could even be called a scolding. Eula was terrified, until he confirmed that the message stone was truly over. The lady's face showed anger and resentment. She was blessed by His Majesty, the true child of destiny, and the other party actually humiliated her. "Wait! I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." After saying this, the lady returned to normal. Then, the lady dragged Lucius out of the bathroom, and began a new round of hypnosis. "You have confirmed that your guide is Yura. You are a little surprised and relieved about this result. Only this can explain why Yura knows you so well. When you found out Yura's true identity, Yura said you passed the test. Not only did you complete the basic test, you also completed the extra one. You contacted Nanlo's medium, which is a great achievement. And this will make you a great success in the Church of Pain." After saying that, Yura stood up and stepped hard on Lucius's belly again. She felt Lucius' pain, and she was fascinated by it. Bad woman, Arthur evaluated in his heart. And at the same time, he thought about the words of the high priest of the Church of Pain just now. Tonight. At this time, Arthur started to think. You know, according to the speed of the Orient, it will reach the Dordet port in West Berlin tomorrow morning. So, the meeting tonight must be in the wilderness on the shore. As for the Orient, as long as the other party is sane, he will not risk stepping into his territory. It must be a fair position for both parties. At least, it should be fair on the surface. So, it should be here. With the help of Fujin's high-altitude vision, Arthur circled a rough area in his mind, and took out the original exquisite human puppet. He also gave the brand new blood of doting to the other party. Of course, there is also blood bat ring, and plenty of gold coins. After doing all this, Arthur looked at the descendant of blood in front of him, and said in his heart, "I'll leave it to you there." "Understood," the descendant of blood replied. This feeling of talking to oneself, for Arthur, was not embarrassing or uncomfortable. On the contrary, Arthur was quite used to it. So much so that Arthur and the descendant of blood smiled at each other. Then, the descendant of blood left the cabin on the top floor directly, with a brand new doting blood. The descendant of blood turned directly into a cloud of mist and floated to the shore. After confirming that there was no one, he summoned the blood bat and did not summon it again. Instead, the blood bat hiding in the suburbs of South Los, guarding the secret place obtained from the original head of Rat Alley, woke up from his slumber. Immediately, the blood bat touched the communication stone in front of him. The communication stone belonging to Freeman. The whole process was completed in a very short time. However, the bosun on the ship still found it. But for Bloody John, he didn't care at all. He saw that the blood descendant left from the top floor, and that's enough. After all, it was Nanlo's medium who lived there. Therefore, the old pirate took a glance and turned around again, continuing to bask in the sun on the lounge chair. As a bosun, of course, he didn't have to do heavy work such as dry cleaning the deck, and the daily meal order was also very rich, especially with a group of seemingly reliable men serving him. This kind of life is really comfortable. What a warm sunshine. How do you say that? Vacation, yes. Vacation. I'll just take it as a vacation. Old John muttered in a low voice. While he was muttering, Ms. Ura had packed up, took off her long skirt, changed into simpler clothes, and walked to the top cabin. After going through the steps, the lady saw Arthur sitting on the terrace outside reading. Similarly, Arthur also looked at the lady because of the footsteps. However, at just one glance, the young medium's face changed drastically. How is it possible? Chapter 665 Provocation. Arthur's voice was full of surprise and shock. Because of his hidden identity, when Ura came to the top of the Orient, he had imagined more than a dozen scenarios after meeting Arthur. Some were extremely vigilant, some were disdainful, and even murderous. Of course, there would definitely be surprise and shock. But it was definitely not this level of surprise and shock. It was really a bit too much. It was like acting. It was supposed to be a sad smile, but after trying too hard, it turned into a duck's quack. But Ura suppressed his doubts in his heart, and asked as he had planned before, "Are you surprised about my identity?" As she spoke, the lady walked in front of Arthur. She glanced at Arthur's face and temperament, which became more and more eye-catching after his physique and spirituality were greatly improved. The greatly improved physique made Arthur look healthy vitality, and the greatly increased spirituality, which makes Arthur full of mystery. The former stimulates the instincts of the creatures around him. The latter confuses the minds of the creatures around him. When physical, spiritual, crosses the threshold of the ascender, Arthur seems to have a certain kind of charm, making people unconsciously addicted to it. This is the case with Ura. The original Ura just wanted to use his sight to seek more clues. But as he watched, she felt that Arthur was so fragrant. That feeling was a little itchy. She twisted a few times. It was like 100 claws scratching her heart. Then, it became even more itchy, like the return of the south wind. Arthur seemed not to notice. After putting down the night walk in his hand, he stood up and answered seriously. "Of course it's unexpected. I never thought that you were the high priest of the Church of Pain," Arthur said, and seemed to have figured everything out. "I was wondering why things were so coincidental. Now it seems that this is all your plan. Ms. Ura, you really surprised me." As he spoke, Arthur looked at Ura with admiration in his eyes. Ura was very happy to receive such admiration. Of course, all this was the result of her hard work. She had fought hard for it. But she is not the high priest, not yet. Later, it will definitely be mine. Definitely. The lady comforted herself, and then she became a little curious. "Why do you think I'm the high priest of the Church of Pain?" Eula did not hide his curiosity as he asked. He blinked. That was definitely not just a cute trick. There was also temptation. Arthur unconsciously attracted the lady. The pleasant smell made the lady's mind waver, full of reverie and desire. Arthur turned a blind eye, a serious look. "Because I can sense your strength. Besides that, I sensed a trace of the breath of gods. This breath is very similar to that of my old friend, but it is much stronger. Then, it must be that lady who has bestowed the grace of God. You are so powerful, and have the grace of God. If you are not the high priest of the Church of Pain, I really can't think of who it could be," Arthur said, spreading his hands. Ura listened to Arthur's analysis. She thought it made sense. She was powerful, and blessed by God. If she was not the high priest of the Church of Pain, who else could be the high priest of the Church of Pain? That woman? No. It should be me. It should be me. The thought that came out of her heart directly provoked the unwillingness of this lady. The patience she had held on to before was like a joke in the face of this unwillingness. Like a fragile piece of paper. It broke with one blow. However, on the surface, the lady still kept smiling. You guessed wrong. I am just a priest of suffering. There is someone else who is the high priest. And I am here on behalf of the high priest. Tonight, the adults in the church will discuss with you. Ura relayed the words of the high priest. Arthur was shocked. As if he didn't believe that Ura was not the high priest of the Church of Pain. This appearance hurt the lady's heart even more. More importantly, Arthur's words afterwards. Is that so? It's really surprising. However, I am now looking forward to meeting everyone in the Church of Pain. You are just a priest. I believe the demeanor of others is also fascinating. Moreover, I am also full of confidence in completely eradicating the inland river cult. This time, I will definitely succeed. After that, without the restraint of the inland river cult, your church will surely usher in a jaw-dropping development under the leadership of that high priest. In the flash of Arthur's skilled bluff, all Ura saw was true feelings. It was real. That's what Arthur thought. But the more it was like this, the more Ura felt hurt. Every word was like a knife stabbing his heart. When he heard Arthur's last sentence, your church will surely usher in a jaw-dropping development under the leadership of that high priest. The lady clenched her hands into fists. At this moment, the lady made up her mind. However, on the surface, the lady still smiled. Of course. I look forward to meeting you tonight. Arthur smiled. Ura bowed slightly, turned around and walked away quickly. Soon, he disappeared under the stairs. After Ura disappeared in the true sense, Arthur lay back in the chair, and his eyes looked to the other side. Melinda, holding her shoulders and holding a pipe, was standing there. There was a half smile on her face. When she saw Arthur's gaze, the lady snorted. Bad guy. Thanks for the compliment. Arthur replied with a smile. And the lady raised her hand and gave him a middle finger in return. Then, the lady walked in front of Arthur and looked at him carefully. Then she sniffed. It seemed that she was confirming something. In those blue eyes, there was a touch of shock, but then there was a sense of relief, followed by a sense of urgency and excitement. Arthur admired the change in Melinda's eyes, which seemed to be a change of expression. Melinda snorted again. Are you not pretending anymore? Arthur knew what the question was. The substantial increase in physical strength and spiritual power was obviously impossible to hide from Melinda, who saw him almost every day. Arthur was naturally prepared for this. Something unexpected happened. The props for the cover-up are damaged. Arthur said so. He did not elaborate on what the accident was. Arthur believed that Melinda would guess. In fact, it was true. You always like to do this kind of thing. The Church of Pain is not that simple, Melinda said, blowing out a smoke ring, and took out a silver cufflink from it, throwing it to Arthur, saying, wear it well. Don't be like a peacock in heat, spreading your tail everywhere. Chapter 666 already. Under the sun, the silver cufflinks shone with a unique brilliance, drawing a beautiful arc, and were caught by Arthur. Then, the words flashed in front of him: name, Carmen's concealment. Type, other items. Quality, secret technique. Attribute, concealment. Note, silver calendar 99 years, already 90 years old. The thief Carmen successfully promoted to the alchemy master in the 10th year. The master left his laboratory. Although there were complete experimental equipment there are still a lot of experimental materials. And there are also many disciples following and serving. But it is not fun. For this master, this is really too boring. So, he is ready to leave Beijing. He wants to go back to Nanjun to take a look. Of course, Nanjun is not the end. This master went back to Nanjun just to see who else is alive among his friends. And then, he would go to the west coast, which must be full of more unknowns. And it unconsciously attracted him. But it is not easy to get rid of the followers of all the disciples. For this reason, the master specially refined this cufflink. Hide, when wearing this cufflink, it will greatly conceal your own aura, and at the same time, it will also make strangers unable to remember your appearance clearly. Note 1. When you come into contact with it more than 3 times, the contact will have an impression of you. Note 2. The aura you conceal, unless you take off the cufflink, otherwise it cannot be discovered by anyone below the 3rd step. Good stuff. Arthur commented in his heart. Before, he was planning to get a cloak to hide his current self. However, with this Carmen's concealment, it was obviously not necessary. Without any hesitation, Arthur pressed the cufflinks directly onto the sleeves of his shirt. Seeing this, Melinda raised the corner of her mouth while holding the pipe. Arthur pressed the cufflinks while saying, "It will be your ticket to this cooperation." Melinda's raised mouth corners quickly smoothed down. Just like, no. Melinda resisted the urge to kick Arthur, and said quickly, "Of course. What else?" After that, the lady changed the subject directly. "My people are ready. They are already on a speedboat outside South Los. In the second half of tonight, they will catch up with the Orient. According to the agreement, some of them will board the ship as guards. The rest of them will take the speedboat, protect the Orient by means of a frigate." Speaking of this, the lady paused. "Is it really not necessary to send someone to the port of Dordet?" the lady asked. "No. Someone there will arrange everything," Arthur said with a smile. He would not send anyone to the port of Dordet, because someone would invite him. And it was a warm invitation. Looking at Arthur's mysterious look, Melinda, who had long been accustomed to it, gave Arthur a middle finger again. She just blew out a smoke ring and disappeared into it. From beginning to end, the lady did not ask Ura, but she seemed to have told him everything. At least, for Arthur, that was the case. Arthur had no objection to this. But there was still a trace of doubt. Arthur had been thinking about it since they held hands yesterday. Was Melinda really desensitized? Or she thought of him as a woman? If it was the former, everyone would be happy. If it was the latter, he refused to wear women's clothes. Other than that, it would be fine if he just endured it. But when he thought that he might really be asked by Melinda to wear women's clothes, especially the high probability of wearing clothes that Melinda had worn, Arthur felt that desensitization was more suitable for the two of them. After raising his hand to cover his face with the book titled Night Walker, Arthur sighed softly. Life. There are always surprises everywhere. Would you like to tell me what a surprise is? What the hell is a surprise? Amor sat on the back of the bloodbat and shouted loudly. The strong wind blew the hair of the Earl's staff. But Amor didn't care about these things at all. The staff scolded the unreliable partner Freeman, who promised to give her a surprise. She thought it was the Pluto's collection of dolls at the winter feast. She mentioned it at the table. She thought Freeman's surprise was this. But what was the result? He came directly to the suburbs, and boarded the bloodbat directly, and chased the Orient directly. Although the staff lady's brain was not good enough sometimes, she was extremely smart sometimes. Just like now. Your father asked you to go, not us. Let me get off. I want to go back to South Los. Amor shouted loudly. But Freeman, who was sitting in front, turned a deaf ear to him. After receiving the message from his father, although he didn't know what his father wanted to ask him, he knew that this was an opportunity. His intuition as a businessman told Freeman that this opportunity was a unique one. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He had to seize it. For greater safety, he brought Amor with him. This woman was unreliable most of the time, but at critical moments, she was absolutely reliable. He had known all this from their recent interactions. At the same time, he also knew how to impress this woman, Pluto's collection of dolls. Freeman said, as a former businessman, he had some unknown channels, and it was not difficult for him to get these out-of-print items. Humph! Do you think Pluto's collection of dolls can fool me? I tell you, it's too late. Freeman, I tell you, too. Freeman interrupted Amor's words. He had already sensed his father's aura. He absolutely could not make any mistakes at this time. Ah, too? Then this is not impossible, but you can't give me a surprise next time. The aggressive staff lady immediately became stammering. And Freeman did not wait for the bloodbat to land, jumped directly from midair, came straight to the figure, knelt on one knee and said, Father! The blood descendant ignored Amor, who was still on the back of the bloodbat instead. He looked down at Freeman in front of him. I have some unexpected personal matters to deal with. So, I need you to help me secretly protect the Orient. If you complete it well enough, I can give you a reward. Of course, you can also refuse. How could Freeman refuse? If he refused, he would not come. I will definitely complete the task, Freeman said forcefully. Arthur controlled the descendant of blood and nodded, and smiled in his heart. The actors are all here. Chapter 667 docked at Westrand. If he is a human being, he is useful. even if he looks like trash. But Freeman is not trash. Freeman is a guy who is obsessed with the mysterious side. No, to be precise, power, used to the point of madness. He can use all his wealth, like a desperate move, to exchange for what he needs. Arthur admires this kind of decision very much. Because Arthur knows, such a guy will definitely be useful someday. At this moment, it is the time when Freeman really appears. If the Orient is protected by Freeman, it will definitely conflict with the Church of Pain. There is no doubt about this. Freeman is sharp and decisive. Facing the Church of Pain with ulterior motives, he will definitely take action without hesitation. As for his cooperation with the Church of Pain, of course it exists. But who said that before cooperation, you can't use temptation? People, always greedy. That's human nature. Arthur is like this. The Church of Pain is like this too. No. Even, it's a little bit more excessive. Because, they have the name of God, they can make their subordinates more obedient to orders, everything is under God's care, that feeling is really great. So, they will definitely be extremely excessive. And this is what Arthur wants. Please don't let me down. Arthur touched Pendragon's head, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Outskirts of West Berlin. A secret team of 50 people was gathering quickly. All of them were cavalrymen with 2 horses. Each cavalryman was wearing a black cloak. Covering their faces, they stood quietly by the side, saying nothing, and the horses under their crotches were even quieter, like statues. Even ordinary people could sense the difference of this cavalry. Not to mention some mysterious people. However, no one noticed the appearance of this cavalry. A very special power enveloped this cavalry, making them invisible. Catherine looked at her cavalry of disaster with satisfaction. She firmly believed that her cavalry could bring disaster to any enemy. Sister, leave it to me. Catherine looked at her sister, the high priest of the Church of Pain. Outside. Call me the high priest, Jacqueline said. Catherine curled her lips, but still answered obediently. Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest. As she spoke, the girl, who had just turned 16 and had tied her long golden hair into 2 ponytails, and whose emerald green eyes sparkled with playfulness, performed a proper knight salute on horseback. The shoulder armor and half-body armor rubbed against each other, making a unique metallic crisp sound, and the golden ponytails bounced continuously, making her look more energetic. Remember, our most important task is to expel the inland river cult, Jacqueline instructed her sister. As twin sisters, Jacqueline and Catherine have 80% similar appearances. Hair color, eye color is exactly the same, the only difference is, the hairstyle is different. Jacqueline put her hair up behind her head, looking more mature. Okay, Your Excellency the High Priest. I know what I should do. I need to quietly test the Nanlos medium. If it is a guy with nothing but appearance, we will use his name to break into Nanlos to preach. If the other party is genuine, we will cooperate with them to expel the inland river cult, and then cooperate with them again to find a way to invade South Los. Catherine said. Yes, deep cooperation, not invasion. Jacqueline emphasized. Yeah. Catherine nodded repeatedly. Looking at her sister like this, Jacqueline couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If it wasn't for dealing with her father, she would definitely go there in person this time. Her sister was alone, and she was always a little worried. Catherine saw her sister's worry. Don't forget. His Majesty's blessing just given, the Saint of the Pain Church said with a smile. Such words immediately put Jacqueline, the High Priest of the Pain Church, at ease. With the blessing of His Majesty, there will be no problem. Go early and come back early, the High Priest finally reminded. Okay, Catherine laughed. And then, pulling up her hood, the entire cavalry of disaster disappeared. This cavalry headed for the predetermined destination at a speed far exceeding that of horses. That was the port where the Orient would dock tonight, West Lond. West Lond was also the territory of West Berlin. However, it was different from the port of Dordet. West Lond was a shallow water port. Therefore, it was destined that no large ships would stop here. Only some small fishing boats would appear. Of course, there are exceptions. Some passenger ships, in order to take more passengers, will stop in West Lond. However, they need to use small boats to pick up passengers. The Orient certainly does not need to do this. When the Orient was launched and left the port, there was a rule of selling tickets only in Nanlos. Therefore, there were no passengers who could board the Orient in West Lond. But the Orient needed to replenish clean, fresh drinks and food here. Therefore, the Orient will be anchored here tonight. We can go to Westron to buy some food. Facing the dry food handed by Freeman, Amur suggested, "We can give up a Pluto's collection of dolls." Freeman responded, "Are you a devil?" The staff lady immediately asked back, "No, of course I'm not. Before I devote my whole body and soul to my father, people prefer to call me a devil. I will not only squeeze the last penny in their pockets, I will also squeeze all the blood out of their bodies." Freeman, who was squatting on a tree, shook his head. This was the most suitable position he chose for observation. The tree was high enough. He could see the Orient on the river and the surrounding riverbanks. "So, in the face of the temptation of the Blood Clan, you simply fell?" The lady of the staff squatted on the side, her cheeks puffed up, obviously in response to Freeman's threat with his beloved doll. "Degenerate? Maybe. To a talented person like Amur, I might be degenerate by doing this. But to a guy like me who has no talent, this is a miracle," Freeman said, and his pupils suddenly turned red. The unique vision of the Blood Clan made him discover something different. People and horses. There were quite a few of them. Then, Freeman twitched his nose again. He smelled a hint of kerosene. Immediately, the new blood fighter opened his mouth, and 2 blood teeth slowly protruded. Then, the new blood fighter disappeared silently in the tree canopy. Chapter 668 Crazy Freeman. Barry and Albert stood on the side of the gangway of the Orient deck. Small wooden boats were being lowered from here. On the boats sat the guests of the Orient. "Dear guests, the dinner of the Orient will start on time at 8 o'clock. If possible, please return to the Orient before 8 o'clock. Of course, if you come back late, we will also leave food for you. At the same time, as the first mate of the Orient, I assure all guests that the sailors of the Orient are at the dock of Westrand. If you encounter any trouble, please inform the sailors, and we will help you solve everything within our duties." As the first mate of the Orient, Albert gave instructions to every guest who came ashore, and every guest responded with a smile. These guests did not doubt Albert's words at all, because those sailors, they saw it with their own eyes. Every one of them looked very reliable, although the boatswain looked a little lazy. "Well done, Albert, you will soon be a qualified captain," Barry said with a smile. Albert smiled bitterly. This civilian-born first mate was forced to do this job. For such a job that would make him look good, it should be done by Barry, the captain. But Barry gave it to him directly. This made Albert understand that Barry was really going to retire soon. And he was really blessed by the goddess of luck. No, he was blessed by the boss. Subconsciously, the young first mate looked at the top of the Orient. There, their boss was holding the fat orange and looking at the sunset. As if noticing his gaze, their boss lowered his head and smiled at them. Immediately, the young first mate bowed respectfully. Barry on the side was the same. In fact, Barry, who was about to retire, was more respectful than the first mate beside him. After all, the captain knew more. Watching the two bowing, Arthur, holding Pendragon, walked from one terrace to another with great self-awareness. He didn't want to disturb the 2 crew members' rest time. "Want to go to Westrand for fun? I know a bar, and the strippers there are so hot." As Arthur left, Barry immediately invited Albert. "No, then let's go to another bar. The strippers there are so hot." Albert, who was born a civilian, immediately refused, but was interrupted by Barry before he could finish his words. Immediately, the young first mate smiled bitterly. He knew that his senior and superior had the nickname Big Mouth, but until this time, he finally realized that the nickname was not in vain. However, it was obvious that the young first mate still underestimated Big Mouth Barry. "All failed? Then do you want to try something else? For example, the story of the goose. When I was a crew member, I saw that very special performance once." Barry put his arm around Albert's shoulders and whispered. After a moment, Albert was shocked. "What?" "Don't be surprised. This is normal. Not everyone is wealthy. Goose is also an option. Even sheep. I tell you." Facing the shocked junior, Big Mouth Barry taught him carefully. Such words should only be heard by 2 people. However, the 2 of them could not understand the power of the mysterious person. At least, Arthur and Old John could hear it. Old John sneered at this. "Goose? Sheep? What does that count for?" At that time, a piece of meat was enough for them. And Arthur? While listening with his ears erect, he covered Pendragon's ears with his hands. "As a pure little cat, you can't listen to such stories, you will be defiled." Meow. Pendragon's face wrinkled inward, like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. It knew that Its master was using it to relieve stress. In response to this, Pendragon rubbed his master. Then, the kitten looked towards the dense forest on the river bank, where there was a strange airflow, mixed with a hint of malice. Arthur noticed Pendragon's expression, and a smile immediately appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the griffin's physique and spirituality worked. When the faint smell of blood appeared, Arthur hugged Pendragon and whispered, "The show begins." Freeman disappeared from the treetops, relying on the blood fighter's quasi-mystical ability, clearly locked onto a cavalryman with ill intentions. Without any skills, relying on brute force and claws, Freeman directly twisted the cavalryman's neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the sharp claws cut off the head like a knife. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Freeman's face, neck, chest were all watered with such blood. Rich taste. Long-lost taste. Sweet taste. Freeman, who had been suppressing his bloodthirsty nature in the rat alley of South Los, suddenly, a crazy laugh broke out. Ha ha ha! It's sunny today! An arrow flew through the air. Freeman raised his hand to catch the arrow, but the huge force and hidden power still caused a slight scar on Freeman's palm. The scarlet that belonged to him mixed with the original scarlet. Freeman laughed even more happily. Fuck, that's really strong. With a crazy laugh, Freeman raised his hand and threw the arrow back. At the same time, he threw himself at the knight, who was swinging his sword at him. Without any dodge, Freeman caught the long sword, ignoring the fact that the sword almost cut his palm completely. Freeman, with a condescending attitude, slammed his forehead heavily on the helmet of the knight in front of him. Bang! It was like a sledgehammer, flattening the helmet. Blood plasma mixed with meat residue spurted out from the gap of the helmet, like a squashed tomato. I will never lose. I will never lose, Freeman shouted while licking the blood. Suddenly, the wound on his palm began to recover rapidly. Blood fighters, even new blood fighters, still have all kinds of incredible powers. Feeling his own changes, Freeman laughed even crazier. He covered his face with his hands and leaned back. His body was so exaggerated that it was parallel to the ground. Everyone who saw the scene would think that he had met a madman. Catherine is like this. The saint of the Church of Pain snorted coldly. Kill this madman. Facing the saint's order, the Knights of Disaster launched a charge together. Da-da-da. The unique charge sound of the cavalry sounded, just like a war drum. It was imposing. It made people tremble with fear, and they retreated unconsciously. But Freeman, who was laughing crazily, didn't care at all. He was still laughing. Madman. The people of the Church of Pain became more and more certain, but only Amur could see it clearly. In the gaps between the fingers of the hand covering the face, the scarlet eyes were bloodthirsty, but extremely calm. That was the cold-bloodedness waiting for the prey to step into the trap. Freeman silently counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Chapter 669 Blood Warrior. The sound of hooves roared, but the cavalry was invisible. It was like a blind man standing on the seashore, facing the incoming waves. The invisible and the loud noise intertwined a terrifying prelude. But this prelude was also the finale. Because they met Freeman. They met Freeman who knew what he wanted. Boom! The flame shot up into the sky. The marbles burst out. The invisible cavalry, like waves, was like weak waves blown by the wind, and fell straight down as it rolled endlessly. Scarlet flowers bloomed in clusters. People shouted and horses neighed. And there were wails everywhere. Catherine's emerald green eyes were full of shock and disbelief. After confirming that the Orient had docked at Westrand, the saint of the Church of Pain immediately chose this place as her destination. When she made this choice, she had already sent out scouts to check the place. With the appearance of gunpowder, it became easier to make traps, and more deadly. As long as there was enough gunpowder, a fully armed cavalry could be destroyed at any time. Catherine did not want her cavalry of disaster to suffer an unknown loss. Therefore, the saint of the Church of Pain was extremely careful and gave her subordinates special instructions. But what the saint of the Church of Pain did not expect was that the explosion did not come from the surroundings. It came from Freeman himself. That's right, the explosion just now came from Freeman's body. And not only the explosion, but also the marble shot out from Freeman's body. Is this guy going to die? Catherine had such doubts in her mind. Of course Freeman wants to die. But Freeman knows that what he wants, he has to fight for it with his life. So, he asked Amur for the explosives. It was not black gunpowder. It was liquid explosives from the Talon faction. As for the steel balls, They were prepared by Freeman a long time ago. He swallowed the liquid explosives that would explode as soon as they came into contact with stomach acid, along with the test tubes, and then swallowed hundreds of steel balls into his stomach. Then, after provoking the cavalry of disaster, he waited for these cavalry to charge. Then, he punched his lower abdomen, breaking the test tubes containing the liquid explosives. The explosion happened. Most of Freeman's body was gone. The rest of his body was also in tatters. Amr, who had been hiding behind a big tree and curled up in the soil, came out. 2 highly toxic potions were thrown out directly. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp sounds. The highly toxic potions formed poisonous smoke after they landed. Suddenly, the cavalry of disaster, which had lost more than a dozen riders, was enveloped in it. And taking advantage of this time, Amr grabbed Freeman, who was only breathing a breath, while pouring the healing potion into Freeman's mouth. He ran back. Freeman, whose consciousness was beginning to fade, felt the liquid medicine at his mouth, and his mouth corners immediately curled up. He knew that Amr would not let him down. Although Amr was unreliable most of the time, he was absolutely reliable at the critical moment. The Talon School's liquid medicine made Freeman's broken body recover quickly, and an eyeball squeezed out from the depths of the eye socket, and the blurred vision quickly became clear. It was clear enough to see a horse breaking through the poisonous fog blockade and heading towards them. Yes, Catherine! The saint of the Church of Pain looked at Freeman and Amr, and the hatred in her emerald eyes was as real as substance. She wanted to catch these 2 bastards, who almost destroyed her cavalry of disaster. She wanted to make these 2 bastards feel pain. The hatred was like a thorn in his back, and Amr's face turned pale. The staff lady didn't care about anything else. He dragged Freeman and ran faster. Freeman laughed again. Ha ha! Come on! Keep going! Strong teeth! Strong! Freeman, who was the only one left, laughed loudly. His blood-stained face was not only crazy, but also extremely distorted and hideous. This made Catherine, who was chasing him, shudder. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Is there a trap? The anger quickly subsided, and the speed of the saint of the Church of Pain slowed down. There was even more scrutiny in his eyes. Come on! Come on! Keep going! Freeman continued to shout. But the more he did so, the slower Catherine's speed became. When the jungle became denser, Catherine pulled the reins directly. The saint of the Church of Pain stared at the dense forest in front of her. Her frown never relaxed for a moment. Then, she slowly retreated. In the dense forest, after seeing this scene, Amr immediately took out 2 more potions for Freeman to take. Looking at Freeman, who only had his head, neck, half of his chest, and all his limbs missing, the staff lady had a complicated look in her eyes. Not only because of Freeman's calculations, but also because of Freeman's desperate attitude. She knew that Freeman was able to survive because of the special physique of the blood fighter. But this physique would not abandon pain. On the contrary, without the protection mechanism, it would be more painful. However, Freeman was fearless. Subconsciously, the staff lady thought of Freeman's words before degenerate. Maybe, in the eyes of a talented person like Amr, what I did might be degenerate, but in the eyes of a guy like me who has no talent, this is a miracle. A miracle? The staff lady murmured in a low voice. Freeman was humming in the liquid medicine. It hurts. It hurts so much. At this time, Freeman was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He wanted to drink blood. If Amr would let him take a bite, he would be grateful. Unfortunately, Freeman shook his head. It wasn't because he was concerned about the friendship between his companions, but Freeman knew that once he sucked, he would probably suck Amr dry. He didn't want such a reliable companion to die in such a cowardly way in his hands. At this moment, Catherine, who was slowly retreating, suddenly stopped. Under the hood, a cold look appeared on that delicate face. Pain? Greater pain is yet to come. Not only did you sneak attack me, but you also tried to fool me. I will let you feel the pain. With the help of the unique secret technique of the Pain Church, Catherine finally figured out the situation in the dense forest. No ambush. Only those 2 bastards. Realizing that she was almost fooled again, the saint of the Pain Church immediately became furious. Sigh! The warhorse neighed, and the saint of the Church of Pain rushed into the dense forest. Hurry! Amr was caught off guard and was knocked away by the warhorse. When Amr fell heavily to the ground and felt that all the bones in his body were about to break, Freeman, who had slowly grown half an arm, was stabbed to the ground by Catherine's gun. Not the head, but the neck. like a grasshopper on a string. The power of pain contained in the spear itself stimulated Freeman. The pain that Freeman was enduring at the moment was presented in 10 times the way. Paw paw paw. Under extreme pain, Freeman's newly grown skin burst inch by inch, and as the flesh and blood turned up, blood spurted everywhere. And Catherine looked down at this scene and said coldly, "Laugh? Why don't you laugh?" The throat was pierced, and the feeling of suffocation was pervasive. Freeman, who was enduring 10 times the pain, certainly couldn't laugh. However, this did not prevent the blood fighter from opening his mouth, showing his sharp teeth, and facing Catherine, using his mouth to shape a common word, fuck. Chapter 670 Dung Fighter. Catherine's eyes narrowed, and she turned the spear in her hand. The unique power of pain washed away Freeman's injuries with ripples. The next moment, Freeman, whose throat had been pierced, began to boil with his lower body starting from the throat. The flesh, the bones, boiled like water. Freeman made a low nasal sound. Blood vessels burst out from his forehead and temples. It hurts. It hurts so much. The pain was so severe that Freeman wished he could die immediately. Does it hurt? This is just the beginning. I will make you regret coming to this world, Catherine said word by word, and the power of pain began to become more violent. But this is not the point. The point is, Catherine manipulated the power of pain to awaken Freeman's memory. She wanted to find out the guy behind the scenes. For the original goal, is it worth it to endure such pain? Catherine said coldly. Then, the power of pain outlined runes one after another in Freeman's body, and combined with the trembling of Catherine's breathing again and again, Freeman's will began to be struck, like a sledgehammer, holding a chisel, smashing into Freeman's brain. And this was only the first time. The second time, it turned into boiling oil, pouring on the brain. Sizzle. Freeman felt that his brain was about to be cooked. Unprecedented pain, Freeman's face twitched. But even so, Freeman still used his mouth to shape a word to Catherine. Idiot. Catherine, who was insulted for the second time, snorted coldly. The saint of the Church of Pain was not anxious at all, but increased her output. And after 6 times in a row, the saint of the Church of Pain had an unexpected look in her emerald green eyes. She did not read Freeman's memory. More importantly, no one had ever endured 6 times of her whipping pain. Catherine had tried whipping pain more than once. Starting from her family's dungeon, servants who had made mistakes, and then the most heinous prisoners in the prison. They would burst into tears after only 3 lashes. And then she would see the most secret things in their hearts. Then, in order to test the limits of whipping pain, she also went to find hunters, who could live alone in the mountains for more than 10 years. Except for an old hunter who died after being whipped 6 times. Most people could not bear it after being whipped 3 or 4 times. And her memory was red. Now Freeman could bear it 6 times. Which made Catherine more interested. She looked at Freeman, who was still alive with only a head left. And she had more ideas in her heart. However, before Catherine could do anything, a bottle of potion was thrown over. The potion was thrown by Amr. Catherine had already seen Amr getting up from the ground. And she also saw a bottle of potion in Amr's hand. But the saint of the Church of Pain didn't care. For Catherine, poison was not what she was afraid of. With the blessing of His Majesty, poison would not only not harm her, but to some extent, it would help her. So, the saint of the Church of Pain let the bottle of potion fall at her feet. Paw! The bottle made a crisp sound. The thick and sticky yellow liquid splashed everywhere. The disgusting stench spread. Feces. To be precise, fermented feces. The smell went straight to her head, and Catherine's face changed drastically. Not only the smell, but also because the yellow color stained her boots. This feeling, as if she had stepped on shit, made Catherine's brain go blank, and this was what Amr expected. When he saw Catherine rushing out of the poisonous fog without any injury, Amr knew that his strongest means did not work. However, when he heard the voice under the hood was a clear, young female voice, Amr was ready to try his other trump card. The dung bomb. This special medicine mixed with human, canine, and cat extracts not only has a bad smell, but also has a very long retention time. More importantly, in Amr's opinion, it has a miraculous effect on young girls. At least, she thought that if she was contaminated with dung bombs, the next week will be extremely uncomfortable. In fact, that's true. Catherine, who had an overwhelming attitude towards her and Freeman, could not help but be stunned when faced with the situation of being contaminated by the dung bomb. Taking advantage of this time, Amr turned around and ran. It's not that he ignored Freeman. When Amur threw the dung bomb, the crystal beetle that belonged to Amur's pet had quietly crawled to Freeman's head. When the dung bomb exploded, Catherine was splashed all over her shoes, when Freeman was splashed in the face. The crystal beetle threw Freeman's head directly to Amur. Immediately, the staff lady screamed, "No, don't." But it was too late. The crystal beetle had already thrown Freeman's head. Instinctively, Amur dodged sideways, and Freeman's head hit the tree trunk. Suddenly, the smelly feces were stained on it. Then, Freeman's head rolled down, and the feces splashed everywhere. But none of this matters. What matters is that Freeman just opened his mouth. The complex taste spread in his mouth. The unique physique of the blood fighter made Freeman's taste buds exceptionally good. Several times that of ordinary people, so he tasted very clearly. At this moment, Freeman suddenly felt that life was meaningless. What power, what youth, what ambition. It didn't matter. He wanted to die. But the next moment, a kick landed on his nose. "Yes, Amur." The staff lady carried Freeman forward as if she was playing football. "Hold him up?" "Sorry." If possible, Amur didn't even want to touch Freeman, let alone hold him up. "Amur, you bastard. Amur, you're done. Amur, I'm going to kill you." He couldn't shout, but Freeman used his mouth to express his innermost thoughts at the moment. And Catherine was much more direct. "Ah!" A scream. Everything within a radius of 5 meters, with the saint of the Church of Pain as the center, was blown away. Grass, stones, or trees, the moment they flew into the air, they were crushed by the power of pain. Moreover, the power of pain that had always been invisible also showed a color at this moment. It was a strange black-gray color. It was conspicuous, deep, yet restrained. It was a very contradictory color, but it had an unparalleled power. "Die! Die! Die! I want you to die. Not just you, but also the guy behind you. No matter who it is, I will make him die." Catherine, who had never suffered such an insult, roared and threw the spear in her hand straight out. Buzz! The spear, filled with the power of pain, made a buzzing sound in the air. The next moment, the forest changed instantly. Chapter 671 Fishing. Completely out of control, the pain hidden in the deepest part of the soul reappeared in front of Amur again. Cage! Originally in a cage for large dogs, Amur curled up in it. The man called father, who was actually already crazy, kept drawing blood from her. "Why? Why? Why do I have no talent? You mudblood, why did you awaken your talent?" Every time after drinking or injecting blood, the crazy man would always fly into a rage, whipping her severely with a whip, and at the same time, abusing her mother in a more brutal way. Finally, her mother, whose legs and arms were chopped off and kept in a jar, died. The stench of decay filled the entire basement. The man angrily denounced all this. Then, he found a bunch of worms to devour her mother's body. Amur watched her mother turn from rotten meat to bones with her own eyes. She was terrified, she was afraid, she wanted to cry. But she didn't dare. She only dared to quietly approach her mother and whispered softly. Then, she lay in her mother's arms. But after being discovered by the man once, her mother's bones were also broken. Most of the bones were cleaned by the man. Amur only kept a small part. She made a small doll with that part of the bones. It was a very simple one, with only a symbolic head, torso, and limbs. And this became the motivation for Amur to hold on. She would talk to her mother every day. Time passed, Amur was beaten and blood was drawn every day. Until you, the mudblood, can be a new reproductive machine. "Now, get down onto your knees," the man yelled. And this time Amur resisted. She killed the man, but the mother that she subconsciously used as a weapon was broken, and no matter how she pieced it together, she could never piece together a complete mother. She cried. Freeman was about to cry too. The new blood fighter gritted his teeth to stop himself from crying. At this moment, Freeman saw his old age again. He had money, which was wealth that ordinary people could not imagine. He had a beautiful wife, and every time he attended a banquet, he and his wife would always be the focus of others. The envious eyes of others always made him feel comfortable and at ease. But with a serious illness, but it completely woke him up. He was no longer healthy. He was no longer young. Not only did his trusted subordinates look at him with a look that made him palpitate, but even his wife's eyes, there was hidden disgust. The wealth he had fought for his whole life became his life-threatening poison. His wife hooked up with his trusted subordinate. The two eventually conspired to take everything from him. Then, he fed the two to the dogs. He was in no mood to let the two kill each other. The game where the winner gets a chance to live was tossing the two of them into the cage of a dozen bloodthirsty hounds that had been hungry for days. Amidst the flying blood and flesh, the woman said she was pregnant with his child. But he was indifferent. In fact, the woman was really pregnant with a child, and it should be his. If it was before, he would be ecstatic. He had always wanted a child. But now? It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. What matters is, he also felt death. He didn't want this. He wanted to be younger. He wanted to be healthy. Relying on his extraordinary wealth, Freeman soon got some secret information, but as time went by, Freeman became more and more desperate. He had no talent. And, even if he had talent, he couldn't regain his youth. That kind of pain tortured him all the time. And when Freeman, who had finally gotten rid of this torture, faced this memory again, the mouth opened and closed. But no sound came out. No! Freeman did not shout. But Amor shouted. Not only did she shout, but the staff lady also burst into tears. She was even stunned. Catherine sneered when she saw this scene. This was just the prelude. When the spear pierced Amor's body, the power of pain contained in it completely erupted. And then it was the time when life was worse than death. Amor will fall into painful memories, repeating endlessly, until his soul collapses. And this process is very long. For Amor, it will be as long as a world. Amor will keep wailing and crying. Catherine is looking forward to it. Of course, and Freeman, who only has his head left, will suffer the same treatment. At this time, the saint of the Church of Pain can't care about anything else. From the moment she was hit by the dung bomb, the saint completely lost her mind. What memory reading? What behind the scenes? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She just wants to torture the two of them. Let the two bastards who humiliated her like this live a life worse than death. No one can stop her. Her anger has long been extinguished. Cold, icy, the low temperature far exceeding the winter quietly appeared in the dense forest. In just a moment, the trees in the dense forest began to be covered with frost. And the next moment, more ice crystals appeared in the air. An ice blue spear appeared in front of the thrown black spear. The two spears collided in midair. Ding! Spear tip to spear tip. The blue and white seemed to freeze everything. The black and gray seemed to annihilate everything. Wave after wave of invisible forces broke the surrounding trees in half. Amor had already kicked Freeman's head and ran away. Freeman's mouth opened and closed again as he rolled over, and he used his mouth to shape the word father. This scene Catherine saw. It was at this moment that the saint of the Church of Pain, who was initially entangled in pride and then dominated by anger, finally regained her sanity. She instantly confirmed Freeman's identity. Or rather, she confirmed the identity of the descendant of blood. The saint of the Church of Pain was quite concerned about what happened in Nanlos. In fact, in some ways, she was even more concerned than the Nanlos medium, because the blood descendants were once nobles. Moreover, their families, the Ines family, and the Beth family, all grew and prospered in the true sense after receiving the inheritance of the blood clan. In particular, the Port of Dordet, where their families depended on for survival, belonged to the blood clan according to the original map. Therefore, the saint of the Church of Pain knew the news about the blood descendants in great detail, including appearance, ability, character, strength, etc. But this strength seems to be very different. Feeling the pressure from the spear of pain, Catherine couldn't help but grit her teeth. The other party is definitely not an AKA level strongman, but an entry-level person. When this thought came up, the saint of the Church of Pain was only slightly surprised, but not more surprised. Because, if she was the descendant of blood, they will also hide their strength. Of course, the saint of the Church of Pain was so calm, because she still had the trump card given by His Majesty. Without hesitation, the saint was about to use the trump card. But the blood descendant was faster. To be more precise, the latter, the blood bat, was faster. Buzz! The invisible but violent sound wave fell on the saint. Puff! Suddenly, the saint vomited blood and flew out. At the same time, an unprecedented killing intent descended from the sky. Amor, Freeman was instantly suppressed by this killing intent and could not move. The ice crystal spear and the spear of pain burst directly. Bang! The blue and white and black and gray entangled like a whirlwind and scattered. Arthur, who was controlling the vest of blood descendant, felt this killing intent that seemed to be real, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was caught. Chapter 672 Iron-Blooded Killing. When the bloodbath appeared, the sonic attack shattered the 2 layers of force field defense, and even the inner armor she was wearing next to her body was cracked. Catherine was shocked and angry. It was not the damage to the defensive trump card. For the inner armor, it had fulfilled its duty. Or, this was its duty. Catherine naturally would not be shocked or angry, but at most, she would be thankful and regretful. She was thankful that she had such a defensive trump card. Unfortunately, I need to spend more energy to find similar trump cards. What made the Saint of the Church of Pain angry was forget. She saw the descendant of blood, but forgot the other party's bloodbath. This shouldn't be. She shouldn't forget. She can't forget. Then, why did she forget? And there seems to be more things wrong with her. Some memories are about to surge up, but it disappeared in an instant. The memories disappeared, but the feeling remained, even if she couldn't tell what it was, but Catherine's own spirituality was warning her again and again. Really something was wrong. What's going on? Lying on the ground, Catherine, who was spitting blood, her emotions instantly changed from shock and anger to uncertainty. Then, a murderous aura that seemed to be real fell. It was like a waterfall falling from the sky and hitting the dense forest hard. Creak! The upright trees, under such murderous aura, made waves of teeth-grinding noises. The stones, under such murderous aura, were all shaking again and again. And Catherine was panicking. It was not the fear of facing a strong enemy. It was the panic of a child who made a mistake facing his elders. Because the source of this murderous aura was her father, Marquis of West Berlin, Deljo Otto von West Berlin. And this murderous aura, which seemed to be real, it was one of the core secret arts of the West Berlin family. Iron blood killing. Suddenly, Catherine struggled to stand up. But the sonic attack of the bloodbath, even with 3 layers of defense, also caused her severe damage. Not only her bones, her muscles were shattered, but her internal organs were also displaced, and some were directly broken. Even though she mastered many secret arts of the Church of Pain, Catherine could ignore the pain. But ignoring the pain does not mean ignoring the injury. Therefore, Catherine tried several times, but she only sat up, but did not stand up. This made Catherine feel even more embarrassed. A red blush of shame appeared on the cheeks of the Saint of the Church of Pain. Compared to Catherine's blushing face, Almur's face turned pale with fear. After sensing the murderous aura that seemed to be real, the staff lady felt like she was falling into the abyss. At that moment, the staff lady knew that the Marquis of West Berlin had come. Almur, who was born in the Talon faction and served the Count of South Los, was definitely familiar with the nobles from all over the South County, especially the origins of those great nobles, family secrets, etc., and was familiar with them to the point of knowing them like the back of his hand. West Berlin, which borders South Los, was even more important. For the blood talent of this family, eagle-s flying, the family secrets iron blood killing and artillery formation, this staff lady could even recite it by heart. So, in an instant, this staff lady confirmed the identity of the person who came. Then, when this staff lady saw Catherine's face under the hood, she knew everything. The dark hooded cloak had long been shattered by the sonic attack of the bloodbath. Catherine was absolutely beautiful, and her exquisite appearance appeared directly in the staff lady's field of vision, especially her pair of emerald green eyes. It even made the staff lady confirm the other party's identity. It's over. It's over. It's actually the daughter of the West Berlin family. Damn it! How could I offend the West Berlin family? Amul held his head, and his body swayed wildly from side to side. It is well known that the West Berlin Marquis has no sons. However, it is also well known that the West Berlin Marquis loves his 4 daughters. Even if the 4 daughters have not awakened the West Berlin family's talents, and cannot practice the West Berlin family's secret techniques. For the Marquis of West Berlin, his children are his own children. According to rumors, the reason why the Marquis of West Berlin's eldest daughter became a widow was because the Marquis of West Berlin killed his eldest son-in-law because of an encounter at a club. Faced with the son-in-law who was unfaithful to his daughter, the Marquis crushed him directly, although the 2 parties were only engaged and not married in the true sense. It was the same. Of course, there were also many rumors that it was because the Marquis did not want his daughter to marry far away. However, whatever it was, Almur understood that there was a big trouble. And Freeman, who was also shot by the murderous aura, was indifferent. He sensed the murderous aura, He could also understand the gap between himself and the master of the murderous aura. But he believed in his father. He believed that his father could face these. Even, he could fight back against these. Amr, who was standing aside, took a glance and understood Freeman's thoughts. He immediately roared, "It's all your fault. You bastard. Do you know that we are in big trouble this time? That's the Marquis of West Berlin. He is a real nobleman. We are finished. By the way, when I am buried, can I use a pink tombstone? Can I put a collectible doll of the Pluto family in the coffin?" The words of the staff lady gradually became out of tune. In this regard, Freeman, who had long been accustomed to it, ignored it, just staring at her father. After Catherine glared at the staff lady, her eyes also turned to the blood descendant Auburn. When two of the three onlookers looked at the person in the field, even Amr, who was not very serious, couldn't help but look at the blood descendant. The blood descendant, who had not been seen for a long time, his face had not changed, his face was still that pale, but his scarlet eyes were getting brighter. Why does it feel stronger? The staff lady muttered in her heart. Then, the staff lady saw the corners of the blood descendant's mouth curled up, and the faint appearance of excitement. Suddenly, the staff lady was stunned. This was different from what she expected. In her expectation, even if the blood descendant was not struggling like them, he would definitely be facing a formidable enemy. Why is he so relaxed? Why does it seem like he has been looking forward to it for a long time? And Freeman almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, this is what my father wants. Father is going to show himself. The laughter in his heart turned into the purest power, making Freeman's broken body recover several times faster. And Catherine was dismissive of all this. She knew how powerful her father was. She studied, inherited the power of the Church of Pain, just to pursue this power. So, wait. Am I chasing my father? Am I not the chosen one? A sense of confusion appeared in Catherine's heart, but soon, Catherine looked at the blood descendant with a sneer. Wait for death. Catherine said so. The blood descendant smiled contemptuously. The young man with scarlet eyes slowly said, I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and I unexpectedly encountered it. I am so happy Chapter 673 Turning a Blind Eye. Descendant of Blood. Auburn paused. Everyone could see the surprise on the face of this descendant of blood. Afterwards, everyone heard the words of this descendant of blood. It's like this. Interesting. Saying these words, this descendant of blood turned his eyes to Freeman. Well done. Descendant of blood praised Freeman. Then, the blood descendant looked at Freeman seriously. His scarlet eyes showed a hint of seriousness. And his voice was even more solemn. Are you willing to be my son? Facing the question from the blood descendant, Freeman, who had grown a new arm, trembled. Isn't this what he has always dreamed of? It's not a casual transaction, but a true blood relationship. Without any hesitation, Freeman prostrated himself on the ground in an extremely awkward posture. It was like kneeling down. Yes, father. Just as the words fell, a wax ball appeared in Freeman's newly grown hand. Even with the wax blocking it, Freeman could smell the fragrance. It was different from the smell of hunting any food. What was in front of him was a gift. The blood fighter's instinct made him tremble all over. There was no way to pinch the wax ball open. He swallowed it directly along with the wax ball. The next moment, the abundant energy of the blood clan began to surge and roar in Freeman's body like a flood that broke through a dam. In just a moment, Freeman's incomplete body became complete. Then, the complete body began to grow taller and change. When he was a blood fighter, Freeman was nearly 2 meters tall, and his arm circumference was 60 centimeters. At this moment, Freeman grew 1 centimeter taller, and his arms and thighs became thicker with every breath he took. After 30 times, Freeman's height reached 2.3 meters, his arms were 65 centimeters, and his thighs stretched straight like 2 marble pillars. But none of this matters. What matters is that Freeman at this moment not only gained stronger strength, faster speed, higher recovery ability, he also mastered some secret techniques of the Blood Clan. In fact, in the definition of the Blood Clan, blood fighters fight with bare hands. For people to admire. But bloody warriors are different. The bloody warriors who appear on the battlefield are not only more comprehensive, but also more fierce. The skin of any bloody warrior is like a piece of high-quality leather armor made of nitrate. When they enter the bloodthirsty state, their strength and speed will increase dramatically, and they will forget the pain. This is also what makes other forces fear the Blood Clan. After slightly sensing the changes in himself at this moment, Freeman knelt on one knee in front of the descendant of blood. "Father!" Freeman became more respectful. The descendant of blood nodded. "This mission is over. Now you need to feel this new power. I look forward to your performance." The descendant of blood said, "Yes, Father." Freeman nodded immediately, then he stepped aside. The murderous aura, like the abyss, was still there, but at this moment Freeman was able to resist it with his body. Of course, the most important thing is that the target of the murderous aura was not him at all. It was his father. Freeman stood in front of Amur, using his tall figure to share the murderous aura with the staff lady. Amur took a step back in disdain. The feces were wiped clean, but the smell was still there. According to her unique formula, it would have to stay for at least 3 days. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was this way of increasing strength. It was really too enviable, wasn't it? In a moment, he surpassed the lifelong pursuit of ordinary mysterious people and became an arcana. Even though Amur was strong-minded, he felt dazed at this time. At this moment, a shout of Miss Amur made the staff lady look at the descendant of blood. Then, a black iron ring inlaid with emeralds was thrown to her. The staff lady subconsciously raised her hand to catch it. Then, she was shocked. Mystical props. Not the kind of disposable ones, but real mystical props. "Thank you for taking care of my son. This is the reward for all the time. And the thank you for coming this time. It comes from the shining thief Carmen in the Silver Age. It is a very good self-defense weapon." The blood descendant bowed politely. When the staff lady saw this scene, she quickly came back to her senses. She returned the gift immediately. "Thank you for your generosity. You once again made me feel the true gentlemanly demeanor of an aristocrat." The staff lady held the ring tightly, saying nice things as if they were free. Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, smiled in his heart. He gave Amur the paralysis ring. This ring, which had never shown its power in Arthur's hands, had long been relegated to the second line as Arthur's fighting methods became more and more diverse. When the enemies Arthur faced became stronger and stronger, and each one of them was like a monster, this ring went straight into the warehouse to collect dust. So, Arthur took it out as a reward at this moment. Rather than eating dust, it is better to gain more. The medium will not do business at a loss. At this moment, the blood descendant has stepped onto the real stage. Then Arthur needs to let the blood descendant show another side besides strength. For example, wealth, accumulation. Only in this way can you get recognition. Or can you attract truly valuable people. 13 blood relatives. Only one was used. Arthur would not leave the remaining 12 empty. Arthur would use the remaining 12 places to create a new blood clan. Amur, who was proficient in alchemy and good at refining potions, was naturally the first choice. Simply put, Arthur would use this paralysis ring to make Amur his own, and make him willingly accept the identity of a blood relative. This was the reminder from the incomplete Abel just now. The more you accept your identity wholeheartedly, the more you become a blood fighter, a blood warrior, the greater the increase you will get, and the greater your potential will be. With the restrictions of the 21 contracts, Arthur certainly believes in the incomplete Abel. Just like at this moment, Arthur believes that the performance of the blood descendant has achieved considerable results. In fact, as Arthur controlled his best blood descendant to throw the paralysis ring to Amur, he could clearly sense the surprise and fear flashing in Catherine's emerald green eyes. The blood descendant is too generous. Then, there are too many things represented. At least, the blood descendant is not poor. Even, may have already obtained the rumored blood marquee property. As for whether it is fake, is it acting? Impossible. Under her father's iron blood killing, no one can act so calmly. As soon as she thought of this, Catherine began to reevaluate the descendant of blood in front of her. At the same time, the murderous aura that fell from the sky like a waterfall became more and more condensed. The owner of this murderous aura seemed to be dissatisfied with being ignored. The owner of this murderous aura wanted to show his strength. The owner of this murderous aura wanted to personally test the strength of the descendant of blood. The descendant of blood, with his hands folded in front of his chest and his head held high, had a strong contempt on his face. "I'll let you go this time. Next time, it won't be so easy." After saying that, the descendant of blood disappeared into a cloud of mist. The murderous aura that descended from the sky stagnated. Then, the murderous aura became violent. The sunset glow that blocked the sunset was blown away directly. The bloody sunlight did not fall. On the contrary, the whole sky darkened. Because he came. Chapter 674. It was like the death god descending on the earth. Murderous aura surged, and violent tide surged. Even though the Marquis of West Berlin had already controlled it, the people of West Lawn still felt palpitations. Many people with keen perception looked up. But there was nothing. There were only dark clouds. Looking at the heavy dark clouds, feeling the oppression of the dark clouds, these people with keen perception wiped away the fine beads of sweat that appeared on their foreheads without knowing when. What terrible dark clouds! It will rain heavily soon. Many people said this. More people accelerated their return to their homes. The passengers of the Orient, who had just boarded the port of Westron, had to return home disappointed. If it rained heavily, there would be no way to hang out. Old Barry, who was dragging Albert to the club, also looked helpless. Maybe this is fate. Your god of love makes you wait for your true love. Old Barry sighed. Albert, the first mate, was relieved. He really didn't want to go to that kind of place. If it weren't for Old Barry's identity as the captain, he would never have been able to leave the Orient. Now he finally passed the test. The young first mate, full of gratitude, looked up at the Orient where he was on duty. Then, the young first mate was shocked to find that he didn't know when the bosun had stood at the bow, looking up at the sky. Captain John? The young first mate jumped onto the deck and came to the bow to ask. Albert's tone was respectful, and he even leaned forward slightly. Even if Captain Barry did not say it explicitly. Albert, who was born a civilian, was definitely not an idiot to be selected to be the first mate of the Orient at this age. Some subtle details were enough for Albert to realize that the identity of this bosun was extremely special. Therefore, the young first mate maintained the proper respect. Old John glanced at Albert beside him and said lightly, "It's raining. Put away the clothes." Then he walked towards the cabin. Albert scratched his head, a little confused. Old Barry on the side put his arm around his successor's shoulder. "That one is different from us. Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. I have a bottle of good wine hidden under my bed," Old Barry said, and walked towards his cabin with Albert. As someone seconded by Melinda. Old Barry had naturally come into contact with the mysterious side, and knew a little about Old John's identity. And these were all things he had to teach Albert. And now? It was just the right time. Thinking about the words for a while, Old Barry couldn't help but look behind him. There, Old John was walking slowly. What a big shot! Just different. Old Barry sighed. But what Old Barry couldn't see was, Old John's forehead and face were covered with sweat, and his hands hidden in his sleeves couldn't help but tremble. When he walked into his cabin, the old pirate slumped on the ground, trembling and muttering to himself. Is this the true strength of Nanlo's medium? It's so scary. I thought I met death. Old John was breathing rapidly, recalling the scene just now. Old John's heart was beating nonstop. When the murderous aura suddenly rushed down from the sky, the old pirate found something wrong. Even though the murderous aura was not directed at the Orient, the old pirate was still on full alert. Even though his spirituality told him not to provoke the one in the sky if he didn't want to die. If it were normal times, the old pirate would have run away long ago. But, at this moment, the old pirate with the contract could not run away. The old pirate could only look at the rooftop terrace of the Orient with eager eyes. There, Arthur, who had been lying in the chair, yawned, put Pendragon, who was leaning on his arms, aside, and sat up. Then he took a step forward. His figure soared into the air. Death energy was released. Dark clouds rolled. In the old pirate's vision, it was as if he saw the legendary gods and demons take off their human disguises and return to the kingdom of God in their true form. The oppressive feeling of death energy made the old pirate think at that moment that he saw the god of death, who came to the world, return to the place of eternal sleep. It's not that the old pirate has no knowledge. In fact, there are less than 30 people as knowledgeable as the old pirate in Nanjun. It's just that the death aura is too shocking. The old pirate has felt the death aura more than once. Or as a pirate, the death aura, the old pirate often feels, just like it's a common meal. But, whose meal is not served in a bowl, but described as sea. At that moment, the old pirate almost knelt down. He subconsciously thought that his time was up, and that the god of death had come to take him away. Even though he knew that the figure had gone to the sky, it was still the same. The old pirate was frightened. Arthur himself was also a little frightened. Arthur had a rough guess about what would happen if he released half of the 90,000 plus death energy he had absorbed recently. because of the foreshadowing he had made before. However, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. The invisible dead air actually changed from gray to black. The wind is blowing, the clouds are rolling. Why do I feel like some evil demon is going out? Arthur complained in his heart. But on the surface, Arthur was calm, walking in the air, using the skill of silent continuous stepping. He stepped on the hands of nothingness that kept switching forward. The 6 hands of nothingness swung each other like a staircase that kept extending for Arthur to move forward. In front of Arthur, Deljo Otto von Seiberling had a solemn look on his face. This middle-aged man, wearing black trousers, a shirt with lace edges on the collar and cuffs, had long brown hair, a neatly trimmed beard of the same color, which was connected to his lips and chin, and his emerald green eyes were filled with surprise and scrutiny. This owner of Seiberling also faced such a deadly person for the first time. The person who just stopped the descendant of blood, is it the Nanlos medium? Previous news said that the two sides have a cooperative relationship. And according to the analysis of those staff officers, the two have cooperated far more than once. Just now, the blood descendant was generous to the mysterious side props. Did the two cooperate to dig up the legacy of the Blood Marquis? Is it part? Or all? Just as Arthur imagined, the West Berlin Marquis in front of him couldn't help but start to associate. And Arthur approached as if taking a walk. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Arthur smiled and said, "Good evening, Marquis of West Berlin." This kind of address without honorifics immediately made the owner of West Berlin feel dissatisfied. The murderous aura that had been gathering to fight against the death aura exploded again. Boom! Like thunder. The murderous aura swept over. Arthur was like a breeze blowing on his face. He felt the huge murderous aura, raised his mouth, and whispered, "If you don't understand the greeting, I also know a little about swordsmanship." As the voice fell, the sharpness was prominent. Chapter 675 Deathly Aura Extends. In midair, Arthur stopped and smiled. The young Nanlos medium ignored the surging murderous aura. But the murderous aura was rushing. Whoosh! The murderous aura swept across the earth like the wind, wrapping one wave after another. Boom! The wind of murderous aura blew across the earth, and the earth began to tremble. One after another. Boom, boom, boom! When the roars became one after another. Finally, a pair of eyes lit up in the murderous aura. After a slight pause, countless pairs of eyes lit up behind these eyes. Groups of war horses appeared, one after another. Cavalrymen with broken armor, but fierce and imposing manner sat on the backs of horses. They were as fierce and fearless as they were in life. They were not living people, nor were they undead. They were the image of murderous aura. They were the source of murderous aura. Blooded killing. The ancestral secret technique of the West Berlin family, a terrifying secret technique that plundered the remaining murderous aura of creatures on the battlefield for its own use, and made it appear in its own army. Because, as long as someone who learns iron blood killing has enough time, that person can form an army by himself. Moreover, this army is based on murderous aura, is not afraid of death, does not know fear, and only knows how to charge and kill. The most important point is that, in the endless killing, the murderous aura will become stronger and stronger, until it reaches the limit that the master of the secret art can bear. Even when that person's talent is high enough, the murderous soldiers recruited are no longer just humans. Wind! Wind! The murderous wind blew the broken flags. With a crackling sound, 3,000 cavalrymen rushed towards Arthur. The Marquis of West Berlin stood behind the army and stared at Arthur. For this recently famous medium, the owner of West Berlin has always been cautious and wary. Not only because of the surname Kratos, but also because of Arthur's recent deeds. The owner of West Berlin felt that Arthur was compared with his grandfather's hermit style. Too sharp. Just like Arthur's sword. The sword has not been drawn, but it has already emitted cold light. The intention has not yet arrived, but birds are already singing. Have you reached the ultimate swift bird swordsmanship? The Marquis of West Berlin seemed to think of the origin of the original swift bird swordsmanship. Immediately, the brows of the West Berlin master were furrowed. But the voice followed. Swordsmanship? I look forward to it. As he said, the West Berlin master gave an order. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 killing cavalrymen launched a charge. Arthur did not draw his sword. Or rather, the 3,000 killing cavalrymen in front of him were not enough for him to draw his sword. His sword was prepared for Yin's tentacle. As for the 3,000 killing cavalrymen who were tireless, horrible, unafraid of life and death, and only knew how to kill, perhaps it would be troublesome in the eyes of others. But in Arthur's eyes, it was very simple. Because death energy. Before these 3,000 killing cavalrymen appeared, Arthur felt the strong death aura, which was mixed with the stronger murderous aura, with the latter covering it. The former became dim. But in Arthur's eyes, it was like a beacon at night. Not only bright, but also friendly. He could even be sure that as long as he called, the death aura would come to him and become his closest servant. Once again, Arthur had a new understanding of his talent breath of death. The original, a talent that does not belong to the world. Arthur once again understood this sentence in a more profound way. And this understanding made Arthur calm at this moment. He stood in the air and whispered, "The eternal night tower is vertical and horizontal. Blood and bones are rolling backwards. The scorching light reigns over the earth. The white night stars cross the earth, soothing the restless souls. Disperse." As the medium sang softly, the talent of breath of death was suddenly activated. The death energy contained in the 3,000 murderous cavalrymen was directly extracted. It was like picking up a bean sprout from a bowl with chopsticks. There was no big noise. There were no twists and turns. Simply, the death energy of the 3,000 murderous cavalrymen was gone, leaving only the murderous energy. Without the support of the death energy, the abundant murderous energy, the secret ritual, completely collapsed at this moment. Snap! Snap! First the first murderous cavalryman, then the second, then came a series of murderous cavalry. In a breath, the 3,000 murderous cavalry disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the word dispersed from Arthur's mouth was still echoing in the air, as if the 3,000 murderous cavalry really disappeared because of Arthur's words. Even the Marquis of West Berlin, who was one of the parties involved, thought so. The owner of West Berlin retreated hundreds of meters without thinking, and every time he took a step back, he waved his arm, and a murderous shield appeared immediately. When the West Berlin master stood 100 meters away, there were already 29 densely packed in front of him, of different sizes, and 360-degree all-round protective shields of murderous aura. But Arthur stood still but did not pursue. First, there was no need. Second, Arthur had a new discovery. When he extracted the death aura hidden in those murderous cavalrymen, the young medium subconsciously thought whether it was possible to transform the death aura into murderous aura. This is difficult. Anyone would think it is impossible. Even some people who have done in-depth research and are called masters would think it is impossible to do. But Arthur thinks it is possible. Because, twist. Secret technique twist. Arthur's intuition tells him that he can give it a try. Then, if the dead air can be twisted into murderous air, the iron blood killing of the West Berlin family in front of him, can he also learn from it? Arthur thought in his heart, his eyes lit up slightly. The West Berlin Marquis, who was in doubt, saw the light in Arthur's eyes. Suddenly, he became more and more uneasy. What kind of secret technique was that just now? Why does it feel like it is specifically designed to restrain my iron blood killing? And Arthur Kratos' expression at this moment. Isn't this guy using this secret technique for the first time? If so, the Kratos family is targeting me intentionally. What do you want to do? Kratos family. The West Berlin master frowned. Almost subconsciously, the owner of West Berlin overturned his evaluation of old Charlie's hermit style, and instead gave him the title of ambitious. Originally, in the eyes of the owner of West Berlin, old Charlie was a love saint who was absolutely not envied. But now, he is a very hidden ambitious. If he is not an ambitious, why would he target him? Moreover, he also cultivated a freak like Arthur. The owner of West Berlin, who was thinking in his heart, could not help but have a slight killing intention. The next moment, the void shook slightly, and one cannon after another poked out its muzzle from the void. Chapter 676. Someone to talk to. 5 guns in a row, 10 rows in a row, 10 rows in total. A total of 500 guns were pointed at Arthur. Under the dark gun muzzles, Arthur's eyes quietly swept to a higher position. There, something was hidden. Compared to these 500 guns, the things hidden there made Arthur feel even more palpitating. Even death intuition began to flash. Obviously, that is the core of the West Berlin family's cannon array. And these cannons? They are just a cover-up. It is precisely because only the cannons that are used to cover up the truth are displayed that Arthur can be sure of more things. For example, just now, the West Berlin owner had murderous intentions. But only for a moment. After a moment, the West Berlin owner calmed down, but the deployment of the cannon array was necessary, but the key was hidden. In addition to these, There was also the gaze of the West Berlin master. The subtle expressions of the other party were clearly seen by Arthur's observing the words and expressions, and watching the eyes. Therefore, clues began to be pieced together. Some questions that puzzled Arthur also began to be solved. The first thing to be solved was the attitude of the West Berlin master towards the Church of Pain. In other words, whether the West Berlin master stood behind the Church of Pain. Judging from the current situation, it is not. The one standing behind the Church of Pain is always the daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin. And the Marquis of West Berlin himself? Although he knew the existence of the Church of Pain, he chose to stand in a higher, darker position. The owner of West Berlin could not directly go down to face the Church of the Inland River originating from the Inland Bay, because that would attract the old lion of the Inland Bay. So the Marquis of West Berlin could only rely on his daughter. To some extent, the Marquis was using his daughter. Of course, in the Marquis's view, that was definitely not the case. Because the Marquis absolutely believed that he was doing it for the sake of his family, territory, and honor. If the old lion of Newing got angry, the loss of the West Berlin family would be much greater. And this also explains why the tentacle named Mikhailo chose Yura, rather than the two daughters of the West Berlin Marquis. Because, behind the two daughters of the Marquis of West Berlin stood the ill-intentioned Marquis of West Berlin. Even, it is very likely that the Marquis of West Berlin was prepared to win-win. Not only using his daughter's Church of Pain to resist the pressure from the Inner Bay, he also wanted to use the Church of Pain to find the tentacle named Mikhailo. After all, the third and fourth daughters of the other party were twins, and Mikhailo was also a twin. It seemed too coincidental. It must have been carefully planned. After a quick analysis, Arthur realized that there was a loophole. That widowed eldest daughter should be the heir chosen by the Marquis of West Berlin. Right? Arthur guessed in his heart. The other party as second daughter was engaged to Jimt. Although Jimt had betrayed Novia, with the noble's caution, it was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the West Berlin territory to the second daughter. The third and fourth daughters were contaminated by the Church of Pain, and they were even less likely to be suitable heirs. Even if he was just watching, Arthur could confirm that something was wrong with Catherine. It was obvious that she was affected by the so-called Lady of Pain. With a youngest daughter like this, how could the third daughter be any better? Arthur couldn't help but think of the strange voice that the Lady of Pain had made by using Euler's body and the communication stone, and the subsequent surprised responses from Catherine and his sister. Without a doubt, it was a gift from the Lady of Pain. It was also an unspeakable pollution. After leaving the three daughters behind, only the eldest daughter was left. Maybe the eldest daughter's widowhood was all arranged by the Marquis of West Berlin. Of course, it is also possible that the Marquis of West Berlin has an illegitimate child. Arthur didn't care about this. What Arthur cared about was that such a Marquis of West Berlin would be a very easy deal. No. He should be someone who is very easy to talk to. In a flash, Arthur had an idea in his heart. The young Nanlos medium adjusted his cuffs and collar, then glanced at the Orient, and then looked towards Nanlos with nostalgia. It was a kind of reluctance to leave, and even more a kind of love and apology. It reached the extreme of bluffing, and it flashed wildly at this time. The Marquis of West Berlin immediately found that something was wrong with Arthur, especially when Arthur turned his head. All the emotions in his eyes were only firmness, and his face was full of determination. The owner of West Berlin cried out in his heart, and Arthur was chanting. Eternal monster, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the one who reveres the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan Axe, the descendants of the Kratos family in the name of war. Never compromise. Fight to the death. Unlike the previous situation where Fujin and Wuni had to cooperate, Arthur just released the remaining death energy again and activated Blood Seal. Lionheart King. Boom! The surging death energy appeared in the air like a volcanic eruption. After the volcanic ash erupted, the thick volcanic ash covered the sky. At this moment, the thick death energy covered the sky. The thick death energy covered the entire sky. But it did not cover the figure of the medium. The young medium stood in the darkness. Guarded by layers of death, he still showed his figure. Because death could not be blocked, nor dared to block his king's vision. The king's sight is the faith of death. King! The king of death. Boom! 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 Accompanied by Arthur's heartbeat. Blood Seal. Lionheart. Under, Arthur showed special effects far beyond Emperor's drum. Fake. Emperor's drum. Fake. Brought only pure fear. That didn't look like a king, more like a tyrant. And under blood seal. Lionheart. Arthur brought not only fear, pressure, but also the king's kindness, compassion and shame. The king's humiliation, blood flowing. The eyelids of the Marquis of West Berlin began to twitch wildly when he saw the scene. The Marquis of West Berlin was affected. It's not just the foreshadowing of death. It's also because blood seal, Lionheart, has a special effect that increases with the increase of spirituality. Of course, more importantly, the Marquis of West Berlin thought of the Kratos family. The Kratos family does not only have Arthur. Arthur has an uncle, an aunt, and a grandfather. In particular, Arthur's grandfather has a group of confidants. If Arthur really died, immediately, in front of the owner of West Berlin, it seemed that the whole of West Berlin was caught in the flames of war, and the scene of the West Berlin family crumbling had emerged. Without any hesitation, the owner of West Berlin shouted loudly, "Wait!" Chapter 677 Dirty Honor. After a wait, the slightly square face of the Marquis of West Berlin showed a sincere smile, and his well-trimmed brown beard curled up in an arc. Arthur cooperated and showed a puzzled expression. After seeing such doubts, the Marquis of West Berlin immediately said seriously, "I'm sorry, Kratos. Something happened before that no one wanted to see, so I have to be extra careful." As he said this, the West Berlin master bowed slightly. Listening to the West Berlin Marquis talking nonsense, Arthur's eyes showed surprise. It was completely natural, the young medium asked subconsciously. "Can you tell me what it is?" "It's the Church of Pain. That bastard always uses this kind of hostage and disguise method to make me anxious. Not only the people in my territory, but also my daughter has suffered this kind of hostage. So she has become so unbearable. Catherine was originally a good girl." After completely exonerating herself with words, a trace of pain appeared on the face of the Marquis of West Berlin. "If you can't kill the other party, then don't fight. And the conflict that has already occurred should also be regarded as an accident. If it can't be an accident, then put the blame on others." This West Berlin master obviously did just that. And Arthur? Naturally, he followed the trend. The young medium nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. No wonder that lady is a little bit abnormal." "Sorry, Your Excellency the Marquis," Alban was impulsive. As he spoke, the young medium also bowed slightly. "Please don't do this, the fault is mine, it was my negligence, which gave the Church of Pain an opportunity to take advantage of. Especially the appearance of the Inland River Church made me exhausted." The Marquis of West Berlin looked ashamed. But the message in his words was obvious. Of course, the owner of West Berlin knew about Arthur's entanglement with the Inland River Church. As for the Church of Pain, that was even more obvious. "So you were also troubled by those fake guys." "In fact, if it weren't for the help of my friend before, my ship would have almost suffered a disaster. It really makes people feel scared," Arthur said with a look of empathy. "Ship? The Orient? Why would he care so much about that ship?" The Marquis of West Berlin was puzzled. In his opinion, it is impossible for an ambitious guy to be reluctant to part with these things. Unless there is something different about that ship. But the perception given by the arcade of guns told the owner of West Berlin that it was a ship. A very ordinary ship. No secret facilities. Not even the legendary warship as rumored. There is an entry-level guard on board that is worth paying attention to. However, it is most likely the servant of the medium in front of him. Am I wrong? The medium in front of him is like old Charlie. Both of them are hermits or something like that. If that is the case, that's great. The West Berlin Marquis hard moved, more thoughts began to emerge. As for Arthur's restraint on iron blood killing, don't forget that the Kratos family not only has family heritage, but also the heritage of Cat School. Black. The Marquis still remembers the famous Cat School. Black. If it is said that Cat School Black has a secret technique for iron blood killing, or a secret technique for any noble family, he would not be surprised. After all, the hatred between the two sides is worth the other parties doing this. But this hatred will never extend to the Kratos family. Because this Marquis has seen the remnants of the Cat Party. Black. Those guys fled to South Los. It must be there that he met Kratos, and in exchange for the secrets of the Cat Party, Black, he obtained the protection of the Kratos family. The owner of West Berlin used his aristocratic thinking, and quickly sorted out the context of the matter. Sincerity appeared in his emerald green eyes. "Excuse me. You and I have both suffered such unpleasant experiences, so can we unite?" The Marquis of West Berlin invited Arthur. Arthur immediately showed an interested expression, but there was still a struggle on his face. The Marquis of West Berlin immediately added. Don't worry, Kratos. I have also heard about the fairness advocated by the medium. So, I will give you a fair price, and I will open the trading qualification of the port of Dorda to you. How about it? After hearing this, Arthur immediately shook his head. It's not a matter of price. It's a matter of the Inland River Church itself. Or, the people behind the Inland River Church. Arthur showed his frankness. This is certainly not a matter of price, but the price itself is problematic. Arthur never wanted a trading qualification. What Arthur wanted was the profit of the port of Dorda. But of course, it was impossible to say this directly. Because, the person in front of me is not a real businessman, but a noble. And all nobles care about honor. They cover up their meanness, cruelness, bloodiness with hypocrisy, and then cover up plunder, exploitation, killing with reputation, and then merge the two into the so-called honor. Of course, this is not the end. After having such honor, nobles will brainwash others. Let everyone believe in this honor. Therefore, Nanjun has the famous saying nobles cannot be trusted. Because, when nobles get what they want, they will always take off their hypocritical masks and reveal their greedy and bloodthirsty true faces. However, this does not prevent others from believing in the honor of nobles. It's not that those people are confused. It's just a combination of luck and greed. Arthur is greedy. But Arthur is not lucky. He chose to talk in a way suitable for nobles. Just to gain greater benefits. Just like now. I didn't think it through. If you help me, all the properties of the Inland River Church and the port of Dorda will be yours. The West Berlin Marquis slapped his forehead, looking like he just remembered something. Arthur shook his head again. You misunderstood again. I don't want these. The people behind the Inland River Church are far more difficult to deal with than you think. Of course, more important is the existence behind the Church of Pain. Arthur emphasized the word that being. The Marquis of West Berlin narrowed his eyes. Do you know where he is? This time, the Marquis of West Berlin did not speak again, but used his lips to gesture. This caution more and more confirmed Arthur's guess. The Marquis of West Berlin had already noticed the Lady of Pain. While the other party was wary of the lady, he also coveted the lady's power, and even used his 2 daughters as bait. Arthur immediately understood. Then, Arthur smiled and nodded. Of course, I am a medium. Looking at Arthur's confident face, the Marquis frowned slightly. It's not that he doesn't believe in Arthur, but he is making a choice. To put it simply, the Marquis doesn't want to pay too much, but wants to get more. After a little thought, the Marquis's eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of it. Chapter 678 Shameless is the way to win-win. The Marquis of West Berlin adjusted his mood, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Kratos, what do you think of Catherine? The owner of West Berlin said, pointing downward. In the dense forest on the shore of West Land, Catherine was covered in mud and vomiting blood, struggling to survive. Suddenly, the owner of West Berlin was a little embarrassed. After Catherine was cleaned up, she still looked good. As for the pollution on her body, as long as you, Kratos, kill off the remnants of him, some secret medicines can completely eradicate it. Moreover, Catherine has been educated in aristocratic etiquette since she was a child. Not only can she give birth to children quickly, but she also knows how to run a business. Of course, her dowry is generous enough. The owner of West Berlin explained. The embarrassment on his face turned into expectation. A very smooth transition, but Arthur could see that, whether it was the embarrassment just now, or the expectation now, the other party was showing it deliberately. Simply put, the other party was acting in order to get something for free. In response, Arthur secretly curled his lips. You are really crazy. The young medium commented like this. It is rare to have the best of both worlds in this world. Because most people want to save face. People who want to save face have to give up some necessary things to save their face. So, people who want to save face not only have a hard time living, but also have a hard time for their family members to live. But the shameless ones, after giving up their face, can get some necessary things. The former just live. And the latter will live better. The former immediately cursed the latter, saying that they would not die well. But in fact, most of the former will be left to die in the wilderness. The latter will be buried in a grand ceremony. As for the judgment of the gods, the former begged bitterly, but there was no fate. The latter had a golden statue in the temple. And suddenly the fate was deep. Is it funny? It's a bit funny. But this is the world that has been whitewashed in various ways. The latter uses rules and regulations to constrain the former. The latter standing on top overlooks the former, who is struggling below. Then, raise the cup and drink together. The taste is sweet. The posture is elegant. After all, it is the former's flesh and blood. After all, it is the former's skin. Arthur was once the latter. A former who was struggling, and became the latter who was superior to others. So, Arthur was shameless during that period. And no more friends. Arthur didn't care. Because, friends themselves were also traps set by the latter to the former. Until one night, he was hungry, and walked into a barbecue stall for no apparent reason. The stall was set up on the side of the road. There were 3 tables in total. People sat at one table eating edamame and peanuts, smoking cigarettes, and shouting. 0:1? Goal? Impossible. The boss was drinking beer and grilling skewers, saying from time to time, I told you to buy less, it's a ripoff. But what Arthur was concerned about was a fat man downwind from the kebab rack. That guy took deep breaths under the smoke and fire. He coughed from time to time, but every time he took a deep breath, he looked satisfied. Arthur thought that fat man was a beggar in plain clothes. And that day, Arthur was in a good mood. So, he gave the fat man a barbecue. The fat man was grateful and began to pay with words. It was probably, I won't eat your food for free, I'll explain the truth to you. This kind of person quite deserves a beating. If it was normal, Arthur would have given the fat man a big fight to make him understand what it meant to stop talking nonsense. But Arthur, who was in a good mood that day, softened his heart. Then, Arthur seemed to see the disappointment deep in the fat man's eyes. Afterwards, Arthur confirmed this. The fat man confessed that, last summer, his friend's friend slapped a guy in the face. The other party was compensated $50,000. The fat man was a little envious, always wanted to be slapped. He was really rude, so mean. I don't know why, Arthur suddenly asked. What do you do with the money? Have a meal. The fat man answered without hesitation. And then? Arthur asked again. Have a better meal. The fat man's answer confirmed to Arthur that this was a greedy guy, but not very smart. If he was a smart guy, he would not have no private money. And his wife would drive him downstairs to go for a night run because of high blood sugar. But he stood by the barbecue stall and took a deep breath. Such a person naturally has no future. However, such a person has friends. A group of similar, miserable friends. Arthur commented that it is a group of poor people keeping each other warm. When 3 people go out, they can't get 100 yuan in their pockets. When it comes to the end, they have to ask their wives for 200 yuan to pay the bill. They are really losers. The happiness of losers is cheap. But Arthur enjoyed watching it. Especially after Arthur expressed his willingness to pay. The fat man became Arthur's best friend. Arthur thought he was paying for fun. At least the fat man was really good at talking. Arthur did not hide this. After being silent for about 4 or 5 seconds, the fat man whispered, Welcome to play, uncle. The deliberately seductive tone made Arthur think that the fat man was a model of shamelessness. However, this fat guy rarely wins. In fact, he can't even win once. Obviously shameless. This fat guy often fails again and again. Every time. This fat guy would say confidently, I just didn't take it seriously. If I took it seriously, I would have succeeded long ago. But once, this fat guy drank too much and cried while holding Arthur. I am poor, ugly and old. I also want to succeed. I also want to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, living in a big house, having cats and dogs, being the center of attention. But why did he fail every time, and failed silently? After sobering up, the fat man did not admit these words. He even did not admit that he had cried. Arthur did not care about these. But now looking at the Marquis of West Berlin, he suddenly realized that the reason why the fat man did not succeed was that he was too proud. For things like selling girls, the fat man would never do it even if he starved to death. But the Marquis of West Berlin in front of him was very natural. It's the fate of a loser. Arthur commented on the fat man, and his eyes turned to the Marquis of West Berlin in front of him. The owner of West Berlin looked at Arthur, who had not answered for a long time, seemingly misunderstanding something, and immediately said, Well, Catherine is a little willful, and lacks a sense of the overall situation. But Jacqueline is different. Jacqueline not only has an outstanding sense of the overall situation, but is also smart, sensible, and more gentle and considerate than Catherine. If she and Catherine join the Kratos family together, I think it is appropriate. At the same time, I am also willing to open the library of the West Berlin family, even if it is the secret arts such as iron blood killing and arcade of artillery. You can read it at will. Kratos. The West Berlin Marquis began to raise the stakes, not to mention the twin daughters. The secret arts and core secret arts were also thrown out. Arthur was of course tempted by the secret arts of the West Berlin family, but Arthur was planning more. So Arthur's face turned cold, and he said word by word, I have someone I love. My child will be born soon. After saying that, Arthur seemed to subconsciously look towards Nanlos again. This scene made the Marquis of West Berlin slightly stunned. But immediately, the Marquis of West Berlin laughed. Then Kratos, would you like to have 2 more lovers? Chapter 679 Two guys who tarnished the meaning of pure love. When the West Berlin Marquis spoke, Arthur seemed to hear the quick questions and answers echoing in his ears. Arthur, do you want a wife? Aw, you have a wife? Do you mind having 2 more? Mind? Then I will give you a little more dowry? Still mind? Then I don't want my family status. In short, there is no most shameless, only more shameless. This West Berlin master, it really refreshed Arthur's cognition. He thought that only his former self could be so shameless. But he didn't expect that there would be someone who could be close to his former self. However, that was in the past. Arthur now still has some bottom line. At least, he can think of a shield in advance. Mr. Marquis, please don't say these words that will affect our cooperation. Melinda is the love of my life. She is my only one. When Arthur talked about Melinda, the face that had just cooled down immediately softened. The corners of his mouth lifted up involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with love. That kind of love made Arthur's deep eyes brighter. Looking at Arthur in front of him, the Marquis of West Berlin couldn't help but become curious. The owner of West Berlin was very curious about what kind of woman the rumored Lady of the Long Night, Melinda Julius Caesar, was, who could make Arthur so devoted. At the same time, the owner of West Berlin also gave up the plan that had just arisen in his heart. The owner of West Berlin originally planned to find an opportunity to kill Melinda, and then let his 2 daughters take advantage of the opportunity. But now, the owner of West Berlin gave up. First, the owner of West Berlin could not kill Melinda quietly. And then, he would have to bear Arthur's revenge. The brief confrontation just now has made the owner of West Berlin understand that Arthur is stronger than the rumors say, and the Kratos family is even more worthy of attention. Second, and most importantly, even if Melinda died, the owner of West Berlin did not think that Arthur in front of him would fall in love with someone else. Because, that kind of look, the owner of West Berlin is too familiar with. He had it before. When he looked at his first wife, he had that kind of look. So, he wanted to leave everything to the eldest daughter born to him and his first wife. As for the daughters born to his second and third wives, tools, chess pieces, it doesn't matter what you call them. The existence of those 3 people is just to pave the way for his real daughter. He wants his daughter to take over West Berlin safely and live a long life. As for more, I haven't thought about it. If possible, it is to let his daughter live longer and be happy. So, he has the current layout. Because his daughter is not very talented. The Marquis of West Berlin looked at Arthur again. This time, the gaze of the master of West Berlin became different, very slightly different. But this subtlety was caught by Arthur. This gaze. Does the Marquis also have a beloved? Is it his first wife? Before Arthur set out from Southlos, he had learned in detail about the information of the various lords of the territories that the Orient passed through along the way. For example, the Marquis of West Berlin in front of him had a wife whose name was unknown. She was the Marquis of West Berlin's personal maid. She was not in good health. After giving birth to the Marquis of West Berlin's eldest daughter, she died of illness. No way? No way. You are such a shameless person. But you are still pure love? Arthur complained in his heart. The Marquis of West Berlin spoke again. Kratos, did you foresee our cooperation? The master of West Berlin keenly discovered another key point in Arthur's words just now. Of course. We both have someone to be wary of. And you have what I need, and I have what you need. Arthur nodded with certainty. The Marquis of West Berlin did not speak immediately. This Lord Marquis, of course, knew that the person to be wary of together is the one in the inner bay. And what he wanted was the whereabouts of the Lady of Pain. However, he was not sure if he could afford what Arthur wanted. This time, Arthur did not beat around the bush. Instead, he spoke directly. As a medium, I always believe that transactions and cooperation need to be fair. So, I want the Church of Pain as assets in Dorsetport, and I also want the Church of the Inland River's assets in Dorsetport. Because they once killed 16 of Melinda's trusted subordinates, and I think it is just right for them to use all they have to make up for Melinda's loss. What do you think? Arthur looked at the Marquis of West Berlin. The Marquis looked at Arthur in surprise. And then, relief appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, he is the same person as me. He always wants to give the best to the one he loves. But this guy is braver than me. The port of Dorset has always been the forbidden fruit of the West Berlin family. The emergence of the Church of Pain was the Marquis fishing to improve his daughter as talent. The subsequent invasion of the Inland River Church was the Marquis' plan to kill two birds with one stone in order to distract the attention of the Inner Bay. Apart from this, there is no other power in the port of Dorset. And now, Arthur dared to ask for it. Even though he was asking for the bait he had given away, the Marquis was still surprised by Arthur's boldness. You know, land and taxes are a matter of life and death for the nobles. If something goes wrong, the two sides will have to go to war. And to do this for a woman, it's really courageous. Immediately, the Marquis felt a sense of regret. It was a pity that Arthur already had someone he loved. And the person he loved was not his eldest daughter. If Arthur loved his eldest daughter, he could let her go. And even go to the eternal resting place to find his wife. What a pity. What a pity. The Marquis sighed in his heart, but continued to ask, do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Yes. When we get rid of the Inland River Church, after the Church of Pain, our relationship will become tense. And my behavior will attract more attention from the Inner Bay. And I may be attacked from both sides. Even if the person from the Church of Pain escapes, I will be besieged from three sides. Arthur laughed as he spoke. This is not a lie, but a truth. It is even about to happen. But Arthur was not worried or afraid. He was confident that he could handle everything. After all, he had another identity. The son who was ready to seek justice from the entire Golden Lion family for the mother abandoned by the Golden Lion family. As for the one behind the Church of Pain, Arthur would never let the other party escape. And the Marquis of West Berlin? At worst, he would give up half of his interests, let Grandma Susan come forward and pull the tigress out and kill the other party together. So, the three-sided siege did not exist. What existed was just bluffing. And these, the Marquis of West Berlin did not know. So, the Marquis of West Berlin looked at Arthur with a little more admiration. Then, the Marquis asked, can you tell me, what are you going to do specifically? Chapter 680 Dinner in Westrand. Arthur smiled, raised his hand, and took out a blank contract. Marquis West Berlin said very cooperatively, I need the whereabouts of that person, and I need your kindness. I need the territory of Dorsetport, which originally belonged to the Inland River God cult and the Pain Church, and I also need your kindness. Arthur said his conditions. You control the process, but you cannot interfere with my attack on that person. Marquis of West Berlin added. Then you cannot take the initiative to launch any attack on my property in the port of Dorset within 3 years, and I will ensure that I will not appear in your attack this time. Arthur also added. Only once? Marquis of West Berlin asked back. Once is already lucky. After losing this opportunity, you probably won't see that person again in your life. Of course, you can also entrust me to predict his whereabouts again, as long as you can pay the corresponding price, but believe me, that price is definitely not something you are willing to bear. Arthur said with a smile, and his tone of voice unconsciously became very similar to that of the old Charlie in his memory. In short, the tone of a charlatan. However, with a preconceived impression, the Marquis of West Berlin did not have any doubts. Afterwards, the two hypocritical guys began to discuss the details of the contract again, word by word. Moreover, the Marquis carefully checked the paper, checking whether there was any interlayer or any words written in invisible ink. Arthur did not stop him. As for the result, it was naturally satisfactory to both parties. When the Vostok arrives at the port of Dorset tomorrow, I will invite you to a dinner in the name of the West Berlin family. At the same time, I will let the whole of West Berlin know that the Vostok can travel freely along my coast. The Marquis of West Berlin showed his generosity. Although it was the content of the contract, Arthur still expressed his gratitude. Then I think Jacqueline, Miss Catherine will definitely attend. Arthur emphasized. This is an important part of the plan. Of course, I will cooperate with you. At tomorrow's dinner, Jacqueline, Catherine will definitely be in the banquet hall. And they will always be in your sight. The Marquis of West Berlin. who had discussed it, said very affirmatively. Then, see you tomorrow night. Arthur smiled and bowed slightly. See you tomorrow night. By the way, the wild boar of Westrand is delicious. I think Sir Otto of Westrand will be happy to entertain the guests on the Orient, and give a perfect explanation for everything that just happened. The Marquis of West Berlin seemed to suddenly remember something, and when he turned around, he stopped and said something. I look forward to it. Arthur kept smiling. Then, one person flew away. That was the unique bloodline ability of the West Berlin family. The other person returned to the Orient. This was the skill of the medium itself. In the blowing of the river breeze, two wet shadows appeared on the terrace of the Orient. They were the cat Pendragon and the hound Killy. When Arthur went to face the West Berlin Marquis, he told his cat and hound to hide behind. Perhaps he was worrying too much. But who knows if there will be any accidents? In short, it is right to be cautious. After all, the moral integrity of the nobles is not as good as the chastity of the nightclub atmosphere group. At least the chastity of the latter is like breadcrumbs scattered on the square. The first bird to arrive is the bird. And the former? It only exists in imagination. It is as luxurious as the emperor's new clothes, holy, and cannot be looked at directly. Because, you will see a large piece of hanging hair. Pendragon shook his whole body. It was the kind of shaking from head to tail. Then, it blew its fur by controlling the airflow, making itself look fluffy and clean. Keely was not so smart. After a quick shake, it just blew its fur up, staring at Arthur. The appearance of a husky seemed even more intelligent at this moment. Keely? Arthur's tone rose a point, indicating that he didn't want to act. The husky was indeed intelligent. But the husky that looked like a death hound, it is definitely not such a brainless creature. In fact, it is true. As Arthur's tone became louder, Keely immediately found a blanket from the side, and prepared to wipe himself. However, Pendragon on the side raised his cat paw. The airflow swept through. Keely was clean and brand new. Pendragon, who did all this, proudly raised his neck and jumped onto Keely's back, and started playing his favorite dog bus game. Unlike Kaliki's embarrassment, Keely had no bottom line at all. He carried Pendragon from one side of the terrace to the other. When Keely ran back and forth for the 10th time, a group of people appeared on the dock of Silent. The leader was a well-dressed old nobleman. He wore a black suit, a gold pocket watch, a red scarf, and a silver cane in his hand. 4 waiters followed behind him, just like an old nobleman. However, unlike the arrogant old nobles in people's memory, Sir Otter in front of him was very polite at the moment. Facing the common people, Old Barry and Albert kept a friendly smile. Captain Barry, first mate Albert, welcome you and the guests from the Orient to Westrand. As the Lord of Westrand, I think a banquet can witness our first meeting. And by chance, just now in the dense forest, a wild boar stepped on a hunter's trap. The roasted wild boar in Westrand tastes quite good. Of course, everyone present can get a share of the roasted wild boar. Sir Otter's voice was loud. Not only Old Barry in front of him, but also Albert could hear it clearly, as well as the guests on the Orient and the people on the shore. Immediately, the local people of Westrand cheered. Living by the dock, the local people of Westrand live a good life. But who can refuse free food? The guests on the Orient felt quite honored. You know, this is an invitation from a noble. Even the richest among them is just a businessman, not a noble. As for Old Barry and Albert, they knew very well why the old noble in front of them was so polite. Of course, it was because of their big boss. Subconsciously, they turned back to look at the top deck of the Orient not far behind them. There, Arthur nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Of course, it's an honor. Old Barry immediately turned around to respond. Sir Otter bowed respectfully to Arthur first, then looked at Old Barry, and said with a warmer smile, "Come on, gentlemen. Row the boat to greet our guests," the noble said. Arthur watched the passengers disembark one by one. These passengers happily rushed to the unexpected dinner, full of expectations. And Arthur was also looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, after almost all the passengers had left, the guest Arthur was expecting arrived, bringing the items Arthur was expecting. Chapter 681 Different. After dressing up carefully, Yura put on a black open-back long skirt, adjusted her waist to show her figure, and then looked towards the bathroom. There, Lucius stood straight, with worry in his eyes, and also hidden nostalgia. He knew what she was going to do. He wanted to stop her from going. But he was not qualified. Not only was he not qualified, he was not capable. He could not help Yura, only the Nanlos medium can help. Reluctant. A strong reluctance surged into her heart. Then, it turned into pain. Feeling this pain, Yura couldn't help but cheer in her heart. Fun! So fun! Interesting. So interesting. In her previous plan, with the unexpected divine favor, Lucius had long become less important, but she didn't expect Lucius to give her such a surprise. The memory that was modified at will could still produce such power, which really surprised her. Feeling her own power rising slightly, Yura immediately walked to Lucius, raised her hand, and held Lucius's hand. Yura's hand was cold. Lucius' heart trembled, and he felt even more distressed. The young Avenger's face showed hatred. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Yura said softly, and hugged Lucius. Then, he walked straight out. A door separated them. Lucius's hatred became more and more obvious. Eula's pride was even more real. Arthur, who was watching all this, was whispering in his heart, chess piece. Chess piece. After being blinded by hatred, you will really fall into the abyss. The young medium thought in his heart while looking at Pendragon, who was licking his fur next to him, and said directly, Pan, what do you think the essence of hatred is? Pan, meow? The little cat was confused. Arthur continued. If you put aside the fact that you are defined as evil by others because of your own strength, what is hatred? Nothingness, nothingness. If you want to avoid being swallowed by such nothingness, TSK, forget it. I don't even believe this, let alone someone who is responsible for the hatred of his parents. Arthur muttered to himself. Pendragon beside him tilted his head and looked puzzled. Then, the kitten went to look for the dried fish and egg yolk in the cat bowl. Since he had a relatively complete griffin physique, Pendragon's appetite has increased greatly. Arthur looked at Pendragon eating and laughed at himself. Eat when you are hungry, and take revenge when you have a grudge. Is it necessary for a good person like you to come forward? Bah! Are you worthy? Arthur spat at himself. Then, the young medium adjusted his mentality and waited for Yura to come. When the sound of high heels came from the stairs on the side of the terrace, Arthur had already opened the door. He had broken through with a smile on his face. At the same time, Hand of Nothingness brought out 2 cups of orange tea. Eula's cup was normal. Arthur's cup had double sugar and double honey. Good evening, Sir Kratos. Good evening, Ms. Eula. The greetings were polite. The only difference from before was that Eula, who was dressed to the nines, was much bolder. Just now, when the lady stepped onto the last step, it seems that because the skirt is too long, it is inconvenient to walk. So she just lifted the skirt. This black skirt, in addition to being backless, is also split. Suddenly, her delicate and fair skin is exposed. In the night, it is even more dazzling. Even under the lights on the terrace, the white color is somewhat reflective. Arthur did not ignore this. After he glanced at it, a polite smile appeared on his face. Then, he handed over the orange tea. I just made orange tea. Add ice. Try it, Arthur said, and picked up his own orange tea. And Yura took a sip. It tastes good. Sure enough, it was the right choice not to go to the shore. I just saw the lights on here. I'm sorry to bother you. Is it rude? Yura held the teacup and looked at Arthur cautiously. After the modified eye makeup, Yura's eyes were not only big, but also had a curved arc at the corners of his eyes. She looked as charming as a cat. However, the eyes were extremely clear, coupled with Yura's young face. A kind of pure, inexperienced but constantly charming temperament emerged spontaneously. No one would turn a blind eye. Arthur was the same. But unlike other people who were truly attracted, Arthur was pretending. For someone who had seen tentacles coming out of the other person's ears and eyes, eyeballs popping out, and eye sockets like blood holes, no matter how beautifully she was dressed, Arthur was not interested. Besides, she was not as pretty as Melinda. Of course not. Compared to that gentleman just now. Yura, you are already very polite. They are from the same church. But I find it hard to imagine that the saint lady has no manners at all, Arthur said. The contempt and sarcasm in his tone made Yura happy. She was still thinking about how to get to the point. Unexpectedly, it was so easy. As for the arrogance of the saint mentioned by Arthur, this lady had no doubt at all. In the few times they met, whether it was the high priest or the saint, they both gave her the feeling of being superior. Even when using the communication stone, they were domineering. Moreover, this was not her feeling alone. Some of her church members also said so. It was even rumored that the high priest, the saint, is of noble birth. Eula couldn't be sure of the truth. But now, Eula could be sure that the opportunity had come. People like you who are of noble birth don't understand the meaning of the church's existence. So, leave everything to me. I am the one who will lead the church to glory. Thinking in his heart, Eula, who was filled with greed and beauty, took a deep breath. Did you have an unpleasant conversation with the saint? I apologize to you in advance. The saint didn't mean it. Saint, it's just that we are from different backgrounds. Eula probed. The beginning and the process were not pleasant. The result? It was okay. Arthur began to slow down the conversation. The young medium who took the initiative said, as he turned his teacup. When he saw impatience flashing in Eula's eyes, Arthur continued, but this is the only time for cooperation. After this time? Arthur sneered. Hearing this sneer, Eula was immediately overjoyed. Fortunately, it's not the worst situation. Thinking in his heart, Eula suddenly lowered his voice and said, I also have a deal here. I wonder if Lord Kratos is interested. As he said, the lady took out a rolled touch of Mahalo. Suddenly, Arthur frowned. Because this touch of Mahalo is different from the previous one. Chapter 682 Backhand. The touch of Mahalo in front of him is different from what Arthur remembered. Not in appearance, but in intuition. Afterwards, Arthur's intuition was confirmed. Name, strong touch of Mahalo, incomplete. Type, other items. Quality, epic. Attributes, 1. Enhancement, 2. Parasitism, 3. Resurrection. Note, when the twin sisters Mahalo and Ilo merged into one, they chose mistletoe fluff as the thread to sew the two of them together. They liked each other, but they hated each other, so they chose to stand back to back. The mistletoe fluff eventually became the touch of Mahalo, but this touch of Mahalo was different. It was a thread of fluff close to the hearts of both parties. So, it not only had a stronger power than the touch of Mahalo, but also contained unknown dangers. It is precisely because of the existence of Mahalo's strong touch that the two were able to be extremely active during the Empire's Shadow War. Some people even considered them to be symbols of pain and suffering, because they could rely on Mahalo's strong touch to constantly revive. But resurrection requires a lot of flesh and blood and energy, and therefore, they are considered to be disasters. These are all forbidden techniques that were once mastered by the Imperial Northern Witch School. Enhancement. When wrapping an item with the incomplete Mahalo's strong touch, it will bring eternal strengthening effect to this item. Parasitism. The strengthened item will be parasitized. Resurrection. After absorbing enough blood and energy, Mahalo will be resurrected on that item, and have a little bit of the characteristics of that item. Note 1. When strengthening, this item does not need to have spirituality, and the incomplete Mahalo's strong touch will greatly improve the item level, regardless of whether it is completely wrapped. Note 2. The incomplete Mahalo's strong touch can slightly improve the legendary level of the item, and there is a great possibility to upgrade the level of the item to be upgraded to the legendary level. Note 3. The incomplete Mahalo's spear touch can strengthen living things. Note 4. During the parasitic period, there will be no abnormalities. Note 5. Resurrection is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will increase appetite greatly, and master power that does not belong to oneself. The second stage, consciousness is worn away, the flesh and blood begin to reshape. In the third stage, the body will be completely transformed by Mahalo into a suitable container. Note 6. When it reaches the second stage, the whole process is irreversible. Arthur almost threw away this Mahalo's strong touch, incomplete. However, bluff made Arthur's expression change to surprise and joy. Even the slight trembling of his fingers can be seen as excitement. And these are what Eula saw. After seeing Arthur's appearance, the lady breathed a sigh of relief. Why did she come so calmly? Of course, it was because she was once again blessed by God. After the last conversation with Arthur, Eula's ambition tortured herself. Eula knew that it was not the right time, but this did not stop her from imagining the future again and again. Even in the middle of the night, this lady could not sleep peacefully. So Eula prayed to the Lady of Pain. Originally, Eula just used this as a consolation. Eula did not think that she would get any response. God's grace, just getting it once is a blessing from fate. One after another? That is something only a madman would dare to think of. But a miracle really happened. When Eula finished praying, she not only got the affirmation of the Lady of Pain, but also got a brand new touch of Mahalo. According to the oracle of the Lady of Pain, this would be the bargaining chip to convince the medium of Manlos. Eula believed it without a doubt. So, After seeing Arthur's excitement, the lady immediately said, "The Church of Pain is not what it is now. It was the high priest. The saint misinterpreted the doctrine and caused all the believers to fall into suffering. I want to spread the true doctrine of pain to every believer. So, I want to make a deal with you." Speaking, Yura looked at Arthur. Under the gaze of this lady, Arthur's face had returned to calm, but his eyes would occasionally look at the touch of Mahalo. Suddenly, Yura had more confidence in his lobbying. He continued immediately, "Sir Kratos, you don't need to get involved directly. You just need to temporarily let the high priest and the saint lose contact with the believers. This is not a difficult thing for you. At the same time, I promise you that I will not hurt the 2 or more innocent people," Eula said sincerely. Arthur nodded slightly, seemingly believing the other party's words, but in his heart, he sneered. Even if he hadn't seen Yura playing with Lucius like a dog, Arthur would not have believed him just by seeing Mikhail's strong touch, incomplete. Obviously, the Lady of Pain was also preparing for a rainy day. Facing the long-planned Marquis of West Berlin, the Lady of Pain couldn't put all her chips on it, and she had to share some of the risks. Simply put, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the Lady of Pain has set her sights on him. In the eyes of the Lady of Pain, he is naturally a very good vessel. Arthur is very honored for this. He was originally thinking about how to let the Marquis of West Berlin take the lead, and after the battle with the Lady of Pain, he will receive the greatest benefits. In the original plan, he wanted to let Melinda come forward. When the Marquis of West Berlin and the Lady of Pain were both injured, Melinda struck hard. One strike decides the outcome. Otherwise, Melinda would not feel comfortable taking the revenue from the port of Dordet. However, that was before. Now, of course, it is not necessary. Now, Arthur is thinking about how many Mikhailo's strong touch, incomplete, there are. Also, does the Lady of Pain have any other means? While thinking in his heart, Arthur did not pause. High Priest, Her Excellency the Saint, is not easy to deal with. Moreover, we have signed a contract. This forces me to rely on the help of others. And this will inevitably come at a high price. Arthur began to find excuses. In summary, it is not enough, and more money is needed. Yura was not angry at Arthur's greed. First, this is indeed the truth. Second, now she has the support of the Lady of Pain. Therefore, the lady smiled. Well, I understand your concerns and ideas. Please give me some time to think about it. At dawn, I will give you a satisfactory answer. With these words, Eula began to approach Arthur. Immediately, a fragrance went straight into Arthur's nose. The musky orchid smell was very intoxicating. However, the mint smell mixed in the smoke was refreshing. Eula immediately turned his head in anger. I saw thick smoke rings appearing in the cabin. A figure walked out of the smoke ring, and then a cold voice slowly sounded. Am I here at the wrong time? Chapter 683 True or False? Part 1. Melinda looked at Yura. Her blue eyes were cold. Eula seemed to be frightened, and immediately took a step back, shrank behind Arthur, and her face turned pale, and she let out a soft cry. Sister Caesar, you won't misunderstand me. Will you? Saying this, Eula's face turned pale, and her eyes turned red. But Eula didn't get a response. Melinda retracted her gaze just before Yura opened her mouth, sitting on a chair in the cabin. She raised her hand and held Pendragon in her arms, stroking him gently. Arthur, who should have stood in front of her, walked back to the cabin quickly. Why are you here so late? I asked the chef to prepare dinner, including your favorite beef in a clay pot. Or do you want to go to the shore of Westrand? The old knight said that the hunter had killed a wild boar, and the roasted wild boar in Westrand tastes very good. Arthur smiled, his face was calm, and only Melinda was in his eyes. That kind of concentration made Yura's breathing quicken. What happened? You were talking to me happily just now. Why are you treating me as if I don't exist now? Yura was indignant. Immediately, Yura spoke again. Sir Kratos, give me a satisfactory answer at dawn? I remember. However, if possible, please come a little later. I hope my love can rest a little longer. Thank you again, Ms. Yura. It is an honor to work with you. Good night. I hope you have a wonderful night. Arthur interrupted Yura's words, speaking in a light tone. Even during this conversation, his eyes were on Melinda, and the corners of his mouth were raised involuntarily, as if Melinda was the only one left in the world. No, it was only Melinda in the whole world who could attract Arthur. Yura clenched his fists. She was ignored. This feeling was unprecedented. Eula, who had outstanding appearance, had been the focus wherever she went since she was a child. Only she could make others pale in comparison. No one could take away her glory. But Melinda did it. And not just once. This was the second time. Thinking of the fearlessness of this lady, when she boarded the ship at the South Los Pier and her current indifference, Eula unconsciously felt jealous. Then, it turned into hatred. Just wait! Eura roared in her heart. If she had wanted to deepen the cooperation before, then the current deepening was to taste the flavor of Nanlos's medium. It would be best if it was in front of Melinda. She must take revenge on Melinda. Okay. Good night to you too. Eura showed a forced smile on his face. Turned around and walked towards the stairs. What Eura didn't realize was that, after she turned around, Melinda, who had been ignoring her, glanced at her inconspicuously. Her blue eyes were still cold. But this coldness was a little colder. Very faint. Or, well concealed. The sound of Eura's footsteps faded away, and Arthur came over with orange tea with mint leaves and honey, with a relieved look on his face. Thank you for your timely arrival. She makes it difficult for you to deal with her? Melinda took the tea when there were only 2 people left. The lady's tone was a little off. Of course, Arthur heard it. After all, he did it on purpose. Facing Melinda, who seemed to be in the desensitization stage. If he didn't intensify the treatment, how could he live up to his profession as a medium? So, when Eura came, he told Melinda. And Melinda's reaction? Melinda arrived almost instantly. This gave Arthur more confidence. But it was not enough. Therefore, Arthur took a deep breath, leaned close to Melinda's ear, and lowered his voice. It is more difficult than you think. After all, this person is the one that the Marquis of West Berlin has to make many arrangements. As Arthur spoke, the hot air blew over Melinda's ear. Arthur clearly saw the tiny hairs on the lady's neck stand up. Immediately, the corners of the young medium's mouth curled up. Then, Arthur's eyes suddenly condensed. His speech speed began to speed up, and his voice became lower. Hold me tight. Melinda did not hesitate, and immediately raised her hands to hug Arthur. She knew that there must be a peeper. She didn't notice it? Of course. She was not strong enough. Or, Arthur's spirituality and bloodline were better at these. Could it be that Arthur would lie to her about this? Impossible. Arthur was not the kind of unreliable person. She has worked with Arthur for more than a dozen times, and knows Arthur too well. Just like using mine to send a message just now. If Arthur was not really unable to deal with it, he would never ask her for help. And the facts have proved it all. Facing such a sinister collaborator, Arthur could not handle it. And she just stepped forward. As for now, that woman is still evil. That woman deserves death. Is she a person who can be targeted by the West Berlin Marquis? Very good. Melinda sorted out her thoughts in an instant. When she looked at Arthur again, she found that Arthur was smiling and dancing with her. It was not a formal dance at a ball. It was not intense, but a slow movement of the feet. It was a little like the steps of a beginner dancer. And Arthur's mouth rang out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Accompanied by such a sound, Arthur took Melinda in the cabin, from the restaurant to the terrace. And of nothingness. The candles on the terrace were extinguished, leaving only the bright moonlight. With their vision, they would not be at a loss in the dimness. On the contrary, their cooperation became more natural. Moreover, Melinda went from cooperation to initiative. Immediately, the dance steps that seemed like those of a beginner became intense. As her sleeves fluttered, the soles of her shoes stepped continuously, the sound was continuous, and the rhythm was clear. With a turn, Arthur held Melinda's left hand with his right hand, supporting Melinda's whole body weight, allowing Melinda to stretch her body to her heart's content. Her short golden hair jumped up with the dance, just like a fairy dancing under the moon. Arthur admired the jump, according to the original dance rhythm. At this time, Arthur should use his arms to pull Melinda back. But the young medium did not do so. He stared at Melinda. Just as the lady's eyes showed doubt, Arthur spoke again. 3, 2, 1. He counted down softly. When the number reached 0, bang! A huge, beautiful firework bloomed on the dock of Westrand. Arthur, who was watching all this with his eyes, knew that this was the firework prepared by Sir Otto of Westrand for the banquet. But this did not prevent Arthur from borrowing it. The young medium looked at Melinda, and a smile appeared on his face, and his voice became softer unconsciously. Even if I have seen it millions of times, you still amaze me. Even the most dazzling fireworks are not as good as yours. Chapter 684 True or False. Next, Arthur's soft voice made Melinda blush. A little shy, but more embarrassed. Because she had lied to Anna before. Poor Anna was so moved that she burst into tears, and was tricked into bed by her that night. But Melinda never thought that she would be deceived one day. No, not being deceived, but deceiving others together. Suddenly the shyness and embarrassment disappeared. There was only a kind of expectation mixed with excitement. Of course, Melinda didn't mind deceiving the woman. Melinda hoped that the other party would lose miserably because of the wrong information. So, Melinda exerted her strength in her arms, and leaned on Arthur's arms. The two of them watched the fireworks rising on the shore. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks rose one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeats gradually became in sync. Arthur could clearly sense Melinda's cooperation. And this is what he wanted. MS. Ura, thank you for your efforts. I wish you a happy death. Arthur thought silently in his heart. His head was slightly lowered. His lips were close to the ear of Melinda. The woody scent mixed with the smell of smoke meant, a little like a bonfire extinguished after the rain, not only not unpleasant, but also a feeling of prosperity. Arthur controlled his breathing. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. The soft whisper entered his ears. A river breeze happened to blow. The winter was gone, and the river breeze had long lost its coldness, and it was no longer as hot as in midsummer, but was only gentle and beneficial. Subconsciously, Melinda nodded slightly. The wind is also gentle. Arthur was startled. Then he smiled. Yeah, the wind is also gentle. The two stood on the top of the Orient watching the fireworks of Westrand, listening to the music coming from there, and the crew who stayed behind naturally saw the two people standing on the side of the terrace gangway. Unconsciously, everyone smiled knowingly. They were just wondering why the boss didn't go to the banquet of Sir Otter. It turned out that he was waiting for the boss's wife. That's all right. Wish the boss and his wife a good night. Old John, who was the only one left behind, raised the wine glass in his hand. The fine honey wine released a faint sweetness and aroma as the glass swayed. It was just like the bright moonlight and the quietly flowing river tonight. But there was also a discordant scene. For example, Eula. The lady was looking at this scene. Her teeth were about to break. Not only did the lady become more and more angry, but her face began to twist. It was not twisted in anger, but it was twisted in the true sense. It was a spiral of nose, eyes and facial features. Fortunately, most of the people on the Orient went to the shore to attend a banquet of Sir Otter. Otherwise, anyone who saw the scene would be scared to the ground. However, Eula seemed to be unaware. Or rather, Eula now had no idea what was happening. A tiny tentacle emerged from Eula's ear hole. Once again, this tiny tentacle began to spit out silk. Unlike before, this time after spitting out silk, this tiny tentacle did not immediately return to Eula's ear hole, but was torn from the middle. It was like a sausage, being broken in half. However, one long, one short. The short one continued to drill into Ura's ear hole. The long one broke away from Ura's shoulder and landed directly on the deck, crawling into the first-class cabin where Ura was like a caterpillar. Inside the cabin, Lucius was still hating his own powerlessness. The young Avenger didn't notice the appearance of this tentacle at all. He didn't even notice that this tentacle passed behind him and entered the bathroom. There, Qiao Zheng, the 14th son of the president of the Rapura Qiao Chamber of Commerce, lay in the bathtub with his eyes dull and his mouth murmured, Eula, I love you. Eula, without your support, I can't do this at all. Eula, what should our child be called? The murmurs were enough to show that Qiao Zheng was in some kind of hallucination. The smile on his face showed that this hallucination really made him happy. Perhaps this is the happiest moment in Joe's life. The tentacle climbed up the bathtub easily, and then went into Joe's ear hole. Joe, who was whispering, suddenly trembled all over. Then, the lifeless eyes changed. A trace of indifference that was completely unhuman appeared. But it was gone in a flash. After that, Joe's eyes became lifeless again, and the whispering in his mouth sounded again, and it became more and more intense. No, it's not like that, Eula. Don't do this. After a quick low cry, Joe's voice quickly became low, became without any ups and downs, even though he was still expressing his love for Ura as before. but there was no smile on his face. The whole process was very short, except for Joe's murmur. It could be said to be completely silent, and it avoided most people on the Orient. But Arthur was an exception. Arthur's eyes were everywhere, looking at the scene in front of him. The young medium lowered his head and whispered to Melinda, "Eat?" "Okay." Melinda nodded and subconsciously put the pipe in her mouth. However, just as the lady was about to smoke a pipe, she immediately thought of what Arthur had complained to her, that the smell of tobacco would affect the taste of food. The next moment, the lady just held the pipe in her mouth without lighting the tobacco. When the chef brought the food into the terrace, Arthur used secret words and handwriting on his palm to tell Melinda what happened tonight. Melinda's palms were itching, but her mind was still clear. "You bad guy. Not only do you want the Marquis of West Berlin to take the lead, but you also want me to act as insurance?" Arthur smiled and raised his hand to write on Melinda's palm again. "For such an existence, no matter how careful you are, it's not too much." In response, Melinda nodded, indicating her approval. Melinda had never come into contact with such existence. However, there were some words in the books left by Melinda's mother. Even if it was just a few words, it was enough to show the power and weirdness of the Lady of Pain, especially the state of immortality, which made this lady palpitate. So no matter how many plans were made, she would approve. At the same time, she would not ask more questions, because she was worried that the Lady of Pain would sense that this was not an unfounded worry, but enough precautions. Then, the lady hesitated for a while. After hesitating for about a second, the lady raised Arthur's palm and wrote on the palm, "You want West Berlin?" Feeling the words written by Melinda, Arthur smiled immediately. Then, he gently wrote 4 words. Chapter 685. Bet with me. How can I bear to see you lose? Under Melinda's gaze, Arthur wrote quickly with his fingers. Adapt to circumstances. If it were anyone else, Melinda would definitely think she was fooled. But if it was Arthur, there must be a reason. Almost instantly, the lady thought of something. You fought with the Marquis of West Berlin? Melinda wrote quickly. The current situation is quite clear, that is, the Marquis of West Berlin wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They have to fight against the Old Lion of Niwen. And they are also planning for the Lady of Pain. And the Lady of Pain is naturally unwilling to surrender. So she started to create the current situation. As for the cult of the Inner River, even if the Old Lion is extremely ambitious, he will be restrained. After all, they are nobles, even if they are as barbaric as bandits under their gorgeous appearance. But bandits also follow rules. Once the rules are broken, it is not a good thing. With such a premise, Arthur gave such an uncertain answer even though he was stirring up the situation. He must have been concerned about the strength of the West Berlin Marquis. He even experienced it himself. Under Melinda's gaze, Arthur nodded. Very strong. There is more than one trump card. Arthur wrote. This is the fact. There is more than one hidden killing intent in the cannon array. Melinda subconsciously took a puff of her pipe. When thinking, the lady always habitually smokes tobacco. However, after taking a puff, she found that she had not lit the cigarette at all. The awkward feeling made the lady frown slightly. She did not want to affect Arthur's appetite. But when thinking, she did have a habit. While the lady was still struggling, Arthur raised his hand, and the flame on the candlestick fell into Melinda's pipe. Some habits are hard to change, but it can be controlled. Arthur sighed lightly, with a look of helplessness on his face. Melinda immediately curled her lips. You light a cigarette for me, and then persuade me to quit smoking? The lady was a little confused by Arthur's operation. Because I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, awkward. But I also know that controlling tobacco is good for you. So, I chose a better solution. How about we make a bet? Arthur explained and proposed. Immediately, Melinda became interested. Quit smoking. The lady cleverly guessed what Arthur wanted to do, and therefore became more curious how Arthur would bet. Yes, quit smoking. Arthur nodded, and then pointed to the Westron Pier on the shore. Let's bet whether there will be fireworks in the sky within half an hour. I propose the bet, so you choose first. Melinda didn't rush to choose. Instead, he asked, if I lose, I promise you that I will not smoke tobacco again unless it is a critical moment. But if you lose, what should I do? The azure eyes blinked, full of curiosity and expectation. If I lose, do you remember the pipe and tobacco you gave me? They will appear in my hands at any time. Arthur answered. The azure eyes lit up. Melinda knew that Arthur was being polite to others smoking pipes, but I would never touch it. And if I am willing to hold it now, that's enough. After all, it was given by her. Thinking of this, the lady spoke. Okay, but I will give you a new pipe. Arthur did not object. Then I bet, within half an hour, there will be fireworks going off, Melinda said. Okay, then I bet there will be no fireworks going off. Melinda, are you sure you don't want to change it? You know, a lot of fireworks were set off just now. Even if the old knight doesn't mind a halftime show, the probability is very small. Arthur reminded Melinda. No, the smaller the probability, the greater the reward. Especially when betting with a guy like you. I always think that common sense is not to be ignored. You have to do the opposite. Melinda said confidently. What can Arthur say about this? Shrugging his shoulders, he pushed the beef in a clay pot with crispy skin in front of Melinda. Try it. The chef you introduced is really good. Of course. The lady smiled proudly. The lady took the Orient very seriously. From the construction to the decoration and the staffing. The lady was in charge of everything. The chef would only appear on the Orient after tasting the food. Melinda picked up the whole piece of golden crispy skin with a fork. She took out the die-sized beef from the jar, drained the soup, and placed it on the puff pastry. She used a fork to wrap the beef lightly. This was Melinda's favorite way to eat it, which perfectly combined the taste of the beef with the texture of the puff pastry. However, Melinda did not put it in her mouth immediately this time. Instead, she handed it to Arthur. This made Arthur flattered. There is only one piece of puff pastry, Arthur reminded, but I can ask the chef to make another one. Moreover, I believe that there must be something prepared in advance in the kitchen, Melinda said, looking at the chef beside her. Immediately, the chef nodded with a smile on his face. Of course. After saying that, the chef walked out tactfully. Immediately, Arthur and Melinda were the only two people left in the cabin. Arthur did not refuse the food in front of him, while Melinda scooped up the soup, sipped it gently, and looked at the other side from time to time. Undoubtedly, Melinda cared more about this bet than expected. In response, Arthur sighed and used the contract to contact Pendragon. On the shore, Pendragon stood in front of a pier. This was the last firework in the old knight's warehouse that could be properly fired, and he borrowed it. As for the others, he marked them all. The fuse was wet, and it would definitely not work in a short time. Pendragon had another profound understanding of his father's cunning. For this reason, he mourned for the lady. A losing bet, it was too miserable. While sighing, Pendragon felt the contract in his heart tremble. Meow! Pendragon called out immediately. Keely, who looked like a husky, immediately jumped out from the shadows and spit out a box of matches. Pendragon used the airflow to pull out a match wrapped in phosphorus powder and scratched it directly on Keely's nose. Swish! With a unique sound, the match lit up. The next moment, fireworks rose into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! Under the brilliant fireworks, a cat and a dog looked up. The cat was proud. Daddy will definitely win. The dog was wise. Sulfur smells really good. On the Orient, Melinda's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Win! The lady waved her fist. Then, without waiting for Arthur to speak, she lit the tobacco and blew out a smoke ring. As soon as the thick smoke ring appeared, the lady got into it. Before the smoke ring dissipated, the lady got back in, holding a wooden box in her hand, and placed it directly in front of Arthur. What you said will appear in your hands at any moment. Chapter 686 Port. Arthur nodded. Of course. Saying this, Arthur opened the copper lock of the black wooden box. Inside was a long-handled curved bucket. The bucket was made of heather root, and the extended handle was made of black metal. Of course, these were not the main points. The main point was that a line of small characters wrapped in wavy patterns were engraved on the extended handle. Or to be more precise, it was a name, Melinda. Arthur saw this name. He raised his hand and gently stroked it, feeling the traces. It was different from the beauty of the name in cursive script. The traces of the seal carving were sharper. Just like Melinda. You carved it? Arthur looked up and asked. Melinda, who was watching Arthur stroking the long handle of the pipe, nodded calmly. How is it? Then, the lady asked for her evaluation. I like it very much. Arthur said this, and took out the small bag of tobacco that had been put in the box of Athos. From it, as soon as the bag was opened, a faint sweet smell appeared, a mixture of mint and apple, and the scent of honey. This was what Melinda gave to Arthur before. After seeing it, Melinda's smile became even stronger. As a novice, You just pick 2 grams and put it in." With these words, the lady stood up. "Tomorrow we will arrive at the port of Dordet. And I need to prepare. Whether it is the Marquis or the lady, I need to take them all seriously." After saying that, the lady did not stay for long and left directly. Through the smoke, Melinda, who returned to South Los, had a smile on her face that was even brighter than before. She saw Pendragon leave. She also saw the figures of a cat and a dog when the fireworks rose on the other side. So she was very happy. You are such a bad guy," Melinda murmured in a low voice. Then, the lady took a deep breath, her eyes fixed. She thought of the possible situation tomorrow. She knew very well that, with her current strength, it was not enough. Even though she had tried her best to catch up, the bad guy was getting faster and faster. "Sure enough. Before, I was slack," Melinda muttered to herself, and walked straight to the basement of number 6 Whitebird Street. This basement was the entrance to the hidden secret room. And that secret room was known only to Melinda. After a series of complicated mechanisms and pictures and words, Melinda walked down the stairs, passed through a 133-meter corridor, and continued to go down. This is a spiral staircase. At the end of the staircase, there are 4 doors. Melinda chose the right door and walked in. Inside were coffins. 2 coffins. One contained her father, the Grand Knight of the West Coast Knights Templar. The other contained her mother, the last generation heir of the West Coast Blood Crow family. Melinda walked between the 2 coffins and placed her hands on the coffin boards. "Father, mother," the lady called softly. Immediately, a slight noise came from the 2 coffins. Like a slight blow slapping. More like breathing. Feeling such a sound, Melinda's eyes were filled with unprecedented memories. She remembered her mother and her father. She also remembered the hatred. So, she wanted to let her parents avenge themselves. Similarly, this is the path she has chosen. It is also her biggest trump card. And now, she is going to borrow a little bit of her parents' power. The next moment, the power of the undead rises from the 2 coffins. But unlike the pure undead, the power of the undead in the 2 coffins is holy. And the other is more evil. They temporarily gathered in Melinda's body. Buzz! The world's blockade of the Enterers has been shattered. Behind Melinda, 2 shadows loomed. After Arthur put 2 grams of tobacco into his pipe, he looked at the XP information sent this morning. The reputation of the Lord of the Inland River, which made everyone suspicious. Some believed, some doubted, but in any case, more people began to take you seriously. XP plus 800. More people heard your name. XP plus 600. Obviously, following the previous incident, the daily XP value has returned to its peak. And the title of the Master of the Inland River God? Arthur also wants to make it real. Arthur believes that this will bring him a huge amount of XP. After all, it is different from ordinary people who just watch the fun. There are many fanatical believers in the Inland River God cult. These people are definitely the best source of XP. As long as they are recognized, it will be a huge income. There may even be unexpected surprises. Can fanatics generate XP stably? Arthur has been thinking about this question. After all, according to the current understanding of XP, it means that people know his name. Knowing, this word is very interesting. Knowing, remembering, is one category. Knowing, forgetting, is another category. When the latter remembers, it will provide new XP. Will the former provide more XP when it remembers and continues to deepen the impression? Arthur doesn't know. But he was willing to try. It wasn't that Arthur liked to cheat. It was just that he lacked XP. 5,200 XP. That was all Arthur had now. And how much did he need? 99,999 points. The entry level to the 17th level was 99,999 XP points. Arthur, who had reached the limit once, certainly knew the benefits of it. He must have reached the limit to enter. Only in this way could he truly step onto the 17th level. This was Arthur's intuition. Arthur believed in this. He believed in his intuition. He also believed that he could not achieve the XP reduction of 1 or 2 points a day in a short time with conventional means. Alas, you guys forced me to do this. Arthur sighed in his heart. Then, he lay back on his bed with his pipe in his mouth. You mean the food on the table? Where did it come from? The plates were licked clean. The same was true for the food that the chef brought later. Clean, nothing left. The night was getting deeper. The banquet on the shore of Westron did not end, and the noise continued until late at night. As a result, the departure time of the Orient was delayed a little. Even if it went downstream, when the passengers on the Orient saw the bustling port of Dordet, it was already the evening of the next day. Arthur put away another Michaelo's strong touch, incomplete, that Ura had sent him at noon today. During the whole process, the incomplete Abel protested. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor said that he would not be parasitized, and would not be resurrected. But Arthur chose to ignore it. These 2 chips are precious chips. Now, it is far from the time to throw them out. Arthur was thinking about a new plan in his heart, and looking at the Dordet port getting closer and closer. His mouth curled up, and he smiled naturally. The young medium seemed to be talking to himself and said, "The wonderful night has begun." Chapter 687. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dordet port was cleaned up. Not only the garbage was cleaned up, the entire port was carefully washed. Even the most remote corners were checked one by one by the port's city defense forces. Of course, this kind of inspection is more of a warning. Warning those who make a living in the gray and black areas not to be blind. And this of course ushered in the curiosity of the people in the port. Many people speculated that it must be some important person who has come to be treated so solemnly. Some even said that the Marquis of West Berlin would personally welcome this important person. Speculations continued, but the crowd was dispersed. In order to ensure safety and cleanliness, the port of Dordet was under martial law at noon. Time passed by minute. Just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of horse hooves attracted the attention of the residents in the port of Dordet. These residents, who were strictly ordered to stay at home, watched the cavalry team of 100 people appear, seeing the blue eagle flag fluttering in the wind as the cavalry advanced. Everyone gasped. As a West Berliner, no one would fail to recognize the eagle flag of the West Berlin Marquis family. There was no doubt that this cavalry was the personal guard of the Marquis. Everyone's curiosity reached its peak. Although there were some guesses before, when they were about to see it, people still found it difficult to hide their curiosity. The residents of Dordet port could not help but envy those who could go to the dock. At least, they could see with their own eyes who that important person was. However, this definitely did not include Catherine. The youngest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin was complaining to her sister at the moment. "Why did my father ask me to welcome that guy? What kind of alliance did that guy sign with my father?" The complaint was very low. The youngest daughter of the Marquis was not a fool. Of course, she had already noticed the difference in this reception, especially her father's repeated instructions. This made Catherine more uneasy than ever before. Alas! Jacqueline glanced at her sister, and sighed, and a hint of self-mockery flashed across her emerald green eyes. There was no answer, but it was better than any other answer. Although she and Catherine were twins, and she was only a few minutes older than Catherine, Jacqueline was unusually mature. So Jacqueline knew more. For example, her father planned to give her and her sister as gifts to the Nanlos medium. For example, in order to get the Nanlos medium to accept him, his father also planned to open the family library in West Berlin. Another example, after she became pregnant, she had to return to West Berlin to visit her relatives as soon as possible. Jacqueline knew what her father wanted to do. However, Jacqueline did not resist. Or rather, she did not dare to resist. Because Jacqueline knew very well that she and Catherine were only daughters in name only. Even though they were related by blood, but her father never treated them as daughters. "Sister, don't sigh. Don't forget, we still have." Just when Catherine was about to say something, her mouth was covered by Jacqueline. The third daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin shook her head with a serious face. "Catherine, be silent." Jacqueline's voice came from the bottom of her heart. This is a natural ability that only twins can have. When they were very young, they discovered this ability. For this reason, the two of them kept this as a little secret between each other. As they grew older, this ability became an indispensable way for them to communicate, especially in public places. It was extremely convenient. "Got it, sister." Catherine nodded. "Deer are hunted for their horns. We are similar. That person is our trump card, and will also become my death warrant. Once my father finds out, we will die without a burial place." Jacqueline warned her sister again. "Got it. Got it." Catherine kept saying it. Compared to her sister Jacqueline's maturity, Catherine is a little naive. But she is not a fool. She knows her situation very well, but she is not convinced. Why is she born to be a tool, a bargaining chip? And some people can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor? They are all daughters of the Marquis of West Berlin. Jacqueline glanced at her sister, and sighed again in her heart. It's different. But I am not willing, Catherine said. There is still a chance, Jacqueline hinted. Immediately, Catherine's eyes lit up. Sister, you mean? Jacqueline did not answer, but nodded slightly. Then, Catherine became excited. Then, the youngest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin spent the rest of her time in anticipation. Also full of anticipation, there was Akisto. As the high priest of the Inland River cult, Akisto rushed to the Dortmund port almost overnight. For Archisto, as the high priest, he must be present at this time. Otherwise, how can he receive the reward from that great man? Of course, at this time, it is natural to say God's will. Tonight, it is time for your Majesty's divine glory to shine on the port of Dortmund. Archisto wore a light blue priest robe, and his deep voice seemed even more holy at this time. The deacons of the Inland River God cult in the port of Dortmund, each of them had a flushed face and fanatical eyes. There was no shouting. There was no oath. Because they had already prepared for the holy war. Although the deacons present were only a part of the force of the port of Dortmund, Archisto believed that the rest would be even more fanatical. Because those people wanted to stand closer to God. Thinking in his heart, the high priest looked at a corner on one side. There, a handsome young man was watching the scene in front of him with a smile. The gray-blue priest robes revealed the other party's identity. Delpak, the person in charge of the Inland River cult in Dortmund port. It is precisely because of the existence of the other party that the Inland River cult can develop smoothly in Dortmund port. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that the other party is the confidant of that big man. He was specially sent by the eldest son of the old lion of the Inner Bay. Therefore Akisto, who is quite self-aware, naturally knows what to do. The high priest of the Inner River cult smiled first, then said softly, Priest Delpak, are you ready to deal a fatal blow to the pain cult? Of course. I can't wait, the young priest replied respectfully. As he said this, the young priest bowed. Archistos was very satisfied with this. However, Archistos did not notice the mockery on Delpak's face and the deep disdain in his eyes as he bowed. Chapter 688. Delpork's contempt for Archisto is ingrained in his bones. In Delpork's opinion, Archisto is just a lucky guy. He has no ability, his strength is extremely low, and his talent is even more ordinary. If it weren't for Lord Grisa Hamlet's interest in him, he would have been a country lord all his life. No! The country lords are overestimating him. At most, he is just a country knight. The manor was in tatters, and the mill had to be shared with the untouchables. Delpak couldn't stand such a guy riding on his head all the time. He was more capable than the other party. If it weren't for him, how could the Inland River cult open up the situation in the port of Dortmund? He was also stronger than the other party. He didn't need to go all out. He could kill the other party with one hand. As for talent, although his talent was a little worse than that of his brother Joel Coman. But what does that matter? You know, his elder brother Joel Coman is known as a genius that only appears once in a century in Niwen, and is recognized as the best among the young people in Niwen. He is a little worse than his elder brother, but it doesn't matter. Even so, his talent is still among the best. So, he knows that all he lacks is an opportunity. And this time, the opportunity has come. He will shine in this battle with the Church of Pain. Only in this way, he could get the position of the high priest of the Inner River religion. Delpak was determined to get it. After all, in Delpak's opinion, the position of the high priest of the Inner River religion was originally his. Archisto? Just as he described. Just a guy with a little luck. Thinking in his heart, Delpak straightened up, and the strangeness on his face and eyes disappeared, leaving only respect. As long as you give the order, I and the river squad will attack immediately, Delpak said solemnly. As these words were spoken, a team of 12 fully armed people came out from one side. Their movements were in unison. Their eyes were resolute. The most important thing was their aura. Each of them was full of murderous intent, and that feeling was like a group of elite soldiers who had fought in hundreds of battles. And watching the river squad coming out, the deacons of the Inland River cult present, they all cried out in surprise. It's the river squad! Are the river squad also our church members? Great! We'll definitely win! Similar voices came one after another, and the already high-spirited deacons of the Inner River Church became even more excited. And watching this scene, Delpak became even more proud. He formed the river squad. He also established the secret gathering next to the path of Edil. And he was the one who concealed all this. He was here for this moment. Do we still have to rely on this useless Archisto? The more he disdained in his heart, the more serious Delpoc looked. Archisto didn't notice any of this. The excitement in the heart of this inland river cult, when he looked at the river squad in front of him, was no less than that of an ordinary deacon. We're sure to win. With the river squad, we can hold back the high-end combat power of the Church of Pain. With the people I brought with me, we're sure to win. Archisto, who was excited in his heart, pretended to be calm and said, "At this moment, His Majesty's sight is looking at us." In the elongated tone, Archisto's voice was a little trembling, and the deep voice that he had been deliberately maintaining could no longer be maintained, especially the sound of rapid footsteps. With the help of the miracle, they reached the port of Dordet in an instant. Tolan, who had been monitoring the movements of the dock, ran in quickly. The priest saluted first, then he said quickly, "The Vostok has arrived. Miss, the Vostok has arrived." At the dock, the personal guard of the Marquis of West Berlin stood outside the carriage and reported. Jacqueline, who had been secretly talking with a telepathic ability, and the sisters Catherine immediately stopped talking, and the younger sister Catherine spoke. "I know." With that, the youngest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin got off the carriage. Jacqueline was one step behind. The third daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, the high priest of the Church of Pain, looked at the white ship on the river in the distance. Although she had heard her sister's description, she couldn't help but sigh at the beauty of the Vostok when she saw it with her own eyes. The Vostok, which was proposed by Arthur and implemented by Melinda, has a unique side based on people's cognition and aesthetics at this stage. And this uniqueness, with the rare white color of this era, it immediately attracted people's attention, especially in the evening. The Orient became more eye-catching. Jacqueline waved to the side. The West Berlin family's band immediately began to play. When the rhythm and the passionate music sounded, the Orient just docked. The folding gangway extended from the deck. Arthur, dressed in a black hunting suit, walked down slowly with a cane in his hand. Catherine and Jacqueline looked at Arthur carefully, and surprise flashed in their emerald eyes. The twins were surprised at Arthur's youth. They were even more surprised at the pipe in Arthur's other hand. The seal of Melinda on the long handle of the pipe was clearly seen by the two. They had heard the rumors about Arthur and the Caesar lady, and when they saw the pipe, they immediately believed it. At the same time, they also had more confidence in their plans. Arthur stepped down. The twins stepped forward. When Arthur stepped on the land of Dordet Port, the twins had already walked in front of Arthur. "Sir Kratos, welcome to West Berlin. I am Jacqueline, and this is my sister Catherine." The twins introduced themselves. "Good evening, ladies," Arthur responded politely. Arthur was quite surprised by the twins in front of him. Although the two of them had to distinguish each other, they were dressed differently. The younger sister had golden twin ponytails, and the older sister had her hair tied up. But in Arthur's opinion, the two were really quite similar. They were similar in spirit. There were no leaves in the world that were exactly alike. There were no people in the world that were exactly alike. Unless the two were one. Subconsciously, Arthur thought of Miha and Iroh. Suddenly, he had a deeper understanding of the cold-bloodedness of the West Berlin Marquis. However, this did not prevent Arthur from smiling at the twins in front of him. "Sir Kratos, please come with me. The dinner has been prepared in the castle. My father is already there, waiting for you." Jacqueline was not rude and immediately took Arthur to the specially prepared carriage. Arthur nodded to express his gratitude and got on the carriage. Looking at the door that had not yet closed, Jacqueline and her sister Catherine looked at each other, and they were ready to act. Chapter 689. At the moment when Arthur's carriage door was about to close, Jacqueline flashed into the carriage, and there was another Jacqueline next to Catherine. Although her expression was dull, no one would doubt that it was a phantom. Not only was Jacqueline serious on weekdays, but it was also because of Catherine's cooperation. And Arthur looked at the third daughter of the West Berlin family, who appeared in the carriage and sat opposite him, but he couldn't help but sigh. "You shouldn't have come. But I came anyway. I knew you would come. Of course I would come, you certainly know. After all, you are the medium of Nanlos." Jacqueline sighed, and the carriage started. The wheels rolled on the gravel road, making a unique sound. The lady of noble family sat more upright. Her knees were together, and her hands were placed on her knees in a proper manner. The upper body is straight, and the corners of the mouth are tightly pursed. This lady is rigid and stubborn. However, none of this is important. What is important is that, just 3 seconds later, this lady began to unbutton her shirt. Arthur sighed again. "Can you try another way?" Yes. The lady left the buttons of her shirt and reached for her skirt. Arthur immediately rolled his eyes. Then, he became silent. The lady also stopped moving. Her mouth began to curl up slightly. And her voice was a little teasing. You are really not a humorous person. Humor? This kind of humor is not something to be happy about. Hell always welcomes such people. But I don't want to go yet. Arthur looked helpless. Then can't we cooperate a little? I don't want to go to hell either. But my father always forces me to go. So, I want to resist. The lady of noble birth smiled even more brightly. Resistance is fine, but if you start to test me directly, it will cause me a lot of trouble. After all, Melinda is not a good-tempered person. After she knows what you did, I will probably be kicked. And you? You will probably die without a burial place. Arthur sighed softly. Is Ms. Caesar so fierce? You are worthy of being the Ms. of the Long Night, Jacqueline said, with envy on her face. And then? The lady continued. Do you want West Berlin? The voice was very low, but the content was explosive enough. Arthur looked at the third daughter of the West Berlin family in surprise. And sighed again. You came a little late. If it was a day ago, I would be very interested. Of course. It's not that I'm not interested now. It's just that, as a medium, in my life principles, keeping promises comes first. Arthur's face was very serious. But Jacqueline laughed. What if your partner died? As she asked. A strange light shone in her emerald green eyes. Arthur did not answer, but spread his hands, looking helpless. I understand. I hope you can really keep your promise. After saying that, the lady pushed open the door of the moving carriage. The whole person got out, and did not forget to close the car door. The whole process was silent, just like when the other party appeared. Arthur rubbed his fingers on the pipe, and the whole person looked more and more helpless. In his heart, he clapped his hands vigorously. Beautiful. Well done. It's really a family of loving father and filial son. As for Jacqueline's attempt to kill her father, Arthur did not comment. After all, the Marquis of West Berlin never regarded Jacqueline as a daughter. In addition, there is a real heir next to the West Berlin Marquis. Preference and indifference appear together. No one can stand it. What's more, there is the pollution of the suffering lady. It's like adding chili peppers to spicy hot pot. The taste is enough to make people twisted. The emergence of this situation is quite natural in Arthur's view. What Arthur needs to think about is, how should he take advantage of this situation? A lady who can take off her clothes at will to test others is not easy to deal with. Arthur could even imagine that if he really didn't stop the other party would definitely give him a big blow. The other party had been prepared since the moment he got on the carriage. And he even prepared 3 plans and 3 alternative plans. Unfortunately, they were not used. Simply put, the lady was still a little bit restrained. First time? It's really awkward. But the attitude I gave should be enough. Arthur shrugged again. The whole person began to lean back in the chair and close his eyes to rest. Jacqueline, who jumped out of the carriage, blushed uncontrollably, but when she returned to her carriage, the third daughter of the West Berlin family became normal. Sister, how is it? When Catherine saw Jacqueline, she immediately asked. It was still the power of spiritual communication between the two sides. Not optimistic. My father has cooperated with the medium of Nanlos. Moreover, there is a high probability that they will act tonight. Jacqueline thought about the hint Arthur had just given. Although there was no clear words, the attitude was enough to let this lady of noble birth understand what was going on. Tonight? Then we... Catherine looked at her sister. Wait. Wait for the result. If the father wins, we are the daughters. If the other wins, we are the believers. Jacqueline smiled. That smile carried the words that were not finished. After these words, there is another sentence that hurts both sides. We are ourselves. It's just that Jacqueline didn't say this. But Catherine heard it. The twins smiled at each other. It's not that they don't want to say it, but they can't say it. Once such words with strong emotions are spoken, they may be heard by that person. Even if they have made layers of defense, they still need to be vigilant. After all, they are also believers. Of course, they are very grateful to the lady and their father. The lady gave them strength and a way to continue to improve. And their father? Although their father used them as tools, it was precisely because of their father's existence that the lady did not dare to go too far. That allowed them to stagger forward like walking on a tightrope. Although it was dangerous, there was still hope. And now? It was time to repay their father. It was a pity that they could not directly participate in the war. Otherwise, I really want to take out my father's heart and have a look. The twins exchanged glances in the carriage. The carriage, escorted by the Marquis of West Berlin's guards, continued to move forward. Until it entered the Marquis's castle, the twins stopped communicating. Arthur, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. At the same time, Ura on the Orient used the communication stone to summon all the priests of the Church of Pain in the name of the High Priest, Her Excellency the Saint. Chapter 690. It is not enough to just have a name. It also requires a special communication channel and voice. For the former, Eula has already deciphered it with his years of being a believer. And the latter? Eula imitated it. Every time he talked with the High Priest, the Saint, Eula would record it in his heart. Then, he learned it little by little. Although there would be some flaws in what he said in person, Eula was 100% sure if he just used the communication stone. After all, not every priest, deacon, had seen the two with their own eyes, and heard their voices with their own ears. However, for the sake of safety, Ura did not summon the priests and deacons who had seen the two with their own eyes, and heard their voices with their own ears. Not only were those people unstable factors, but also because she still needed time. The Pain Church also needed resistance. Only if these guys held back the people of the Inland River Church, they could put enough pressure on the remaining people. Only then could she ascend to the throne smoothly. Thinking about her own plan, Eula couldn't help but smile triumphantly. She will definitely succeed. Although she paid enough price, she will definitely succeed. As long as she succeeds, everything will be worth it. However, thinking about the two divine graces given by the saints to let the Nanlos medium hold the High Priest, Eula still felt distressed. If she was allowed to use these two divine graces, there is no problem for her to improve her strength. That Nanlos medium can't have used up both divine graces so quickly. Right? Items like this divine grace must have been carefully selected. So, I still have a chance. Faced with the huge success, Eula's thinking began to turn to maximizing benefits. As for the contract? While the contract is in place, it is certainly worth abiding by. After the contract is completed, everything naturally needs to be replanned. Lucius stood aside, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. The young Avenger did not see what was going on in Ura's mind. But Ura used the names of the High Priest and the Saint to contact the priests and deacons in the church through secret channels. The young Avenger saw it with his own eyes. Facing Ura's trust, the young Avenger was very moved. But he instinctively felt that it was inappropriate and should not be done. Contradiction, entanglement. Then, he fell into pain again. Ura saw it. He felt it more clearly. The lady said softly, "Lucius, I hope you stand behind me. I can only trust you unconditionally. Others? I am worried." The lady had a good grasp of Lucius. In fact, when these words came out, Lucius's pain became more intense. And under this level of pain, Eula felt a little bit of power increase again. Good. Good. Keep it up. Eula was cheering in his heart, but on the surface, he was staring solemnly. Even when the lady reached out her hand to touch Lucius' cheek, her eyes were full of affection. It was just like the real thing. No. For Lucius, it was real. Good. Lucius replied. The answer was firm, but the pain in his heart was even greater. Eula was very satisfied with this. The lady turned around, walked out of the cabin. With the arrival of the Orient, the martial law at the Dortmund port terminal was lifted. And the guests on the Orient had already disembarked. Eula and Lucius were not abrupt. And in the bathroom? Joe was still mumbling. As always, the castle of the West Berlin family was built at the end of the Holy Age, and it took 10 years to reach its initial scale, but it only had a main building that served as the only defense facility. It looks like a tower converted from a mill. And the rest is made of wood, including the most important walls. Even the so-called military camp can only accommodate 20 people. In addition, there are only 3 horses in the entire castle. When the war broke out, the ancestor cried bitterly because of the death of a horse. The Marquis of West Berlin stood in the magnificent castle and told Arthur about the glory of his ancestors. After more than 200 years of development, the West Berlin family is no longer as shabby as it was in the past. Not only has the entire castle become luxurious and solid, but the secret facilities inside make the entire castle warm and bright. On the 12-meter-high wall, groups of guards patrol carefully, and the cannons facing outward make the peepers tremble with fear. Come! I will show you the core of the castle, the West Berlin Marquis said generously and boastfully. It was like a true host welcoming his most distinguished guest. However, both of them knew that this was only part of the cooperation because only in the core part of the castle was it secret enough. Jacqueline, you go to supervise the dinner. Catherine, let the band play the music of Nanlos. The Marquis of West Berlin instructed his two daughters. Then, he did not forget to explain to Arthur. My eldest daughter is temporarily unable to see guests because of the death of her fiancé. And my second daughter is because of her fiancé temporarily moved out of the castle, the West Berlin owner said as he walked forward. Jacqueline, Catherine bowed slightly to Arthur, turned and left. The twins behaved as usual, without any abnormality. Just like the Marquis of West Berlin. Arthur admired the performance of this family. How to say it? Calling him the best actor is an injustice to this family. Following the Marquis of West Berlin, Arthur went straight to the deepest part of the castle. A tower hidden in the middle of the castle. Looking at this tower that looks like a mill, Arthur subconsciously thought of the original castle of the West Berlin family, and the Marquis beside him nodded. Yes, this is the original castle. The current castles are all expanded with it as the core. And it has also become indestructible under the transformation of my ancestors from generation to generation. The West Berlin Marquis looked proud. Then, the owner of West Berlin walked straight inside. Death instinct. No flash. Arthur still carefully sensed, and when he confirmed that there was no danger, he walked in. The space in the tower was smaller than expected, and the layout was even simpler. Bed, chair, desk and bookshelf. When Arthur's eyes swept over, he paused slightly on the bookshelf full of books, and then looked at the West Berlin Marquis who was sitting on the chair, looking relaxed. People need to rest. Only rest can make people more wise. Thank you for the gift from our ancestors, the owner of West Berlin said with a smile. And he raised his foot directly, preparing to take off his shoes. This was a completely subconscious action. A habit that the Marquis had developed after resting thousands of times. So, when his palm touched his shoes, the Marquis realized that there was someone around him. Ahem, I'm sorry I'm rude. After admitting his mistake, the Marquis immediately changed the subject. Now, can you tell me the whereabouts of that person? Chapter 691. Arthur took out the note he had written long ago. The note was folded twice in a row, and no trace of ink could be seen. For Arthur's cautious approach, the Marquis of West Berlin expressed his appreciation. Don't worry, here, you won't be spied on by anyone. The Marquis took the note with a promise. Then, he just disappeared from the spot, leaving only a voice behind. It's very safe here. I hope you can rest here for a while, after all. Being able to completely relax yourself in such a safe place is also a rare and beautiful thing. Isn't it? By the way, Jacqueline and Catherine will be here in a while. There was a hint of pride in his voice. Nobles cannot be trusted. The owner of West Berlin thoroughly interpreted this sentence in his own way. As for the contract is naturally not invalid. The power of the contract is still there. However, the owner of West Berlin bypassed the power of the contract. Because the owner of West Berlin is protecting Arthur. The owner of West Berlin has never thought of hurting Arthur. Especially those things marked on the contract. The owner of West Berlin will do them one by one. But, while doing it, the owner of West Berlin wants more. In other words, the owner of West Berlin wants to control Arthur in some way. For example, a grandson with the blood of the Kratos family. Of course 2 or even more, that would be great. The West Berlin family needs such fresh blood. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the clear power of the contract. Feeling the slight backlash of this power on the Marquis. Obviously, the Marquis tried hard to bypass the backlash of the contract, but not completely. He still suffered a little damage. Not serious, but not too light. The power of the contract is absolute. And for this, after confirmation, the young medium stretched his waist, yawned, and laid down on the bed in the room. The soft and slightly frictional touch made the young medium sink deep into the bed. But he did not feel unsupported. In short, it was quite comfortable. Especially when he saw the returning West Berlin Marquis. This comfort made Arthur close his eyes comfortably. The note was a blank piece of paper. Don't mention the name, there was not even a trace of writing. The moment the Marquis of West Berlin unfolded the note, he was stunned. The Marquis really didn't expect Arthur to do this. No! It's wariness. How can a person be so wary of others? What about trust between people? Of course, the most important thing is the sense of frustration. Just like the frustration he felt when he heard that old Charlie broke his leg and climbed onto a lady's windowsill, the Marquis thought he had performed perfectly. He also used a grand welcome ceremony and the safe core of West Berlin Castle as a prelude. Especially Jacqueline. Catherine would definitely play some tricks, so that he could gain Arthur's trust more easily. What a pity, the Marquis sighed. Then, he said with a serious face, I said it was a misunderstanding just now. Do you believe it? The Marquis looked at Arthur as he spoke. From the beginning, Arthur closed his eyes, breathing evenly, and looked like he was asleep. And now, even if the Marquis spoke, his appearance did not change. However, Arthur raised his arm, and he raised a finger. Not the middle finger, but the index finger. Immediately, the Marquis understood. I think 10,000 gold coins can really make you believe that everything just now was a misunderstanding. As he said that, the Marquis looked at Arthur. But Arthur still lay there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the Marquis smiled, and immediately said as if to add something. Although 100,000 gold coins are a lot, I am still willing to gain your friendship. But Arthur remained unmoved. This time, the Marquis frowned. 100,000 gold coins are not enough. What about 1 million? Impossible. What is the concept of 1 million gold coins? It is almost as much as the annual tax revenue of the port of Dordet. The Marquis believed that Arthur would not put forward such an inhumane condition. But the Marquis wanted Arthur to propose such an inhumane condition. Because, compared to such an inhumane condition, what Arthur wanted was undoubtedly more difficult for him to accept, but he had to accept it. He was injured, even if he was absolutely sure of that existence, but for other things, he became powerless. He needed Arthur's help. Otherwise, Dordet Port would become a ruin. This is something the Marquis cannot accept. The port of Dordet is the cornerstone of the West Berlin family, and it must not be lost. Wait! Is this guy deliberately trying to lure me in? Suddenly, the Marquis thought of this. Immediately, the smile that had always been on the Marquis' face became a little stiff. But soon, the smile became brighter. At this point, the Marquis did not have many choices. The Marquis needed Arthur's help. But he still wanted to struggle. So, he was ready to offer 100,000 gold coins. He hoped to use this offer to offset Arthur's future conditions. Even at this time, the Marquis allowed himself to become naive. He kept telling himself, maybe Arthur was just greedy? But before he could say that, Arthur opened one eye. A smile appeared in his deep eyes. There was no sarcasm, nor disdain. Instead, expectation. A smile full of expectation. Seeing the smile hidden in Arthur's eyes, the Marquis of West Berlin could not speak. Because, the Marquis knew that, if he continued to speak, he would make Arthur's expectations come true, and he would really become a joke. This is something that the Marquis of West Berlin would never allow. As the master of West Berlin, the Marquis has honor. Although it is not much, it is enough for the Marquis to hear what Arthur's specific conditions are. Please tell me, the Marquis sighed, looking like he was ready to be slaughtered. A promise, Arthur said softly. Impossible. The Marquis of West Berlin shook his head very simply. For the Marquis, promises are too vague. Even if they are specific, he will still feel extremely resistant. After all, he is a noble. The promise of signing a contract is too unfavorable. Just when the Marquis was about to bring this cooperation back to normal in a more tactful way, Arthur raised his lips and said, What if it is aimed at Newin? Suddenly, the Marquis of West Berlin narrowed his eyes, and an inexplicable light appeared in his emerald green eyes. That was anger. Moreover, hatred. And greed. Can you be more specific? The Marquis asked. We have a common enemy. Arthur answered. Be more specific? The Marquis asked. Golden Lion. Arthur continued to answer. Can you be more specific? The Marquis wanted to know more. But Arthur did not speak again, but stretched out his right hand. Without hesitation, the Marquis of West Berlin shook the right hand. Happy cooperation. Chapter 692. When Arthur and the Marquis of West Berlin were discussing the details of a new cooperation, it was completely dark, and the light from the lighthouse outside the port of Dordet began to illuminate the surrounding area. And the coolies were still busy. Although everyone was sweating, everyone had a smile on their face. Although martial law had been in place for most of the day, it did not delay the coolies from making money, and they even made more money today. For the freshness and punctuality of the goods. Those merchants. The wages were raised. Thanks to the Orient. It would be nice if we could come here once a month. Many coolies were saying this. Most of them were young people. The older ones were silent. They had long lost their illusions. They just hoped to carry more goods and earn more wages so that their wives, children and parents could eat more. But Chet was different. As the second son in the family, Chet had lost his father long ago, and his elder brother was seriously ill. His sister left home. And his mother. When he thought of his mother, Chet clenched his fists. His mother was no longer the mother he remembered. Since she came into contact with the Inland River Church, his mother had completely changed. Not only did she sell all the family property, but she also ran out of money to treat her brother's illness. Her sister also left home, and she became a stranger. It seemed that he was not a family member at all. The members of the Inland River Church were. He tried to persuade his mother many times, but it was useless. He was treated coldly again and again. For this reason, he even thought about dying. But after being discovered, he was rescued. Facing the pity of the people around him, Chet felt extremely uncomfortable, embarrassed, and sad. He should not have lived like this. So, he came to the dock and became a coolie. He waited for an opportunity. There were already ravines on Barrett's face, and these gullies tightened as the tax officer frowned. Alas! The tax officer sighed, his eyes full of regret. An unprecedented meeting was held in the church tonight. Even the high priest came. He could have participated, but as a tax officer at the dock, because of the arrival of the Orient, the dock was under martial law, and he needed to come forward to manage it. So, he could only miss it with regret. This feeling of regret, it made Perez feel that the divine light was leaving him. Standing in his own office at the dock, the tax officer looked at the busy coolies and sailors, and couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Damn lowly people, do you know what I gave up for you? Damn! Damn! While cursing continuously, the tax officer looked at the white passenger ship at the dock, and immediately, there was more jealousy in his eyes. A lucky guy. You won't last long. The Lord God will definitely punish you. Jealousy turned into resentment. And resentment made the tax collector even more dissatisfied. Especially when he thought of the rumored Nanlos medium who unexpectedly obtained the status of a noble, the tax collector's jealousy was about to explode. Noble! That was a status he could never get. Moreover, if it weren't for the appearance of the Lord God, he would never have achieved it in his lifetime. Lord God, please hurry up. Please give me the gift quickly. I have been waiting for 3 years. The tax officer prayed in a low voice. And at this moment, dong dong dong, a rhythmic knock on the door suddenly sounded. Barretts turned around immediately. Seeing the note stuffed in through the crack of the door, the tax officer immediately ran over and picked it up. As for the person outside the door, the tax officer didn't care. Or, in the beginning, the tax officer still cared, but after failing to find the person knocking on the door for several times, the tax collector gave up. And he attributed it to a miracle. Opening the note, the tax collector showed joy on his face. It started. It's really started. The gods heard my prayers, the tax collector murmured. And then, he took action. According to the oracle, he needed to gather the stewards at the dock. Then, he created an explosion. This explosion announced the reappearance of the church. After that, it's none of his business. The priest Delpak will handle everything. And he just needs to wait. Wait for his reward. Just like the first time they met, the grace he received from God. That kind of holy water actually made him regain his vitality, and he returned to the peak moment of being a man. Although it is not a permanent effect, there will be holy water every once in a while. How is this different from forever? Especially those female believers, who are willing to dedicate themselves. This made the tax officer linger. But no matter how many female believers there were, it was not enough to stop the tax officer. He wanted the port adored. He collected taxes here. But the taxes were not his. This feeling was too uncomfortable. But this time, it's different. Not only God's grace. Even the port of Dordet will be mine. Berets muttered, and his steps became faster and faster. The tax officer left his office. When he reached the small square at the dock, he couldn't wait any longer. So he didn't wait for the 2 guards outside the office. Unlike the soldiers patrolling the dock, these 2 guards were hired by Perez himself. Although they were wearing military uniforms, they were actually bodyguards, which was considered an extra recruitment. Therefore, the tax officer who thought he had saved the lives of the 2 only gave them half of the salary of other soldiers. The remaining half? The tax officer put it in his pocket. The 2 guards expressed their understanding. Just like this time, when the stingy employer did not take the initiative to greet them. The 2 guards were happy to be idle. Moreover, The small square was right in front of them. What could go wrong? Impossible. The two guards were quite confident, leaning against the wall, hugging their shoulders and looking at their employer, standing on the wooden box, and ringing the bell on the dock. Ding, ding, ding. Amid the continuous ringing, the tax officer shouted loudly, "Managers, come to my meeting." After repeating this 3 times, and making sure that all managers could hear him, the tax officer smiled unconsciously. His good days were finally coming. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Perez could feel a burning sensation brushing against his ear. Gun! Someone is trying to kill me! This thought came to his mind. But Perez's body turned subconsciously, wanting to see what was going on. Perez's brain told the tax officer to dodge. Instinct and brain collided at this time. Immediately, Perez's body paused, and at this moment, bang! The second gunshot rang out. And this shot hit the target. Chapter 693 Chaotic Night. It was Ched who fired the shot. The gun was a homemade double-barreled musket. The first shot missed, but the second shot was enough. Watching the bastard fall into a pool of blood and quickly become silent, Ched had a calm face. Even when he was pinned to the ground by the 2 guards of Perez, he still had a calm face. On the contrary, the 2 guards of Perez had their heads buzzing. What happened? How was Perez assassinated? What should we do? As guards in name only, bodyguards in reality, the identities of the 2 men were known to most people. After what happened today, no one would ever hire them again. Simply put, they were finished. Anger, regret, and fear of the future twisted the faces of the 2 guards. Without any hesitation, the 2 men punched. However, before the fists landed, the 2 men fled. Because? A bomb. There was a bomb in Chet's arms. It was a bomb with the fuse already lit. Madman. Where did the madman come from? The 2 guards shouted frantically. Chet heard it, but there was no ripple in his eyes. Is he crazy? He must be crazy. He was driven crazy by you bastards. Since Chet had today's plan, he had no intention of leaving alive. So, he not only made a double-barreled musket, but also made explosives. Now the bastard was shot dead by him. Next, it was his turn. Thinking in his heart, Chet closed his eyes without regret. Then, ah! A scream suddenly came from his ear. Before Chet could react, the explosives hidden in his arms were picked up and flew to Perez's office. The bomb exploded as soon as it flew into the tax officer's office. In the flickering fire, a more violent explosion occurred. Boom! The rolling flames directly swallowed up the whole house. The flying fireballs fell into the crowd, causing people to flee in all directions. Everyone was in a panic. No one knew what was happening. Especially the foreman of the docks. The deacons ran the fastest. Because they were the closest. Many unlucky people were affected. Screams echoed. These guys ran faster. And Delpak shook off the blood on his sword, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He had just killed 2 guards of Perez. And he had also taken the explosives in Chet's arms, and brought them into Perez's office, detonating the hidden explosives. Why did he do this? Of course, he wanted to create chaos. To attract the attention of the Marquis of West Berlin with chaos. To slaughter the church members. Although this violated the doctrine of the Inland River Church. But, so what? The Inland River Church was originally founded by that gentleman. And that gentleman was the real god of the Inland River. Even if that adult knew what he did, he would definitely praise him. Because he was doing the right thing. As for the so-called god of the Inland River, he has the ability to appear in front of him. Since he can't appear, he is a false god. Delpak, who was more and more determined in his heart, looked at the West Berlin police who appeared outside the dock, smiled disdainfully, and then ran towards the crowd on the side. Almost instantly, Delpak mixed into the crowd. The crowd became his shield. The policemen who had already raised their guns could not pull the trigger at all. Stop! Stop right there, I want. Boom! The leading sheriff roared, but the sudden explosion drowned out such roars. And such explosions were not the only one. There were both near the docks and in the inner city. The leading sheriff looked at the inner city with thick smoke. His face changed drastically. The sheriff had already sensed that things were getting out of his control. When the explosion sounded at the dock lot, the owner of the lot tailor shop stood up and walked to the window, and he already had a musket in his hand. 3 years ago, the church's base at the dock was attacked, and after the shipyard was flooded, all members of the Payne Church became alert. The same was true for Lot, one of the priests of the Payne Church. Because everyone knows that the Inland River cult will not stop. Similarly, everyone knows that they will not give up. In fact, this is also true. From 3 years ago until now, they have been fighting against the Inland River cult. However, when everyone thought that it would be as easy as ever, I don't know why they turned into a tug-of-war with the Inland River cult. Some people rumored that it was the high priest, the saint has other ideas. Some people also said that the high priestess, the saint, doesn't care about the church at all. But how is that possible? That is the high priest and the saint personally selected by the gods. Lot firmly believes in the high priest, the saint, just as Lot never doubts his own faith. Hope. Lot looked at the smoke rising from the dock area, and before he finished praying, a dagger pierced through the throat of the priest of the Payne Church. Bright red blood dripped on the tip of his tongue and his chin. When the dagger was pulled out, Lot could even smell the residual rust. Plop! The priest of the Church of Payne fell to the ground. The member of the Torrent squad holding the dagger did not stop. His mission target included the priest of the Church of Payne and his family. After all, these people were also members of the Church of Payne. About 3 minutes later, the Lot Taylor shop was engulfed in flames. The raging fire and the wind blew. The 20-year-old signboard of the Taylor shop swayed left and right under the air current, and the heads of the Lot couple and the other party's son and daughter swayed together. The dripping blood and the burning flames quickly dried up and evaporated. Under the light of the fire, the member of the Riptide squad smiled with satisfaction at the heads that were strung together and hung under the signboard at the door of his shop. He was very satisfied with his work. Now, it was time to go to the next target. More explosions began to occur. More houses were set on fire. Fire, smoke, screams. It seemed that death was happening all the time. The originally peaceful and calm West Berlin seemed to be shrouded in doom, and fell into hell at this moment. Church members were attacked one after another, and the news spread quickly, making the priests of the Church of Payne, who had gathered together, feel uneasy. They looked at each other. Everyone was in doubt. But no one spoke. They were waiting for the arrival of the high priest, the saint, who had summoned them. The next moment, tap, tap, tap. 2 clear footsteps appeared. All the priests of the Church of Payne were delighted, and sat up straight immediately. High priest, the saint is coming. Chapter 694. Under the gaze of the Marquis of West Berlin, Catherine reluctantly sat on Arthur's left, cutting the roast pork chops for Arthur with a knife. West Berlin's pork is very famous throughout the South County, especially wild boars. For a long time, it was regarded as a symbol of bravery, so much so that during the coming-of-age ceremony held by the nobles of West Berlin in the Silver Age, the young nobles were required to hunt an adult wild boar alone. Crack, crunch. The pork chop with skin made a crisp sound under Catherine's knife. The thick fat, under the control of the chef's superb cooking skills, had already become very crispy. And the tender meat underneath exuded a rich aroma the moment it was cut. It had the taste of pine resin and the rich aroma of garlic and pepper. Arthur tasted it carefully. On the other side, Jacqueline silently poured juice for Arthur. Arthur refused alcoholic drinks before the meal. Therefore, the chef in the castle of the Marquis of West Berlin provided Arthur with a large number of juices, ranging from the more common apple juice, peach juice, etc., to the rare wild sea buckthorn juice. Arthur preferred coconut juice. Seeing Arthur taking a bite of meat and a sip of coconut juice, the Marquis of West Berlin smiled with satisfaction. Of course, the Marquis knew that all this was an illusion. It was his 2 daughters, who did not dare to face him directly and chose to compromise. As for Arthur, it's just cooperation. But what's the matter? As long as the illusion continues, who dares to say it won't become true? Moreover, the Marquis is quite confident. As long as he is still there, all this will continue. Pick up the honey butter wine in front of him. Taste the sweetness inside, and the heaviness brought by the fat afterwards. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, looked down at the news that kept coming with the food. Just as Arthur said, the Inland River Church has already taken action. Not only the believers in the Port of Dordet, but also the people in the Path of Eter have been mobilized. Moreover, the River Squad has also appeared. It is obvious that the Inland River Church has declared war on the Church of Payne. In this battle, both sides will have to fight to the death. However, the Inland River Church is now in an all-round advantage, because the leader of the Church of Payne has not taken any action yet. The Marquis unconsciously glanced at his 2 daughters. and the coldness in his eyes made Jacqueline and Catherine tremble. The twins once again felt their father's murderous intent. However, the Marquis quickly retracted his gaze. "Sir Kratos, as we agreed before. This time, please." With these words, the Marquis stood up. Now the time is almost right. He needs to show up. Otherwise, if he misses this opportunity, that guy might hide again. This is something the Marquis of West Berlin cannot accept in any way. As for mobilizing retainers and staff, in the eyes of the Marquis, his retainers and staff are not more reliable than Arthur. Even to some extent, the outsider Arthur is more reliable. After all, that guy's roots are in West Berlin. Who can guarantee that his retainers and staff are not corrupted? So, he must do this personally. Thinking of this, the Marquis's pace became faster. Even when he passed by his two daughters, he did not stop. Although his eyes swept over them, they were not looking at Jacqueline and Catherine. Instead, they exchanged glances with Arthur. They nodded at the same time. And then, one lowered his head to eat, and the other strode away. The door of the banquet hall was closed again. At Jacqueline's signal, the performers left one after another. Soon, only Arthur, Jacqueline, and Catherine were left in the hall. Catherine, who had just been reluctant, shrank her neck like a quail. She just acted tough. But in reality, she was scared to death. When she found out that her father was willing to communicate with Arthur on an equal footing, Catherine, who was already afraid of her father, did not dare to underestimate Arthur at all. Even, the fear was still shifting. Jacqueline was much better. After pouring a glass of coconut juice for Arthur again, the high priest of the Church of Pain asked softly, "Do you think we still have a chance?" After the last contact, Jacqueline became more cautious. Because the high priest of the Church of Pain knew that he didn't have many chips. Even if he counted himself and Catherine, it was only enough to gamble. So no caution is too much. Not to mention words. If possible, the high priest of the Church of Pain would have invented a language to communicate with Arthur. Yes, not much. Arthur told the truth. The Marquis of West Berlin had been planning for so many years. How could he be easily overturned? He was already fishing in troubled waters. Not to mention Jacqueline and Catherine. It was simply a meal on the plate. After hearing Arthur's words, Catherine collapsed there. The whole person was filled with fatigue and disappointment. But Jacqueline's eyes lit up. So there is hope? The voice of the high priest of the Church of Pain showed a slight fluctuation. But Arthur did not answer directly, but asked softly, "When will the hunter appear?" "When there is prey," Catherine on the side quickly answered. When her sister Jacqueline said there is hope, the saint of the Church of Pain quickly recovered. Not only did his fatigue and disappointment disappear, but he was also eager to try. Arthur shook his head. "When the prey relaxes its vigilance," Jacqueline added. "Yes, but not entirely," Arthur replied. "What is that?" Catherine looked curious. Arthur did not answer immediately. The young medium threw away his knife and fork, grabbed the grilled pork chop, opened his mouth and bit it hard. And the voice came out of his throat vaguely. "When the prey thinks it is the hunter." Catherine blinked her beautiful emerald eyes. Obviously, the saint of the Church of Pain did not immediately understand Arthur's meaning. Jacqueline shuddered all over. The high priest of the Church of Pain widened his emerald eyes, staring at Arthur in disbelief. Arthur shrugged. "Why are you looking at me? These things, I didn't plan them." After Arthur wolfed down the grilled pork chop in his hand, he grabbed the grilled pork chop in front of Jacqueline. The high priest of the Church of Pain did not pay any attention to these, and only asked anxiously, "Evidence? What evidence do you have?" Arthur rolled his eyes at him and muttered, "In the huge West Berlin, everything is done by the Marquis of West Berlin himself. Our Marquis really does everything himself. He is even unwilling to recruit some talents to serve as retainers. Father has a guard captain, a swordsman, a hunter captain, and..." Catherine, who had not figured out the situation, became increasingly silent. The saint of the Church of Pain also widened her eyes, like her sister. She finally understood. Chapter 695. Outside the port of Dordet, on the inland river. Under the night, the river is roaring. One after another, new-style Kirk sailboats are sailing on the river. The 20 sailboats are from 3 chambers of commerce. Deutsche Chamber of Commerce, Rote Chamber of Commerce, Faisal Chamber of Commerce. All 3 chambers of commerce are well-known chambers of commerce in Inez territory and Beth territory. The lookouts on each mast hold torches high, so that the flags of their chambers of commerce can be seen clearly. At the same time, They looked at each other warily. In fact, the sailors of the three chambers of commerce stared at each other, as if they were facing a great enemy. They did not believe that the other party had delayed their voyage because of trivial matters. Although they occasionally played the role of river pirates, the other party was even more notorious. They had to be on guard. Many sailors had already loaded their muskets and stood on the deck, with their guns pointed at the other party, to make a living on the inland river. Any carelessness would cost you your life. In the captain's room of each flagship, the presidents of the three chambers of commerce looked nervous. Some were pacing. Some were frowning and thinking. And some were smoking. Unlike their subordinates, they all knew each other. They knew that they were allies. Or, they were all colleagues. They were all loyal to a big man, Grace Hamlet, the eldest son of the Golden Lion family, the first heir of the Golden Lion family in the future. And today they came to the port of Dordet on the order of that big man to seize the port of Dordet. The three of them had some doubts about the order of this great man, but they did not dare to disobey. Moreover, the great man assured them that the seizure tonight would be smooth. Moreover, as long as they arrived on time, they would be able to see the signal. However, there is no so-called signal until now. The president of the Dutch Chamber of Commerce walked more and more hurriedly. Rhoda frowned. After finishing a bucket, Faisal added another bucket. After the compacted tobacco was ignited, the thick smoke once again filled the captain's room, but even so, the captain still saw the light of fire in the port of Dordet, and then there was an explosion. Signal! This is the signal! Raise the sails, and go full speed! Target, Dordet port! Gunners in place, sailors on deck! Fight! Fight! Faisal rushed out of the captain's room, holding his pipe, and shouted loudly. At the same time, Doig and Rhoda also rushed out of their captain's room. The shouts of the three were almost indistinguishable, and the order was passed from ship to ship. In less than half a minute, the sailors on the 20 ships all knew such an order. After everyone was slightly stunned, they all smiled grimly. Unexpectedly, it was not the enemy, but the friendly forces. This made the people of the three chambers of commerce all a little confused, but the fire rising from the port of Dordet told them that it was time to make a fortune. Although they didn't know what happened in the port of Dordet, the pirates' keen intuition told them that now was the time to take advantage of the situation. Their greedy hearts boiled at this moment. Gold coins, jewelry, women, everything would be theirs. Roar! I don't know who roared first, but everyone roared. At this time, people were no longer people, but turned into beasts. However, it was at this moment. The next moment. Boom, boom, boom. Bombardment. Dense and continuous bombardment. One after another. 12-pound shells were fired from the dense forest on the side of the Dordet port. The sailors of the three chambers of commerce, who were still screaming just now, immediately cried for their parents. The artillery fire was too dense. It was so dense that in just a moment of contact, half of the 20 ships were hit. The heavy shells penetrated the thick hull, and the wood chips flew, and the strong wind drilled into it. It rolled up the broken limbs, and then flew out from one side. Immediately, the ship that was hit began to tilt. This was the best. Those with less luck would be caught in the huge explosion. The shell hit the gunpowder compartment. The hot shell hit the gunpowder barrel. The gunpowder barrel collapsed directly. The black gunpowder was instantly ignited by the scattered sparks. Boom! The whole ship broke apart. The sailors were engulfed by the flames. And this was far from over. The artillery hidden in the dense forest began to clean the barrels, and the accompanying musketeers came out in rows. And under the command of the chief guard of the West Berlin Marquis, they carried out 2 rounds of shooting. Bang, bang, bang. More dense bullets, covering the sailors of the three chambers of commerce. One after another, blood flowers bloomed quickly. Only the sailors with the fastest reaction escaped at this time, but it only delayed death a little. After a while, when the gunshots stopped slightly, the artillery was pushed up again. Boom, boom, boom. Another bombardment. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin looked at the three chambers of commerce surrounded by flames calmly, and there was no wave in his eyes from beginning to end. For Georges, the scene in front of him was not even an appetizer. Compared to this wave of enemies, Georges wanted to see the big fish more. Unfortunately, as the chief guard of the Marquis, he had to obey the orders of the Marquis. All he had to do was to destroy the vanguard of that guy. The rest? Naturally, Sweet and Miller are responsible. I believe that the two can do their best. Grace Hamlet sat in the captain's room. The eldest son of the Golden Lion family quietly left the inner bay. At this moment, he was riding a modified cog sailboat secretly on the inner river. The moonlight shone on the river surface, and the ship could not be found. More importantly, the ship had no sails, no oars, and it was just moving quickly and silently on the river surface. Of course, ordinary people can't see it, but anyone who sees it will feel incredible. Because this is a mystical sailing ship. A mystical sailing ship that requires countless gold coins to build. Golden Lion. This is the name that Grace Hamlet gave to his mystical ship. Named after his family, naturally he has absolute confidence. After today, your name will resound throughout Nanjun. Isn't this how the so-called 4 legendary ships came about? You come and upgrade to the 5th legendary ship. The eldest son of the Old Lion whispered to himself. His words were mixed with disdain for the 4 legendary ships. In the eyes of the eldest son of the Old Lion, there is no difference between those so-called legendary ships and arcane ships. Although they are a little more advanced, they are more famous because of the owners of the ships. So, the Golden Lion should be the 5th legendary ship, because the person who owns the Golden Lion is him. Grace Hamlet. Chapter 696. When Grace Hamlet predicted that the port of Dordet would fall into a riot because of the Church of the River and the Church of Pain, he had the idea of raiding the port of Dordet. The Marquis of West Berlin is terrible, but he is Del Pork, and the river squad founded by Del Pork. Even the Church of the River can be completely sacrificed. With such a foreshadowing, it is enough to resist the Marquis of West Berlin. Moreover, there is a chance to injure the opponent, and for this opportunity, he is willing to sacrifice the entire Inland River Church. Why did he establish the Inland River Church? Isn't it for the port of Dordet? And as long as the Marquis of West Berlin is injured, then the port of Dordet will belong to the Golden Lion family. His father must be very happy to see this situation. Then, as his father came forward, not only the port of Dordet, the whole of West Berlin will be divided by their family. And he? With this merit, he will naturally become the only heir of the Golden Lion family. Thinking of the beauty of that moment, the eldest son of the Old Lion raised his lips. Go pour me a glass of wine. Grace Hamlet ordered his personal guard, facing everything that was about to be obtained. The eldest son of the Old Lion thought he should celebrate. However, Grace did not like champagne. He preferred red wine. The sourness and rich aroma made him extremely fascinated. Especially when the scarlet wine was shaking in the glass, Grace always felt like he was tasting the fruits of victory in person. The strange sense of satisfaction in his heart made the eldest son of the Old Lion addicted. Left silently. Returned silently. The personal guard, who was covered in a black robe, returned to the captain's room with the wine that had been awakened long ago, and poured the wine into the glass in a standard manner. The unique fragrance quickly filled the captain's room. Grace raised his hand and picked up the wine glass, in order to let the wine fully show its beauty. The eldest son of the Old Lion shook the wine glass. Then, he picked up the wine glass and held it under the light above his head. Immediately, the color became more gorgeous. To celebrate the upcoming victory, I prepared the wine of victory in advance. Unfortunately, the fruits of victory always have to go through twists and turns. Grace said this. The red wine in the cup was directly poured onto the personal guard standing in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wine broke through the air, like an arrow shot from a crossbow. The figure of the personal guard in a black robe immediately twisted, like a soap bubble, and disappeared from the spot with a snap. When he appeared again, he was already 2 meters away. However, as soon as he appeared, the personal guard had to dodge again, because the wine cup arrived. If the wine is an arrow, then the wine glass is like a cannonball. Boom! In the deafening roar, the personal guard had to pull off the black robe, and with a quick shake, the black robe spread straight out, forming a black wall. This wall, waiting for the wine glass. However, the wine glass once again returned to Grace's hand, along with the wine just now. In fact, not even a drop of the scarlet wine was spilled. Sweet, who was disguised as the other party's personal guard, had a solemn face. He just didn't see the wine. The wine glass's rotation traces. To put it simply, the wine glass disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared in Grace's hands again. Talent? Bloodline? Sweet asked in a deep voice. As the swordsman of the Marquis of West Berlin, Sweet was not an ignorant person. On the contrary, with the help of the West Berlin family, Sweet read and saw too many secret arts. But in his cognition, there was no such secret art. Therefore, only talent is left. Bloodline. It is just the talent of the Golden Lion family. Shouldn't it be Lion Group? Why does it have the ability to travel through space? And the attack method just now? Talent mutation? Bloodline mutation? The swordsman of the Marquis of West Berlin thought in his heart. But Grisa Hamlet laughed. The old lion eldest son with a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a strong nose, a majestic appearance, and a golden uniform smiled first, then there was laughter. Later, he laughed so hard that he fell backwards. But the next moment, the laughter disappeared. The smile also completely disappeared from the face of the eldest son of the old lion. There was only a hint of coldness. This was anger. Also murderous intent. The eldest son of the old lion knew very well that, since the guy in front of him appeared, then, there was only one possibility: his plan failed. He didn't understand why his perfect plan failed. But he knew, he is very angry now. He needs to vent his anger. And the guy in front of him is just right. The swordsman of the Marquis of West Berlin, his status is enough. It just makes up for his loss. You know, he has built up the Deutsche Chamber of Commerce, the Rota Chamber of Commerce, and the Faisal Chamber of Commerce with great difficulty. They have lost everything before they can really play a role. Damn it! The anger in my heart is even stronger, and the killing intention is even stronger. The voice is naturally icy. The West Berlin family retainer, who can guess my actions, why don't you guess my ability again? Grisa said, and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, a strong wind broke through the air behind Sweet's head. The West Berlin Marquis sword master immediately swung the robe in his hand behind his head. But, as expected, it missed, and the sound of the wind changed from behind his head to in front of him. It was a fist. Subconsciously, Sweet raised his hand to block. However, at the moment when the West Berlin Marquis sword master raised his arm, his spirituality alerted wildly. Without any hesitation, the West Berlin swordsman fell backwards. Suddenly, the West Berlin swordsman's upper body was parallel to the deck, and Grisa's fist disappeared again. The next time it appeared, it was aimed at Sweet's throat. Sweet kept leaning back, kicking his legs back. He began to retreat frantically, but it was still too slow. The fist hit Sweet's chest. Then, Sweet's chest shattered. It was like a mirror being hit by a hammer. Snap! In the crisp sound, the cracks began to spread. However, Grisa Hamlet became more and more angry. Because, he did not really hit Sweet. Defense props? I want to see how many defense props you have. The eldest son of the old lion snorted coldly. Then, another punch was thrown. Just as unpredictable as before, and dangerous and terrifying. But Sweet keenly noticed the difference. The West Berlin Marquis swordsman could clearly sense that the old lion's fist had slowed down. However, he was not sure if this was a trap. So, he narrowed his eyes, dodged, and observed carefully. After several times, he saw that Grisa's breathing was slightly rapid, and he saw that Grisa's nose was sweating. The eldest son of the old lion was undoubtedly really overconsumed. Then, maybe it could be possible. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in the heart of the West Berlin Marquis swordsman. Chapter 697. When they heard the footsteps, the priests of the Church of Pain all looked expectant. However, when the double wooden doors were pushed open, everyone was stunned. Because the people who came were not the high priest and the saint as they had imagined. It was Yura, whom they had only met a few times, and a young man they did not know. Eula? Many people were surprised, and those who reacted quickly narrowed their eyes. Afterwards, the few who reacted the fastest began to move their bodies, trying to hide themselves from others as much as possible. As for escaping, not long ago, they were still evaluating the location of the meeting as safe and reliable. But now, they are facing this kind of safety and reliability, and cannot escape even if they break their wings. It's me, facing the surprise priests of the Church of Pain, Eula, who was dressed in a black robe, admitted it openly, but immediately, the lady began to correct her identity. Please call me High Priest Eula. This impatient attitude made the guys who reacted the fastest shrink even more. And they wanted to find a place to hide themselves. They smelled a crisis far greater than before. In fact, it was true. Eula. Do you know what you are talking about? Eula. Who do you think you are? Asshole. You are blaspheming the High Priest. The priests in the crowd spoke. Some were polite. And some were impolite. All of this was within Eula's expectations. After all, these people were all selected by him personally, for this moment. Eula raised his hand, and waved. Snap! The unique sound of a whip rang out in the void. And with such a crisp sound, all the people who had just spoken fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Painful whipping. One of the unique secret arts of the Church of Pain. It can attack targets within a certain range and make the target sensitive and amplify the pain 10 or 100 times. Of course, Yura couldn't magnify it 100 times, but he could still magnify it 10 times. The priests who were hit by this attack were caught off guard and all fell into it. Especially the priest who started to curse was hung in the air. The pupils of the priests of the Church of Pain who saw the scene couldn't help but dilate. Even the priests who were wailing just now couldn't help but cover their mouths. Because this is also the unique secret art of the Church of Pain, the difficulty of hanging. But unlike the secret art of pain whip, which can be exchanged by merit, hanging difficulty is a secret technique that cannot be exchanged. Similarly, it is also an extremely profound secret technique. Before, only the high priest and the saint knew it. Ah! 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 The scream of the priest who was hung up just sounded, and then it came to an abrupt end. It changed from a high pitch to an inaudible hissing sound. The priest who was hung up was naturally loyal to the high priest and the saint, and was specially selected by Yura. But at this moment, the priest was terrified. He didn't know why Yura could master the secret art that only the high priest and the saint could master, but his not too stupid brain finally reacted. Why Yura came here? Almost subconsciously, the priest looked at the guys in the crowd, who he thought were smart and quick to react. When he saw these guys lowering their heads, they looked like they wanted to put their heads in their crotches. The priest completely understood. He wanted to shout loudly. But he was being hanged, and he couldn't shout at all. And the more horrible punishment continued. Skinning, Yura said with a smile. Immediately, there was a sizzling sound. The priest who was hung by the difficulty of hanging had his skin torn off. Blood flew like flowers, and the mincemeat mixed with the blood splashed on the priests around. Immediately, the faces of these priests turned pale. Seeing the fear in the eyes of these priests, Yura was very satisfied. She, of course, did it on purpose. With her current strength, she could easily peel off the skin without hurting the flesh and blood, and also magnify the pain tenfold. But that was not necessary. What she needed was awe. And nothing was more awe-inspiring than the flesh and blood flying in the air. If there was, then skin the disrespectful. If possible, Yula even wanted to skin a few more people. Unfortunately, she needs manpower. She needs manpower to deal with the people from the Inner River Church, to take over the assets left by the Inner River Church, and to consolidate the assets of her own church. Yura knew very well that she couldn't do so much by herself. Even with Lucius by her side, it wouldn't work. Lucius is not good at management. In fact, apart from providing her with some emotional value, Lucius has always been dispensable and can be discarded at any time. Yura glanced at Lucius, who looked reluctant, and he became more and more disdainful. An avenger who thought he was ruthless, but was always hesitant, could never escape the fate of being a chess piece. When this incident is over, let him have his own home. I will tell him the truth. I hope he can hold on. Yura imagined Lucius as desperate look, and he couldn't help laughing in his heart. That scene for Yura, it was really something she was looking forward to. What she was looking forward to more was, how much pain power would Lucius provide her at that time? I didn't know. But if it was really considerable enough, Yura hoped that she could repair Lucius again, until Lucius was almost recovered. Then, of course, it would happen again. Death has always been a synonym for mercy in the Church of Pain. Torture is the main theme of the Church of Pain. Just like the skinned priest, the bloody man couldn't even scream, and the greater torture had just begun. A flame appeared on the other party's body. The flame ignited from the other party's navel, greedily sucking the fat of the priest. The flame was only the size of a bean at first, and soon became the size of a fist. The priest didn't scream, but his body shook more and more violently, and Yura's smile became brighter. The lady stood there, smiling, and asked, "Now, I declare myself the high priest. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" There was a question in her words, but in fact, she spoke in an unquestionable tone from beginning to end. These priests were carefully selected by Yura, when that troublemaker was killed as a warning to others, and was still hanging in the air. How could they oppose? I agree. I agree too. Those smart guys who had just shrank back stood up at the first time. They rushed to the front of the crowd and began to cheer. Then, everyone chose to obey. Someone started it, didn't they? Yura nodded, with satisfaction in his eyes. Lucius, who was standing next to Yura, looked at the scene in front of him. But his eyes were full of struggle. No! Something is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. Chapter 698. The Yura in Lucius's memory is not like this. Yura is innocent and simple. Even after experiencing all kinds of changes, he still has his own kindness, and is not as cruel, bloody, and extremely cold-blooded as he is now. Facing the tortured people, Yura can still smile calmly. Is not the Yura in his memory. But the Yura in front of him is indeed Yura. What's going on? Lucius asked himself. The young Avenger felt a headache. The pain made him raise his hand to cover his forehead. Many people at the scene saw the scene, but no one paid attention to it. Their eyes were all on Yura. And Yura also saw that Lucius was not in a good state. If it was normal, Yura would comfort him. But now? Yura, who had already made a new plan for Lucius, didn't have the time. She was more concerned about the next battle. Therefore, the lady said very straightforwardly, the Inland River Church has launched an attack on us. We can't just sit back and do nothing like the two before. They have their own noble status. They have their own plans. And they even want to trade us as bargaining chips. But we have our own beliefs. Your Majesty has bestowed God's grace. I, who am bathed in God's grace, only know one thing: fight back. Teach those guys from the Inland River Church a lesson. Skin them and pull out their tendons. Yura's shout echoed in this temporary meeting room. Many priests had a look of realization on their faces. They realized both Yura's strength and his actions. If Yura, blessed by His Majesty, becomes the High Priest, it's not impossible. He's better than those two noble ladies. Right? As for Jacqueline, Catherine's identity, it has always been spread in the Church of Pain. However, at that time, most of them were private conversations between friends, and most priests didn't know. It is impossible to know this. But after the Inland River Church invaded the port of Dordet, the weakness shown by the two made some priests more dissatisfied, and some rumors appeared. And the so-called speculation? Naturally. It became clearer. Yura watched this scene with satisfaction. This is what she wanted. The lady did not stop, and added again. I swear on my soul, to be loyal to His Majesty, to the Church. I am willing to fight to death for His Majesty. The Church. The words, like an oath, completely aroused the emotions of the priests present. Fight to death. Fight to death. The priest shouted. Then, the door of the temporary meeting room was opened again. Yura was the first to walk out. They were going to fight back. They were going to gather their men. They were going to let those bastards of the Inland River cult understand what fear is. They died. The bombardment from the sky destroyed these priests. The flying shells were like a June rainstorm. All the priests were shattered into pieces and turned into a pool of meat paste. Except for Yura and Lucius. Yura, who was walking at the front of the team, had his entire body taken over just before the shells fell. Under the rain of shells, this lady was like a snake. No! To be precise, it was a tentacle. A tentacle that drilled into the ground. Lucius, who was walking at the back, was pulled back by a dog. It was a husky. Its wise eyes showed its pure bloodline. And Lucius knew this husky. It was the dog of the Nanlos medium. Is it this dog that saved me? No! It was the Nanlos medium who saved me. Lucius thought subconsciously. Then, a murderous aura as if it was real fell from the sky. Instantly, the young Avenger fainted. Keely bit the other's collar and fled the scene quickly. Although it was because of immortality, he was just assigned by his master to complete this task. But this does not mean that Keely really wants to die. Although he looks stupid on weekdays, he is actually very smart. The Marquis of West Berlin, who was suspended in the air, saw Lucius being dragged away. But the Marquis did not have time to pay attention to a dog that did not look very smart and an insignificant person. The Marquis was targeting that existence. When the other party drilled into the ground like a tentacle, the Marquis confirmed that Nanlos medium didn't he lie. The woman in front of him was the being he was looking for. Or to be more precise, she was the container of that being. However, no matter what he called her, he had found her. Even if it was a container, wasn't he the loot in the container what he wanted? Therefore, the Marquis did not hesitate at all. Iron blood fight enveloped the entire place, locked onto the position of Yura, who had just drilled into the ground, and tore up a scroll. Immediately, the soft soil turned into hard rock. Mud into stone. A scroll secret technique handed down from the Empire. Unlike the so-called mud into stone now, The mud into stone improved by the court wizard during the Empire not only has an area beyond imagination, but also the hardness of the changed stone is beyond imagination. Unfortunately, this improved secret technique was lost with the Shadow War. The scroll in the hands of the Marquis of West Berlin, it is one of the few in existence. When hunting this existence, the Marquis of West Berlin had already read too much information. Therefore, the Marquis knew the means of this existence very well. Therefore, the Marquis tore open another scroll. The lava is boiling. It is also a scroll of secret arts from the Empire period. It can turn stone into lava. Although the duration is not long, only a few minutes, but for the current situation, it was enough. In fact, the next moment. Roar! With a low roar that was not like that of a human being, Yura jumped out of the magma. At this moment, the lady's whole body was covered with traces of burns, and there was no good flesh left. But the hair that should have been completely burned was not missing a single strand. To be more precise, these hairs came alive. They grew in the wind. In a breath, each hair became 2 or 3 meters long, and at the end of them, at the tip of the hair, sharp teeth appeared one by one. Opening and closing quickly, it was a mouth full of sharp teeth. And these nearly 100,000 mouths full of fangs jumped towards the Marquis of West Berlin, just like 100,000 snakes. Densely packed, layer upon layer, especially the mouths that kept opening and closing, it made people's scalps numb and their backs cold. But this Marquis was smiling. Competing in numbers? He was never afraid. Kill! In the extremely strong murderous aura, warriors wearing broken armor appeared one after another, and they rushed towards these strange hairs fearlessly. Even if their bodies were eaten, the long swords in their hands would be swung out. Cut off the strange hairs one by one. The broken hairs fell from the air. Then, they quickly merged together. Soon, a 20-meter-long hair as thick as a water tank appeared. The Marquis of West Berlin sneered at this scene. This scene was also within his expectations. But immediately, the smile of the Marquis froze. An unexpected thing happened. His swordsmanship master died. Chapter 699 Fangs. Marquis Cyberlin has high hopes for his swordsman. Not only is Sweet young, but he is also extremely talented, and has already reached the level of strength, but more importantly, he is loyal. Sweet is extremely loyal to him, and the Cyberlin family. Therefore, Sweet is one of the most important tools he leaves for his daughter. He believes that Sweet only needs about 10 years to reach the threshold of ascending the level. At that time, his daughter also began to take over the West Berlin family. When Sweet truly became the step up, his daughter was able to truly take charge of the West Berlin family. At that time, Sweet was his daughter's right-hand man, and was also an open card on the table of the West Berlin family. A card that was well known to everyone, but was feared by everyone. Anyone who targeted the West Berlin family would first move this card. Then she will be his daughter. But now, Sweet is dead. Feeling the dissipation of the Lionheart side, the Marquis could not help but pause. And at this moment, a light shone on the West Berlin side. It was not bright. Although it was light, it felt deeper than the darkness of the night, and more evil. Yes, it was evil. An evil that wanted to roar wildly with every breath, and drag all the creatures around into hell. And that light is the light that emerges from hell. Any person with a strong will instinctively retreat when seeing that light. But more people will be attracted towards that light. In fact, among the crowds of people, hundreds of people have already walked there. The moment these people came into contact with that light, their entire bodies began to melt. The skin festered. The flesh and blood surged. The internal organs flowed. Even the hardest bones became the base material of this ritual. The bones were burning. In the green flames, ghosts appeared one after another. They were all the people who were attracted just now. At this moment, they were biting each other. They devoured each other, and almost instantly, a skeleton far beyond imagination appeared. The skull was 20 meters in size. Flying in the air, the mandible opened and closed, spewing green flames, and rushed towards the Marquis of West Berlin. You deserve to die. Marquis of West Berlin looked past the huge skull, and looked at the 12 figures that were no longer hidden because of the ritual. The Torrent Squad. The Torrent Squad was formed and recruited by Delpak of the Inland River Cult in the Path of Edil. Marquis of West Berlin knew about this team. But he never took it seriously. Because, in Marquis of West Berlin's opinion, this team was very weak. Even the strongest among them had not entered the rank. Most of them are Arcana level. And only one is Great Arcana level. This kind of power is extremely remarkable in the eyes of ordinary mysterious people. But in the eyes of real nobles, it is really nothing. Only those who are truly entered are worthy of the noble's attention. But this negligence caused the West Berlin Marquis to suffer extremely unnecessary losses. He just saw that in just a moment, at least 400 people died in this ritual-like secret technique. Of course, this is not important. What is important is there any such ceremony in West Berlin? If so, where? More importantly, why didn't he find such a ceremony before? To arrange such a ceremony, it is impossible to complete it silently. It must have been arranged for a long time. So, traitor. Thinking of this, the Marquis of West Berlin became more and more angry. Looking at the huge skull flying over, the Earl raised his hand and said, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" Without reservation. He used the core secret technique of the West Berlin family blood and iron to the fullest. Suddenly, the space around the West Berlin Marquis became sticky at this moment, as if it was filled with invisible water. This water turned into waves, constantly beating around. It became like a tentacle. And Yura, who used his hair as a means of attack, immediately let out a sharp scream. Then, it was the huge skull. With a fierce momentum and green flames coming out of its mouth, the huge skull that looked extremely solid and difficult to deal with shattered directly. Bang! It was like glass being shattered. Looking at this scene, the Marquis of West Berlin did not feel the slightest joy of victory. On the contrary, the Marquis's face changed drastically. Not good. Sweet looked at Grisa, who was breathing rapidly and sweating on the tip of his nose. And the idea of retreating disappeared unconsciously. Catch him. Catch Grisa. Even the old lion will not ignore the safety of his eldest son. Catch the eldest son of the old lion. The West Berlin family will have a big enough advantage when facing Miwen. One thought after another emerged from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, the West Berlin Marquis' swordsmanship master's heart began to heat up. For the loyalty of the West Berlin Marquis, let the swordsmanship master prepare for a try. However, the West Berlin swordsmanship master did not rush forward. He circled around Grisa in a roaming manner. He wanted to consume more of Grisa's physical strength. Time passed by minute. When sweat filled Grisa's forehead, and the fist was more than a moment slower, the West Berlin swordsman no longer dodged. He began to attack and rush straight to Grisa's body. He just discovered that, although the eldest son of the old lion, his attacks were strange, but every time he attacked, his body never moved. It seems, cannot move. In this regard, the West Berlin swordsman had some guesses. And when the West Berlin swordsman found that, when he rushed towards Grisa, the eldest son of the old lion showed panic on his face, he knew that his guess was right. Without hesitation, the West Berlin swordsman drew his sword directly, when he was less than 1 meter away from Grisa. Clang! The sword blade was like frost, and the sword light was like the moon. A perfect half-moon slash. This blow was enough to cut through steel. Even a knight in full armor would be cut in half. But Grisa didn't. The eldest son of the old lion stood there intact. On the contrary, Sweet was cut in half. The West Berlin swordsman widened his eyes, and looked at the eldest son of the old lion in front of him in disbelief. You, stupid! Without giving his opponent more time, Grisa directly cut off the head of the West Berlin swordsman. Ignoring the blood stains on the golden coat, Grisa picked up the head of the West Berlin swordsman, who died with his eyes wide open. The eldest son of the old lion looked at the head in his hand, and an increasingly bold plan came to his mind. Failure? No! I don't accept this kind of failure. Grisa held the sword in one hand, and the head in the other, and his voice became louder and higher. I want to turn defeat into victory. Chapter 700. Grisa never believed in predictions. So, he was discovered, there was only one possibility. That he had fallen into the trap of the Marquis of West Berlin. But, this trap was not for him. If it was for him, it would definitely not be just the opponent's swordsmanship master who would appear. Given the opponent's character, they would definitely come out in full force and trap him here. Even just in case, the opponent would take action personally. But this situation has not happened now. That means, the other party just wants him to give up. This is naturally because of his father. In this regard, Grisa is very self-aware. But Grisa is more aware that the Marquis of West Berlin must have other goals. What is it? Grisa does not know for the time being. But what Grisa knows is that this will be the key to his turnaround. So, the eldest son of the old lion immediately made arrangements. Good. Not bad. listening to the report from his subordinates. The river squad, Delpak was all smiles. The raid on the Payne church was easier than expected. Except for the occasional resistance, it was almost smooth sailing. Delpak was very happy with this situation. Of course, the priests of the Inland River Church knew that this was a temporary situation. After the Payne church came to their senses, the real battle began. However, this did not prevent the priest of the Inland River Church from expanding his victory within a limited time. Only by killing more enemies, when the enemy counterattacks, will the pressure on our side be less. And after the war? It can even make the enemy lose its manpower. In fact, if it were not for the lack of time, Delpak would have wanted his men to treat those female believers of the Payne church well. That kind of stigma is the real weapon to strike the Payne church. Especially if the other party has a husband and children. It would be even better. He would let those female believers live. Only in this way could he make those living guys feel the real pain. This is perfect for the Church of Payne. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Delpak sighed, thinking about the crueler way to treat the enemy. At this moment, Delpak's communication stone flashed. My lord, good evening, everything went well with the plan. Delpak came to the secret place and reported in a low voice. Well, very good. Now, we need to change the plan. I need you to take the initiative to attack the bald eagle now. Grease's voice came from the communication stone. Yes, my lord. Delpak was not dissatisfied with Grease's change of plan. Even if he directly attacked the Marquis of West Berlin, Delpak did not object. In the original plan, this link was originally included. It's just that it's brought forward now. Of course, Delpak believed that Grease, who changed the plan, would definitely give him acceptable conditions. In fact, this was also the case. Find an open space. Grease's voice sounded again. Delpak immediately took action. He chose a small square in a middle-class residential area. The next moment, ripples appeared in the space. A ceremony with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air in this small square. The ritual of the entire ceremony, the base material was completely inlaid on the golden plate. With the dull sound of the iron plate falling to the ground, Delpak took a glance and already knew what this ritual was. Death Abyss. A secret ritual from the Dead Poets Society. A secret technique that completely piled up human lives to create a terrorist attack. For this secret technique, he also knows it. Before arriving at the port of Dordet, this secret technique was his reward. It was also because of this secret technique that he opened up the situation at the port of Dordet. However, compared with what he saw now, the secret ritual he had arranged at that time was nothing. Not to mention other things, he had only spent 2,000 grams of gold before, which was only 1,000 small gold coins, and the gold plate in front of him, which weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. Moreover, the skeletons inlaid on it also came from 16 entry-level strongmen. Based on this, maybe he could really kill the Marquis of West Berlin. And this is not the end. As the golden ritual board fell to the ground, a scarlet gem appeared in Delpak's hand. Seeing this gem, Delpak's face changed, and then he became excited. Blood of the Night. A special item with the power of Bloody Night. Originated from the Blood clan. After the death of the Blood Marquis, it disappeared without a trace. Delpak was not surprised that Grease had this gem. In fact, it was reasonable for it to be in Grease's hands. Feel its power. This is a rare opportunity for you, Grease said. Yes, sir. I will not let you down. Delpak knelt on one knee and replied. At this time, Grease had ended the communication. Feeling the communication stone regaining its calm, Delpak picked up his own communication stone and began to contact his capable subordinates. But when all the members of the Riptide team arrived, they were all shocked when they saw the golden ritual board on the ground. Then, everyone looked at Delpak with burning eyes. Our Lord Marquis has eliminated enough enemies for us, but unfortunately, he is one of our biggest enemies. So, we have to hunt him down. His death will make us the true masters of the port of Dordet. Delpak looked at the godlike figure in the sky in the distance, and his words were full of disdain and sarcasm. And this disdain and sarcasm encouraged the members of the Riptide squad. There was no objection. There was no neglect. According to Delpak's instructions, they activated the golden ritual board. Immediately, it seemed that the glory of the abyss began to attract those who were not determined around. When they saw the huge skull flying out with fire, the members of the Riptide team could not help but cheer excitedly. But the next moment, all the members of the Riptide team were stunned on the spot. The skull was broken. It was too fragile. It was so fragile that it was totally unworthy of the sacrifice of hundreds of people just now. Subconsciously, these members of the Riptide team looked at Del Pork, who was still hiding in the dark with confusion. Facing the gazes of his men, Del Pork looked regretful. "Everyone, I'm sorry. Thank you for your loyalty. Now, please sacrifice your life for me." Del Pork bowed hypocritically. The members of the Riptide team wanted to retreat immediately, but it was too late. The rich blood spurting out from the golden ritual board enveloped them. In just a moment they, like the people who were attracted before, merged into the blood. Gulp, gulp. The blood rolled and bubbled on the golden ritual board, as if it was boiling. Del Pork raised the blood of night. Orb in his hand. Blood gathered in the orb. Death gathered in the body. Enter the steps. Touch. Climb the steps. Del Pork's momentum began to rise rapidly. When these two extremely powerful forces merged together, Del Pork's power increased again. Level 1. Level 2. Level 3. The scarlet light shone in the night sky. The breath of death invaded everything. Under the night sky, the scarlet was chirping. Death was singing. Blood was dancing. The dead were crying. The priests were laughing wildly. Buzz. 100-meter long. Scarlet lightsaber torn the night sky like this, and stabbed straight at the Marquis. Chapter 701. The night was deep, the lightsaber was scarlet. The blood seemed to play the prelude to death. When the lightsaber appeared in the night sky of Dorded Port, the residents of Dorded Port felt that the end of the world had come at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the husband was holding his wife, and the wife was holding her child. As ordinary people, they were powerless. They could only pray silently. Pray that all this would pass. Pray that their families would be safe. At this moment, the mysterious people are not much better. In fact, they are even more miserable. The existence of spirituality makes them different. It makes them enjoy the treatment of the superior people on weekdays. But now, the spirituality that once made them proud makes them feel the horror of the climbers more clearly. The death brought by blood makes them fall into the abyss. Those with strong willpower, they could barely stand. Those with weaker willpower just prostrated themselves on the ground. Low cries came from these people. They, after being affected by the secret technique Death Abyss, from the Dead Poets Society, completely fell into hallucinations under the secret treasure Blood of the Night, of the Blood Clan. However, these people definitely did not include the Marquis of West Berlin. The owner of West Berlin was suspended in the air. His face was gloomy, but he was not panicked. There was only a coldness in his eyes. Del Pork. The voice of the Marquis was squeezed out from his teeth. As the master of West Berlin, the Marquis naturally recognized Del Pork. Even, in order to check and balance the paying church for a long time, the Marquis indulged the other party. Otherwise, even if Del Pork was cunning, it would be impossible to develop the Inland River Church. But now the Marquis regretted looking at the scarlet sword under the night sky. It's not that this scarlet sword has any harm to him. But he needs to reveal a trump card. He didn't want to use this trump card easily, because the price is too high. As for conventional means, feeling the blood, evil and death in it, this Marquis definitely doesn't want to be tainted by it. He felt the power of the curse in it. The kind of power that witches are best at. If you are tainted with this kind of power, it is likely that you would be worse off than dead. The small probability is that he would die immediately. Therefore, facing this kind of power that makes him feel anxious, the Marquis not only distanced himself immediately, but also deployed one of the core secrets of the West Berlin family. The cannon array. When was the trump card used? Right now. Above the Marquis' head. In the void, cannons appeared. There were 5 guns in a row. 10 rows in a row. And 10 rows in total. A total of 500 guns were aimed at the scarlet sword. But the real attack was from a bow and arrow. A golden bow and arrow appeared out of thin air. As the Marquis of West Berlin exhaled, the bowstring was slowly pulled. Swoosh! The wind suddenly rose. The clouds were blown away. In a unique rhythm, a golden arrow appeared on the bowstring. As the golden arrow appeared, the hair on the Marquis of West Berlin's forehead began to turn white, and very obvious wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Lifespan. The price of using this trump card is life. A golden arrow requires at least 3 years of life. In addition, if used in a short period of time, the life consumed will be doubled. Moreover, this consumption is irreversible. The consumed life will not be made up by the secret medicine. Similarly, such an attack is also extremely terrifying. When the golden arrow appeared, The scarlet sword that stabbed it stopped in midair. When the golden arrow began to accumulate power, the scarlet sword that was stabbing at him began to slowly retreat. And when the golden arrow shot out, the scarlet sword that was stabbing at him shattered. The tip of the arrow touched the tip of the sword. The latter, which collapsed at the first touch. The former, which continued to move forward. Delpork was pierced. Or to be more precise, at the moment when he was touched by the golden arrow, most of Delpork's body vaporized. But even so, Delpork did not scream at all, on the contrary, he laughed loudly. Finally. I've been fooled. Ha ha! The priest of the Inland River Church began to dance with joy. The blood of night he was holding tightly began to repair his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. This feeling was wonderful. Delpork experienced it carefully while looking up at the Marquis of West Berlin, whose face was getting uglier in the air. Marquis. Do you know? When I first set foot on the land of West Berlin, I had fantasized more than once, what will my first official meeting with you look like? Will I crawl on the ground, wagging my tail and begging for mercy? Or will I roar loudly and fight to the death? I even thought that I might not even be able to say a word and be killed by you, just like an ant you stepped on casually. But I really didn't expect that. My first official meeting with you would be like this. You are really too stupid. The same trap. I actually fell into it twice. Delpork laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. The priest of the inner river god cult tightly grasped the blood of night in his hand, feeling the power coming from it continuously, and a feeling of irritability and extreme excitement arose spontaneously. This feeling made Delpork have an extreme desire to talk. Coincidentally, there was a good person in front of him. You disappoint me so much. Such a useful strategy like this, why would I only use it once? Don't you think I would use it twice more? Then guess, am I being true or false this time? Delpork knew that this desire to confide was due to his lack of strength, and that blood of night had affected his spirituality. But this did not prevent the priest of the inner river god cult from following the trend. Just like the priest of the inner river god cult suddenly wanted to deceive the Marquis of West Berlin again after he had just obtained blood of night. Delpork was very self-aware of himself. Even with the help of that adult, with the golden ritual board, the sacrifice of the Riptide Squad, and hundreds of residents of the port of Dordet, even if he still holds the blood of the night, facing the Marquis of West Berlin, it is likely that he will not be able to do it. The Marquis of West Berlin is a true step climber. And him? It's only temporary. Moreover, it's his first time. He has no experience or endurance, especially the latter, which is even more fatal. Therefore, Delpork chose to take a shortcut, and he had the qualification to take advantage. Because he knew from that big shot that the Marquis of West Berlin had a terrifying weapon like the Golden Bow, and it was not difficult to use the death breath to push the curse, especially when the Scarlet Sword appeared, and the other party had a preconceived idea, it became even easier. Originally, Delpork was still a little nervous. But as the Marquis of West Berlin took out the Golden Bow, he knew that he had one. Looking at the gloomy Marquis of West Berlin, the Inland River god cult priest laughed even louder. I won this time, Marquis. No one can change this result, I said. Chapter 702. The moment the Scarlet Sword appeared, on the terrace of West Berlin Castle, Catherine frowned. Is this the trump card of the Inland River Church? No. The Inland River Church does not have such a background. Then this is targeting my father. The two sisters spoke one by one, as if they were asking and answering, but their expressions became solemn involuntarily. In the hearts of the twin sisters, the Inland River Church has always been dispensable. In fact, if it weren't for cooperating with their father, they could easily destroy the Inland River Church. However, the trump card that the Inland River Church suddenly showed caught the two of them off guard. It was really unexpected. With the power of this climber, except for their father, I'm afraid no one in the whole West Berlin can handle it. For their father, the twin sisters are afraid, but because of this fear, they have great confidence in their father's strength. Even though they know that this is specifically aimed at their father, the twins have no worries. They believe that their father can handle everything, unless His Majesty takes action. Otherwise, their father is invincible. Moreover, in the hearts of the twins, even if His Majesty takes action, the outcome is unpredictable. The probability of the two sides is 50-50. Therefore, the two of them decided to wait and see. The twins did not hide their conversation from Arthur, and their expressions were very calm. Because, in Jacqueline's view, even if there was no cooperation, they still knew each other's details, and did not need to hide it. On the contrary, this was an opportunity to get closer to each other. Who knows if the power of the medium will be used in the future? Thinking in her heart, Jacqueline looked at Arthur. Then, the lady frowned. Because Arthur seemed to be tasting the roast pork as if he was deaf. The roast pork cut into dice-sized pieces was dipped in barbecue sauce, cumin pepper, tamarind orange juice, and coarse salt by the Nanlos medium, starting from coarse salt and ending with barbecue sauce. After eating each time, she would rinse her mouth with clean water beside her. She looked like a food connoisseur. But no food connoisseur would have such a good appetite. Jacqueline glanced at the plates that were already half a person's height. Not long ago, each plate was filled with about 2 kilograms of roast pork. But now, it was empty. What surprised Jacqueline even more was that Arthur had no intention of stopping. What a terrible appetite, such an appetite. What would his strength be like? Jacqueline thought silently in her heart. An appetite different from that of ordinary people is always pleasing to the mysterious side, because it not only means that you have a strong physique, and it is very likely that she has some extraordinary talent, especially the latter, which is hard to come by. Catherine diligently brought more roast pork to Arthur. Compared with Jacqueline's judgment of the situation, Catherine was more natural. Or flattery. The youngest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin began to play the role of cutting meat again. Sir Kratos, what are your plans next? While cutting the roast meat, the youngest daughter of the Marquis asked. She didn't ask directly, but beat around the bush. I'm full, so I'll take a nap, Arthur said perfunctorily. Of course, Arthur knew what Catherine wanted to ask. It was fake to ask him about his future plans. It was real to find out what the Marquis was going to do. Arthur even guessed a little about what the twins were going to do. It wasn't that Arthur could see through people's hearts, but that the twins' fear of the West Berlin Marquis was too deep in their bones. If we infer from this point, it's not too difficult. However, this time, the twins' luck came. Arthur glanced at the night sky without leaving a trace. The scarlet sword has been completely formed. Blood, death intertwined. Evil, whispers filled. It looks extremely terrifying. But that is in the eyes of others. Under the premise of having the talent breath of death, Arthur can clearly see that the scarlet sword is just a facade. It only has momentum, but no substance. No! To be precise, it is only a little bit real. It is enough to scare people. Arthur, who saw this scene, almost applauded the priest of the inland river god cult. The other party was able to come up with such a plan in a short time. It must be said that the other party's brain is really fast. With a huge skull as a foreshadowing, the Marquis of West Berlin must think that the follow-up is fake. Who could have thought that the latter would also be fake? False and real. True and false. Arthur liked this way of dealing with things. However, the real reason why Arthur almost applauded was because this priest of the inland river cult had revealed the card of the Marquis of West Berlin. Watching the Marquis of West Berlin unfold the artillery array, and taking out the golden bow that made him extremely afraid and caused his death instinct to flash continuously, Arthur explained. What a powerful item. Of course, that is the golden bow that the West Berlin family is proud of. Only after becoming the clan leader you can master it, Catherine said innocently. She was just like a careless little girl. However, Arthur was keenly aware that when Catherine spoke, Jacqueline had been secretly looking at him. Obviously, the twins who had not received an answer just now changed the way of asking. Arthur was very cooperative. The young medium frowned at first, and then sighed immediately. This look startled Jacqueline, who was observing, and Catherine, who was in charge of answering, couldn't help but ask, Sir Kratos, what's wrong? Is something going to happen? It's not that the twins are cunning. It's just that Arthur's bluffing is too high. Especially that kind of expression, which makes people misunderstand and imagine. And in order to make the two of them have more associations, Arthur didn't speak, but just raised his hand and pointed at the night sky. The twins subconsciously followed Arthur's finger and looked at the night sky. At this moment, it happened that the Marquis of West Berlin shot the golden arrow. When they saw the golden arrow piercing through the golden arrow like a whirlwind, the twins' faces changed drastically. They finally found something wrong. Then, the two turned their heads in horror. They stared blankly at Arthur, who was sitting there. When did Arthur find out? Did he find out at the beginning? On the premise that he found out at the beginning, he also said, I'm full. Of course I'll take a nap. What does this mean? It means that everything in front of him is under the control of this medium. No. It should be that this medium doesn't take these things seriously. His Nanlos medium. Is he that strong? The twins were so frightened by the power of Arthur that they imagined. And they were stunned. They could hear Delpoc's arrogant shouting faintly in their ears. I won this time, Lord Marquis. No one can change this result, I said. They heard it. And Arthur naturally heard it too. The twins saw the impatience on Arthur's face. It was just impatience, but there was no sense of urgency. This impatience was the dissatisfaction of being interrupted during the meal. Under the twins' suspicious gaze, Arthur raised his hand and waved. The next moment, the giant white bird spread its wings and soared. Chapter 703. While Delpoc's arrogant words were still echoing in the night sky, a chilling aura had already descended from the sky. Looking at the soaring white giant bird, and feeling the pressure from the giant bird, the face of the priest of the inland river god cult changed slightly. Swift bird swordsmanship. Delpoc naturally recognized this kind of swordsmanship, because his brother Joel Coman possessed and specialized in this kind of swordsmanship. It's just that the swift bird swordsmanship in front of him is different from his brother Joel Coman's swift bird swordsmanship. His elder brother had already practiced the swift bird sword technique to the extreme and became an entry level 3 years ago. Every time he swung his sword, he would bring up the shadow of a giant bird, and his sword was sharp and swift. Often, after a sword was swung, when the sword was sheathed, the person who was stabbed would realize that he had been stabbed. It was because of this that his elder brother, Joel Coman, was recognized as the strongest among the younger generation in Niwen, especially his talent, and his strength was said to be once in a century. But the swift bird swordsmanship in front of him is stronger. Not only is the sword sharp, but also pressure. That is the pressure that belongs only to the step ascender. But how can swift bird swordsmanship make people become step ascenders? Unless break through the shackles of swift bird swordsmanship. Let swift bird swordsmanship reach a whole new realm. But is this possible? Delpoc shook his head subconsciously. Because for 3 years, his brother has been trying to break through the shackles of swift bird swordsmanship. He made countless attempts, and several of them were close calls. Even the most ordinary attempts made his scalp tingle. But even so, his brother still couldn't break through. So, Delpoc instinctively refused to believe it. However, looking at the real white giant bird phantom, feeling the pressure from it, Delpoc had to face the reality. The climber, taking the opportunity to break through the shackles of swift bird swordsmanship, become the existence of the step-up. After all, the shadow of the step-up is far less real than the white giant bird in front of him. And it definitely does not have this kind of pressure. Who could it be? Could it be? Delpoc's brain turned quickly. And the next moment, Arthur's name appeared in the heart of the priest of the inner river god. But quickly, the priest of the inner river god shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the news they received. Although this Nanlos medium is extremely talented, and is already a true entrant, he is still a long way from being a climber. Not to mention breaking through the shackles of the swift bird sword technique. That is something his brother couldn't do. His brother couldn't do it. How could Nanlos medium do it? In the heart of this inland river cult priest, his brother is the strongest among the younger generation. Not just Niwen, but the entire Nanjun. The strongest among the young generation in the entire Nanjun. As for the Nanlos medium who suddenly appeared, maybe he is not bad. But he is definitely not as good as his brother. The thoughts in his heart turned. But the priest of the Na cult did not stop, tightly holding the blood of night. And the scarlet sword appeared again. It was different from the previous one that was just for show. This time, the scarlet sword was real. The scarlet light flickered on the long sword. Waves of strange whispers spread with the flashes. Those who heard such whispers unconsciously raised their heads and looked at the scarlet sword above their heads. Yearning. The yearning from the bottom of their hearts made them willing to sacrifice everything for this sword. Even their own lives. And when this thought came up, these people's blood flowed from their eyes, ears, noses, mouths. The speed was not fast. In fact, it could be called slow. Therefore, those who were still sober, I saw such a horrifying scene. Under the night sky, thousands of people near the port of Dordet looked up at the sky. Thin blood columns went to the scarlet sword in the air. Some of them looked like snakes crawling upwards. The night sky was like an invisible wall, supporting such blood. But it was more like blood vessels being generated in the void. They were instinctively pursuing their source. The heart. The source of every blood vessel is the heart. These newly formed blood vessels were no exception. Their source was the scarlet sword. The flashing scarlet sword became even brighter. It really looked like a beating heart. This sudden scene frightened more people in the port of Dordet. Fear destroyed the people's originally firm will. The next moment, these people also became dazed. The blood in their bodies also gushed out from their 7 orifices. And this frightened the people around them even more. Then, these people also became dazed. The spreading panic was more terrifying than the plague. Looking at this scene, Delpoc confirmed what he had heard before. But as the initiator of all this, Delpoc was certainly not terrified. The priest of the inner river god cult only had joy. Although he knew the power of the Death Abyss. When he tried the secret ritual Death Abyss from the Dead Poets Society before. However, he had never expected that, with the blessing of Blood of Night, Death Abyss would be so terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. Even Delpork, the initiator, felt the horror. Because, if there was enough time, he could completely destroy the port of Dordet. One man destroys a city. This is a feat that Delpork dared not even think about. I am afraid that the Grand Duke could not do it. Right? Only the 27 heroes in the records could do it. Right? The thoughts in his heart became more and more numerous and complicated. And Delpoc's breathing became more and more rapid. The priest of the inland river god cult looked at the giant white bird that was getting closer and closer. And a ferocious expression appeared on his face. I didn't expect that in West Berlin. Besides you, the Marquis, there is actually another climber. Is this your trump card? Although it is a bit unexpected. Do you think? Can he stop me? In the low voice, the Marquis of West Berlin remained silent. In the opinion of the Marquis, Arthur really can't stop Delpoc in front of him. But he can definitely delay the time. And this time, we'll give him a chance. He wants to catch that person. As for the civilians in the port of Dordet, the supplies are gone. Just go find them again. At worst, it will take more time for them to emerge naturally. Of course, there will be some twists and turns. But there is no need to really worry, because, with Arthur delaying time, he will definitely appear as the hero who saved the port of Dordet. Thank you, Arthur. Within the scope of the contract, I am extremely grateful to you. Expressing gratitude in his heart, the Marquis used the secret technique of iron blood killing to track down Yura, who had run away for a distance during the chaos. He was waiting for the opportunity. Under the watchful eyes of the Marquis, the white giant bird and the scarlet sword finally collided with each other. The time has come. The Marquis of West Berlin, who was about to take action, looked at the scene in the night sky. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but say, "How is this possible?" Chapter 704. Pa! The moment the giant white bird collided with the scarlet sword, the scarlet sword shattered, just like a piece of porcelain falling on the ground. It shattered faster and more thoroughly than the previous scarlet sword that was just bluffing and showing off. It was as if the fake scarlet sword that was constructed with the aura of Death Abyss and Blood of the Night was the real one, and this scarlet sword that had fully exerted the power of Death Abyss and Blood of the Night was the fake one. But, regardless of whether it was true or not, both were broken. The sword was broken. The man was broken too. When the white giant bird flew over, Delpork was directly broken. Unlike before when he relied on Blood of Night to recover. This time, Blood of Night did not recover Delpork. It was not that Delpork didn't want to, but he couldn't. The death energy condensed by Death Abyss suddenly lost control. The death energy that was originally obedient faced the figure that cut the white giant bird, violating the ritual of the Death Abyss. When Delpoc used his spirituality madly to promote the Death Abyss ritual, the death auras that violated the Death Abyss ritual began to run wild. They rushed around, destroying the ritual of the Death Abyss ritual. They rushed left and right, corroding the evil vitality born from Blood in the Night blood. They broke through everything that bound them. Then, they lost their shackles, rushed to his relatives, the Nanlos medium who was sitting in the West Berlin castle, holding a glass of coconut juice, thinking about whether to eat another plate of roast pork. Delpoc saw the scene through the remaining Death Abyss ritual. The priest of the inland river god cult confirmed that it was the Nanlos medium who slashed the sword beyond the ultimate swift bird swordsmanship. And the person who made the death aura run wild was also the Nanlos medium. But, how is this possible? How could a ritual secret technique that has been 100% completed possibly get out of control? Impossible. Especially when the death energy, the cornerstone of the ritual itself, runs wild and out of control. This is even more impossible. This goes against common sense. Unless Nanlos's medium is death. Delpak, who came to this conclusion, was horrified at the moment of death. Death. Nanlos's medium is death. Suddenly, this priest of the Inland River cult, I thought of the news Tolan brought back 2 days ago. The master of the Inland River god is the Nanlos medium. At that time, he was dismissive of it. But now, he was only terrified. At the same time, he also understood some rumors instantly. The eternal monster, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the one who reveres the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan Axe, Kratos. So that's it. It's actually like this. The remaining Delpork shouted in the sky. Then, the remaining Delpork seemed to have thought of something, and begged Arthur in an almost pleading tone. The son of Doom, who was born secretly, the person favored by the god of death, the contemporary Black Cat, the master of the cat school, the champion of the Nanlo swordsmanship competition, the male owner of Caesar Manor, the Winter Prayer, the Winter Guardian, the destroyer of winter monsters, the owner of the Orient, medium Sir Arthur Kratos. Please forgive my rudeness. Please forgive my offense, I am. If death really exists, then death is not the end. Death will be a new beginning. In such a beginning, Delpak definitely does not want to offend death. For Delpak, who was born a commoner, in order to climb to the current position, in addition to talent and hard work, it is more about judging the situation. Facing a brand new world, the previous big figures are not important anymore. The important thing is, the big man in front of him. Death is enough for him to grovel. But Arthur's name seems to be too long, and the remaining Delpak didn't even finish his words, and was completely broken. But even if he was broken, the priest of the Inland River god still knelt on one knee. This scene made the Marquis of West Berlin dumbfounded. What happened? What happened? I was clearly a participant in it, but at this time, Marquis of West Berlin felt like an outsider who had covered his eyes. What did the Nanlos medium do? Why was that guy so scared? What exactly is it? One thought after another appeared in the heart of the Marquis. However, the residents of Dortport who were rescued did not have so many thoughts. At the moment when the Scarlet Sword was broken, the ritual secret of Death Abyss was destroyed, and Night Blood was blocked. The blood sucked out flowed back. The moment those dazed civilians in Dortport woke up, they heard Delpak begging for mercy, and wagging his tail for mercy. The civilians, who had just seen the scene deeply imprinted in their hearts, naturally understood who saved them. Without hesitation, the simple civilians began to kneel on the ground and chant the name of the Nanlos medium. Almost instantly, the name of Arthur Kratos resounded throughout the entire Dortport. Even those with evil intentions at this time, they had no choice but to chant the name of the Nanlos medium. They didn't want to be conspicuous. They wanted to fish in troubled waters. The Marquis of West Berlin saw this scene. The Marquis wanted to stop it without hesitation. He wanted to explain. In West Berlin, only the West Berlin family was needed, not Arthur Kratos. Of course, there was also the gem. For Night Blood, the Marquis had some ideas. But just as the Marquis was about to speak, when he went to get the orb, a figure appeared. The scarlet shadow passed by like smoke and fog. When they gathered again, the descendant of blood revealed his true appearance. Looking at the blood of night in his hand, a smile appeared on his pale face. Then, the descendant of blood did not even look at the Marquis of West Berlin, who was frozen in midair, but turned around and bowed slightly to where Arthur was. Your divination was right. I owe you a favor. And, thank you. After a moment of silence, the descendant of blood spoke awkwardly. Anyone who saw this scene could feel the gratitude of this aloof man. Of course, many people would instinctively guess that the person in front of them did not seem to be a bad person. And this is what Arthur wanted. He wanted to make his vest more complete. Only in this way can there be more potential and create a better situation. Just like at this moment, the Marquis of West Berlin quietly retracted his hand that wanted to take blood of the night. He looked towards his castle. Sir Arthur Kratos, thank you for everything you have done for West Berlin. The Marquis looked grateful, and his expression was very natural. It seemed that the thought of the last moment did not exist at all. For the Marquis, the appearance of the blood descendant had broken the situation. Arthur Kratos and him had a contract, and both parties were within the rules. But the blood descendant did not. Especially for the blood descendants who got the blood of night. Even this Marquis needs to be cautious. After all, he knows that only the Blood Clan can bring out the true power of the Blood of Night. At this critical moment, if his words disrespected Arthur Kratos and caused misunderstandings from the Blood descendants, it would be bad. So, the Marquis immediately changed his mind. Since he couldn't stop it, he would just go with the flow. After doing all this, the Marquis disappeared in midair. He didn't want to be someone else's supporting role. What's more, he had more important things to do. His goal was always that person. Arthur's eyes naturally followed. The young Manlo's psychic hoped to learn from the ancient nobles the real way to deal with those beings. But immediately, Arthur narrowed his eyes. Chapter 705. The existence controlled Yura's body to shuttle underground, and soon entered the sewer of Dordot Port. The formation of Dordot Port was in the Silver Age, with the rise of the inland river. Moreover, it has experienced many masters. In order to attract more people, each master would repair and expand the sewer of Dordot Port on the original basis. Although this still cannot prevent the feces and urine in some areas of Dordot Port, but most areas are still clean. However, this has brought enough trouble to the sewer workers. The sewer workers, who used to work alone, have long since become groups. Because, after several expansions, the sewers are not only crisscrossed and densely packed, but also rumored to have monsters inside. If you are not careful, you will fall into the mouth of the monster. 2 sewer workers have disappeared this year. No one wants to be the third one. Therefore, Old York brought his 2 nephews to clean the sewers together. It was called cleaning. But in fact it was just picking out the garbage that might block the pipes. This was not an easy job. Old York's 2 nephews didn't want to come, but they couldn't resist the high reward. Of course, this reward was not given by Old York. Old York couldn't afford the reward of 30 gold coins. It was given by a boss on the street. The boss asked the 2 to take some things out of the sewer. This is a passage that was renovated in the middle of the Silver Age. Compared to before, it has become a little dangerous. Watch your step, Old York said happily. As a sewer worker, Old York is not married. No woman can stand a guy who stinks every day. Therefore, Old York has no heir. Old York also wanted to find an apprentice, but he felt that his job should be left to people with blood relations. Although this job is not decent enough, but this job can keep him from starving to death. So, Old York looked at his 2 nephews. For his 2 nephews, Old York loved them very much since they were young. Even if his younger brother died early, he would try his best to make his 2 nephews live better. But the 2 nephews did not want to inherit his job in the past. But today they took the initiative to propose it, which made Old York overjoyed. Our scope of work generally ends here, remember. Bang! Before Old York finished his warning, a club hit the back of the sewer worker's head. The shrunken back of the head clearly showed that the man was dead. The 2 nephews paid no attention to this. 2 people had died this year anyway, and it didn't matter if their uncle died one more time. Moreover, as their uncle's only 2 relatives, they could also ask for a considerable amount of compensation from the port's governing hall. After all, as we all know, there are monsters in the sewers of Dordot Port. According to what Boss Shock said, the thing should be nearby. Look for it quickly. That's 30 gold coins. What do you think it is? I don't know. But with a reward of 30 gold coins, the things inside must be extraordinary. Maybe something beyond imagination. Then Are you crazy? Do you think Boss Shock is the same as your uncle? The eldest scolded the second one for his greed. The second one immediately scratched his cheek in embarrassment. I just want to earn more. Right? To earn more, you need to know how to do it. Who? You? The eldest explained to the second one, and suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he shouted coldly. The second one holding the torch turned around subconsciously. Then, he felt a pain in his waist. You? The second one looked at the eldest one with a grim smile in disbelief. I said, you must pay attention to the methods and ways. With such a high reward, it is better for one person to take it. And if I go to the executive office at the port, I may be able to get an extra pension. Even if there is no more pension, I can use the rewards to run a good, even decent job. The eldest brother explained while turning the dagger that stabbed into the second brother's waist. Soon, the second brother was no longer alive. The eldest brother threw the second brother's body next to his uncle's body. He planned to find the things of the Boss Shock first, then, and deal with the 2 bodies. Soon, the boss found what the Boss Shock wanted. A square box hidden under the gravel and moss. Seeing the exquisite appearance, the boss couldn't help but grin. However, at the moment when the boss was about to bend down to pick up the box, the two people who were obviously dead appeared behind him silently. Then, the two of them rushed towards the boss, who had his back to them. Ah! The boss screamed, and before he could even resist, his throat was bitten by his uncle, and his heart was taken out by his brother. Then, the three of them rolled into Eula's mouth. Eula, who looked like a tentacle and a snake, digested the three without chewing. The pain contained in his flesh and blood made Yura's injuries recover, and he felt satisfied. The lost hair grew again. TSK, the rumored Lady of Pain? You are so ugly. The Count of West Berlin, who was following him, said. The Count of West Berlin looked at Yura, whose injuries were slowly recovering, and his disdain became more and more intense. After being locked by his iron blood killing. Want to run? Unless you leave more than 100 kilometers in an instant, it is impossible. And the closer the distance, the closer he is to the other party, the clearer his perception of the other party is. Even when he is close to a certain distance, whatever the other party has experienced, he can see it as if he has seen it with his own eyes. Just like the Miss Payne at this moment. Since entering the sewer, she has been running away while eating rats. Obviously, the injuries caused by the blood fight just now have made this Miss Payne in urgent need of recovery. Therefore, after this Miss Payne ate 3 people, the West Berlin Marquis no longer hides. No need to hide. He is sure that the other party is at the end of the road. And he must not let the other party recover, otherwise, that would be a real problem. Of course, more importantly, the smell here is too bad. When I go back, I must deal with this place. Thinking in his heart, the Marquis took out a lead box from his arms, and walked towards the Lady of Pain. Come! Become a tonic for my daughter. You will be immortal with the honor of the West Berlin family. The Marquis said, open the lead box, and use the secret technique of iron blood killing. Again. In an instant, the murderous aura that seemed to be real descended again. Countless broken cavalry reappeared and rushed towards the Lady of Pain. The Marquis smiled, waiting for his harvest. Then, this smile froze. Because a long sword pierced the Marquis's vest. This long sword came from a square box hidden under gravel and moss. Chapter 706. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It's true. Heart-wrenching pain. The Marquis of West Berlin felt his heart being cut by the sword, and his face changed drastically. Not only was his heart injured, but also because at this time, the Marquis finally understood that he had stepped into someone else's trap. There is no doubt that the Lady of Pain did not choose this place for no reason. The sewer was chosen by the other party on their own initiative. The 3 people deliberately arranged it to paralyze him. Of course, the 3 people didn't know the truth at all. As for the square box, it was a killer move. Because of the existence of those 3 people, the killer move he ignored. Who planned it? The exchange of identities from hunter to prey made the West Berlin Marquis breathing more and more rapid, but what was even more rapid was the Marquis's palm. 3 scrolls appeared in his hands out of thin air. Then, they all crushed them. Immediately, 3 blue-green lights filled with vitality poured into his body. At the same time, the Marquis rushed forward quickly. Swish. The wound did not heal immediately, with the sound of the blade leaving the body. On the contrary, it began to turn black. Poison! The Marquis's face changed again, staring at the arm that stretched out from the square box. The fierceness in his eyes was as real as substance, even though the arm was covered with arm armor, iron gloves, and the long sword held was just an ordinary sword. The familiar aura still made the Marquis instantly determine who the other party was. It's you? After saying it's you, the Marquis did not hesitate and retreated quickly. The scrolls in his hand appeared one after another. Detoxification, treatment, protection, and teleportation. After confirming who had set up the plan, the Marquis no longer wanted to fight. If it was intact, the Marquis would have fought to the death. But now, he was not only seriously injured, but also poisoned. In this state, if he went against that bastard, it would be like courting death. And the most important point is, that bastard would definitely kill him. So, without hesitation, the Marquis immediately returned to the West Berlin Castle. And it was the core of the West Berlin Castle, the safest place. Then, the highest level of protection was activated. After doing all this, the Marquis gnashed his teeth and roared. Bastard severe as Hamlet. The roar echoed in the room. In anger, the Marquis pounded the floor hard. But immediately, the Marquis's face changed again. Because the wound was not only poisonous, but also cursed. Asshole. You sinister old bastard. I will kill you. He kept yelling, but the Marquis quickly took out more scrolls and potions. The injury can be healed later. The poison can be removed slowly. But the curse? It cannot be neglected at all. If you are not careful, that is death. And he absolutely cannot die like this. In the sewer, in the square box, the long sword was slowly put away. Happy cooperation. A loud and deep voice came from the box. This is not the same as the agreement. You did not really kill West Berlin. Lady of Pain once again returned to the appearance of Yura, staring at the box with gloomy eyes. The deep box made it impossible to see what was inside, but the lady knew. His collaborator was there, watching him, scheming against him, and ready to bite him back at any time. That bald chicken is not so easy to kill. In order to stab this sword, I can't use any secret techniques, swordsmanship, even, this sword is just an ordinary weapon. Even if it is smeared with poison, the same is true with the curse. You know, I am not good at poison and curse. The voice in the box was full of helplessness. It was not angered by the questioning of the Lady of Pain at all. Instead, it patiently explained. And such an explanation made the Lady of Pain feel uneasy. He knew what kind of person the other party was. So, the lady instinctively retreated. Mikhail, you will make me sad. I don't blame you for changing your plan halfway. I didn't blame you for your poor performance. Nor did I have any bad intentions towards you. But you? You are always on guard against me. The loud voice in the box said pitifully. Even halfway through. It even started to cry. The Miss Payne was dismissive of this. According to the contract, I have told you everything I have collected. The rest is up to you to judge. And it has nothing to do with me. And the so-called change of plan? Isn't this what you want to see? The painful lady asked again. The tone was sharp and aggressive. But the voice in the box was still lifeless. But the information you provided is too one-sided. It is even completely unsystematic. Even if I stripped all my hair, I couldn't see anything valuable in it. Do you like orange tea? Do you have a fat cat? Do you have a dog that is not very smart? Please, Mihailo. Do you think the information you collected is valuable? The voice in the box seemed to be wronged. And this made the Lady of Pain frown slightly. Obviously, the lady was a little embarrassed. Then changed the contract. I will personally test him. Heh. The words of the Lady of Pain were interrupted by a sneer. Along with this sneer, a soul-stirring lion roar appeared in the square box, and golden light burst out from the depths. In the lion's roar, everything could not help but succumb. Facing the golden light, it seemed that the sun would lose its color. Feeling the horror, the Lady of Pain was shocked and slightly stepped back. And the loud voice became louder and louder, like thunder. Mikhailo, are you provoking me? Crack. As soon as the words came out, the square box could not bear the pressure and shattered directly. This made the owner of the voice temporarily disappear in front of the Lady of Pain. Looking at the broken box, the expression of the Lady of Pain kept changing. There was shock, horror, and most of all, disbelief. But soon, the lady chuckled. Since you care so much about Arthur Kratos, I'll try him even more. Snap. Before the Lady of Pain finished her words, a slender white hand stretched out from the sudden smoke and slapped the lady on the cheek. Then, there followed a low growl that belonged to Melinda. Try your mother. Chapter 707. The slap was loud. Mihailo, known as the Lady of Pain, was stunned. The lady stared blankly at Melinda, who walked out with the smoke, and subconsciously asked, How dare you hit me? Melinda, who was smoking a pipe, did not answer at all, but pulled it back with her backhand. Although the Lady of Pain was stunned by the sudden slap, she reacted when faced with the second slap. The Lady of Pain took a step back and raised her upper body, trying to dodge. But she didn't dodge. Although the slap from Melinda's backhand was not as sudden as before, it was several times faster. Moreover, her fingertips trembled slightly, and there was a hissing sound. It was obviously a very advanced swordsmanship technique. Snap! Crisp! With a sound that was even crisper than before. Mihailo was directly convulsed, and his body was in midair. Rolling sideways, flew out. As we all know, a slap with a forehand is a relief. And a slap with a backhand? Not only does it relieve the anger, it can also humiliate the opponent. If you complete a set of 2 slaps with a forehand and a backhand in a row, then you can achieve the purpose of critical hit humiliation. This Lady of Pain felt endless humiliation at this moment. Since she became him, and were honored as Lady of Pain, She has never encountered such humiliation again. Not to mention a slap in the face. Looking directly at him would be considered blasphemy. Any words that were slightly excessive would be considered heresy. And the punishment of skinning would be carried out. Anger and humiliation mixed together, causing this lady of pain to roar. Ah! With a roar, the lady exploded. It was not an adjective, but a real explosion. The other person's body was like a cut watermelon. Eyes, internal organs mixed with many bones, nerves, blood vessels just rushed in all directions with the roar. Then, it was pulled back by an invisible force. Melinda saw where the invisible force came from. It was a small tentacle, located at the frontal lobe of the brain of this body. It kept wriggling, like a maggot. After the organs of this body were pulled back, it was no longer human. The legs were swapped. The arms grew on the front and back of the chest. The palms were inserted on the ears, and the eyes were one on the top of the head, and the other embedded in the broken wrist. The most special thing is the bones, which protrude from the body like flowers. The internal organs are hanging on the bones. The heart is still beating. Neither language nor painting can describe the weirdness of Mihailo at this moment, because words are not enough to describe it. And painting? Anyone who has seen this picture will be stunned. If you really want to paint it. Crazy. The painter can only become a madman. It's not just the visual impact, but also the whispers in my ears. The whispers that make me anxious and tormented. In the end, it will turn into pure pain. The pain is worse than death. Only by becoming a madman can I be free from this pain. Melinda holds a pipe in her mouth. Melinda, who has a spirituality far beyond that of ordinary people, can hear the whispers in her ears more clearly. But this lady doesn't care. Why is she anxious and tormented? Mihailo, who is 100 times uglier than her, has the nerve to live. Why should she, who is as beautiful as a flower, be anxious or tormented? It doesn't exist. On the contrary, the lady still commented on Mihailo in front of her. Tisk, it's so ugly. You should be glad that Arthur didn't see you like this. Otherwise, Arthur would definitely not be able to eat. As Melinda said, the sparks in her pipe lit up. The faint herbal smell was mixed with a hint of mint. But even so, it couldn't cover up the rotten smell. The smell came from Melinda's right hand. The right hand that had just slapped Mihailo twice. It was blue, swollen, and thick. Quickly, Melinda's right hand began to rot. Blasphemer. Do you think you will be safe? Accept the punishment. Your body will suffer. And your soul. I will torture it. Mihailo's voice came from his chest. The muffled sound was so loud that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. But it was just uncomfortable, as her right hand was inconvenient. Melinda switched to her left hand, took off her pipe, and blew a puff of smoke from her mouth and nose. The smoke was straight, like a knife or a sword. Then, she chopped. Puff! With the sound of a metal sword cutting flesh and blood. Melinda's right hand and forearm fell to the ground, turning into a pool of thick water, corroding the ground of the sewer. With a continuous sound of hissing, the ground of the sewer quickly became bumpy. Mihailo was obviously stunned. This lady of pain obviously did not expect Melinda to be so decisive. Then, this lady of pain sneered. Do you think this is the end? Our battle has just begun. And you have lost your right arm. How much combat power do you have left? Facing the question of this lady of pain, Melinda frowned slightly. Seeing Melinda's appearance, the Miss Pain burst into laughter. In the harsh laughter, Melinda shook her head slowly. It's really the guy with maggots on his brain. Haven't you noticed anything different yet? Melinda's light words made the laughter of the MS Pain on the other side stop abruptly. Then, the Miss Pain found that her right hand, right forearm, fell to the ground. Then, it quickly turned into a pool of highly corrosive concentrated water, just like Melinda's right hand and right forearm. Voodoo! You are a witch! The Lady of Pain exclaimed. Then, the Lady of Pain shouted again. Impossible. Even if it is the witch's voodoo power, it can't hurt me. I was a witch, I know. In the midst of the sharp scream, Melinda held the pipe in her left hand, and raised a middle finger to the Lady of Pain. You know nothing. You have been sleeping for so many years, and your body has turned into a maggot, and you still call yourself a witch? Are you worthy? I will teach you. What is the etiquette of a witch's elders? Then, I will dig out your secrets from your mind. The Mrs. Pain restrained her sharp laughter, and her eyes also showed an interested look, but Melinda sighed helplessly. Arthur, you are right. It is a pleasure to talk to a wise man. And talking to a fool. It is torture. No. It is a stupid, arrogant, outdated god. Melinda mocked the other party. Then, the lady picked up her pipe again, raised her intact left arm, and whispered, "Holy light." Chapter 708. Dazzling light, falling from the sky. The sewers of Dortport are illuminated by such light for the first time. The evil spirits in the dark corners. The weirdness under the stinking river. With such light, they disappear directly. And under such light, Melinda's lost right hand and right forearm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even, the surging vitality makes Melinda radiant, and the whole person looks energetic. Mihaela was stunned. Even the existence called Lady of Pain had never seen such a situation. Impossible! This is impossible! How can the power of voodoo and the power of holy light coexist? This is absolutely impossible! Faced with this scene that was enough to subvert her three views, this Lady of Pain roared. However, even though she was roaring, this Lady of Pain knew what she should do now. Run! The Lady of Pain turned and ran. But, it was too late. Melinda exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke turned into a sword, piercing her chest. Poof! The heart of the fleeing Lady of Pain was cut immediately. When the smoke sword broke into pieces, turned into hundreds of tiny smoke needles, as it shuttled through Melinda's body, the Lady of Pain's internal organs hanging outside, the bones hanging from the internal organs, the twisted and weird limbs, eyes, all cut off. Then, it was crushed. The Lady of Pain finally stopped. Her whole body was like a pool of meat paste, as if she had just been run over by a steamroller. And Melinda was smoking a pipe. The thick smoke obscured the lady's face. It hurts a bit. Although the damage was transferred by using the power of voodoo, the pain was not felt. Even with the healing of the holy light, the pain still exists. But what does this matter? Compared to what I suffered when I was young, this is nothing at all. Although it hurts a little, but the wailing of the Lady of Pain makes Melinda happy. Scream. Scream as much as you want. I have long wanted to hear how you. The Lady of Pain. Will. The legendary Mihajlo, I am very optimistic about you. Melinda hummed an inexplicable ballad softly, and one smoke sword after another turned into a smaller smoke needle, torturing the Lady of Pain bit by bit. Monster! You monster! I curse you! The Lady of Pain wailed. But the corners of Melinda's mouth curled up. Curse me? Are you kidding me? Although I disdain to use the power of curse, I am also very good at it. If you want to use it, please do it quickly. I really want to see the curse you cast on me. When it comes true on you, what a scene it will be. As Melinda said, the smoke swords changed again. In addition to the smoke needles, there was also flame. The smell of burning quickly spread. And the Lady of Pain, who looked like a pool of meat paste, could no longer endure it. After the pile of meat paste squirmed for a while, the small piece of tentacle flew out directly, and was about to escape far away. But the next moment, it was trapped by a lead box. The lead box was wrapped in smoke, and Melinda smiled as she sensed the small piece of tentacle that was darting around in the lead box. Can't you bear just a little flame? Are you really unworthy of the title of Lady of Pain? I have prepared 18 sets of welcome ceremonies for you. It's a pity you can't enjoy it. As she said this, Melinda blew out a thick smoke ring. She walked into the smoke ring and disappeared. About 5 seconds later, Melinda walked out from the shadows on one side. The lady looked at the fragments of the square box, with a thoughtful look on his face. She thought that person would hold back. After all, that person had been planning for so long, and finally tricked the West Berlin Marquis. So, some insurance measures were necessary. But it seemed that the other party might think that the mission was accomplished, and really left. Melinda was a little unconvinced. Raising her hand, the fire in the smoke flickered. The square box fragments were burned to ashes. Not only here, but also possible places around, all were burned by the fire and the smoke. Then, in the corner, the lady found some clues. A finger-sized stone. It was the same material as the sewer pipe. It was placed here, and it was not noticeable at all. However, this stone was a little new. The moss on it was not the same as the surrounding moss. It was obviously put here by someone. Oh! I was discovered. It turns out that the lady's attentiveness is something that men don't have. Miss Caesar? I'm sorry to meet you in this way. I think we can talk about Arthur. The deep and loud voice echoed in the sewer again, but Melinda didn't wait for the voice to finish, and directly smashed the stone with smoke. Melinda would not talk to the old lion. Because Melinda knew the old lion's cunning and courage. Melinda couldn't guarantee that she would not be moved by the price offered by the old lion. So, the lady would not listen at all. The best way to resist temptation is, just stay away from temptation. At the age of 3, this lady knew this truth. Arthur, you will never know what I refuse for you. With these words, Melinda left again. This time, it was a real departure. About 3 minutes later, from the shadows deeper in the sewer, a dog had emerged. Keeley, who looked like a husky, walked with a limp, came to the gravel, then he raised his hind legs. The sound of water gurgling. The dog's urine was slightly yellow. The ground was covered with gravel. The lion was speechless. Arthur said, this was all the behavior of the dog, and it had nothing to do with him. A young, honest and kind medium like him, how could he let his death hound do something that only children would do? Absolutely not. Moreover, compared to this kind of thing, Arthur cared more about Melinda. After all, she was his close partner. That kind of power? Distortion? No. It's not that kind of distortion, but it's very peaceful, as if it's innate, and it's a little harmonious, just like an elder. Hiss. No way. No way. Melinda, you can't be so filial. Arthur suddenly thought of something, and couldn't he help but take a breath in his heart. What is Melinda good at? Smoke? No. That's concealment. Melinda is good at the undead. Perhaps this is also a cover-up. But it does not prevent Arthur from combining the two, the girl who carried her parents to fight. Will she be invincible in the world? Arthur complained wildly in his heart. However, on the surface, he remained calm. In the ears of the young psychic, there were already hurried footsteps. Tonight's events are not over. Or to be more precise, some things have just begun. Arthur is looking forward to this, because that is his biggest gain. Turning around, Arthur looked at the twin sisters of the West Berlin family, who were still in a panic, and smiled involuntarily. His white teeth shone slightly under the candlelight. Just like fangs. Chapter 709, The Words of the Snake. When Georges was 8 years old, his height was taller than that of an adult. As Georges grew up, he not only became taller than an ordinary person, but also looked like a little giant. His strength was even stronger than that of a little giant. However, Georges did not have the blood of a giant. But Georges was an awakener. When he was 8 years old, Georges awakened. As a result, he was discovered by the Marquis of West Berlin. Then he took him by his side and made him his follower. Then, as time passed, Georges' strength was further demonstrated. And after he had made countless contributions, his status changed from a follower to a guard, a knight, and even the current chief guard. As one of the most trusted people of the Marquis of West Berlin, Georges looked anxious at this moment and walked quickly. Tap, 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 as his boots rubbed against the ground of the castle. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin moved forward like a charge. Tonight's plan went smoothly at the beginning. Just as the Marquis had expected, there were still outsiders eyeing the port of Dordet. But afterwards, it was beyond the expectations of the chief guard. Although the foreign enemy was repelled, the Marquis was injured. Moreover, the Marquis returned directly to the core of West Berlin Castle. It was obvious that the Marquis's injury was far beyond imagination. This made the chief guard very worried. Georges was no longer the ignorant blacksmith's son. The chief guard knew very well that once the news of the Marquis's serious injury spread, the reactions of the guys around him would be very different. Inhas territory, Beth territory, and Inner Bay. When he thought of the Inner Bay where the old lion was, the chief guard's heart tightened. As the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin, Georges knew too well the strength and wisdom of the old lion. In the entire Inner Bay, all the members of the so-called Golden Lion family combined were not as scary as the old lion. Simply put, without the old lion, the Golden Lion family might not continue to exist. The West Berlin family is similar in this regard. The West Berlin family also relies on the support of the Marquis. But unlike the old lion who has 3 sons, the Marquis has 4 daughters. Daughters who can get married. As long as someone takes advantage of it, the West Berlin family can be quickly divided. And the Inez family, the Beth family, the Golden Lion family, and even the Nanlos family, etc. They would definitely not mind doing so. However, Georges knew that the Marquis wanted to leave everything to the eldest lady. But now the time is not yet ripe, and this kind of thing has happened. It can be called a complete disaster. Georges was extremely anxious. The captain of the guards walked quickly through the corridor outside the castle hall. The closed door blocked Arthur's view in the hall, and also blocked Jacqueline and Catherine's view. Georges certainly knew that his behavior of ignoring guests was wrong. It was impolite. But with the door blocking the way, there was an excuse. He could just claim that he didn't see it. With an excuse, everything would be easy. After becoming the swordsman of the Marquis of West Berlin, under the Marquis's words and deeds, Georges had already developed a noble behavior. What's more, the captain of the guard was really in no mood to greet Arthur. The captain of the guard needed to confirm the Marquis of West Berlin's situation. The footsteps faded away. Catherine was a little embarrassed. The twins felt very rude. Sorry, Lord Kratos. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Georges would not be in such a hurry. As the elder sister, Jacqueline immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to admit her mistake. In her heart, Jacqueline was thinking quickly. For Georges to be so hurried and disgraceful, something big must have happened. It's my father! Jacqueline's whole body tensed up. In the whole of West Berlin, only her father can make Georges so nervous. The twin sister, at this moment, was filled with panic and surprise. Then, she was completely at a loss. The intelligence system she had was very limited. It wasn't that there were few people. As the high priest of the Church of Pain, Jacqueline could mobilize a lot of people, but these people were all under the surveillance of the Marquis of West Berlin. Especially tonight. The Marquis of West Berlin had laid out a plan. As a result, Jacqueline had no idea what was going on. She could only guess based on the previous battle in the sky. But such a guess had no basis. More importantly, that existence had not contacted her. Could it be both sides would suffer? When she thought of this result, Jacqueline's heart began to beat. But immediately, bitterness appeared on the lady's face. Even if both sides would suffer, what could she do? Unless her father died immediately. Otherwise, any transgression on her part would be a shortcut to her death. As for whether her father would be merciful to her for transgressing? Impossible. Jacqueline knew her father's cruelty. Catherine, who was in tune with Jacqueline, instantly knew what her sister was thinking. Immediately, the lady pursed her lips and sat down next to Arthur. She picked up the roast pork on the table and bit it fiercely. It was obvious that Catherine was venting in this way. She was venting her dissatisfaction with her father. She was venting her dissatisfaction with herself. Especially the latter, which made the lady hate her own incompetence. She knew her father's preference. But she didn't try her best to do anything for herself. But just waited. Why did I do this? In my heart, I still have fantasies. What a naive guy, you deserve to be thrown out by your father as a bargaining chip. Catherine accepted her fate. This lady has already imagined herself being married off by her father in exchange for more benefits, and paving the way for her elder sister. Of course, it is very likely that she will marry with Jacqueline. After all, twins have a bonus, and can be exchanged for more things. I hope it's not an old man. And not a member of the Golden Lion family. That family is all perverts. If it was Kratos, well, compared to those bastards, it's really a good deal. Subconsciously, Catherine looked at Arthur. Sensing her sister's thoughts, Jacqueline looked at her sister helplessly. Getting married? It can't be that easy. Before getting married, they will definitely sign a contract not to reveal family secrets, and the other side is a contract not to violate their husbands. And this is already the best. Compared to the one from the Church of Pain who won, their results were much better. After all, if the Church of Pain had won, with the means used by that person, they would no longer be themselves. Of the two inevitable injuries, they naturally tend to be the lighter one. Maybe this is why we still have naive fantasies about our father? Jacqueline sighed in her heart. Suddenly, knock knock knock. A crisp knocking sound came. It was Arthur. After appreciating the facial expressions of the twins, the young medium asked softly, "My ship, the Orient, is being monitored. Do you two ladies know who that is?" Chapter 710. Faced with Arthur's sudden question, Jacqueline subconsciously began to think. Jacqueline did not think that Arthur was shooting at nothing. But, what does the current situation have to do with the Orient? The twin sister was a little puzzled. But Catherine, as the younger sister, didn't care. She picked up another piece of roast pork, and said while chewing it, "It must be Miller. As the chief hunter of his father, he usually does things for his father that cannot be put on the table. For tasks like monitoring partners. It must be him." Faced with her sister's confession, Jacqueline acted helpless. The telepathy between the twins made Jacqueline understand that her sister had given up completely. And she, It was almost the same. However, Jacqueline still followed her instincts and explained subconsciously. Sir Kratos, please don't think too much. Father just wants to ensure our cooperation. Father had no other thoughts. As he spoke, the twin sister bowed slightly, as an apology, and Arthur smiled and waved his hand. It seemed that he didn't care at all. Then, the young medium began to choose drinks in front of him. After tasting coconut juice, pear juice, orange juice, the young medium picked up apple juice, which he had never chosen before. Just picking it up, the liquid in the cup shook slightly, and the unique taste of apple began to emerge. The young medium took a deep breath and said, when it was hanging on the tree, it must have been the reddest and largest one. And when the young medium took a sip, it seemed to confirm this. It's really delicious. Yeah, it's good. Catherine on the side also picked up a glass of apple juice and gulped it down. This twin sister, after completely letting herself go, had already disregarded her image at this moment. Compared to the death of restraint, she would rather die more freely. Even if this freedom is only a little better than before, Catherine also feels happy. However, Jacqueline is different. The twin sister always feels that Arthur's words have something to say, but no matter how she thinks, she can't figure out what the meaning is. When her sister handed the apple juice to her and asked her to taste it, the lady subconsciously took a sip. The sweet juice bloomed on the taste buds, making the lady's muddled brain clear at this moment. In just a moment, the lady suddenly grasped the key point. Arthur knew someone was monitoring the Orient, but he was still so calm, which showed that Arthur already knew who was monitoring the Orient. And when Catherine said Miller's name, Arthur was not surprised at all, which further proved this point. Knowing that it was Miller, Arthur is still asking knowingly, are you reminding me that the key to breaking the deadlock is Miller? But my father is the most important. Wait! What if both sides are really hurt? My father has no time to take care of West Berlin. That existence is also unable to control everything. West Berlin has become defenseless. What a mouth-watering piece of fat. But because of the contract, Arthur cannot get his hands on these. How disappointing. So, he is unwilling, and must want to find other ways. For example, start with me and Catherine. Jacqueline's thoughts were seamlessly connected to Catherine's heart. Catherine, who was enjoying the food, looked up at Arthur in astonishment. You are not going to marry me and my sister. Are you? Even if you marry me and my sister, West Berlin will not be yours. On the contrary, you will have to pay a huge price. You may even become a long-term laborer for your father, without salary. After letting herself go, Catherine once again showed her outspokenness. Pa! Jacqueline on the side covered her face directly. But Arthur was smiling. The person I love is Melinda. No extra words. But this straightforward statement made Catherine's mouth flatten. Arthur, you are not going to tell me that. Before you met Melinda, you always thought you would die alone, and only after you met Melinda did you learn to love. Then, the whole world is full of light. Right? This is too old-fashioned. The twin sister obviously didn't believe it. Arthur continued to laugh. His voice still crisp and clear. I'm allergic to women. Except Melinda. Catherine blinked her emerald green eyes. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Jacqueline beside her was also a little stunned. Obviously, this reason was too unexpected. But precisely because it was unexpected, this reason had to be believed. There was a sense of convincingness that was obviously strange. But it should be true. No way. Catherine muttered to herself. It's true. I feel sick and even want to vomit when I touch any lady. Even if you sit a little closer to me now. Catherine, I feel uncomfortable. Like his twin sister, Arthur also omitted his last name. And Catherine became eager to try. The twin sister wanted to see if Arthur would vomit if she touched him. Of course, just when the twin sister was ready to try, Jacqueline, who had telepathy with her sister, spoke out to stop her. Stop, Catherine. Jacqueline's serious tone made Catherine stop. The twin sister was not afraid of her sister. But she really respected her. Because she knew very well that if it weren't for her sister, she would have died long ago. So, after being stopped by her sister, even though she was reluctant in her heart, the twin sister immediately stood beside her sister after seeing her sister bowing to Arthur very formally. It was also a formal bow. Although, she didn't know why she did it. But following her sister, it was okay. Catherine thought so simply. Catherine, I'll leave this place to you for the time being. I need to leave for a while. Confirm something, Jacqueline said seriously. Catherine didn't ask why, but nodded immediately. Huh? Jacqueline took a deep breath, looked at her sister again, and turned away. She needs to find a partner. A partner that belongs to her. Arthur Kratos is not the partner she expects, because, due to the contract with her father, this lord cannot provide her with any help. Even a few words need to be carefully hinted. However, this lord has pointed out the way for her. Melinda Julius Caesar. This lady will be her partner. As for where to find this lady, Lord Kratos even quietly informed her. Vostok. This lady is now on the Vostok. And she? Now she is going to discuss the future of West Berlin with this lady. Naturally, a contract must be signed. Just like her father and Lord Kratos. However, unlike her father, she is willing to give more benefits. Chapter 711. Jacqueline left the castle of the West Berlin family. Catherine immediately lay half-lying on the cushion beside her without any image. The cushion was filled with sponge and goose feathers. Placing it on the wide sofa chair, with the original curvature of the sofa chair, it immediately made people feel comfortable and supported. Never doubt the enjoyment of the nobles. After mastering power and money, the happiness of the nobles is always unimaginable to the common people. Just like this cushion, even if Arthur is rich, I won't buy it either. Instead of leaning here, it's better to change it to gold and let him have a taste. Of course, just because I can't bear to buy it doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. So, Catherine was surprised to find that Arthur lay directly on the sofa chair. He even took off his shoes. Immediately, the twin sister was stunned. Originally, Catherine was ready to be lectured by Arthur. She hated those useless etiquettes, but when others saw her insolence, she always couldn't help saying things like, as the daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, "You should do this and that." She obeyed, but she became even more annoyed. So, after completely letting herself go, the twin sister decided not to listen to those nonsense anymore. Moreover, she also prepared how to respond. Just looking at Arthur's appearance, the twin sister's words came to her lips, but she couldn't spit them out. After mumbling silently for a few times finally, it became, "Arthur, I like this unrestrained and relaxed feeling, but are we a little too relaxed?" Arthur, who was lying there, bent his right leg, put his left leg on his right knee, and began to shake it very rhythmically, while responding with his mouth. "It's okay, I'm not running naked. Catherine." But just a dozen seconds later, Catherine also took off her shoes, and began to shake her legs like Arthur. The inexplicable feeling of comfort, and the rebellious feeling that violated the usual education, the twin sister's cheeks flushed with excitement. Unconsciously, the twin sister looked at Arthur. She was very curious. What kind of person is Arthur Kratos? Catherine unconsciously recalled everything about Arthur. First, her father. Facing Arthur, her arrogant and cruel father chose to cooperate cautiously. Second, it was Del Pork. She didn't take Del Pork seriously on weekdays, but Del Pork in that state, she felt extremely frightened. But even such a frightening Del Pork, when facing Arthur, became as humble as a maggot and dared not stand up straight. And that person, although I don't know what happened, but under that kind of hint, that person is probably finished. So powerful. At such a young age. He has such a strong strength. Which really makes me ashamed. And that casual attitude. I envy him so much. Catherine's emerald green eyes showed a strange light. However, when Arthur looked up, the twin sister immediately retracted her gaze. Then, she asked casually, "What's wrong? Not enough roast pork? Well, give me 5 more roast pork. Remember to pair it with cumin and chili sauce. And some sour plum sauce. And by the way, find me some lead." Arthur nodded. "Lead? Okay. I'll be right there." Catherine was puzzled by Arthur's request. But the twin sister didn't think much about it. She did not stand up, but just rang the bell on the dining table. When the West Berlin family's butler walked in, he felt as if the sky had fallen. What did he see? The little daughter of the Marquis lay there shaking her legs without any manners. What was the difference between her and the children of the country villagers? Moreover, why was the Marquis's guest like this? What happened? The butler wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing, as if he had suffered a great defeat in his life. After listening to Catherine's instructions, I left the hall directly. Bang! The door closed. At the moment the door closed, Catherine turned over and sat up, patting her legs and laughing. Arthur! Arthur! Did you see his expression? It's just like constipation. You don't know. After this guy found out that his father's favorite heir was the eldest sister, he kept scolding me, teaching me how to not lose the dignity of the West Berlin family. and reminding me from time to time what to do after getting married. Although what he said was true, I still feel unhappy. After saying this, Catherine half leaned back in the chair again. However, this time she did not lean in the middle of the chair, but leaned towards the side where Arthur was. This was a subconscious behavior, and Catherine herself did not notice it. Arthur noticed it, but Arthur did not care. Instead he asked, "Believe me, he will get used to this expression in the future. By the way, can you tell me about your elder sister? I'm really curious." Of course. Catherine did not refuse, and began to talk about her elder sister. Just as the twin sister began to talk, the twin sister who had already taken action sensed her sister's happiness through telepathy, but couldn't help sighing, "Don't get caught up." Warning her sister in her heart, Jacqueline couldn't help but recall the strength shown by Arthur. This kind of power is really attractive. It is like a candle in the dark, attracting countless moths. The twin sister walked faster. She hoped that the night wind would calm her down. But it was useless. When you need to know clearly that your reason tells you to avoid it, your reason has already gone offline. However, Jacqueline didn't know this. As the twin sister, Jacqueline thought she did a good job. Not only did she return to normal quickly, still able to command normally. "I'm sorry I'm late. I was deceived by the traitors in the church, and was transferred away from the port of Dordet. Now I'm back. It's time for us to take revenge." Wearing a veil, Jacqueline moved towards the east, while summoning the members of the Church of Pain. Although they were attacked by the Inland River cult, and many middle and high-level officials were killed by her father, the Church of Pain, which had been operating in West Berlin for many years, there are still people. And there are quite a few people left. It's just that they lost their leader before, and these believers were completely at a loss. But with Jacqueline's appearance as the high priest, immediately, the situation reversed. "Yes, sir. We must make them suffer." One after another, the believers of the Pain Church seemed to be greatly encouraged, and rushed madly to the believers of the Inland River God cult. The remaining high-level members of the church followed the high priest silently, and came to the dock. This is the beginning of the incident. Naturally, everything must end here. The remaining high-level members of the Pain Church thought so. Jacqueline's eyes turned to the white passenger ship on the river. Chapter 712. Orient, Top Cabin Terrace. Melinda sat in Arthur's chair, holding a cup of orange tea with double honey. She took a sip, and when the sweet and sour taste began to spread on her tongue, the lady looked at the lead box on the table. This was the one prepared by the Marquis of West Berlin. After the Marquis of West Berlin left in a panic, it became an ownerless thing, and she used it. The lead box can hold the Lady of Pain. She was a little surprised. However, she was even more surprised by Arthur's arrangement. How did you, a bad guy, know that the Marquis of West Berlin would fail? Or, this was all your arrangement? Melinda thought to herself, and raised her head slightly to look at the moon in the night sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the lady's face, and immediately, the lady's fair skin began to reflect light, that beautiful, delicate face, filled with a sense of holiness that was not usually there. The short golden hair even had a faint glow, not reflection, but natural glow. A hint of helplessness appeared in the lady's azure eyes. Although she used the characteristics of blood and the power of the dead to balance the opposite forces, the power of the holy light was still beyond her expectations. Domineering, but full of vitality. A bit like Arthur. Yeah, really like that bad guy, like a light shining into my life. No! Given the bad guy's character, he should have woven a web, waiting for me to jump in. Just like this time. Melinda had obviously determined that all this was Arthur's plan. Then, the lady continued to think. Since this is your plan, what is it for? To threaten the old lion? Although the two sides have cooperated, but with the cold-bloodedness of the old lion, how could he care about the life and death of a loser? Or, you also want to peek into the secrets of the Lady of Pain? But as a climber, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Right? If you keep going, it's only a matter of time before you become a demigod. After that, ignite the divine fire, condense the divine nature, sit on the clouds, build the kingdom of God. For such things, the Lady of Pain can't help you either. After all, she hasn't reached that level at all. The lady looked at the lead box again. Her azure eyes were full of doubts. The Lady of Pain, and it was certainly not her reward. It was her effort in exchange for reward. But because of this, the lady became more and more confused. You know, Arthur used part of the revenue from the port of Dordet to cooperate with her. Although the Lady of Pain is very famous, but in fact, the opponent is not in his perfect form. It's really not good enough. The feeling that the opponent fell down before I even exerted any strength made the lady couldn't help but think. Is Arthur trying to show me this way? Impossible. Even if this guy favors me, he won't let himself suffer. Then he... Just as the lady was thinking hard, a line of sight at the dock made the lady turn her head and look. The lady saw Jacqueline in a long robe and a veil. For Melinda, who still had some of the holy light left, at night, the veil could not block her sight. So, Melinda confirmed Jacqueline's identity immediately. In the Countess's study. There is a portrait of Jacqueline, which Melinda has seen. Of course, Arthur told more. It was at this moment that Melinda narrowed her blue eyes slightly, as if she had found a thread in a tangled mess. And as Jacqueline bowed slightly, everything became clear. So that's how it is. You bad guy, you have such a big plan. But I like it. The joy in her heart made Melinda's mouth curl up. Then he raised his hand to signal Nanlo's Lady of the Long Night to invite the high priest of the Church of Pain to board the ship. Archisto, who was being chased by the Church of Pain, saw this scene and immediately collapsed to his knees. As the high priest of the inner river god cult, Archisto had fantasized about reaching the pinnacle of life 2 hours ago, gaining countless praises and real wealth, and obtaining a real territory in the inner bay, create your own family, and be praised by future generations day and night. At the beginning, it was indeed like this. When Delport beat the Church of Pain and dared not show his head, and floated in the night sky like a god, teasing the Marquis of West Berlin again and again, Archisto felt that he was about to succeed. Although he was a little jealous of Delport. What did it matter? The other party was the confidant of the big man. And he? He is just a subordinate. The other party eats meat, and he just drinks soup. What's more, he has not become a discarded child of the Riptide team. What else is he dissatisfied with? Akisto comforted himself like this, while looking at Delport floating in the night sky. But it was only a moment. Everything changed. When the giant white bird flew across the night sky, the fierce, cunning and arrogant Delport begged for mercy like a little girl who was about to cry. Then, it was shattered. And with this shattering, everything changed. Without Delpok, the members of the River Squad and the Inland River Church all fell into panic. On the contrary, the appearance of the High Priest of the Pain Church helped the Pain Church get rid of the panic and boosted their morale. The previous moment, the Inland River Church was advancing triumphantly. At this moment, it had already been losing ground. Especially those high-level officials lurking in the port of Dordet. Countless people died in the battle. Even Archisto was left with only the priest Tolan. My lord, we have arrived at the dock. We need to find a ship to leave the port of Dordet. As long as we leave the port of Dordet, we can make a comeback. The priest Tolan comforted Archisto. In Tolan's opinion, Archisto just couldn't accept such a result for the time being, and he could cheer up again with a little adjustment. Who hasn't failed before? Isn't it? But, to Tolan's surprise, after hearing his comforting words, the high priest of the Inland River god cult immediately became hysterical. It's gone! It's gone! My status, my wealth, everything I have is gone. I almost got it. The roar scares Tolan. Then, the priest goes to help Archisto. Sir, you? Don't call me sir, I am not your lord. How can a commoner like you have the chance to call me lord? Yes. Not only are you not qualified. Moreover, the loss of the organization this time is also caused by you. I just believe the slander. I am not at fault. Your lord will surely forgive me. Akisto pushed Tolan away. Looking at Tolan, who looked puzzled, Akisto's face showed a malicious smile. How do you think the Inland River cult appeared? Of course, it was established by a big shot. Could it be? Do you think it is the so-called grace of God? Don't be kidding. Every word he said made Tolan stagger back as if struck by lightning. Impossible. You said you wanted everyone to live a good life relying on the Inland River, and get rid of that unfairness. Ha ha ha. Of course I lied to you. I was sent by the adults, and the gods in your eyes are also toys. If you have the ability, you can make that god of the Inland River appear? You fool. Seeing Tolan's disbelief and shaking body, Archisto's lost heart suddenly felt extremely satisfied, and his words became more vicious. At this moment, Archisto's face was distorted. Just when Archisto was about to satisfy himself a little more, ripples appeared in the void behind him, and a long sword pierced straight out. Puff! Chapter 713. The long sword pierced through his chest. Archisto's voice was stuck in his throat. The high priest of the river god cult widened his eyes, and lowered his head to look at the bloody long sword. "No! Lord Hamlet, no! It's not like that," Archisto murmured. But the result will not change. The ripples behind him surged again, and the long sword was about to be retracted. Archisto grabbed the blade. "Lord Hamlet, this is not my fault. This is all Toland's fault. I just believe the slander of the villain." Archisto tried his best to explain. But the long sword did not stagnate at all. The blade shook slightly. The next moment, the fingers and the palm flew into the air. And a huge gash was opened in Archisto's chest. Poof! Blood spurted. He knelt on the ground. "Lord Hamlet, you promised me, you promised me." Archisto, who was kneeling there, raised his voice from low to high. Then it stopped abruptly. The long sword swept across the neck of the high priest of the Inner River cult. After the head flew high, it fell heavily to the ground. His eyes, which had never closed until his death, stared straight at the Inner River. The water was rippling, and the waves were roaring. Standing on the deck of his secret ship, Grace Hamlet shook the blade. Immediately, the blood on the blade fell onto the Inner River. The scarlet quickly faded, finally disappeared. The eldest son of the old lion slowly put away his sword, without even looking at the port of Dordet. For the eldest son of the old lion, Archisto's death was already determined. Especially after the death of Delpork, who he had devoted so much effort to cultivate. What reason did Archistos have to not die as an abandoned child? Die! Die! Only if Archistos died, would the eldest son of the old lion feel better. At least, this would make him believe that it was Archistos who caused his layout to go wrong, rather than his own miscalculation causing the mistake. "It's not me who is wrong, it's Archistos," Grace Hamlet told himself. Then, the eldest son of the old lion looked at the white passenger ship on the surface of the inland river. "Arthur Kratos, you won this round. But it's only this round. Afterwards, when your Orient passes through Inez territory and Beth territory, I will welcome you in a more warm way. Of course, if you can reach the Inner Bay, then I will give you a chance to really face me." With a proud declaration full of aristocratic style, the eldest son of the old lion turned and walked into the cabin. The golden cloak then fluttered in the night. The arcane ship disappeared on the river. It was as if it had never appeared. Only on the dock, the head with wide eyes silently told everything. Toland stood there blankly, with no focus in his eyes. The faith of this river god cult priest collapsed. Archistos' words, Archistos' experiences, all of them were destroying the once indestructible faith bit by bit. And as the faith was destroyed, the heart of this priest was also dying. It would take long before this priest would become a soulless body, living like a walking corpse. However, this priest was lucky, because the eyes of the Nanlos medium were watching this lucky man. "Good evening, Mr. Toland." In the pleasant voice, Grindelwald, pale but calm, walked out from the shadows, dressed in a formal suit and holding a crown-shaped cane. Grindelwald looked as relaxed as if he had just attended a salon. Toland heard such a greeting. However, at this moment, the priest of the Inner River god cult did not react at all. In this regard, Grindelwald did not mind, but smiled slightly. People with fragile hearts is worthy of respect, because they are good people most of the time. But good people trust others too easily, Grindelwald said softly. This time, Toland responded. The young priest looked at the white-haired Grindelwald. "Do you think what this guy said is true?" Grindelwald pointed to the corpse on the ground. "I don't know." The young priest subconsciously wanted to admit that what Archistos said was true, after all. The corpse was right in front of him. Could anything be more real than this? But his long-standing belief made him unwilling to believe it, even though he knew in his heart that it might be false. Faith makes people reborn. Faith makes people firm. Faith makes people happy. All the positive guidance makes faith extremely terrifying. It makes people blind and unreasonable. Grindelwald does not need such people. He needs followers. But his followers cannot break the rules. "Let's go. Gather all the followers of the Inner River God you can gather. I will show you the most real side." As he said, Grindelwald walked away. In the gentleman's mouth, he chanted softly, "God has a shape, like a snake, extremely long and thick. God's breath, venomous. God's command, snakes obey." Under the night, the chanting was long and leisurely. And Toland trembled all over. The young priest finally thought of the rumor not long ago. The lord of the inland river god, the southern low psychic Arthur, Kratos! Could it be? Could it be? A trembling feeling like electricity appeared all over his body. Before, even half an hour ago, the young priest would not admit this rumor. But now, the young priest hoped from the bottom of his heart that this rumor was true. And the young priest had already started praying. Everything changes. Delicious food will rot over time. Sweet air will emit a foul smell as the rain continues. Absolutely disagree in the last moment. Full support in the next moment. In just a moment, everything was reversed. Because the medium was the one who manipulated all this. It was the Nanlos medium who made the impossible possible. Vostok, the top cabin, the terrace. Melinda watched Grindelwald leave with Toland, the lady's mouth curled up, turning her head. She looked at Jacqueline, who was worried. Can the Church of Pain be allowed to leave temporarily? Melinda asked. Of course. Jacqueline nodded, and then she used the message stone to give the order. When she decided to come to the Orient, Jacqueline was ready to cooperate. For a request like this, Jacqueline would never refuse. But Melinda's next words still made Jacqueline stunned. Jacqueline, are you willing to be my adopted sister? Melinda asked softly. Her blue eyes were full of attractive brilliance. Even though Jacqueline was born into a noble family, she did not react immediately. After more than 10 seconds, the twin sister suddenly came to her senses. Then, her eyes lit up. Chapter 714. Why come to the Orient? Looking for cooperation. To cooperate, save yourself. Or rather, struggle. Jacqueline knew the purpose of coming to the Orient, so the twin sister put her attitude to the lowest level. Not only was she prepared to cooperate with Melinda as much as possible, but she was also prepared to give up everything. However, Jacqueline never thought that Melinda would use such a method. It turned out that she and Catherine's desperate situation was solved in such a formal way. If she became Melinda's adopted sister, then she and Catherine could seek Melinda's protection, and Melinda could also openly intervene in some affairs of West Berlin, unless her father expelled her and Catherine. And this, isn't it what she wants? However, there are also great risks in doing so. First of all, consider her father's attitude. Without sufficient strength, if you do this, it's simply courting death. Well, with Lord Kratos here, there's no doubt about that. Right? The second thing is manpower. No matter how powerful Lord Kratos is, he's still just one person. Even if Lord Kratos can destroy the entire Dorted port, Lord Kratos can't manage the Dorted port at all. As if she saw what Jacqueline was thinking. Melinda picked up the orange tea and lit the pipe with the flame. As the fire flickered on the river, not far from the Orient, ships appeared one after another. That was the escort fleet agreed upon by Melinda and Arthur. Looking at the fully armed members on these ships, Jacqueline breathed a sigh of relief. But there is a third point. Her biological sister. The eldest sister who was regarded as the true heir by her father, Ekaterina Otto von Seiberling. Melinda smiled. Do you believe Arthur? Of course I believe it. I completely believe in Lord Kratos. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Jacqueline said with great certainty. After that, the twin sister froze in her place. Since she chose to believe in Arthur, what is she hesitating about now? What is she worried about now? Instantly, Jacqueline figured it out. Sister. Without any hesitation, the twin sister immediately picked up a corner of her robe with one hand, the whole person bent down. Melinda stood there, accepting such etiquette. If it were to follow the aristocratic process, it would be extremely complicated, even 6 months in advance, and 5 to 20 banquets, salons, etc. would be held. Fortunately, neither Melinda nor Jacqueline needed such red tape. Melinda didn't have the energy for it. Jacqueline wanted to leave West Berlin as soon as possible. When Jacqueline straightened up, Melinda had signaled the older twin sister to follow. A small boat was docked under the Orient. Old John was the boatman. Melinda stood at the bow, and Jacqueline was one step behind to show respect to her sister. Behind the small boat, the 20 ships of the escort fleet followed. Under the night, a moment later, this special fleet docked at the dock. The dock had already been quiet at this moment, but the smell of blood and gunpowder filled the air from time to time. There were some flashes of fire. Melinda walked towards a ruin. When she was about 2 meters away from the ruin, the lady stopped, and her blue eyes looked at a shadow. Miller, who was discovered, walked out helplessly. The hunting chief of the West Berlin Marquis was a slender, middle-aged man with an ordinary face. He wore a black hunting suit with gray stripes, and 2 black daggers on his chest. There was a crossbow tied to his left arm, and his seemingly empty right hand was quietly pulling several unnoticed silk threads. There was no doubt that this hunter, who was very good at hiding himself, had set up extremely dangerous traps around him. This was also the reason why Melinda stopped. Those traps were clearly revealed under the residual power of the holy light. The residual voodoo power made Melinda clearly feel the vigilance of the West Berlin Marquis hunter in front of her. Beware, and a hint of malice. Although that hint of malice was fleeting, but Melinda caught it. In this regard, the lady certainly knew why. It was nothing more than the current Dordet port. Obviously, the chief hunter of the West Berlin Marquis attributed everything that happened tonight to her and Arthur, the outsiders. Melinda did not explain too much. There was no need. It was impossible. Except Arthur, who could let her explain. The lady just looked at the West Berlin Marquis hunter chief in front of her calmly, and said in a tone without any fluctuation, "Two guests on the Orient disappeared in the port of Dordet." The voice fell. The 200 private soldiers behind him. No. The members of the escort team passed the West Berlin Marquis hunter chief and rushed straight into the port of Dordet. Miller watched these wolf-like enemies with his own eyes. But the West Berlin Marquis hunter chief did not dare to act rashly, because Melinda was standing in front of him. This lady just stood there, and Miller felt a sense of danger of suffocation. And his spirituality told him to get away quickly. But as a loyalty to the Marquis of West Berlin, the hunter gritted his teeth, stood in place, and the fingers of his right hand began to tremble slightly. "Are you sure?" Melinda asked. The voice was still flat. "Loyalty," the hunter of the Marquis of West Berlin shouted, with a fierce wave of his right hand. 14 transparent threads were about to cover Melinda. However, it did not work at all. The threads cut Melinda's body. But at the moment of being cut, Melinda turned into smoke and passed through the threads. When Melinda turned into smoke, the invisible aura was immediately filled with pressure. "Climbers!" the hunter leader of the Marquis of West Berlin exclaimed, borrowing the inheritance left by her parents. Melinda, who temporarily realized the strength of the climbers, naturally would not explain anything to the other party. The lady just had a thought. Bang! The fist made of smoke hit the face of the West Berlin hunter. Suddenly, the West Berlin hunter fell into a coma. Jacqueline, who was standing by, saw that Miller was just unconscious, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although she couldn't wait to escape from West Berlin, the older sister of the twins still hoped that her future life would be safer. So, unnecessary killing, it is necessary. "Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person." Melinda said so. Old John's mouth twitched after hearing this. The old pirate wanted to ask Melinda, if she was not a bloodthirsty person, then how did she get the name of Lady of the Long Night? However, the old pirate didn't dare to ask at this moment. The climber. Lady of the Long Night turned out to be the climber. Who could have thought of this? Melinda glanced at old John from the corner of her eye, very satisfied with the effect of her knocking. Then, the lady looked in the direction of the port of Dordet, and felt infinite emotion in her heart, and then, she felt unprecedented excitement. "Is this your plan? You are such a bad guy. Come on, let me give you a hand." With a smile in her heart, the thick smoke rings in Melinda's mouth spewed out again. The next moment, the thick smoke turned into mist. Then, the mist surged. In another moment, the thousands of undead souls became looming. Chapter 715. Arthur followed Catherine in the West Berlin castle. Compared to the proud explanation given by the West Berlin Marquis, Catherine complained more about the various rules in the castle. "Arthur, do you know? You can't run or jump in the castle, you can't make loud noises, and you are not allowed to walk side by side. When multiple people appear, everyone must line up according to their rank and status. It feels terrible, just like a group of animals tied together." The younger twin sister, who was walking side by side with Arthur, said indignantly. "Did you obey?" Arthur asked with a smile. "Yes." Catherine raised her head and answered confidently. "Yes, of course." Most of them did not obey. It was obvious that in front of the West Berlin Marquis, the younger twin sister followed the rules. As for not being seen, that naturally did not count as a mistake. "So, the old housekeeper should have often reported you," Arthur said with great confidence. Catherine's gloating just now is enough to explain everything. Not only the old housekeeper, but also those gossipy maids, they don't know at all that this kind of gossip will only make them lose the qualification for promotion. No one will like this kind of gossip unless they have such a mission, especially my eldest sister, who handles these things with ease. Speaking of his eldest sister, Catherine frowned subconsciously. There was a solemnity in the twin sister's emerald green eyes. She has brought you a lot of pressure. Arthur sighed in cooperation. Through Catherine's words, the young medium has roughly outlined the basic information of the eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin. She is not spoiled, nor does she use power arbitrarily, but in an obscure way, to accomplish what she needs. In short, this lady has lived up to the expectations of the Marquis of West Berlin. Or to put it another way, it was because he saw the noble qualities in his eldest daughter that the Marquis of West Berlin made a desperate move. Well, my eldest sister is terrible. She didn't speak, just stood there, and just looked at me, which made me feel palpitating. The last time she spoke was 4 months ago. I saw her in the castle garden. She took the initiative to say good morning to me, and then walked away slowly. That look was like a queen inspecting her territory. And me? Like an insignificant court jester. When Catherine said this, her brows furrowed even more tightly. Obviously, the younger twin sister did not like this feeling. However, the subtle expression told Arthur that Catherine just did not like this feeling, but she did not think of resisting, let alone more intense behavior. At most, she would escape. Although the feeling of escaping was shameful, it was really useful, which was fully demonstrated in the twins. Being manipulated by my father. I am like a puppet, and I just want to escape. When I see my eldest sister, I don't know how to resist, but I just subconsciously dislike her. My Lord Marquis, I really look at you differently. Arthur sighed in his heart. Undoubtedly, this scene in front of him is not the innate character of the twins, but is deliberately cultivated by the Marquis of West Berlin. The preference for the eldest daughter makes it impossible for the Marquis to cause any trouble to the eldest daughter. This Marquis only left a pair of useful tools for his eldest daughter. Arthur watched Catherine getting more and more nervous the closer she got to her destination, and he became more and more certain in his heart. At this moment, Catherine was no longer as lively as before, but was only cautious and careful. Even when they reached the room at the end of the corridor, the younger twin sister didn't even dare to breathe, but stood in front of the door for a while, and then dared to raise her hand and knock gently on the door. Dong, knock. Knock. Sister? A soft knock on the door, a soft call, like the sound of a kitten. There was no response from inside the door. Although the sound was slight, it was enough for the people inside to hear. Catherine was sure of this. Arthur was even more sure. In his spirituality, there was no one behind the door in front of him. And this should not be. Therefore, Arthur did not hesitate and pushed the door open. The padlock behind the door was taken off by the hand of nothingness. The double doors were opened at once. Wait. Catherine was startled and spoke subconsciously, but the next moment, the twin sister was stunned. The empty room in front of her, no one. There were only books and weapon racks. This was a large study room of 500 square meters. There was no carpet on the floor. It was the original stone floor of the castle. There was no more decoration. There were only bookshelves and weapon racks. The bookshelf and weapon rack start from the entrance, divided into left and right, placed along the wall, and then meet behind the chair facing the door. The chair is made of metal, with a high back, armrests, and covered with white bear skin. The wide chair can fully unfold the white bear skin, and the bear head is facing the direction of the entrance. What scared Catherine was, of course, not the bear skin. It was the weapon rack, the empty weapon rack. Arthur glanced over. 300 weapons were left empty. As for where they went, where could the weapons go? Of course, they were equipped to people. Smart lady, Arthur commented. Question: how to hide a leaf? Answer: put the leaf in the forest. Obviously, the eldest daughter of the West Berlin Marquis knew this truth, so she put the weapons openly under everyone's noses and used exaggerated books as a cover. As for people, those informers, after being recruited by your eldest sister, have they rarely appeared in public? Or disappeared? Arthur's sudden question woke Catherine up. The twin sister nodded. Yes, they. Catherine said it completely subconsciously. But after the words came out, the twin sister suddenly looked at Arthur, her eyes full of disbelief. Impossible? How could my sister hide so many people? Arthur did not answer, but pointed to the empty weapons rack on one side of the wall. The empty weapons rack told Catherine the answer. Weapons can be hidden under the nose. People? It is easier to hide. The port of Dordet is very large. Isn't it normal for a company that focuses on transportation and security to appear? Arthur walked towards the high-back metal chair. A breeze appeared. Thin. Cool? Arthur fumbled on the chair. Soon, under the armrest covered with white bear skin. The young medium found a bulge. He pressed it lightly. Click! The metal chair moved away as the spring turned. A secret passage appeared in front of Arthur. The night wind was still pouring in from the entrance of the passage. Along with the night wind, there was a high-pitched female voice. The port of Dordet is burning. The cultists are wreaking havoc. The foreign enemies are plundering brazenly. Who is willing to charge with me? Chapter 716. Outside the ancient castle of West Berlin, outside the winding moat, in an open space, Ekaterina Otto von West Berlin took off her long dress, put on the blue military uniform representing the West Berlin family. Her hand grasped the hilt of the long sword at her waist. Her emerald green eyes looked at the 300 people in front of her. This is all the people she can summon. They are also people who are absolutely loyal to her. Weapons, armor have been issued. The warhorse was also ready. The huge rock behind him was not closed, and the night wind poured into it, creating a whistle. The sound was like an eagle's cry. Ekaterina liked this sound. The eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, without any hesitation, stood on a rock nearby and shouted loudly. The port of Dordet is burning. The cultists are rampaging. The foreign enemies are plundering brazenly. Who is willing to charge with me? As soon as the words fell, the 3 maids of the lady stood up. Like the lady, these 3 maids also changed their long skirts and put on military uniforms. Not only were they heroic, they also had murderous aura. That was the aura of someone who had really killed someone. Where did such murderous aura come from? It was naturally from those who were unqualified. Those who were unqualified were all eliminated. And those who were qualified all stood here. Therefore, there was not a single voice of opposition in the team of 300 people. They all took a step forward. Step! The sound was uniform. The long swords and muskets on their waists shook, and the horses beside them neighed softly. The killing was solemn and concentrated. Ekaterina looked at this scene with satisfaction. Her secret technique, iron blood killing, began to boil at this time. She knew that the real battlefield was the place where iron blood killing could go a step further. She also knew that she needed to go through such a tempering to be worthy of her bloodline. She wanted to prove herself. Huh? The lady took a deep breath and walked towards the warhorse. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. They were waiting for the lady's order to set off. But what they waited for was an unexpected sound. Duh. Ta. The former sounded slightly crisp, while the latter sounded more steady. Everyone who heard such a sound would imagine a man holding a cane, walking forward. However, the sound came from the secret passage behind. Ekaterina turned around immediately. The 3 ladies drew their swords. The remaining 300 people also stared at the secret passage. Under so many eyes, the air seemed to freeze. But the figure was not affected at all, still moving forward slowly, and the sound became clearer and clearer. So clear that it seemed like heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. Duh, duh, duh. Ta, ta, ta. Ta, ta, ta. One after another, each step was on the heartbeat of everyone. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes were attracted by this figure. They saw the young face, the long eyebrows, the straight nose, and the dark pupils that were deep but bright. Contradictory, but extremely attractive. The appearance was not handsome, but inexplicably moving. It seemed that a high-dimensional creature showed the beauty of life, which made people gather unconsciously and want to worship unconsciously. It was also like a real king descending on the earth. It makes people unconsciously trust, respect, and follow. Arthur temporarily took off Carmen's concealment, not only fully showing the physique and spirituality that belonged to the climber, but also opening up the characteristics of Lionheart. He needs a more peaceful stage. And what is more suitable than the climber, who attracts ordinary people with higher life characteristics? Of course, it is, with Lionheart, that unique charm from the Golden Lion family, under the aura of the step climber, has already achieved the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The 300-man team looked at Arthur in amazement. In a trance, they seemed to see a knight, a lord, or even a king. Because of the different strengths of will, they saw different things. But no matter what, they always felt that it was impolite to sit on the horse. Unconsciously, the weakest among the 300 people dismounted. Like dominoes, some people dismounted, affecting others. People follow the crowd. These 300 people were no exception. After finding their companions dismounted, they also dismounted. Ekaterina's 3 personal maids did not stop them, because When Arthur appeared, the three of them were stunned. Even Ekaterina herself was in a brief trance. For a moment, the murderous aura disappeared. All that was left was the gentle night breeze and the soft greeting. "Good evening, Miss Cyberlin. I am Arthur Kratos, an ally of the Marquis of Cyberlin." With a contract as proof, Arthur greeted and introduced himself. At the same time, he raised his hand to show the contract light that only those with spirituality could see. This light greatly relieved Ekaterina's three maids, who had originally resisted. It became nothing, and only a bow was left. Ekaterina was still alert. The lady had already discovered something was wrong, but she could not stop Arthur from speaking. "According to the contract, I will help your father eliminate the hidden dangers in West Berlin. The Church of Pain has been expelled. The main culprit of the Inland River Church, who was deceived, was brought to justice. As for the person behind all the trouble, my fiancé is leading people to search for the other party's whereabouts. I believe there will be a result soon," Arthur explained softly. Immediately, the solemn team of 300 people looked at each other. They all saw the surprise in each other's eyes, and the smiles on their lips. Of course they knew the danger of this trip. Death can come at any time. And now, death will not appear. That is naturally great. At the last moment, the momentum of 300 people was disintegrated. Then, at this moment, the fighting spirit of 300 people was disintegrated. Ekaterina noticed the change of her subordinates. The lady's eyes narrowed immediately. "Really? I doubt whether your fiancé can command this kind of action well." As soon as the words fell, the lady's body was filled with murderous aura. Blood fighting? It was obvious that the lady would not give up so easily. Although Arthur, who appeared unexpectedly, took the initiative, the lady still chose to use her own strength to turn the situation around. She, of course, could sense the difference in strength between herself and Arthur. However, strength is not just one's own. There are also potions and props. These can make up for it. The gray murderous aura descended, and the lady waited for Arthur to make a move. As long as Arthur made a move, the lady was sure to arouse the fighting spirit of her subordinates again. She, Ekaterina Otto von Cyberling, would never lose. Arthur looked at the gray murderous aura, looked at the warriors faintly emerging from the murderous aura, looked at the lady, and there was only a calm notice in his eyes. Maybe you are talented, ambitious, know how to use power. In the future, you may be able to completely control West Berlin. Even, you could expand the territory of West Berlin. But that is the future. You now? Please cooperate with me. Ekaterina sensed the meaning in Arthur's eyes, and the lady frowned immediately. But, before the lady could react, the next moment, thousands of dead souls whistled over. Chapter 717, Alliance. Silently mist filled the air. The broken blades of the dead souls, soul fire flickered. All the extra voodoo power was used by Melinda on her army of the dead. Almost immediately, the army of the dead showed its true form. Overwhelming. Endless. Although it could only last for a moment, but it was enough. At least when I saw this army of the dead surrounding the West Berlin castle, Ekaterina understood what she should choose. Fight hard? No. If this lady had such an idea before, she has completely given up this idea now. What this lady wants is to inspire the fighting spirit of her subordinates, not to destroy herself. And when she still cannot avoid death after inspiring the fighting spirit of her subordinates, that is compromise. I apologize for what I said before. I really underestimated the strength of your fiancé. Miss Caesar, you are worthy of being called the Ms. of the Long Night, Ekaterina said sincerely. Everyone saw the sincere apology on the lady's face. It was a feeling from the heart. Arthur saw it too. He saw the same feeling. Immediately, the young medium smiled. He liked to talk with smart people. And he liked to cooperate with smart people even more. Not only because it could save unnecessary trouble, but also because it could bring unexpected gains. For example, at this time, I hope the search for the Lady of the Long Night will yield some results. As for this person behind the scenes, Sir Kratos, what do you think? Ekaterina asked. Very powerful. Not only in strength, but also in power. Moreover, it is extremely cunning. We need more manpower to contain the other party. The young medium was very calm. Ekaterina nodded slightly at this calmness. And the people around, including Ekaterina's 3 personal maids, all were a little confused. They didn't know what their mistress and the Nanlos medium were talking about. How come the person behind the scenes has been revealed? But why didn't they know? The 3 personal maids, and 300 cavalrymen watched Ekaterina invite Arthur to the side. Without further questions, under the command of the 3 personal maids, the 300 cavalrymen began to deploy in batches, patrol. Although the Nanlos medium said, all hidden dangers have been eliminated. But isn't the person behind the scenes still being captured? Very loyal subordinates. Arthur walked to one side, turned his head to look at these cavalrymen, and gave a positive evaluation. If we talk about loyalty, they are truly loyal. I have never seen so many undead gathered together. Your fiancé is really surprising. Ekaterina looked at the undead army that was going away, and she kept praising them. At the same time, there was also a hint of temptation. It was the kind of curiosity that one lady had about another lady. There was scheming, and there was tea. After mixing them together, it was a more sincere temptation. At least it guaranteed that the person being tempted would not turn against him. How to say it? This is very noble. And for this, Arthur had already laid an absolutely solid defense line. When the lady finished speaking, a smile appeared on Arthur's face. Because I was born in a medium family, I don't like the dead, and everything related to the dead. Even after I became a medium, this idea never changed until I met Melinda. Arthur said softly, with a deeper smile on his face. Did Miss Caesar change your view of the dead? Ekaterina took the opportunity to ask. The eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin was curious about Arthur and Melinda, and if she had the chance, she would naturally ask more. Any details will all become bargaining chips. Ekaterina remembered her father's words in her heart. So, the lady remained calm and stared at Arthur. No. I still don't like the dead. I don't like anyone who associates with the dead, but if that person is Melinda, I can. Arthur shook his head and said what he really meant. Immediately, Ekaterina felt like she was choked, and she didn't know what she had eaten. My stomach was full. More importantly, Arthur continued to speak. Whatever I care about, I don't care about Melinda. So I know that. I like Melinda. No. It's love. I love her. Arthur's deep eyes, at this moment, sparkled with light, and his whole person became brighter with these words, like a beam of light suddenly falling from the sky. Ekaterina. This lady can be sure, if you want to defeat the Nanlos medium in front of you, you can start directly from the Mrs. Long Night. Even, you can completely manipulate the Nanlos medium by influencing the Mrs. Long Night. This kind of news is naturally extremely important. But I don't know why, Ekaterina is not happy at all. When Arthur said these words, the lady felt that she was a little redundant. Catherine also felt redundant. Out of fear for her elder sister, Catherine did not leave the secret passage, but stood inside it. Although there was a distance, it was easy for the younger twin sister to hear Arthur's undisguised words. Subconsciously, the younger twin sister took a step back. She felt that she should not disturb Arthur and Melinda, and the telepathic ability directly transmitted this feeling to Jacqueline. As the elder twin sister, Jacqueline has been following Melinda since the beginning. She saw Melinda's strength. She saw Melinda's coldness. She saw Melinda's command of the undead army, the posture that only a superior can have. Not only is it full of oppression, it also has a breath that infects others. But now, she saw Melinda's smile. Under the moonlight, the blue eyes were curved. Even, the short golden hair was curved in the night wind. That smile, very pretty. Even Jacqueline was a little dazed. Then, the older twin sister understood that the words of the Nanlos medium just now were heard by the Ms. Long Night in front of her. Or rather, that was originally what the Nanlos medium said to the Ms. Long Night. And she? Redundant? I am really redundant. The 3 daughters of West Berlin shouted in their hearts at the same time. After more than 10 seconds, Ekaterina was the first to come back to her senses. If we chase them now, do we have a chance of winning? Instinctively, the lady changed the subject. Obviously, the lady also discovered the arcane ship. As for the identity of the owner of the arcane ship, of course, she knew it. But the lady was not sure whether Arthur really knew it. In other words, the lady wanted to try and see if she was lucky enough to get an unexpected help. Undoubtedly, this was another adventure full of aristocratic feelings. In response, Arthur did not answer directly, but asked, Is the Marquis of West Berlin ready to go to war with the Old Lion? Chapter 718. Faced with Arthur's question, Ekaterina did not hesitate at all, and did not show any expression on her face. She immediately replied, Of course. Someone needs to be held responsible for the loss of the Dordet port this time. And the Newin Golden Lion family has damaged the honor of the West Berlin family. As she spoke, anger emerged on Ekaterina's face, and the hatred in her eyes was like substance. But seeing Ekaterina like this, Arthur frowned slightly. The young medium did not answer, but turned his head to look at the Dordet port. The castle of the West Berlin family was built on the top of a mountain. From this angle, you can completely overlook the entire Dordet port. According to the West Berlin Marquis, when the other party's ancestors built the original castle, they had already anticipated the rise of the Dordet port. Therefore, they chose this site, which can not only ensure the safety of the Dordet port, it can also contain the army on land. Such words, although judging from the results, have been recognized by most people. But for Arthur, who has seen the original castle, it is nonsense. The original castle was slightly larger than a mill, like a sentry tower. It is estimated that the original military camp was just 2 tents or something like that. It is obvious that the West Berlin family was much poorer than imagined. There is a saying in Arthur's hometown, good money is spent on the blade. This is also feasible in this world. Simply put, if you really see the potential of Dordet port, the limited resources will definitely be put in Dordet port instead of building a castle here. Therefore, the ancestors of the West Berlin family did not have such foresight. Of course, maybe they really had such foresight, but the situation at that time did not allow it. So the ancestors of the West Berlin family could only stay here. This kind of thing, who can tell? After all, time is the most poisonous poison. It not only makes people age, but also confuses everything. Fortunately, Arthur is young enough and has enough antidotes. He doesn't think he can see the future or peek into people's hearts. But he can see the remaining flames and the black smoke of the Dordet port. It can also make people think that he can see the future or peek into people's hearts. Don't forget, he is a medium. Arthur raised his right hand, raised his index finger, and gently rubbed his frowning brows. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze moved. Seeing this scene, Ekaterina felt something was wrong. My expression revealed a flaw? Impossible. I definitely didn't. Wait. Suddenly, the lady thought of something. But before the lady could sort out her thoughts, Arthur took the lead and said directly, "Is the Marquis of West Berlin seriously injured?" Ekaterina was stunned. The lady looked at Arthur with incredible eyes. He knew? He knew. How could he know? The secret that she had tried so hard to hide was discovered. Even Ekaterina showed a little panic. In order to cover up this panic, the lady immediately asked, "Is it the divination of the medium?" "No. It's your sudden appearance, Ekaterina, and the straightforwardness just now," Arthur replied. "Oh, can you tell me more?" Ekaterina frowned, waiting for Arthur's explanation. The young medium did not play tricks, but answered directly. "You are the heir designated by the Marquis. Although it has not been made public, everyone in this castle knows it. So, when a riot broke out in the port of Dordet, you would be well protected. Even if there was only the slightest danger, you should not be here. Unless the Marquis of West Berlin gave up on you. But this is impossible. Then, there is only one possibility left. Some problems have occurred in the Marquis of West Berlin, so that you have to step on the stage in advance as the heir to stabilize the situation." Ekaterina nodded slightly, acknowledging Arthur's words, and then continued to ask, "What about just now? Your answer just now was so straightforward that I almost mistakenly thought that, between the Inner Bay and West Berlin is the one that has the advantage. But what is the fact? Neither has an absolute advantage. And in this case, your straightforwardness can't help but make people think, plus the first point, so, I dare to ask, is the Marquis of West Berlin seriously injured?" Arthur continued to explain. Hearing this explanation, Ekaterina couldn't help but applaud. Clap, clap, clap. I wish you came here for divination. Your cleverness, it's as if you really saw it on the scene. Amid the crisp applause, Ekaterina looked at Arthur with fear in her eyes. This fear was not hidden. Arthur saw it clearly. Immediately, the young medium laughed. He said, "Have you never doubted that this is really divination? Have you never thought that it is your thoughts that tell me everything?" Arthur's smile was full of warmth. But Ekaterina subconsciously took a step back. The lady was a little frightened by Arthur's words. The lady originally wanted to use obvious fear to remind Arthur that she was not easy to mess with. But this reminder brought more shock. Although the lady was not really scared, the pressure was doubled. She found that when she faced Arthur, she was constrained everywhere. And this is what Arthur wanted. He needed to take the initiative in the subsequent negotiations. That kind of absolute initiative. At this moment, It has been achieved. I'm kidding, don't mind it. Arthur shrugged and apologized casually. However, Ekaterina did not feel relieved at all. The lady knew that she was at a disadvantage. But she was still a little unwilling to admit defeat, and said immediately, "You really scared me a little. However, it is my honor to have a partner like you. I think we should add a few clauses to the contract signed between my father and you. For example, about Jacqueline and Catherine." Catherine did not show up. But Ekaterina could sense the weak aura of her sister. If she could not break through from the front, then try from the side, which might have unexpected results. This was the teaching of the Marquis of West Berlin, and Ekaterina kept it in mind. And she tried it at this moment. Jacqueline. Catherine has already recognized Melinda as her adopted sister. It has nothing to do with our cooperation contract. Arthur smiled. Ekaterina's mind was buzzing. It exploded directly. It was really an unexpected effect. But it was negative. The lady bit her lip secretly. She knew that she had completely failed. The frustration even made the lady unable to keep her expression. Arthur watched this scene quietly. It was not that Arthur had any perverted hobbies. He liked to see a lady loser. But Arthur was waiting for someone who could really give him a definite answer to appear. The next moment, footsteps sounded in the secret passage. Chapter 719. Ekaterina knew that the Marquis of West Berlin was injured. Did the Marquis of West Berlin know about Ekaterina's subsequent actions? Of course he knew. In fact, it can be seen as the Marquis of West Berlin tacitly approved it. This is the compensatory greed that is unique to the nobility. The Marquis of West Berlin's idea is very direct. He was injured. Of course, he couldn't be injured in vain. He must use other things to make up for such injuries, even to maximize the benefits. Therefore, with him as the patch of the port of Dorda tonight, the Marquis of West Berlin tried his best to the maximum extent, paving the way for his daughter, paving the way for Ekaterina to inherit West Berlin. However, even if he had made all the preparations, the Marquis of West Berlin would not ignore it just in case. There must be someone watching here. This was Arthur's guess. But when footsteps sounded in the secret passage, such speculation became a fact. Wearing a knight's armor, Georges, holding his helmet in his arms, walked out of the secret passage. When he passed by Catherine, the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin saluted respectfully. Of course, the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin knew about the rumors about the twins. But as a minister, he should behave like a minister. When he faced Catherine, he needed to salute. When the West Berlin family was in danger, need to stand up. Georges, who has a very traditional concept of loyalty, thinks so, and does so. Catherine immediately returns the greeting. Then, watched her father's chief guard walk out of the secret passage. The younger sister of the twins did not walk out of the secret passage, still standing in the shadow of the secret passage. She is not used to it. It's not that she is not used to strangers or afraid of strangers, but she is not used to Ekaterina and Georges, who she is familiar with. The former puts too much pressure on her, and the latter? In a way, the pressure is greater. After all, a white bear mixed in with a group of black bears is really too conspicuous. Of course, Catherine is not the white bear. She is just standing in front of the group of bears, who is regarded as prey. The most helpless thing is that she is still the one who knows that bears like to eat live prey. Catherine huddled in the shadows, watching nervously. "Good evening, Sir Kratos. I am the chief of the guards of the Marquis, Georges. This is our first meeting. Because of some reasons, I did not come to visit you in person before. Please forgive me." Georges bowed, clenched his right fist, and tapped his chest lightly. This is the standard knight's salute in Nanjun. Especially with the words just now, it immediately made Georges calm. Starting this conversation with calmness, in Georges' opinion, is a good start. At least, it can turn around the atmosphere between Miss Ekaterina and the Nanlos medium. After that, the topic of the conversation needs to be further dragged to Jacqueline and Catherine, using them as a breakthrough point, and paying as little price as possible. However, Arthur smiled at this. The young psychic saw at a glance that this was another conversation skill, compared with Ekaterina's slightly unfamiliar skills before. Georges became much more mature because of his age. But this did not mean that Arthur would choose to accept it. "Good evening, Captain of the Guards, Georges. Nice to meet you, but it's too dark tonight. If there's a chance, we'll talk next time." After saying that, Arthur turned and walked towards the secret passage. When you have the initiative, you must make good use of it and seek more benefits for yourself. Otherwise, when you lose the initiative, you will regret it. Because Without more benefit to support, you won't even have a chance to turn the tables. Arthur knew this truth very well. So, he didn't mind getting more for himself. If it was before, it would be difficult to do so. But now? It's too easy, thank you. Old lion. Arthur thought silently in his heart. There was no revenge for the rudeness of Georges, who didn't come in. Absolutely not. As a young, kind, honest and simple medium, Arthur asked himself if he was so petty. And seeing Arthur choose to leave without hesitation, Ekaterina, Georges's face changed. They both knew that if Arthur left like this, then it would be the end of him. Not only would the port of Dordet be destroyed, but also the entire West Berlin territory. The guys around them would surely rush over and bite off a piece of meat from the West Berlin family. Even, if possible, these bastards would swallow up the entire West Berlin family. Thinking of this, Georges did not hesitate any more. The chief of the guards of the Marquis of West Berlin said directly, "Sir Kratos, the Marquis wants to talk to you." Arthur stopped. The young psychic raised his lips slightly. This is the person he needs to negotiate with. The person Arthur needs to negotiate with is the Marquis of West Berlin from beginning to end. Because, in the territory of West Berlin, the only one who can make the decision is the Marquis. However, it is not a face-to-face meeting. Looking at the communication crystal in Georges's hand, Arthur frowned slightly. "Sir Kratos, please forgive me. The Marquis was seriously injured, and I really had no choice but to do this." Seeing Arthur's obvious dissatisfaction, Georges was terrified. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin explained while bowing. Compared with the previous night's salute, this time it was almost a waiter's salute. Compared with the former's courtesy, the latter was more humble, and it was almost the etiquette that a subordinate would have when facing a superior. Arthur's brows relaxed slightly. He did not show his acceptance. Instead, when a pleading look appeared on Georges's face, he nodded reluctantly. When Arthur took the message crystal, Georges breathed a sigh of relief immediately. At the same time, the chief of the guards of the Marquis of West Berlin looked at Arthur with gratitude. Resentment? Why resentment? It was the kindness and goodness of the Nanlos medium, who accepted his apology, and was not some evildoer who forced him to apologize. Arthur saw Georges's gratitude. The young psychic couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You have wealth, you get more wealth. You have love, you get more love. The weak care about the safety of the strong. Man. This is man. And me? I am also a man who knows how to control the degree. A man who is called a bad guy by Melinda from time to time. Am I really bad? No. I just don't like to praise a poor person for being frugal. I just don't like mediums who sing praises to the suffering of the lower classes. I'm not that shameless. As for me, I just like to catch those rich guys who have bad intentions towards me and squeeze them to get the oil out of them. Arthur smiled as he connected the flashing communication crystal. That smile was like a child sharpening a knife to kill pigs and sheep. The innocent knife can always bring more than you can imagine. Just like at this moment. Chapter 720. The communication crystal was connected. But as if by tacit agreement, both parties remained silent. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the Marquis of West Berlin spoke first. "I want to talk to Lord Kratos alone." With these words, the people around him all dispersed. And Arthur seemed to show respect, walked to one side alone. "I'm sorry, Lord Kratos. This cooperation, I made a mistake. The loss caused to you, I will double the compensation." The Marquis of West Berlin said sincerely, "Thank you for your generosity, but some things, once they happen, cannot be made up. If it's wrong, it's wrong. How can a broken mirror be restored to its original state?" Arthur stretched out his tone, looking regretful. "We can talk about the revenue of the port of Dordet. If 20% of the revenue can't make the broken mirror intact, I think an extra 10% of the revenue will be enough. You can find better craftsmen to make better mirrors." The Marquis of West Berlin said with a smile. "Of course. With a good enough craftsman, it is not impossible to copy an identical mirror. But to find such a craftsman, 10% is not enough. I think at least 20% is needed." Arthur agreed with the words of the Marquis, and nodded immediately, and also smiled. 40% of the profit is enough to attract more people to come to the port of Dordet to buy mirrors. The Marquis of West Berlin restrained his smile. And after his tone deepened, he began to emphasize. "Well, but who among those who buy mirrors can be more sincere than me? We have a basis for cooperation. And our cooperation just now has made us stand on the same boat. At least, that guy in Niwan hates me as much as he hates you. But what if it was someone else? Lord Marquis. Are you sure you won't be bribed by that guy in Niwen? Arthur still kept smiling. Why did he dare to ask for 40% of the revenue of the port of Dordet? In addition to the fact that the Marquis of West Berlin was seriously injured, the two of them had a common enemy. Moreover, this enemy hated them very much. Perhaps Einhard and the Beth family could help West Berlin at a lower price, but who could guarantee that these two families would not be bribed? After all, the old lion of Niwen was quite generous. The Marquis of West Berlin obviously knew this. Therefore, the Marquis did not dare to gamble. In the end, after a moment of silence, he agreed to Arthur's request. But at the same time, he also put forward his own request. Since Jacqueline, Catherine recognized Miss Caesar as her sister, then it is only natural for some members of the West Berlin family to go to South Los. Right? Of course. Arthur did not refute, and looked like he was happy to agree. But in his heart, Arthur was shocked. He was a bystander in that sword. A very abrupt sword. It was also very cruel. The poison on it was enough to kill an elephant instantly. And the curse on it? It was like a thorn in the flesh. But, with the family background of the Marquis of West Berlin, it shouldn't be difficult to treat injuries, remove poisons, and expel curses. Even the most difficult curse shouldn't be too difficult. So, this is while paralyzing Niwen, you still want to seize Nanlos? This is really great. Arthur liked such ambitious collaborators. Without such a partner, how could he fish in troubled waters? As for the Countess's anger, at most, he could give the other party 10% of the profits of the port of Dordet in exchange for the other party's support. Of course, in addition to the necessary support, some additional conditions are required. Two guys with ulterior motives were talking outside the West Berlin castle. I don't know when the night wind stopped, as if it was scared away by these two guys. About half an hour later, the light of the communication stone disappeared. Arthur walked towards Georges and handed him the communication stone. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin took the communication stone respectfully, and the people around him had already started to set off for the port of Dordet. Obviously, the communication means of the Marquis were far more than the communication stone in front of him. Sir Kratos, it's a pleasure and an honor to meet you. I will never forget my first meeting with you. I look forward to seeing you next time. When Ekaterina rode past Arthur on her warhorse, the lady suddenly pulled the reins, lowered her head and looked at Arthur, her emerald eyes full of seriousness. Arthur didn't care. Well, okay. Bye. Arthur walked into the secret passage with a perfunctory tone. Behind Arthur, Ekaterina on her warhorse clenched her fists. Be careful of my elder sister. She's got her eyes on you. Catherine followed behind Arthur and reminded him softly. She's not targeting me. She just doesn't want to admit defeat. Arthur shrugged and continued to act as if he didn't care. But in his heart, the young psychic wanted to stretch out his right hand to Ekaterina, hook his fingers, and shout, "Come here!" Given that the cooperation with the Marquis of West Berlin has already deepened, Arthur naturally needs to be a cordon. And who else is more suitable than Ekaterina? No! As the heir recognized by the Marquis of West Berlin, Ekaterina is the most suitable. As for meanness? This is not meanness. This is just a self-protection method that a young, kind, honest and simple psychic has to take. Of course, Catherine doesn't know this. In fact, Arthur doesn't even give the twin sister a chance to think about it. How is the taste of freedom? Arthur turned his head and asked. In the secret passage, the light is dim. But even so dim, Catherine can still see the smile on the face of the young psychic next to her, full of gentleness, kindness. Of course, more important is the words. Until this moment, the younger twin sister suddenly came to her senses. Her dream came true. Freedom. She was free. She got rid of the West Berlin family. She would no longer be bound by the family. This. Catherine had no idea how to express it. She stopped in a daze, standing there, lips slightly open, but couldn't say anything. But Arthur didn't stop. I wish you freedom and happiness. Also, you still have a little time to pack up your personal belongings in the room. Don't be embarrassed. This is one of the terms of the contract between your father and me. You can take your personal belongings with you. I suggest you take away the decorations in the room, especially the gold and silver. After all, living outside is very expensive, especially in a city like South Los. The expenses are very high. Of course, I definitely didn't say you should peel off the wall. The young psychic walked and talked. Catherine stood there, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. When she heard the last sentence, the younger twin sister had already cheered. I want to take everything I have. For my freedom. Catherine chased after Arthur while shouting. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Arthur chuckled. Then, the young psychic took a deep breath, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. The most critical moment, it's here. Chapter 721. The sun rises as usual. And life goes on. Even the port of Dordet, which has experienced a thrilling ordeal, is no exception. Of course, some changes are inevitable. Breaking news. Breaking news. The cultists attacked the port of Dordet, and the dock area suffered heavy losses. The Nanlos medium helped, and the Marquis is grateful. It is reported that the cultists' weapons and explosives were provided by the dock area tax officer Perez. True or false news began to spread in the shouts of newsboys. Like the special unit of Count Nanlos. There is also such a unit in West Berlin. But the commotion yesterday was too big. It was so big that it could not be completely covered up. Therefore, it can only be smallened up, and the whole incident can be characterized as quickly as possible. Then, naturally, the whole incident will end in a happy way. Coincidentally, there are too many people who can take the blame for the incident last night. Not only the cultists, there were also officials from West Berlin. Especially the latter, which was more in line with the speculation of the civilians in West Berlin. Damn it! Did these guys even give up their lives for money? In order to completely divert everyone's attention, at noon, a local newspaper in West Berlin published a supplement about the property investigation of the dock tax officer Perez. When the huge sum of 30,000 gold coins was found in the other party's home, the entire Dordet port was filled with curses against the dead tax collector. He died well. If this guy hadn't been killed by that young man Chet, I would have killed him too. Good job, Chet. The opposite of Perez was the young man Chet. The man who killed Perez was regarded as a hero by everyone in the Dordet port, and many chambers of commerce jointly wrote to the emperor, hoping that the noble and kind lord would not punish the young man. The Marquis of West Berlin naturally followed suit. Not only did he immediately release Chet, who had just been detained in the morning, but he also appointed Chet as the new dock area tax collector. I believe that Chet's integrity will make our dock more prosperous, and his bravery will better protect every civilian on the dock. Perhaps his professional knowledge is not enough, but I believe he can learn. So, let's wait and see. The high-sounding words made Chet burst into tears. I will protect this honor with my life, Chet swore. And he immediately went to the dock area. The young man couldn't wait to get involved in the reconstruction of the dock area. At the same time, the young man kept talking about the kindness of the Marquis of West Berlin. And this is what the Marquis wanted. After everything settled down, the Marquis wanted fame. Only a good reputation could allow him to better rule the entire West Berlin territory. But, even if the Marquis did as well as before, but the effect is still average, because someone did better. The entourage of Lady Caesar, in taverns, restaurants, hotels have been telling about the cleverness of the Nanlos medium, and his quick response. Moreover, the stories they told are fascinating. Now everyone in Dordet port is talking about this medium, Georges reported truthfully. While the Marquis's guard was speaking, he looked at his own Marquis's expression. When he found that his own Marquis was not unusual, Georges breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had heard the story. It was really good. At the wonderful part, he couldn't help but applaud. Faced with such a complete and wonderful story, Georges knew himself. It was really impossible for him to make up a similar story. Fortunately, his own Marquis did not give such an order. Moreover, a smile appeared on his face. Sir Kratos is a true gentleman. Spread the news to the outside world, saying that Sir Arthur Kratos is an indispensable close friend of the West Berlin family. The West Berlin Marquis said so. Although the Marquis was very distressed when he paid 40% of the profits of the Dordet port before, but when he heard such news, the Marquis immediately felt happy. It is obvious that Arthur is attracting the attention of the old lion of the inner bay and the surrounding jackals. As for why, naturally, it is to buy him time to recover. The Marquis believed that his performance was enough to convince the Nanlos medium that he was seriously injured and needed time to recuperate. In order to better deal with the subsequent attacks, the Nanlos medium had to stand up during this period. But what was the truth? His injuries were not as serious as imagined. For ordinary people, a sword piercing the heart would definitely lead to death. Not to mention that there was poison and curse on the blade. But that was an ordinary person. He is the Marquis of West Berlin. A true climber. His heart was only pierced by an ordinary blade, not crushed. This little injury is not difficult for a climber. And the poison, the curse? For the wealthy West Berlin family, it is really nothing. In fact, by this moment, his injuries have already recovered. Otherwise, how could he summon Georges? Even with the existence of the Lionheart gift, he can trust Georges. But what about people other than Georges? You know, the more loyal a person is, the easier it is to be used. This is a truth known to many nobles. Marquis West Berlin does not want to be used like this. So, caution is the key to victory. Marquis West Berlin thought to himself, and then he thought of his other loyal subordinate, Sweet. When he thought of this man who had spent countless resources, the swordsman who had been trained for a long time died just like that. The face of the Marquis of Cyberland became gloomy. Miller. The Marquis of Cyberland called softly. Here. The headhunter walked out of the shadows. How was Sweet killed? The Marquis of Cyberland asked. Although Sweet died, the Marquis of Cyberland could not accept this result in a muddle. At least, the Marquis needed to understand how Sweet died. Sweet was killed by his own sword energy. Miller talked about his findings. Suddenly, Marquis of West Berlin, Georges narrowed his eyes. Especially Georges, whose face was full of disbelief. But as the chief guard of Marquis of West Berlin, even if he was surprised and curious in his heart, this knight who believed in ancient etiquette would not interrupt, but waited for Marquis of West Berlin to speak. But to the surprise of the chief guard, his Lord Marquis did not ask, but sneered. Are you so cautious? You want to even show up in the true sense. Humph! The Marquis of West Berlin already knew who killed Sweet, the eldest son of the Old Lion. As for the first heir of the Old Lion, all places are paying close attention to him. And the Marquis of West Berlin is no exception. In fact, in order to understand the other party better, the Marquis obtained some information from a very secret channel at a great cost. It is precisely because of this information that this made the West Berlin Marquis make a real judgment. Using his own son as a pawn, it seems to be provoking a dispute. But in fact, he wants to test them with me. Humph! You can kill me, but you let me go. You don't think I don't know your true strength? Do you? How can you be so weak? I won't be fooled. Thinking of this, the West Berlin Marquis clenched his fists. They are important. That one is more important. That was about his daughter. But now, after years of planning, it was all lost in one day. Damn Old Lion. Marquis Cyberin immediately gnashed his teeth. And Miller on the side suddenly looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. What's wrong? Marquis Cyberin looked at his chief hunter curiously. He knew very well that his chief hunter was not such a decisive person. Sir, please come with me, and see it with your own eyes. Miller smiled bitterly. He answered like this. Immediately, the curious Marquis followed his chief hunter out of the hall. When he found out that the destination was Jacqueline, Catherine's room, the Marquis became even more curious. His two twin tools, didn't they leave? What could have happened? About 3 minutes later, the Marquis's roar rang out throughout the West Berlin castle. Who stripped the wall of my castle? Chapter 722. Jacqueline looked at the pile of items around Catherine in disbelief. From small items like spoons, cups and plates, from large items like tapestries, paintings and armor. There were also cushions, candlesticks, curtains, and other sundries. It was full, filling the entire cabin. Did you move everything in the room? When Jacqueline saw several jewelry boxes from the sundry's side, confirmed that one of them was from a long time ago, which Catherine had not used for a long time, and had been put away, the twin sister finally confirmed that her sister had moved all the belongings from the West Berlin castle out. Of course. Arthur said that. He fought for it. And he paid a price for it. Catherine raised her head. What was just thrown into the river? Jacqueline asked. Wall paint. My things. You have to take away everything that can be taken away, and I won't leave anything that can't be taken away to that guy. If bombing the West Berlin castle hadn't caused a fight, I won't even leave our room for him. Catherine said, as if it was a matter of course. Pa! Jacqueline covered her face. It was a mixture of wanting to laugh, but also of embarrassment. However, Catherine, who had completely let herself go, was fearless. Living in South Los is very expensive. These things are enough for us to earn some living expenses. And that guy wants to send people to South Los with bad intentions. I think we can ask my sister for a job. Catherine laughed. A gleam of light flashed in her emerald eyes. The elder sister that the twin sister was talking about was, naturally, Melinda. And that guy was the Marquis of West Berlin. As for the job? Of course, it was to monitor the people sent by the Marquis of West Berlin. Jacqueline became more and more helpless. But Catherine had a strong argument. Who else in the whole of South Los knows West Berlin better than us? Even the Countess's hidden man can't be as good as us. Right? So we are absolutely worthy of it. Faced with her sister's words, Jacqueline did not refute. Because this is the fact. Moreover, as a sister, Jacqueline has to think more. Although she has recognized Melinda as her adopted sister, the two sides have already established a relationship, however. How this relationship can be transformed into a deep emotion, it still requires time to hone and show value. If you don't show value, even if you have feelings, it will be thin. Only when you have real value, only then will the relationship become deeper. Therefore, before boarding the ship, she ordered the Church of Pain to abandon the port of Dordt and start to go to various places in West Berlin and to develop in a dispersed manner. After all, her father was more familiar with the base of the port of Dordt than she was. Only by dispersing and redeveloping can this force become her bargaining chip. It may take a long time, but as long as it exists, it is enough. Thinking of this, Jacqueline's eyes became firm. The twin sister touched her sister's head and said softly, "Next. It's our own life." "Yes," Catherine nodded, with a little trepidation in her eyes, but more of anticipation. On the terrace of the top cabin, Arthur threw a contract to Melinda. This contract represents 10% of the revenue of the port of Dordt. Melinda carefully checked the various terms. They were very loose. There was no malice. Immediately, the lady's mouth curled up and signed her name. The next moment, the light of the contract bloomed. Happy cooperation. The lady stretched out her hand. After Arthur shook hands with the other party, he let go without saying a word. The young psychic picked up the long-handled curved pipe that Melinda gave him. There was tobacco pressed inside, but it was not lit. However, Melinda didn't care about these. The lady only cared whether Arthur fulfilled his promise. Of course, looking at her own name engraved on the long handle of the curved bucket, the lady smiled even more brightly. Her eyes were curved. "I got 40% of the profits from the port of Dordt. 1/10 is yours, and I keep the other 20%, Arthur said. As for the remaining 10%, Melinda didn't ask much. She knew who it was for. Except for her cousin, the Earl. There was no one else. The lady didn't object. Because they really need someone to share the risk. Of course, the lady would not let Arthur just give it away for nothing. "I have lost far fewer times in Dordt port than my cousin, and she is obsessed with this place," Melinda said softly. The lady did not say more. She believed that Arthur, with his intelligence, could understand what she meant. "Of course. I will mark a really good price for this profit." Arthur laughed. "And the eldest son of the old lion, he is not a broad-minded guy. This failure in the port of Dordt, that guy will definitely take revenge on you. That guy will not allow you to reach the inner base safely. My people received news that, after that guy left yesterday, the largest river pirate group in Ein has, the Red Knights, has already taken action. They should want to ambush the Orient on the next journey," Melinda reminded. Arthur, who received such a kind reminder, immediately stood up and poured Melinda a cup of orange tea. "You see, this is the benefit of cooperation. People cannot always be perfect in everything. A qualified partner will always help you get twice the result with half the effort. I will keep these 200 people. No need to keep them. You can just let them return to South Los. Believe me, the hatred of the old lion's eldest son for you is no less than mine, same, in order to strike me down. That guy is likely to attack your industry. So, you need more manpower than I do." Arthur handed the orange tea to Melinda. The lady keenly noticed that Arthur was not telling the truth. However, the lady did not expose it. Instead, she took the orange tea and nodded in cooperation. "Well, I understand. I will definitely protect our industry," Melinda said softly. "Compared to those industries, you are more important. If it really comes to that, you can give up everything, but you have to be safe. Only if you are safe can I move forward courageously," Arthur said very seriously. Melinda knew that Arthur was acting, but facing those deep eyes, the lady always felt her heart beat faster. "Yeah." Once again, Melinda nodded. Then, Arthur took Melinda to the first-class cabin downstairs. Melinda wanted to take Jacqueline with her. Sister Catherine went back to South Los directly. And just as Arthur, after Melinda left, on the table in the top cabin, the lead box containing part of my hatchload jumped slightly. There was no sound at all. But Arthur, who was going downstairs, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. He took the bait. Chapter 723 Harvest. The sound of the lead box jumping was very subtle, but for Arthur at this moment, it was like thunder in his ears. Of course, this was not the real reason why Arthur smiled. The real reason was, in the first-class cabin, Joe's pacing, fast and frequent. After the lead box jumped, Joe, the prey that Arthur had been paying attention to, was in this state. Then, there was a sudden pause. During this pause, no sound was heard. Even, there was no breathing. This was certainly not a death. Rather, Joe, who was possessed by Mikhailo, set up a barrier and was looking for external help. As for who the external help was, it was naturally the old lion in the inner bay. The special nature of Mikhailo, the Lady of Pain, made Arthur not give up, but before he could truly possess her, Arthur didn't mind letting her play a little more role. For example, distract the old lion's attention, reduce the pressure of his future voyage. Go! Go! Go to Nanlos to investigate. The Countess welcomes you. Arthur thought in his heart, and the smile on his mouth became more intense. Especially after seeing that Melinda had been secretly observing him, Arthur directly blinked at Melinda, and almost instantly, the lady reacted. Is this bad guy going to let me distract the old lion? Thinking of this, Melinda raised her foot and stepped on Arthur's toes without leaving a trace. Arthur's smile immediately turned into a bitter one, and he folded his hands, looking like he was begging for mercy. Humph! Melinda snorted coldly. But it was just a cold snort. Wanting to gain benefits, but not wanting to take risks. How could such a good thing happen? When she decided to sign the profit contract for the port of Dordet, she knew what would happen. The old lion? He has always been her imaginary enemy. As for the bad guy Arthur? Isn't she punishing him? But Melinda still had doubts in her heart. These things can be written in the contract. Why did Arthur do this? Even if it was written in the contract, I would agree. And why do you have to show it? Let me know. Melinda cast a puzzled look at Arthur. And Arthur? Laughing, he used his mouth to shape 3 words. I do. Although she couldn't hear the sound, Melinda seemed to have heard Arthur's words, with a deliberately rising tone and a smile. For this reason, Melinda almost retaliated subconsciously. The lady wanted to punch Arthur. The kind that went to the lower abdomen. But before the punch, the lady changed her mind, and stepped on the other foot. In an instant, the distance between the two almost disappeared. Melinda's feet stepped on Arthur's feet, and the moment the blue eyes and deep eyes met, the two turned their heads. They both turned to the left, and found that the other party did the same, almost instinctively. The two of them turned right again. Without any rehearsal. They moved in perfect harmony. Finally, they stopped together again. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other again. I'm going back to South Los. Melinda said this, walking quickly. Then, have a nice trip. Will you come for dinner tonight? Arthur scratched his head and asked. Do you think it's easy for me to come here? As you get farther and farther away from South Los, my energy consumption is also increasing. If the Orient had not been marked by me, I would not have been able to reach the port of Dordet. Melinda raised her middle finger, with her back to Arthur in annoyance. So, the Orient will not set out today, Arthur said softly. Melinda paused while walking forward. But the next moment, she walked faster. I will bring Aunt Mary's baked egg tarts. When the lady's figure was about to disappear completely, the soft voice came with the wind. I'm looking forward to it. Arthur laughed. He, the South Los psychic, just wanted to eat egg tarts. After all, happy things need to be celebrated with food. Then, Arthur looked at the words in front of him. Your wisdom, intelligence and kindness are being praised everywhere in West Berlin. You saved the port of Dordet. The people of the entire port are grateful to you. XP plus 5,000. More people have heard your name. XP plus 1,000. After a busy night, after much planning, it finally paid off. Not only the biggest XP income of 5,000 points, but also the daily XP income reached a new high. Moreover, Arthur firmly believed that with the passage of time, there would be new heights. Looking at the XP reaching 11,200 points. Although there was still a long way to go before 99,999 XP points. As long as it increased, there would be hope. With hope, there would be motivation. Moreover, he had just arrived at the Dordet port in West Berlin. After that, there are Inez territory and Beth territory, and Inner Bay. Arthur is confident that he will get more XP on the way. After all, there are always people cooperating. The young psychic really wants to say thank you loudly. However, this kind of thank you from a distance is really too rude and too insincere. So, he decided to thank him in person. He must thank the other party from the bottom of his heart. Of course, that is later. Now, Arthur returned to the terrace of the top cabin. Pendragon, who was basking in the sun, didn't even look at Arthur, who had sent him out to rescue people. He had completed the mission beautifully, but didn't get any reward. He didn't even give him a word of praise. He just wagged his tail. As for whether it was Era who did it, what does it matter? It was the commander. When Pendragon thought of this, he felt even more wronged. He turned around and, with his back to Arthur, "Want some dried fish?" Pendragon's ears moved. "Want some egg yolk?" The tip of Pendragon's tail curled up. "Want some catnip?" Pendragon turned around, stretched his body, opened his mouth and yawned, and then suddenly realized that his owner had come and stood in front of him. Immediately, the little cat, who loved his owner the most, meow 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 while calling, rubbing his head against Arthur's trouser leg. What is flattery? Can a kitten's business be called flattery? Pan, you are really flattering. Arthur picked up his fat orange cat, raised it in front of him, and looked at it carefully. They say cats follow their owners, but he has never been so flattering. What's wrong with this cat? Is it crooked? Meow meow meow. Pendragon felt the meaning in his master's eyes, and immediately started to protest. After a series of cat calls, Pendragon suddenly found that his master was looking at him with a half-smile. Pendragon suddenly felt something was wrong, and was about to break free, but Arthur would never let it run away. The Nanlos medium held his fat orange cat tightly, and communicated with the power of the contract. Pan, kneel down, Daddy begs you for a favor. Chapter 724. Inside the barrier, Joe, who was possessed by Mikhailo, showed a blooming posture. The whole person looked like a flower, except that the petals turned into skin, muscles, bones. And the pistol? This is the swaying spine. The connected head kept emitting a sharp or high-pitched female voice. This is your responsibility. Yeah. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been ambushed. Yeah. According to the contract, you have to help me. Yeah. There is no doubt that. The conversation between the lady and the old lion was not pleasant. After each sentence, there was a perfunctory one. And such perfunctory made the lady very irritable. Later, there were rude curses. But this did not change the old lion's mind. As for the so-called contract, it is naturally over. You will die a miserable death. I curse you and your family. Mikhailo was shouting like crazy, but the old lion didn't even bother to give him a perfunctory answer, and ended the call directly. Such an action made Mikhailo mad. The lady's flower-like body began to swing wildly. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the head belonging to Joe was thrown away. However, before the head fell to the ground, it flew back again, and was reattached to the spine by the lady. The air swirls. This is Myhajlo's breathing. Let's call it breathing. This rapid breathing represents that the Lady of Pain is calming down. At least, she won't shake her head again. She has understood at this moment that, when her collaborator pierced the chest of the Marquis of West Berlin with a sword, she has no value. She was completely drained. But she is not unprepared. This is not the first time that the Lady of Pain has cooperated with humans. How could there be no preparation at all? Do you think I only have one partner? Saying this, the Lady of Pain connected to a deeply hidden communication stone. Long time no see. The Lady of Pain lowered her posture as much as possible and greeted the other party. But even so, the tone of the person on the other side was still stiff. What? Are you here to mock my failure? If so, I know. Grace Hamlet's voice gradually turned cold. No. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Your failure was an accident, but my failure was calculated by that hateful Nanlos medium. So, I think we have a common enemy. This Lady of Pain gave corresponding respect. You know, this is quite rare for the Lady of Pain. For mortals, even extraordinary people, they are nothing in the eyes of this Lady of Pain. Even if it is a powerful partner, it is just a strong ant. There is no respect. Only pity. The pity from above. Grace Hamlet, who had dealt with the other party once, certainly knew this. So, the eldest son of the old lion understood that this Lady of Pain was in big trouble. And it was related to the Nanlos medium. It seems to be a good deal. For the power held by Lady of Pain, the eldest son of the old lion was quite moved. And the Nanlos medium? When he thought of Arthur, the eldest son of the old lion could not help but clench his teeth. Suddenly, the eldest son of the old lion did not hesitate. Reward? What can I get? The eldest son of the old lion asked directly. You will wait for what you want. You covet my power. I will give you a seed of my power, the kind without side effects. This will allow you to smoothly climb the ladder. No. It is to make your subsequent ascending the stairs smoother. The Lady of Pain adjusted her words. Although it was only a slight adjustment, the meaning of the words became very different at this moment. One was within reach for Grisa. The other was a must for Grisa. However, the eldest son of the old lion was not impatient. On the contrary, he sneered. As seed? No side effects? Do you think I'm so ignorant? Grisa did not hide his desire for the power of the Lady of Pain. But that does not mean he is a fool. He knows these guys' methods too well. What seeds? If you dare to accept it, you will become a puppet. This is my greatest sincerity. The Lady of Pain emphasized. Since it is my greatest sincerity, then, can you tell me the location of the temple in the shadow? Grisa stopped sneering. The voice became serious. Immediately, the Lady of Pain fell silent. Grisa did not urge, but waited patiently. The eldest son of the old lion has always praised himself as a patient hunter. This time, naturally, is no exception. Time passed by minute. About 10 seconds later, the Lady of Pain spoke again. I don't know the location of the temple in the shadows either. I accidentally arrived there once. But I can't go back. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, our deal ends. The Lady of Pain said so. This time, it was Grisa who was silent. It was also about 10 seconds later that the eldest son of the old lion spoke again. I want to know your specific experience in the shadows. Okay. The Lady of Pain readily agreed. It's not that this experience is not valuable, but this experience, she had been traded as a bargaining chip several times. And her original value was long gone. Of course, the most important thing was that she had concealed the biggest secret in his heart. At this moment, she could even feel his pleasure. She and he were originally one. This perception could not be wrong. She and he were also going in opposite directions. This perception could not be wrong. She keenly noticed something wrong. But then, she became indifferent. She discussed everything with the eldest son of the old lion, targeting the Nanlos medium. This is the key point. The rest? It doesn't matter. Only by targeting the Nanlos medium can she get back her body, can she become complete, can she become better as him. Him? The Lady of Pain was stunned again. But immediately, she became normal again. She reached a cooperation with the eldest son of the old lion, and signed a very good contract. With this contract, she only needs to wait. Huh? Joe, who had recovered his original appearance, let out a long breath and was ready to sit back on the sofa. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock. 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 Hello, I am John, the sailor chief of the Orient. I have something to ask you at the request of the psychic of Nanlos. After the very rhythmic knock on the door, there was a respectful and polite voice. But Joe was startled in his heart. Chapter 725. Joe's heart trembled, and his face immediately showed nervousness. I should have acted well. Right? Deep in his heart, Michaela was content. Why did she choose Joe? Isn't it just for this moment? In the conflict of the entire Dorded Port incident, Eula and Lucius, who were in the same cabin with Joe, actively participated in it. Even, to some extent, Eula can be regarded as the leader of one side of the conflict. In this case, what will happen to Joe? Who is in the same cabin? Interrogation and imprisonment are the best results. Maybe he will even lose his life. Mihailo certainly knows this. But compared to the guys who might be sent by Niwen, Nanlo's psychic is much safer here. Nanlo's psychic doesn't know her background. This gives her room to turn around. What's more, compared to losing his life, Mihailo prefers Joe to be interrogated. Imprisoned? According to the information she had gathered from various channels, the South Los medium was an extremely cautious person and would never take action without complete certainty. And Joe is naturally valuable. So even though he would suffer some hardships, he would definitely survive. When the South Los medium sent out Old John, Mihailo was completely sure of this. Old John, she knew. The bosun of the Orient, a bastard with blood on his hands, who couldn't hide the smell of a pirate even if he tried his best. Although she didn't know how the other party was recruited by the Nanlos medium, she knew very well the ruthlessness of this old pirate. What she knew more was why the Nanlos medium sent him. What else could intimidate a Nanlos person more than a pirate? Naturally. A senior pirate? Test first. Then warn, then observe in secret? Ha! Human beings never improve. Mikhailo sighed in his heart, and the panic on his face became even stronger. When the door was opened, Joe's face had lost all color. There is something wrong with this guy. Old John became quite sure when he saw Joe for the first time. What happened in the port of Dorset last night, the bosun of the Orient had heard about it. Although he didn't find out the most core part. The psychic asked him to test the passengers in his cabin, which was enough to explain the problem. The guy in front of him was related to what happened last night. Old John, who had the answer in his heart, smiled. Although the dirt on his face was washed away, the gold teeth in his mouth were still there. These 3 gold teeth flashed with metallic light as Old John smiled. Bright, but cold. Mr. Joe, may I ask Miss Ura, who is in the same cabin with you? Where is Mr. Lucius? Old John glanced around and found that only Joe was in the cabin. So he asked. They left last night and never came back. I was waiting for them. And I haven't slept all night. Damn Lucius. He must have kidnapped Ura. Joe opened his mouth to answer. He was a little stuttering at first, but he became smoother as he spoke, and anger appeared on his face. It was just this kind of exaggerated performance. It was so obvious that Old John saw through it at a glance. However, Old John, who had only received the task of interrogation rather than detention, did not reveal it. You didn't leave the cabin last night? Old John continued to ask. No. Joe was sure. Very good. This is just a simple inquiry. Please go to the top deck later. The boss will be waiting for you there, and will conduct further inquiries. After Old John finished speaking, turned around and walked out. Not until Old John's figure completely disappeared did Joe breathe a sigh of relief. But in her heart, Mihailo was full of disdain. Just as she expected, first test, then warn and then observe. Now, the test is complete. Of course, a warning is needed. However, for such things, you have to do it yourself, instead of leaving it to your subordinates. It is obvious that my appearance has made this Nanlos medium a little confused. Mihailo thought in his heart. The magnet-like body began to twist. This was a kind of pride. Mihailo seemed to have anticipated the scene of his final victory again. Whether it was the old lion's son, or the Nanlos medium, they would all become her nourishment. Thinking of this, Mihailo did not hesitate anymore, but walked into the bathroom and asked Joe to tidy up his appearance. After all, in the human world, appearance is always so important. Superficial and sad human beings. Mihailo walked out of the cabin with such an evaluation, and headed for the top cabin of the Orient. Of course, this was not her first time here, but Joe still needed to show surprise. However, from the bottom of his heart, Mihailo had to admit that the top cabin of the Orient was indeed comfortable. Not only was the view excellent, but the facilities were also extremely comprehensive. Standing here was a sense of enjoyment. Maybe I should ask my believers to build a ship like this for me. Mihailo thought. Joe had already bowed to the Nanlos medium on the recliner. Good day, Sir Kratos. Good day, Mr. Joe. Arthur was very polite. But the more he did this, the more certain he became of his guess. Aren't all the big shots in the human world like this? Using the disguise of daily life, creating opportunities for the real self. What a pity! She had seen through it long ago. The disdain of Mihailo reappeared in his heart. He stood there, let Joe pretend to listen attentively. And just as the lady expected, the next moment, Arthur spoke. Mr. Joe, there is something. The words just came out, and stopped abruptly. This made Joe, who was looking down, look up in surprise. Then, Joe saw Arthur looking helplessly into the cabin. There, a fat orange cat was sitting on the table, scratching a lead box with its claws, and saw the lead box come to the edge of the table, about to land. As if noticing his master's gaze, the fat orange quietly pulled the lead box back to its original position. But just as Arthur looked away, the fat orange suddenly exerted force. Bang! The lead box fell straight to the floor, making a crisp sound, and then the fat orange that jumped off the table used it as a ball and started playing with it. Arthur, who saw the scene, was helpless. And seeing this scene, Mihailo roared in Joe's body, "Dead cat! Let go of my body!" Mihailo wanted to tear the fat cat into pieces, especially when he saw the cat's saliva dripping onto the lead box. Even with the lead box blocking it, Mihailo still felt nauseous and uncomfortable. But the lead box was getting closer and closer to her as the fat cat chased it. The next moment, paw! The lead box hit Joe's boots and stopped. Chapter 726. Boom, boom, boom. The magnet-like body of Mihailo, like a heart, beat rapidly and violently. In the lead box, there is her body. And now, the lead box is at her feet. She only needs to control Joe, and bend down to get it. But there is Nanlo's psychic beside her. The other party will never allow her to take the lead box. And, is this a test from the other party? Thinking like this in my heart, Mihailo manipulated Joe to bend down, and held Pendragon in his arms. What a heavy cat. Sir Kratos. Your cat is really strong, Joe said. Mihailo observed Arthur's expression through Joe's eyes. When he noticed the expectation and excitement in Arthur's eyes when Joe bent down, and the faint sense of loss when Joe picked up the cat, Mihailo laughed out loud in his heart. It's a test indeed. Did the deal between Yura and the other party before make the other party have some guesses? But even if there are guesses, so what? You can never really be in front of you. The thought in his heart made Mihailo more and more proud, and Joe was more and more humble, while holding the cat, while bending over. Pan is a big eater. It seems that because he was a stray cat before, he always has an unusual obsession with food. Moreover, it is also very naughty and very wary of strangers, Arthur explained. As if to verify Arthur's words, Pendragon struggled violently in Joe's arms the next moment. And when he found that he could not break free, he opened his mouth and bit. Joe immediately let go. He dodged the bite. However, immediately afterwards, the claw that kicked away did not dodge. His! Joe cried out in pain. A blood mark appeared directly. Sorry! Arthur, who was sitting nearby, immediately stood up and apologized when he saw this. Mr. Joe, please follow me. First rinse with plenty of fresh water, then I will bandage you. As he spoke, Arthur walked into the cabin. To this, Joe did not object. Mihailo had no reason to object, but as she followed Arthur inside, the Miss Payne did not forget to turn her head to look at the fat orange. She wanted to remember the other party firmly. Cats hold grudges. She holds grudges even more. After she kills the Nanlos medium, she will peel off the skin of this fat cat and make it into a footpad. She will step on it day and night. Until she... Mihailo, who was having resentful thoughts in her heart, suddenly found something wrong. Her head. How did it fall off? As her head rolled, with the help of Joe's eyes, Mihailo saw Arthur, who was still smiling apologetically at her, and the next moment, the surprise, shock and anger emerged from the eyes of the Nanlos medium, who, with a low shout, the Nanlos medium's hand appeared extremely cold. A little finger-sized gem was flashing. Legendary item? Mihailo marveled at the wealth of the Nanlos medium. At the same time, Mihailo also wanted to see who attacked her. It was only when the painful lady began to look around that she realized something was wrong. Except for the cat. There were no other creatures here. And the extremely cold air was coming towards her. The Lady of Pain was about to struggle. But it was too late. As the low temperature of the evil spirit orb was shot, a huge lead box appeared. Not only was Joe's body and head completely frozen, but the next moment, even his head and body were put into the lead box. In order to better put the Lady of Pain in it, the invisible tear's caress was still hitting rapidly during the whole process. Snap! After the crisp sound, it just kept breaking. However, no ice chips fell outside, and the lead box was of the right size, and the thickness was just right, as if it was a tailor-made coffin. In fact, it was like that. Arthur asked Catherine to help customize it, and the younger sister of the twins undoubtedly completed all this very seriously. Arthur put Tear's caress back into Carmen's wristband. Then he stretched out his hand to Pendragon, who was looking at him expectantly. Pendragon, who had been impatient for a long time, jumped up and gave his master a high five. A long time ago, Pendragon wanted to do this, but he never had the chance. And this time, Pendragon finally got what he wanted and was very excited. The tip of his tail was about to curl into a donut. Pen, you know, this is something you should be proud of. You know that with your help, did I lock something in there? God! They call her a god! Arthur explained to Pendragon. Immediately, Pendragon became even more excited. But soon, Pen found something wrong. Meow meow meow. What? You said you've never seen such a stupid god? Well, I don't know why this god is so stupid. Maybe her brain was eaten by maggots? Arthur explained seriously. And this kind of words full of humiliation, the Lady of Pain in the lead coffin could no longer remain silent. She screamed in a low voice. Shut up! Arthur Kratos. Do you know who you are talking to? The voice sounded a bit like Joe, but more mixed with a hoarse female voice. When these voices sounded together, it became very strange. Pendragon felt very uncomfortable, and his own spirituality, which made this little cat want to stay away from here. However, looking at Arthur, who was standing still, the kitten did not leave, but squatted at Arthur's feet and looked at the lead box coffin. Arthur bent down and touched his cat, then nodded and said, "I know. A god whose brain was eaten by maggots." This time, the Lady of Pain answered. At this moment, the lady knew very well that, from the beginning to the end, she had been calculated by this hateful human. The other party had been deceiving her, and had been acting. And she? No discovery. She has completely entered the other party's rhythm. Now, anything more would only bring shame upon herself. It is better to remain silent. After all, the other party can't do anything to her, right? In response, Arthur smiled and said nothing. The young psychic took out 2 Mikhail's strong touch and complete, and placed them on the table. The Lady of Pain in the lead box coffin obviously sensed Arthur's actions. The lady was a little confused. She didn't understand why Arthur did this. And the subsequent actions made the lady even more confused. In the lady's perception, Arthur picked up the lead box containing part of her body, and put it on the table, side by side, with the 2 Mikhail's strong touch, incomplete. After adjusting the angle and confirming the alignment, Arthur looked at the lead box coffin and said with a smile, "How about we play a game of counting to 7? Chapter 727. Arthur's fingertips gently slid across the lead box, without making any sound. Only laughter kept coming out of his mouth. "Do you know how to count to 7? When you count to 7, or 7, and multiples of 7, you said. If you count wrong by mistake, I will make you feel pain," the Nanlos medium whispered to the Lady of Pain. At this moment, there was no extra expression on the face of the Nanlos medium. Her eyes were full of calmness. But inexplicably, in Mihail's perception, she felt that the Nanlos medium in front of her was the real one, who had taken off his mask in the past, and was now showing his brutality. She thought so, because, when she had an absolute advantage, she also liked to play this kind of game. Let the sad people feel greater sadness. Let the desperate people feel deeper despair. Just as the medium in front of her said, let the Lady of Pain feel pain. Isn't that a very interesting thing? However, the lady didn't think the medium in front of her could do that. Therefore, the lady remained silent. Silence is both a method and an attitude. The lady chose to use the most passive way to irritate the medium in front of her, which was the pride of him who was once called God. Even if he became her, she would never do such a thing. She is not a tamed loser. The words of the Nanlos medium continued. "Now, let's start with a count of 1,000. Arthur said this and took out the ring blood of drowning. Abel, who had been impatient for a long time, kept borrowing the power of the contract and begged Arthur, "Let me eat. Let me eat. Please. Arthur. Please." Abel's voice surrounded his ears. Arthur asked back slowly, "What do you call me?" "Master. My dear master. Please have mercy on me, master," the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor Abel begged. For such a plea, Arthur nodded with satisfaction, but did not allow Abel to go out immediately. After all, Arthur, the South Lowe's psychic, not only has a bottom line, but also abides by the rules of the game. So, Arthur looked at the lead box coffin, waiting quietly. Mikhailo's silence continued. After about 3 seconds, Arthur tapped his forehead. "Sorry. It's my mistake. I encountered a game I haven't played for a long time, and I actually forgot the most critical part of the game." "Demonstrate the punishment," Arthur said, and placed the blood of drowning, containing Abel on a Mikhailo's strong touch, incomplete. The devouring began. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor devoured the part of the Lady of Pain. After getting Mikhail's strong touch, incomplete, Arthur asked Abel whether the parasitism and resurrection contained in Mikhail's strong touch, incomplete, would have an impact on it. Abel said that he had digested it all, and there was no such thing as parasitism and resurrection. However, just in case, Arthur added some more contracts. Abel, who had already signed the 21 contracts, was used to it. No! It should be said that he was numb. After adding the contract that I can definitely digest parasitism. Resurrection. Characteristics, if I can't digest it, I will self-destruct. Arthur felt so relieved. Compared to Arthur's relief, Mikhailo, who was locked in the lead box coffin, became terrified. Unlike the ordinary Mikhailo's touch, Mikhailo's strong touch has the back door left by this lady, therefore, This lady can clearly perceive some changes, especially the changes after Mikhail's strong touch is used, which is even clearer. Hidden, even if this perception is incomplete. But as her own Mikhail's strong touch is swallowed, it is enough for this lady to feel that the existence hidden in this ring can cause real danger to her. Do you understand now? 1, 2, 3. The counting began, when Arthur's voice had just fallen. Immediately, Arthur showed a satisfied expression. Abel, who had swallowed Mikhail's strong touch and complete, began to digest. In Arthur's opinion, Abel only had a head and a neck, but now his neck became a little longer, and his body should be growing soon. Obviously, the Mikhail's strong touch and complete, which seemed to have a better effect, was not as good as Mikhail's touch. After all, the latter has no side effects. And then, in this cabin, there was only a few counts. 998. 999. 1000. At this point, Mihailo paused. The Lady of Pain did not ask. Nor did she say anything more. She just waited quietly for Arthur to speak. Arthur first applauded. The Nanlos medium used this method to celebrate the other party's passing. Then, he said, "TSK. You are worthy of being called Lady of Pain. You actually counted to 1000. It really surprised me. Now let's start the second round. You just counted to 1000. Now subtract 7 from 1000 until it is all counted. Of course, you still can't read out 7. By the way, the last number cannot be negative. It must be 0. Nanlos' medium began to explain the second game rules. Boom! A violent collision sounded in the lead box coffin. Are you kidding? How can it be 0? Mihailo yelled. You haven't even started to reduce. How do you know it can't be 0? Are you questioning my fairness? It seems you need some punishment. Arthur sighed, then put blood of drowning on another Mihailo's strong touch, incomplete. The incomplete Abel immediately devoured it. Throughout the process, Arthur kept looking at the lead box coffin with an innocent expression. Time passed by second by second. It was about the 5th second, that is. The second after the incomplete Abel completely devoured the thread, the Lady of Pain spoke again. 993, 986, 979. Ha ha ha! She counted? She really counted. As soon as the number started to count, Arthur burst into laughter, laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and laughed so hard that he slapped his thighs. At this time, how could the lady in the lead box coffin not understand? What is the Nanlos medium doing in front of me? The other party is playing with her. Using her dignity as a racket and honor as a ball, he is going to strike with all his strength. Then, smash it all. I am just playing with you. After all, there are not many opportunities to play with God. Since I have met him, I will have fun with him, Arthur said, and put blood of doting on the small lead box. Oh! Abel cheered in the true sense, and went directly into the small lead box, and started this feast, while the wailing of Lady of Pain sounded in the small lead box, and the lead box coffin at the same time. The sound was extremely shrill. But Arthur was indifferent. He just calculated silently. It should be about right. Chapter 728. Arthur really wanted to know some so-called secrets from Mikhail. After all, the other party was called Lady of Pain, and was even considered a godlike existence. The secrets that the other party held were naturally priceless. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain them in the true sense. No! It should be said accurately that if you want to get the secrets directly from the other party, it is really difficult to ascend to heaven. Even if the other party said it. Arthur was not sure whether the other party was deceiving him. So Arthur decided to take a roundabout way. Arthur wanted to make the Lady of Pain feel pain. Not because Arthur thought the other party would succumb because of pain, but because Arthur was sure that when she felt pain, this Lady of Pain would definitely find ways to save herself. For example, contact some allies. These allies include, but are not limited to the Old Lion and so on. However, Arthur is not waiting for the Old Lion or the Old Lion's eldest son. These two are like open cards. Arthur doesn't like open cards. Arthur needs the kind that is extremely hidden. For example, the same existence as this Lady of Pain, those beings called gods. Arthur doesn't believe that there are no secret channels of communication between these beings. From the fact that the Lady of Pain behaves like a human, these guys may have formed some kind of organization. Therefore, there must be a connection. It is just difficult for ordinary people to find it. As for danger, there must be. But it will not be too dangerous. After all, Lady of Pain is trying to save herself, not for self-destruction. So, When this Lady of Pain shakes her spirit, it will only be of similar strength, and it will definitely not be much beyond her own. And if the other party comes? Then don't even think about running away. At that time, not only secret information, but maybe you can get something directly. After all, the touch of my Hajlo, of the Lady of Pain, has a good strengthening effect. Other beings should also have similar things. Of course, as a young, kind, honest and simple psychic, how could Arthur challenge the authority of the gods alone? He must contact more allies. The Marquis of West Berlin is naturally the first to bear the brunt. He has cooperated with the other party before. Plus the other party's attitude towards them, it can be guaranteed that there is basically no problem. The second one? That is naturally Countess Nanlos. He is assured of the other party's strength. What's more reassuring is that Grandma Susan is by her side. This is more reassuring than the Marquis of West Berlin. As for the third one, Arthur also has some ideas. But he needs to confirm some things. After all, if the old lion of Niwen is brought in, because of the relationship between the old lion and other partners, there will definitely be changes, therefore. He needs a more complete backup plan. That's right. The old lion has a place in Arthur's plan. You said enemy? What enemy? You're kidding. That's his blood relative. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. When Arthur was in junior high school, he used 2 bags of spicy noodles and an hour of CS in the internet cafe to make the school bully, who had just beaten him, become his friend. And then used the school bully to collect protection fees from all the boys in the class in exchange for internet fees. As the situation became more and more serious, the school bully finally united all the boys, and a group fight broke out. In the end, the school bully was attacked by everyone, and was expelled from the school. Several troublemakers were also expelled, who were also the students who blackmailed Arthur. But is this important? It's not important. Arthur only remembered his 2 bags of spicy noodles, and the 1-hour internet fee. Originally, he planned to spend a wonderful afternoon. Unfortunately, it turned into a lot of protection fees. Looking at the cold coins, Arthur still missed the sunshine of that beautiful afternoon. At least, warmth. Keeping this warmth in mind, Arthur always had a bottom line. Alas, there are not many people like me who have a bottom line. Arthur sighed softly in his heart, and his eyes turned to Abel, who showed satisfaction. The incomplete Abel was more complete. It was probably a torso. However, it was still missing limbs. But when Arthur saw the introduction of drowning blood, clearly at this moment. Name, blood of doting. Type, ring. Quality, above epic. Attributes, 1, son of blood. 2, contract. Requirements, Arthur Kratoses. Notes, the ring made by the Blood Marquis and his wife for their son, but the Abel hidden inside makes you understand that the Blood Marquis's hunting of the engaged family members was not as simple as the rumor said. This is definitely not a washing away of shame, but with a deeper purpose. You can't know what happened now, but as the broken body of Abel completes more of his body, you have a hunch that you are gradually getting closer to a glimmer of the truth. Son of blood, when you wear this ring, you will consume the blood in your body every moment to feed the broken blood-sucking ancestor worm, and it will give back power to you, making you like a blood clan with the purest bloodline above the entry level. Not only can you fly, your palms sharpen, turn into mist, bats, borrow the power of frost, ignore gravity, and walk on vertical walls, you can also control bats to be your eyes. And on moonlit nights, your abilities will be enhanced when the moon is full. This enhancement can reach its peak, entering the true sense of ascending the steps. The wearer will have a physique at the level of above the step, and you can also use your own blood to create a semi-finished blood bride, and complete blood slaves. Blood fighters. Bloody warriors. Contract, the existence of 27 contracts, makes Abel obey you, and be your loyal servant, especially when it is willing to call you master. Everything has changed. Note 1. The creation of blood brides has become much easier. No strict steps need to be followed, and control can be performed, while the creation of blood slaves, blood fighters, and bloody warriors has become simpler. Only a little blood of the wearer is needed. At the same time, because the incomplete Abel is gradually completed, the abilities of the blood slaves, blood fighters, and blood warriors you created are further enhanced. Note 2. The controlled blood bride begins to become stable. Even if the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor is affected, it will not self-destruct. Note 3. At this moment, you can have 3 blood brides. 0/3. The blood slaves you created have increased significantly to 100 people. 0 out of 100. Blood fighters are 30 people. 0 out of 30. there are 10 bloody warriors, 1 out of 10, at the same time, you can choose 13 of them to become your next generation of blood relatives, and you will have 1 out of 13 at this time. When they become your blood relatives, they will gain a certain ability increase. Note 4. The gradually complete able is suppressed by more contracts, without your permission, cannot absorb blood. Note 5. When the wearer dies, the gradually complete able will devour the wearer's corpse, and when you die, the gradually complete able will explode together. The new dotted blood. The appearance changed from a light red amber texture to a bright red, and the texture was somewhat like crystal. The internal properties were comprehensively strengthened. Arthur knew that his vest had more opportunities to appear, especially during the full moon, which was indispensable. And if he developed offspring. The young psychic who thought of something couldn't help but tap the table lightly. Maybe. Chapter 729 Bloodnet. Arthur would never despise the strength and power of his own. If possible, Arthur even hopes to expand infinitely. But unfortunately, that is impossible. Because resources are limited. Just like the newly upgraded blood of doting. It has reached the level of above epic, and can be regarded as the first-tier prop in Arthur's hands. But even so, the total number of blood slaves, blood fighters, blood warriors, and blood brides that can be created is only 143. If it were the Silver Age, the age of cavalry charging, Arthur could have shouted that he finally had the power to protect himself. Because, in the Silver Age, even the richest Niwen could not build a heavy cavalry of 10,000 people. In fact, at the peak of Niwen in the Silver Age, 3,000 heavy cavalry was the limit. Even so, Arthur suspected that there was something fishy in it. But even if there was nothing fishy, what would happen? 143 mysterious people shamelessly carried out sneak attacks and assassinations, which were enough to make 3,000 heavy cavalry helpless. Even if the other side also had high-level mysterious people, we also had some on our side. Therefore, facing the difficulty of the Blood Clan, we also had a headache. And this was the pride of the family, where the Blood Marquis once belonged. Unfortunately, with the progress of the times, productivity began to update and iterate, and the rise of gunpowder broke a certain balance. A musket was enough to make an ordinary mysterious person sweat. In the army, the so-called heavy cavalry charge strategy had long been abandoned. Rows of muskets are now the mainstream, and this row of muskets makes most mysterious people helpless. Unless a high-level mysterious person takes action, both the other side and the other side have it. Neither side can act rashly. A strange balance reappeared. Therefore, some kind of secret war became the mainstream. As for the real fight, 7 years war was enough. Another one? I am afraid that the mysterious side is not just seriously injured. After all, compared with the musketeers, who can go to the battlefield after 8 weeks of training, the mysterious side people who pay attention to talent are really too rare. Moreover, the growth of the mysterious side people takes too much time. Even those mysterious side people with extraordinary talents, without day and night study, it is useless. The emergence of gunpowder has made the mystery lose its luster. Many people in the mystery side have heard this sentence. Even if they are unwilling to admit it, the fact is the fact, and it will not change. Arthur did not comment on this. At this moment, the Nanlo psychic only cares about some things that belong to him. Abel, when you become complete, how many blood descendants can you create? Reporting to the master, the blood brides are still 3, but it will be much easier to make. Blood slaves, blood fighters can double the number. Blood warriors will not increase, still 10, but the strength will be greatly improved. Faced with Arthur's question, Abel, who had 27 contracts, answered honestly. Moreover, the honorific title was not reluctant at all. Abel, who benefited from Arthur, but remembered his identity. 3 blood brides, 10 blood warriors enhanced version. Are there still 200 blood slaves and 60 blood fighters? Arthur pondered. This number has exceeded his expectations. But, who is Arthur? Arthur, who upholds the values of medium, always wants to squeeze oil out of the mud. So, Arthur pondered for a while and asked, Abel, do you have any way to expand the scale of blood descendants? I mean, there is no need to really give those people the official status of blood descendants. They will not be blood slaves, blood fighters, blood warriors, or blood brides. But they have the qualification to use the secret arts of the Blood Clan once, which is similar to a more convenient scroll, a curse seal, etc. One time, if I were a complete me, I could do this. But for the master, it would be a bit of a loss. With the same power, We can create a complete blood slave. And if a blood slave, a consumable, dies, just create another one. It is much stronger than this one-time one. After all, the price that ordinary people pay for using a one-time secret technique is not low. In a short period of time, it is impossible to use it a second time, Abel said with confusion. Arthur's mouth curled up. The young psychic seemed to have seen hundreds of people, even tens of thousands of people, shouting his name every day to gain power. As Abel said, this kind of thing is a bit of a loss. But that is for others. For Arthur, it is absolutely worth it. Because XP. A lot of XP. What is more exciting than thousands of people shouting his name every day to provide him with daily XP? Naturally. It is to let millions, tens of millions of people see the changes in these thousands of people. Arthur dare not imagine, at that time, how exaggerated his XP income will be. Especially, when he makes more people understand that calling his name will get this strange power. That kind of situation would definitely make people crazy. No talent? It doesn't matter. As long as you are devout enough. As for the price? Facing immediate death, this price of mana consumption and blood consumption without mana, can it be considered a price? No. What's more, there is envy and jealousy. You have it, he doesn't. And they meet every day. This is destined to be the result. Thinking of this, Arthur's raised mouth corners became brighter, and his deep eyes showed a touch of excitement that would make ordinary people tremble, but in his heart, Arthur's voice was still calm. Abel, how many one-time users can you create as a complete body? If there is enough blood or gold, I can create about 500 people. If there are more than this number, those one-time users will explode. Abel answered truthfully. 500? A little less. But enough. Arthur whispered to himself in his heart. At this time, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm finally came to his senses. Master, do you want to become a god? Although it was a question, Abel was very sure, because, in his fragmented memory, many guys did just that. They brought down miracles for believers, gained more people as faith, and then used the power of these believers' faith to climb the ladder. However, none of these guys had a good ending. Although their strength increased very quickly, but it went crazy even faster. The moment it became him, they were no longer it, but he still thought that he was it. This was contradictory, and sometimes irreconcilable. As a result, it was naturally crazy. Just like Mikhailo. When he became Lady of Pain, he went crazy. But it was much better than those guys who blew themselves up on the spot. When he thought of this, Abel thought of his 27 contracts. 27 contracts blocked all its roads. If it was in trouble, Arthur would be fine. If Arthur was in trouble, it would die. Thinking of this, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor immediately shouted, Master, please, don't do this. And that voice was filled with tears. Chapter 730. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor insect does not want to follow a madman, nor does it want to die for a madman. If possible, Abel would rather die of old age. It just wants to live, even if it lives without dignity. Otherwise, it would not have been left with only a head, and would not have given up. And now, of course, it must fight for its right to continue living. Without any concealment, Abel told Arthur about the madness of those so-called demigods, and he kept emphasizing that demigods have no chance to become real gods. Can't become real gods? No. Faced with Arthur's question, Abel answered several times straightforwardly. However, the next moment, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm hesitated again. Shouldn't it be possible? Not a real god, without igniting the real divine fire. The poison of faith will only destroy anyone who dares to accept the power of faith. In its fragmented memory, there really is no such thing. However, it cannot guarantee that. It does not have such a thing in its lost memory. Facing Abel's hesitation, the Nalos medium was all smiles, and the voice in his heart was even softer. Look at Mahalo. Ah? Abel looked at a loss. It was because the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm did not have arms otherwise. At this time, he would have to scratch his head. What is so good about a guy in a coffin? However, the power of the contract made Abel look at the lead box coffin unconsciously. But he still couldn't see anything. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm's confusion became more and more intense. Feeling Abel's confusion, Arthur reminded him in his heart, why do you think the Marquis of West Berlin and the Grand Duke of Niwen are chasing this Lady of Pain? You say, is it possible that this lady has mastered the way to avoid the poison of faith? Arthur's tone was unconsciously prolonged. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor opened its mouth wide. Abel didn't know what the purpose of the Grand Duke of Niwen was, but the Marquis of West Berlin did it for his daughter, which was written in the contract. It was impossible to forge it. Why did it change when it came to the master? Poison of faith? Hey. Poison of faith. The plan in Arthur's mind became more and more complete. He was worried that there was not enough bait, so it was sent to him. Moreover, this bait could make his behavior more reasonable. Spread the reputation. Gain XP. In a way, it is like gaining the power of faith. Then can we use the method of avoiding the poison of faith that Arthur Kratos got from the Lady of Pain to cover up his biggest secret? As his strength increases, he gradually comes into contact with some powerful people in South County. Arthur has always wanted to hide. No. To reasonably explain his own strength. In the past, the bloodline was enough. However, after reaching the top, bloodline can only fool some people. The rest of the people will definitely think too much. Instead of letting these guys think wildly, they may encounter the real answer. It is better to give these guys a correct answer. At the same time, they will catch these guys and trade with him. There are ways to avoid the poison of faith, but it requires specific conditions. For example, kill a demigod who devours the power of faith, like him. He, Arthur Kratos, did just that, and directly converted the people of the Church of Pain, and began to believe in himself. Then, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. These are all facts. There is no doubt about it. As for your failure, maybe it's because you don't have the blood of the Kratos family. However, at that time, the guys who either self-destructed or went crazy. No, the guys who all self-destructed, why would they come to him? As a young, honest, simple and kind psychic, he had to make those crazy guys disappear harmlessly in the land of Nanjun. Otherwise, a powerful madman was too scary. And when the guys in Nanjun, who were qualified to absorb the power of faith, were harmed by the poison of faith, he would probably be safe. Of course, this plan was much more dangerous than the previous small plan. We had to be more careful. At least, I have to wait until I show my rapid improvement and am asked before I can confess. Arthur thought in his heart, and continued to ask Abel. Insect form. Does it have a special meaning? Huh? The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor scratched his head again, facing Abel, who did not understand the meaning of his words. Arthur explained. Mikhailo became the Lady of Pain, and she became a bug-like creature. And you, my servant, also look like a bug. Is there a connection here? I don't know. My master. In my broken memory, there is no related memory. Maybe it is related? Maybe it is just a coincidence? My spirituality. Doesn't he give me an answer? Abel shook his head. Coincidence? Arthur sighed deeply. As a psychic, Arthur would not believe in coincidence. He thought there must be something here. Especially the scene where the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor devoured the Lady of Pain to restore herself, which made Arthur think of more things. Raising goo. This was Arthur's first reaction. Almost subconsciously, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Spirituality. Did not beat. Death intuition. Did not flicker either. Everything was normal. It seemed that Arthur was worrying too much. And Arthur also told himself that he was worrying too much. The young Nanlos medium asked Abel again. After eating her, will you be able to fully recover? Yes. Faced with Arthur's question, Abel was full of confidence. How is the digestion going now? I can eat her anytime. Abel continued to answer. Very good, then you wait. Huh? The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor, who was ready to continue eating the feast, almost jumped out of drowning blood, and asked Arthur if he was playing a trick on him. In response, Arthur was quite frank. Yes, just as you thought. But, don't you want to enrich your diet? Is recovery your wish? Don't you want to go further? Arthur asked Abel with a smile. Yes. Without hesitation, Abel answered decisively. Who doesn't want to become powerful? Once you have tasted the taste of power, you will never want to become weak again. Especially if you were once extremely powerful, but became weak due to an accident after having to linger on. This inner desire will become a reality. Arthur knew this. So, before Abel answered, the young Nanlos medium took out some more contracts. Come! Sign them. There were not many contracts. 15. They were a supplement to the previous 27 contracts, covering all aspects. If the previous 27 contracts made Abel a slave of Arthur, then after signing these 15, Abel's descendants would also be Arthur's slaves. But Abel did not refuse. the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor, who probably understood his master's plan, signed his name directly. At this time, Arthur had already walked to the kitchen for dinner, as he had an appointment.